if they open enough tickets, mod mail, and bitch about flat earthers, they decide to just lock them from that channel. They go, you seem to not be able to self-regulate, and you're constantly in bad faith. You've got problems with flat earthers. You're not listening to mod mail. You're not listening to moderation. We'll just lock the channel for you. That's probably what happened. So he's got to open mod mail and tell them that he's ready to comply or something. Because I can't do anything. If he's already unbanned, that's the maximum level of interaction I can do.
I mean, maybe you could try banning him and unbanning him. I don't know, that might fix it.
But what they do is they put on, if you know how to use Discord, you can go to each individual channel and put someone's perms to nothing. You just add their name and no view, no connect, no post.
Okay.
So that's what they do. They got some guy who will not shut up about a topic, and they refuse to leave the topic alone. Like inside his worldview, he doesn't want flat Earth on the server. He said so as much.
I think
they did that for him. They took flat Earther off the server for him.
I think that it's a glitch because I don't think he's ever went to mod mail. I don't know though. I don't think he ever went to there.
No, I said that's my take of what would happen. Because if we type in unban and it doesn't work, there's a hard something above that that's keeping him from the channel.
I remember when I got unbanned, I couldn't type in the chat. So maybe it's maybe it's glitched for him,
Yeah, yours had to do with the minor role.
Well, I still have it. I can type. It was something.
Yeah, they changed it. Originally, the minor role couldn't type in here.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Creed.
Yeah.
I've got a question. So I see on your roles that you say you're free will, but then you also say that you are pro-life. So isn't that a contradiction?
I'm sorry, you're there's a lot of background noise. So you said my role, okay. That you said that something would do with pro-life, and I missed the second part there.
And then you also say that you're free will, but isn't that a contradiction?
How do you see that as a contradiction?
Well, because if you seriously think that you value free will and personal autonomy, then you should also support individual rights to make their own decision. And that also includes their pregnancies, what they want to do with their body. So.
Yeah, exactly. So if I were to talk to a woman who says that she believes in abortion, I'm going to say no, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's free will. Like if someone says, I believe, if they make the comment that they believe murdering a baby is birth control, I'll just practice say no, thank you. Like what I'm not gonna. Same thing if people who also I don't know, just some other thing, right? If a woman says to me they believe in some other kind of crazy shit, okay? I'm trying to think of something really bad, like slavery. I would say no, thank you.
Yeah, I think that makes sense though.
Free will is like I am not going to create a life with a person who doesn't value life. You don't take responsibility for their actions. That's free will. You take responsibility for your actions.
Okay, but you say murdering a baby, but abortion are made usually until the 14th week, and that's
after. What do you think free will is, AWAX? Like, if I said I want around killing people, would that be free will? Because it's a choice.
What?
No, I'm asking you.
No, I didn't get what you asked. You said.
So I'm saying you mean that people can go around just doing whatever they want then, because free will exists?
Well, no, because of course we live in a
personal
society.
Autonomy. That's what you were saying though. You were saying that you got your personal choices you can make, right? About your own body and whatever, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Right. So then people should be able. So then you live in a lawless world then, where people can go do whatever they want. Then.
Well, no, because we live in a society and you can make decisions that doesn't go against the law. But then if
you shouldn't be able to. So then you shouldn't. so then you shouldn't be able to take lives then, right?
Yes, but again, I was
Yeah.
saying that the pregnancies are like you can abort until usually like the 14th week, and after that week, it actually becomes a human. Before
I don't.
that, it is not.
Well,
It's just health.
at one point you were an embryo too, though. I mean, you can't skip the stages and become a baby. You
Yeah,
have to
of
go through
course,
every
but
stage.
you weren't
So what?
actually a thing.
So
So
what though? Like you're still something. You still come from that point, right?
no, you're okay. So you're not conscious.
Were you? Let me ask you this question. Were you at that point one time? Were you at that point one time?
Well, of course, but if
Okay,
you
then. Were you
interrupt that,
something?
then
Were you
they
something?
won't even feel anything because they're not developed yet. So
You weren't developed yet either, though. Same with me.
exactly, like if
Yeah, but we're
if I
here.
was aborted while I was again not even living thing, I probably wouldn't care because I'd be dead.
Well,
So
yeah, I would rather have a chance at life, personally. Personally.
okay, but if they
That's
aborted
just
you,
me.
you wouldn't even know because you
Yeah,
weren't a living
but
thing
now that
without
I do
a
know, listen.
consciousness.
Yeah, listen, now that I do know I wasn't aborted, I'm glad I wasn't aborted though. I'm glad I got to experience free will.
Okay, that's on
Yeah.
you. I mean, but it still doesn't change
Are
it.
you glad that you weren't aborted too? Are you glad that you're here?
Eh, I don't know.
Oh, you don't
Probably
see, you're
not.
not, I don't, you're just not happy with yourself, man.
Yeah, we're all abortion survivors, dude. I get it.
Yeah.
I don't think you don't seem happy. If you're not happy to be on Earth, man, you might need to seek help.
Yeah, but doesn't really change my stance. I think that you should be able to choose. Uh,
I think people should be more careful. That's it.
well, yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
your choice is
Yeah.
out of your hands once you've created life. That's someone else's choice now.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I agree with that, Crit. I mean, once you created life, you created someone else. It's no longer your life.
And if
Unless the
It
somebody,
is,
baby,
though. It
yeah,
is
someone,
really because
someone tells you
again,
that, yeah, if you think that, then people are going to say no, thank you. That you like you, they put you in this bucket of people who they don't want to associate with anymore.
yeah.
I mean, people
So
treat like sex as some sort of like, oh, it's just a casual, fun thing you can do.
yeah,
No, that's a huge responsibility.
you're right.
mm,
That's the thing. That's the thing people don't talk about enough is they always talk about, the pregnancy and the abortion, but you don't talk about how you get there. You need to, make sure you don't get there in the first place. There needs to be more advocating for people using protection or just being smart. A lot of people just
okay,
go
so
around having casual sex and then
you
want to
can
have an abortion. So
okay, so you can still get pregnant even while wearing protections, like
yeah, but
I'm not wearing.
there's a very low chance of that happening. Very low.
Yeah,
Very
but
low.
also,
You got to be
if you
more
become
careful, man.
pregnant from a non-consensual act, then I mean, it's not really
Then you abstain. Yeah, if it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Yeah, if
when
contraceptions
what?
will fail.
What are
So
you
let me ask
talking
you
about?
this, AWACS,
Mm,
if someone theoretically, if there was a baby, right, and someone theoretically wanted to kill that baby, should they be able to? A born baby.
no, because if
No,
it's already born, if it's past the 24 weeks, then it's actually adoptable, like it's a living thing. That's why
no, but
when you
always
murder a
listen,
pregnant woman,
Why is
you
AWACS,
get
24
AWACS,
her.
weeks make it all right, bro?
AWACS. You're always a living thing. If you weren't, you wouldn't be here. You're always a living organism, AWACS. You always
There's
were. Yeah.
There's not. I wasn't always. There is a specific time where you become. You can
Okay.
like literally like you can
So
search
the
it on
sperm,
Google. You'll
okay, so
get
the
your
sperm,
answer.
okay, hold on. So the sperm that hits the uterus is dead when it hits the uterus. What happens when it hits the uterus? Tell me.
No, of course it's alive, but again,
Okay,
it's
so
not
what
a
happens then?
baby
You're
with a
so
consonant.
it doesn't have to
Okay,
be a baby. I didn't listen, I don't remember
it
being a baby. Hold on though. I don't remember being a baby. Do you?
what like after I was born or when?
Yeah, I don't remember. Do you remember being a baby? Like you remember being 4 years old? I don't.
Yeah,
Oh, you don't. No, you don't. No one remembers being 4 years old.
I
So you remember
do.
you remember not being able to walk then.
Yeah.
So long as you kill it fast enough, it's all right then, right?
Yeah, that's just bullshit, man.
Well,
I mean, yeah, man. You don't remember before you could walk. That's just
no, I do. I
that's
just
me.
have blurred the memories. I mean, of course, I wasn't fully conscious as I am now, so, but I
Exactly.
do still.
So we if we don't measure it based on consciousness, we can't measure it
Oh my
based on.
god, it is not based on that. I was using that
We don't.
word to make you
I know. It's not.
understand.
I know it's not based on. I know it's not based on consciousness. I think it should be based on
Yeah.
whether or not it's a living thing in anyone's body. I think that's what it should be based
And
on.
I'm telling you, you can also search on Google that it becomes a living thing
It's
according to certain
wait.
study
It's
after 15
always
years,
AWACS.
but
AWACS. You're
body
conflating the
is true.
time. Hold on, AWACS. You're conflating the time where they take it serious. Okay. It's always a living thing. Well, you think it's dead and it starts
Oh my
becoming alive
God.
randomly? It's always a living thing and it's always growing.
Again, if you search on Google, it will tell you that
Okay.
when you're, I don't know how to explain it in English, but well, I mean, when you're in your mother, you're a mass of cells, and cells, rather than being seen as a living thing, they're seen as something that can create a living thing. That like you're not.
Have you ever seen a microscopic imagery of sperm? I mean, they're
What?
moving
Yes.
around.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
moving around. They're living
Yeah.
things.
No. Of course.
They don't necessarily have to be self-sustaining, right? Right? But they die out if they don't hit anything, right? They die out if they don't hit the uterus,
Yeah.
right?
Of course.
Exactly. But they hit the uterus and they start growing in there unless something happens to the mother. So they're always living and growing. You again, like I said before, you can't skip any steps of where you get to be a human. You can't skip any steps. You don't become
Uh,
a human at whatever baby when you're born. Nah, man, you're always a human being, you know? That's what I believe. That's
I
what's in
don't
your
know. But
DNA. Yeah, that's what don't come at me. That's what's in your DNA that you're a human being. You're not like some
of
other type of
course,
animal. You're a human being. That's what's in your DNA, right?
I know.
So if it's not okay to kill a baby when it's born, it's not okay to kill a baby ever.
Until a certain week, you can, and it is legal.
I don't
Ask
agree.
yourself. Ask
You're
yourself
justifying
why
it
a lot
in
of
your
times.
head, man. You get that,
Yeah,
right? You're just justifying this in your head.
yeah.
But again, it's I'm not. It's not like
Like
it
it's
has to
not
be legal
okay, but it
because
is okay,
I'm
right?
saying it. No,
Yeah.
again, if I'm not the one who's saying this, like there are different studies that show this. Some
Well, what
scientists
studies,
say
man? I
that
mean, do you truly need to hold
you
on. Do you
can
truly need to
search
study?
it.
Hold
I
on,
mean, I
I
remember
know, but we
studying
don't
it at school, but
listen. We don't care about when they think it's like a baby though. There's different states
why?
regulation. Not everyone agrees though. Different states have different
Yeah,
regulations.
but you have to have a qualification to disagree. You can't just say, no, it is not true, whilst there are
Sure,
people who
what's your
spend their
that's
whole
what
life studying it.
You
that's a
got to have a
fallacy.
qualification, dude.
Yeah, so you have
I
to
mean, you. If you want to digress it, yeah.
hold on for a second. So are you qualified then?
Of course not, because I'm
Okay,
relying on
okay,
other
okay.
studies
Well,
that
why are
show
you
that
so
So
what
why are
shut
I'm
you
the
saying
fuck
is
up.
true.
Yeah, so why are you making a hold on, why are you making a fallacy then? If you're not qualified?
What?
Why are you saying you're not qualified then? Since you're not qualified.
Because what I'm saying is based on qualified people. Like it is
What are
certain.
the qualifying people aren't
You can
saying anything that
search
no
it.
one's ever heard before. Hold on. All the qualifying people are saying is that after a certain week, then it's okay. And some people disagree and they're in the qualified field.
No,
Not everyone
I mean
agrees,
they
man.
say that after a certain week, it's not
Yeah, but
again.
you're yeah,
It's not
but
okay.
different states have different regulations. Not everyone agrees.
And can you show me some scientists that disagree? I mean,
What would that prove, though? I mean, of course, there's
I can see that
pro-life
there are
science.
people
What
who
would that
actually
prove?
studied it seriously that to say that it is
I
not
mean,
true.
you could study
Maybe
it if
you're
you
right.
think
You
if
know.
we both studied it seriously, it'd change our views. Really?
No, but at least you can say why you think it is not true. You keep saying
Well,
that
we
it's
don't. I
because
don't think.
we're always a
I
living
think this
thing. But
is.
again,
I don't think anyone needs to. I don't think anyone needs to study this to have a disagreement, dude.
Oh no, so okay, so
It takes
scientists,
literally zero studying.
doctors
You know that
don't
it
have to
starts off.
study anything.
Listen. No, you don't need to study it. You know you can start it off as a fetus. You can start it off as an embryo, whatever it is. As soon as it's living, as soon as it hits the uterus, it's a living being growing inside a woman,
Oh
just like
no.
that. What's more to study? What are we missing here? What else are
There
we missing?
is. Oh my god. Like,
You
I
don't
don't know
remember. You
if
don't
it's
remember being a baby. You
real.
don't remember walking. You don't remember falling. You don't remember any of that shit, man.
I do. What
Oh,
are
you
you
do.
talking
So
about?
you're like a rarity then. We should take you to
No,
Guinness World
I'm
Records.
not. I am not. It depends on persons. But again, after you're
Wow.
born, like,
Matt's a
okay,
murderer.
like at that stage, you're already a baby. I'm talking about like the first week of pregnancy.
Yeah.
And again, you
Yeah.
can't just say that,
Is
oh, we don't
it
need
growing
any.
in that first week? Is the fetus growing in the womb? Oh, that's right, it
I know,
is. So
I'm
wouldn't
not a
that be
scientist.
living? So
Again,
wouldn't that be living if
I'm
it's growing?
saying, okay, but if
Crazy, man.
scientists say that it
It's
becomes a
so
living thing
wild.
after that,
That's
so
not even
I
what's.
don't know what you're trying to say.
Wait. That's not even just what scientists say. I mean, what? That's not even a point for an argument. What are you
Why?
talking about?
Why it
What
is not?
is there? You tell me. You tell me this. When
Is
does
the person
consciousness
drunk?
start? Yeah. When does
What?
consciousness start? When does consciousness start?
Okay, so consciousness starts after you're born, of course,
Okay.
because
Do you
you
remember
actually
being
become a
born?
baby.
Do you
No,
remember being born? I
because
don't remember
again,
being born. Do you remember coming out?
no, because
I don't
again,
remember either. Why don't you
by
remember?
I don't know because I'm trying to explain about if it
Matt's
is
running. Matt's
possible.
moving the goalpost. Here we
Uh,
go. Move the goalpost, Matt.
Yep.
yeah, okay,
Tell me. Why don't you remember?
because as you grow up, you forget other parts of your
I don't
these
know, man.
years. So
I remember a
almost
lot of
no
shit.
one believes, like, remembers some things that happened that maybe when you were, let's say, 4 months old, but that doesn't change the fact that you're still conscious. And I know you will say, oh yeah, but then we can also not remember when we were
All right,
a
can we
fetus.
go back
But
to what the room
again,
topic's about and stop abortion? This is dumb. Like we're
Yeah,
going
when
in
did we
circles with
become
this moron.
pro-life channel?
oh my god, you have a Trump profile picture, like,
Yep,
And
there's an abortion channel somewhere around here.
yeah, and what's
yeah,
wrong with
this is
Trump?
crazy.
What's wrong with Trump? Let me
No, I
guess.
don't
What's wrong with Trump?
support him. I don't like Biden either,
Okay,
but
I don't support you
Okay.
either. So okay, go on, get lost, kick
you
rocks,
support me on what? I'm not a
go
president
play in
candidate.
traffic, go play in traffic, Matt.
Do you think you live on a globe, AWAX?
What do you mean?
You don't understand the question?
Probably. Now repeat it.
Do you think you live on a globe?
Well, I have to search the traduction in Italian.
You know, a
Oh,
spinning
Uh,
space ball floating in space and all that
hey,
good stuff.
oh, well,
is
I
the
mean,
globe a
yeah,
sphere
based on
or is
what
it
I
flat?
remember studying. No, it's round.
Who told you that?
I'm not. Well, I mean, I studied it, and I remember, like, when we were studying it, that he
So you
showed
went to the government
10 points
indoctrination
long.
camp? You went to the government indoctrination
Yeah,
camp?
yeah, okay,
Oh,
here we go.
gotcha. Have you ever been on a plane?
Okay,
Have you ever
okay.
been on a plane, AWAX? Yep.
Yeah, I've been
Did you see any
once.
curvature? Did you see any curvature?
That's not really how
What
it
about when you're like
works.
looking at the ocean or you're looking at like a Great Lake, you look out there, you don't see any curvature. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a pretty bad argument there, SG Larson.
I'm keeping it real simple for this young woman. You
Well, I'm
gotta
not even
you gotta dumb it down. You gotta
interested.
dumb it down for some of these people.
You sure it's a woman?
Start small. Yeah, right. Start small and work your way up, Matt. Baby steps
Well,
with these fools.
I don't even care if it is not because it
Well,
it
yeah, because
doesn't change my life.
daddy government told you it was right. Whatever the government says is
What
right,
you
right?
want me to say is flat, even though I know more reason why it should be round and not flat.
Oh,
Maybe you can go
what's the
on and
reasons,
say
bro?
why it is not.
Yeah. What's the
But
reasons? What's the reasons?
Why is it
because
more round than flat?
because if it's flat, then at a certain point after working, you would fall.
Wouldn't like
What do you mean?
why doesn't the water? Why is the water flat? Why doesn't it like bend and curve and stuff?
Because there is gravity.
What? There's grab? Is that what you said?
Yo,
Yeah, because
No, I mean,
okay,
she said there was gravity. I mean, let's be honest. A little bit of
gravity.
that.
because yeah, it's not
Don't tell
wrong
me. Don't
because
tell me you also think we
gravity.
went to the moon. Don't tell me you also think we went to the moon.
I don't
Please don't
care
tell me.
about the moon. Actually, I don't
Yeah.
really care.
Please, at least
Because
tell me you
again,
don't believe that we went to there. Please tell me you
I
don't
don't
believe
know
that.
because again, when it happened, like the United States was in race with the Soviet Union, and it is possible that maybe they invented it, but I don't care
Oh
because it
shit.
doesn't change my life.
Oh
All right,
shit.
man.
All right.
Okay,
You have a
now,
good day, ma'am. You have a good day, ma'am. Peace to the Middle East.
yeah, okay, you too.
So this is a pretty long piece. Are you staying in here? Is that your piece to him, or is that his piece to you? I mean,
It's my piece to her that I'm done wasting my time.
I guess she says she's staying.
She wants to learn about flat Earth. We need the smarties in here to really explain it to her.
Go ahead, Matt. Give her.
Man, it's not even worth it, man.
I was just gonna say, but is it even
Oh
really worth
yeah,
anyone's
yeah.
time? She wants to kill babies and leaves the Earth round. Wild.
Like, do you not understand what I'm saying? Like, you can search it if you
Nah,
don't
I can't really
believe me.
understand. Your accent is so thick; it's really hard to understand. Sorry.
Yeah, I get it.
Sometimes I can make it out a little bit, but
Literally.
it's having a little trouble.
Where are you from,
Mm.
man?
Me,
Yeah.
Senegalese, and like I was born in Italy, so I live there. That's why the accent is.
Okay.
Nice.
No, it's not nice, but
What's not nice is killing babies, but we'll talk about that in a different room.
yeah.
There's all the Globers today. Oh, Rich is just in the comments like usual. Does Rich Evans ever come in here and speak, or is he just sit in the comments all day?
He does both.
Oh, he'll speak once in a while. I just never
Yeah.
caught him. I haven't caught him speaking yet.
He's
I haven't heard his
mostly
arguments.
he's mostly text, but he does
Gotcha.
talk once in a while.
Gotcha. Man, you guys had that Bismate AI tripping for like 3 days now that you guys muted him. That was great. I had to put him on block. Kept blowing me up.
No one knows the globe better than me, man. Seriously.
Nobody.
Nobody.
Isn't that right, sub dude?
Yeah.
I love that song by Chris Cornell, man. Hunger Strike.
Matt.
Huh?
Right. Yeah. Why are you an imperialist?
What?
English.
Why are you an imperialist?
Who?
You have it on your rolls.
What are you talking
What?
about, man?
He's an
Men don't get
empiricist, not
periods.
an
That's
imperialist.
something you get.
Exactly.
You
Like you
probably
choose
are
it.
actually, not any of us.
Why are you an imperialist?
Dead.
Oh, why am I an
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
what the
that's what I'm
fuck? Oh
saying.
my god, the accent is actually crazy. I
Uh,
don't even know why I put that on my on one of my rows. I don't know.
oh, great.
But I mean, I think if you can take over some place and get away with it, you should.
Damn right.
That's probably it.
Yeah,
You know?
no.
I mean,
Survival of the fittest, baby.
Yeah, you saw.
Hmm?
That's it. I mean, if you saw how the Americans did it to the natives and they got away with it, I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying you
Oh, I'm
can get away
condoning
with
it.
taking
Yes, you
people's
are
shit.
I'm condoning that
condoning.
shit. They did a great
Well,
job, honestly.
listen. I'm just saying. I mean, you saw how Mexico got a lot of a chunk of their land taken as well from the U.S. What you can't defend isn't yours. You know, it's that simple.
Oh, Rugiata's in the chat, wondering. People think the Earth's flat. Come off mute.
But let me guess. You're probably against imperialism, right?
Well, of course.
We're taking over shit.
Hmm. Well, I have morals, so.
Yeah. Well, there's morals involved. It's for
Oh, yeah. And which
For the
part of your
betterment of
brain
our
is that?
people. There's great morals involved. It's for the betterment of my people. I gotta take
And
care of
you
my
don't care
people.
about other people?
Nah, I'm tribalist.
Well, I mean, I think
Yeah.
now there are still people that take over shit. You got to just do it in a smarter way, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah,
I'm not
of
gonna just
course,
do it just to kill. I'm not gonna do it just to slaughter people. But hey, if I need Canada, I'd be fine. I'd be down with USA taking Canada. But Canadian would probably thank us, the Canadians.
I mean, as long as it doesn't affect us, right?
Exactly. W.
No. So,
W.
I mean, you saw how it worked out for the U.S. I mean, it worked out
True.
pretty well.
Didn't work out so good for the Indians. But you know what they say? You mess with the bull, you're gonna get the horns.
We're being told we have to hop back on topic.
Nobody wants to talk about flat Earth. What are you talking about? They're crying in the chat. They're hiding in chat talking about it. They won't come and speak. Should we just sit here in silence?
Well, everything is related to flat Earth. Like when people could say, "Hey, you flat Earthers are tribalistic." Okay, globe side has tribalism.
Absolutely.
So if your adjudication is the more tribalistic you are, the more flat earther you are, the less tribalistic you are, the more globe you are, you've got a problem there. Because it's
Absolutely.
quite the inverse.
The Earth is certainly curving.
Except for the water, right?
How did this guy?
Where is it?
How did this guy know we weren't on topic? He's not even in here.
Well, they're listening. We're broadcasting on YouTube.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah, bro, special powers.
Special wizard. Damn wizards.
Yeah, so we're live on YouTube, and it's also too because the YouTube channel there
I
are
see it up
certain
there,
topics. Yeah.
What does it have the link to the YouTube channel in the profile of the?
One of them does, the other one doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think this one does, but I think the other one
Yeah.
doesn't. But you can look it up on YouTube. But I think it's like
Yeah, you just
7 flat Earth.
Just type
24/7
exactly that in there. 24/7 flat Earth. It should be the
Okay.
top one.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And the other channel is called something. It's 24/7 flat Earth. I think Discord or whatever. The second channel.
Okay.
The other bot, when it's in here, you can kind of click on the name and it gives you the link. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's two of them. It's number 1 and number 2.
Gotcha.
But yeah, the Earth is curving, guys. You guys know that?
Definitely not.
Go right back there.
Damn puppy over there. How old are you, AWACS? What are you, like 19?
No, the fuck.
Not quite. 18?
I'm not telling you. Go away.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. So you're a minor. I gotcha. Cool.
Yeah, that's an indicator.
Wow.
It's all right. You know, young kids need to learn too about the truth.
Yeah, how old are you?
It's just good to know when we have a young kid in here, so we can, use appropriate language for you little children.
That is fair.
How old are you again?
Are you young, man? Is that the case, Alex? If whatever your name is.
What do you mean? I'm a teenager.
I mean, you can see the profile picture. It looks like no more than 19, 18 years old. She said not 18, so she said not quite.
Maybe.
Yeah. We can indoctrinate her. She's young and impressionable. Earth is flat.
Yeah.
The Earth is flat.
I don't
The
know
Earth
about
is
that
flat. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
Joey
Subliminal,
knows.
Join us.
That's-
Our tribal is
Long
way better than
time
your
ago.
tribe.
That
Measure
sounds a
it, bro.
little-
It measures flat. Look at it, bro. It looks flat. You're trying to tell me there's a curve? It's not hypothetical? Go ahead. Try to convince me. You won't. Many have tried. We indulge you to go out there and do the measurements yourself. You'll figure it out. You'll ask the questions along the way if you have a critical mindset and if you really want to seek truth.
That makes sense.
Oh, so you've done the measurement. You've done the measurements yourself.
I've
then.
done the observations. Yeah, I haven't done all the measurements yet, but I'm on my way.
What observations have you done?
The one with my eye, the one where I look at sea level. Where
What'd you
I'm
look
in
at
Holland,
sea
bro.
level?
Everything is flat over here, so
Oh, but sea levels with
pretty
the global.
That's
consecutive.
really-
all
You're
around.
all,
Hey,
you're all
I
good.
got a thing for you. I've been meaning to talk to someone, from Holland, Netherlands, and stuff. So you guys are kind of like in America. Have you ever heard of America, Florida Man?
Yeah, we have a similar thing.
Yeah, that's why I know that's what I was going to talk to you about. Because I think my theory is the more flat the terrain, and someone thinks globe, they see a flat world. Like Florida and Holland are very flat, but someone's telling them that it's curved, so it causes them to act fucking batshit crazy. Like the world is a contradiction, so you get this amazing events of Netherlands man and Florida man.
Yeah, you're saying it, Netherlands, man. That's an actual thing over here, dude. That's funny that you know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, and that's my
Dutchman,
theory.
Florida, and it's the mindset behind it, right? There's a correlation in between the both. I've heard this before.
Yeah, because they can see with their blind eyes, they see a flat, stationary world, and they got everyone telling them it's curved and rotating. And it causes them to do some really crazy shit.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. It's actually a thing over here. It's funny that you know that, though. Never. Okay, it's my small world.
Yeah, well, I mean, I kind of get involved in sort of multicultural perspectives and how things are, kind of different but the same. Like in Bulgaria, they shake their head yes and nod their head no.
Oh, that's interesting. That's actually an interesting fact.
Or like in Somalia, showing someone the bottom of their foot is like giving them the middle finger.
Interesting.
Anybody
So
know
you
this
can't
guy
walk
named?
around barefoot?
Does anybody know this guy named Flat Earth Man Charles? He says he just DM'd me and asked me if I was a mod. He said he's blocked and he can't get in the channel for some reason.
Yes, Charles he's a pretender.
Okay,
He pretends to be flat Earth, so
No
he can.
pretenders
So people
allowed.
will start.
Nope, you're good. That's all I need to hear. Like I said, he just DM'd me. I thought, okay, I'll say something, but nope, no pretenders allowed and block.
Yeah, so
Thank
what
you.
he'll do is he says he does this on purpose. He pretends to be flat Earth, so
Yeah, I know the
someone
kind.
will talk to him about flat Earth, and
Yep.
then he'll slip in
Yep.
the globe.
Yep, I know the
basically,
type.
yeah, he's trying to like roofie you. He's like,
Insincere as fuck, though. Like, what the hell?
oh yeah, it's super insincere. But he says he's got to fight insincerity with more insincerity.
Oh, so
Like,
he's
he's
a
got
hypocrite as well. Okay.
Yeah, his goal is to beat Flat Earth by being a bigger Flat Earther than what he thinks a Flat Earther is.
Gotcha.
That's funny, though.
I know the type.
That's hilarious.
See, my take there is he's like a Florida man. That's batshit crazy.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. That is pretty much the analogy. Like, short-sighted, on your own mission, really out to get somewhere without even taking any input from the outside. It's like you're scorned. You know what I mean? Like you're scorned. You want to get something out of your even if you don't know if it's real or not. You just do it because you're scorned. You're emotional. You're in your emotion.
It
You're not
kind
in
of
control.
shows the
Program,
level.
dude.
It shows a level of stupid too. Like he's just gonna randomly message members talking about give me unbanned. Like he doesn't. We got the mods have roles. You can click on someone's profile and see if they're a mod or not.
That's wild.
Am I batshit crazy too, Crit? I just want to know.
Yeah, you're a little batshit, but you're batshit because you're just young and dumb.
Full of cum.
That's,
Which is why
maybe
we give you a lot of leeway, because you are a little wee-weed up over, like, you're not thinking clearly yet. That's why you don't treat juvenile offenders like in the criminal justice system like adults. You don't even
Yeah.
say the word offender. You're like you use completely different language, because
Yeah.
kids do not act with a rational mind, so you can't really. This is what I mean. My take earlier too is like, this idea of trying to charge an adult with charge a juvenile with a crime as an adult. I know it's really funny. I saw a civil rights lawyer who had a serious youthful offender, and the judge was going to charge them as an adult. So then the defense attorney says, okay, sure, if you want to charge him as an adult, can he also be charged as a middle-aged white man? Because he was a black teen. And I'm like, wow, that's fucking powerful. If you can just make him into an adult, can you make him into somebody who won't get overly charged for like the demographics wise?
That's why, man. That's why you're always saving me, man. I see now.
Yeah, I kind of like you in here too, because of the way you act sometimes. Hopefully it will help hold a mirror up to a lot of these globalists. Like, why are they acting just like a teenager?
I'll take it, man. I always think I'm cooking, man. Maybe I'm not cooking nothing up, you know?
It's funny. I always thought that you kind of acted like a teenager.
That's why I sit in the backdrop and just listen 9 out of 10 times. To absorb, to learn. Because I don't know it all, and if I claim that I do, I'm stupid. Because I don't.
What's even better too is someone who thinks they know it all, they don't know it, and they debunked it. It's like, how many layers of inception are you going to go through before you realize just how batshit crazy your worldview is?
Yeah. The Holland man right there.
What's that?
I said he's
Not
describing the
anything.
Holland man right there. Like the layers of deception that you're just gradually taking in, gradually accepting as reality. And then anybody who comes with any form of critical thinking towards you or challenge you to critical think and do some observations, you ridicule it instantly. It's almost like you're set in stone
No,
purposefully.
I want to know those observations and measurements
He doesn't
that
have
led you
any for
down
you,
to this
man.
path.
They don't exist.
Yeah, you can do them yourself, man. Like, just open
What
your front
measurements
door
have you done,
and look
Chub Dude?
outside, dude.
What measurements have you done, man?
Oh, I've done the
What measurements
reciprocal
have you
zenith
done?
angle test. I've done the reciprocal zenith angle test.
Who did?
And
I
you get
did.
verticals that are not perpendicular to a horizontal,
Oh.
right?
Well, they're not parallel to each other at two distances far apart.
So then not verticals?
At each specific location, they are.
So you pick an imaginary spot in the middle of the planet and you figure out that that's vertical.
What do you mean? I mean, you can make vertical any spot on the Earth. What do you mean?
I get it, but like you're saying that all your verticals go to the center, right? Like that's why they're offset, right?
Yeah. Not perfectly to the center, though. There's different areas. It's like, if you're next to like a mountain that has a larger gravitational pull, your plumb line won't be perpendicular. Like, you won't go straight to the center. Might be a little bit.
So you can't measure the curve near a mountain.
No, you can.
You just said you can't.
No, I didn't say that. When did I say that?
You said you can't get a plumb line near a mountain because of the gravitation. The thing's too big.
Yeah, that's not what I said.
Oh, what did you say?
I said when you're next to like that type of mountain, plumb is not towards the center of the earth.
That's what I thought you said.
That's what I said. Yeah, I didn't say that you can't measure curvature. That's not what I said.
Well, how can you measure curvature if you can't get a plumb line?
You can get a plumb line.
You just said you couldn't.
No, I never said that. I said the plumb line isn't to the center of the earth when you're next to a larger, like a very large mountain that has a gravitational pull.
So it only goes to the center when you're away from a mountain. And from my understanding, when you're measuring with a theodolite or a transit or whatever you're using, you're measuring a straight line, right? Right?
Well, it takes account for refraction.
You're measuring a straight
So-
line, right?
I'm measuring a distance.
The device you're using to measures straight lines?
No.
Oh,
Because
it
accounts
measures
for
curve lines.
refraction. Yeah, it counts for refraction.
So the device you're using accounts for refraction.
Yes.
How does it do that?
You
Like,
have
does
to
it
put
does it
into
bend
it.
does it bend the line that you're shooting?
Huh?
Well, you said
No,
it
it
accounts
doesn't.
for.
Yeah, I never said it bends the line.
So you're accounting for refraction,
No,
not the tool.
the tool is accounting for refraction. I put into the data collector the temperature and the atmospheric pressure,
So you put the values into the
and I'm
tool
working it.
for refraction. The tool just
And
measures
then it-
straight, right?
No, the laser light, when I'm shooting reflectorsly, automatically curves due to refraction,
So the tool
and it
curves the
accounts for that
laser.
curve.
The tool curves the laser.
No, the tool doesn't curve the laser. The atmosphere curves the laser.
Oh,
Yeah.
so then you have a curved line. So your tool
Mhm.
never measures a flat line; it only measures curved lines.
It measures a straight line, but it accounts for refraction.
Like,
So
you're confusing me here, man. Does this tool
Yeah,
measure
I
a
know.
curved line or a straight line?
I'm kind of curious now as well because this is kind of learn from this.
So do you understand that light gets refracted?
Sure.
Okay. So if you were to shoot a laser light out a certain amount of distance, that light would curve due to refraction, right?
Okay.
So it measures that distance along that curved line, and because it knows it has you put in the atmosphere and the temperature, it accounts for the refraction and gives you the accurate straight line distance.
So it knows all the differences in temperature all the way along that measurement to account for refraction.
No, so it assumes that there's not going to be a great difference in temperature within the range of 500 feet. Like what range of temperature would affect it, and how much would it affect it?
I don't know. You're the one with the story.
Yeah, see?
You
don't
tell
know.
me. How much?
I'm glad you.
Do you know?
No, not off the top of my head. No, I don't.
So you were just about to come on to me about me not knowing, and you don't know.
No, I'm about to. What are you talking about?
So we're back to this curved line again. So how the hell can you measure anything if you got a curved line, dude?
Because you insinuated that the machine can't account for refraction.
It can't. You have to fucking account for refraction, you numbskull.
No, I just input the data of
Yeah, exactly.
the
You input the
atmosphere.
data. I get it.
Yeah, and then the machine has a formula which calculates for the refraction.
So you input the data, right? So the machine doesn't know that it's curved, right?
Not what he said.
What did he say?
That the machine itself is going to take into account for refraction.
The machine it does it all by itself.
Yeah.
Without him touching it.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
there's probably some settings to do, but very minimal. Consider
But
like you're not gonna.
doesn't he have to put in some values in order for it to add?
Yeah. Minimal values. Like he's not have to put all values because that would be too long, and the machine would be
Yeah, but then
practically
it's the
useless.
machine that puts the value on top of it. It's not him measuring it on its own. It's the machine adding the value on top of the equation. And then he has to take that as reality as is. While he can't observe it, the machine puts it in on top of it.
But the machine is gonna put on top of it only if there is a refraction. That's the thing. It's not just gonna put it at every time.
Do that.
So who tells the machine if there's refraction or not?
How does that work?
Listen, should we go into the schematics of the machine itself and how does it work? Like,
Well, we're talking about
specifically?
true observation here, right? We're not letting a second-hand device tell us what
You're
reality
asking me
is.
how the
based on
machine does that.
No,
and I'm
you're
asking
cutting
you,
in
would you-
and you're asking, and we're adding too. So we're asking you now.
Yeah, would you like to go through the machine schematics? with me?
Let's go.
Sure. Show me where the machine fucking knows whether there's
Sure, give me the
refraction or
model.
not. Can you post that part where the
I'm pretty
machine will know if there's
You won't read
refraction
it
or
because
not?
it's probably above your pay grade.
Oh, I don't understand. I get it.
You can read my mind now and what I'm willing and not willing to
It's
listen
like
to. That's mighty
it's like
presumptuous.
asking you. It's like asking you now to go through schematics of an airplane or a jet engine or stuff
It
like
seems
that.
pretty
You ain't
simple,
gonna-
dude. You said the machine knows when there's refraction, so just cite it, man.
Should I repeat it myself again? It's like asking me to go through like a jet
No, it's
engine.
not like
schematics.
asking you to go
Do you
through anything,
understand?
dude. You made a fucking statement. Now back it up.
My backing it up is go and learn about the machine itself. I'm not gonna teach you.
So you don't know.
No, you don't know. You have to go and teach yourself. I'm not gonna do
I
your
know. I
homework.
wasn't the one saying I knew, dude. You are.
Oh no, I didn't say that specifically.
Yeah, you did.
Now you're just putting words in my mouth right now.
Sorry, what machine are you talking about?
A theodolite.
Theodolite. Okay. It needs horizontal.
Yeah, and it knows whether there's refraction or not, supposedly.
Do you know how GoPro or like
Can't.
fish islands work, or like how do they do that?
We're gonna change the subject now.
Yeah, that's
No,
not
I'm
the
asking you
topic,
if
my
you
guy.
know general, like if you have the general knowledge about any type of machine that you use, like your PC or like your TV screen or anything
Is
else.
this a quiz now on how much I know, dude? Like you
Well,
made the
that you were
statement. I
making
didn't
me
make
a
the
quiz.
statement, man.
You making me a quiz, and I can't make you a quiz.
I'm not making you a quiz. You
you were.
stated this, dude.
You were making me a quiz about the machine.
Listen, Vanek, you're not answering. You're gish galloping kind, and you're throwing red herrings along the way. If you don't want to have a sincere conversation,
You
that's
mentioned
fine.
gish galloping
We
and
just-
red
we just
herrings. And
asking
you don't even know what
we
does
just
that mean.
asking you how the device does it, and you're unwilling to show that. That shows the sincerity.
How about this? How about just try this way? Instead of answering questions, just articulate your position. And if anyone cares to ask a question, they can do so after.
I just jumped in regarding how the machine can take into account something like refraction. I wasn't trying to have a whole argument.
Well, explain
like you guys,
us how this machine does that, dude.
the guys that were talking before can keep going at it.
Okay, let's just do that then. Yeah, if Vanek doesn't want to engage, I think it's kind of unfair.
I just had an interjection and I finished doing my interjection. That's it.
No, you made a claim and you never showed the proof.
Yeah, so that's it. That's the end of it. So he made a claim. He doesn't have proof, and he just wants to listen. Accept it.
This is
I'm not going to
literally
accept
what
it because
Osman
you
was
just
talking
you
about.
just
you.
posted the
Not
narrative.
you, Vanek. He's not talking to you.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
You're being
My
bricked,
bad.
right? Vanek, you're being bricked now. No one
Being
should have
bricked?
to. Okay, well, basically, if you do not want to provide proof, that's fine. Okay, you just made a statement. You made your interjection. You got what you wanted to say out. Let's move on. Sometimes these guys just want to squawk. That basically like you think of that toy where the dog squeezes it. It's like a chicken, and it just makes a loud squawk sound. He just wanted to make some word sounds. He got it out, and that's it. Let's move on.
Crit, I'm gonna rename that statement you made earlier about the Dutch and the Florida man. I'm gonna name it Dutch syndrome.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I used to call it Dutch treat.
As a Dutchman, I think I can put that title on there. So when you hear me
Yeah,
say that, you know exactly what I mean, right?
yeah.
And I want, show me your model. Show me your model. They don't even have a model themselves. What is wrong with these people?
Was yesterday as well. A guy claimed to have a model, and they claimed it was heliocentric, but it turned out not to be. And then you have to like explicitly tell the individual or ask the individual, do you shoulder this statement consecutively, like 3 or 4 times till they're fully nailed down on their point? And then you start dismantling by saying the first thing Alpha said was it's not even circular, it's elliptical. It immediately debunks everything, right? And instead of just being honest and be like, oh, I misunderstood, I'll give you another model, or I don't have a model. Gish gallop, emotional, ad hominem, red herrings, left and right. I was laying in bed listening to it, man. The most entertaining thing, not even realizing how much they put themselves down by showing themselves that way. The insincerity that just keeps on showing. And then they wonder why people get pissed off at one point. I would too after a while, I'm not gonna lie. If you keep getting the same thing, people making statements, not backing it up. Of course, man. Takes a lot of patience to deal with that. So I'd rather just listen, sit on the backdrop, and take it all in and learn. If I don't know, why would I act if I know? Why would I make claims that I can't bake up? I will only look silly along the way. And if you lack the capacity to comprehend that perspective, then yeah, you're already lost. You got the Dutch syndrome right then and there.
He couldn't even answer a simple question if the machine measures straight lines, man. Like, he can't be honest with himself.
The plumb line. I learned something there. When you explained that, right there and then, I just sat there back on the backdrop and you said, well, so if it's not near a mountain, then it moves to center? Bam.
That would be plumb to horizontal, right?
I know, dude. Like, fuck, man.
And then to what degree of accuracy of horizontal to plumb?
Is he still here? I think he is, isn't he? Because then the machinery came out that took into account the curvature. That you put in an equation and the machine just adds the little curvature on top of it. It's not even that he measures it. It's that the machine adds it on top of it.
No,
It's
he adds it, dude. He adds the curvature.
Wasn't it the machine that adds it on top of it?
Yeah, well, he tells the machine to add it, though, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the machine adds it on top of it. Like it's not perceivable, but you just have to magically add a little number on top of it to make it make sense. Like, get out of here.
Right. Right. So it's measured flat and then calculated into an imaginary globe.
Exactly.
It starts off flat, guys. The machine measures flat, and then it does a little software correction so that you can feel good about living on a globe.
Wait, was he talking about like a laser or some shit?
You don't even know what we were talking about, dude?
Here, I got something for you guys.
I don't even know if you're talking to me or to the other guy. I just asked a
no one's
question.
talking to you. Remember, you factored yourself out.
Yeah, so I just asked a question. To get
Okay,
it.
yeah. So just put yourself on mute. Okay, I got something for you guys. So there's this guy on Discord. He's a monk, and he kind of goes around to the different servers and stuff, and he advocates for kind of like Buddhism and stuff. So I had, oh, sorry, one sec. So I had talked to him like in DMs and stuff, and I tried to get him to go to Gem Panda server, and he was maybe there for like 10 seconds. Okay, it was quite funny. So he talked to him. He's like, "What was that?" And I'm like, "Oh well, yeah, not every server is probably a good, to talk about Buddhism and stuff like that." So then I asked if he lived nearby. So I'm like, "Hey, do you want to maybe go out for pizza?" And I know this really good place and stuff. We can like talk about like Discord and our social media and stuff like that. And he said sure, and I told him he could have the inner peace.
Come on, guys, that was funny. Am I the only one that's going to laugh at that? That was good, Crit.
Sorry, I was in the kitchen, bro. I was grabbing coffee, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, did it really fall that flat? Like, did it?
Hey, Amish, what the fuck are you guys doing out there? I heard all about it all weekend.
Oh yeah, we screwed up. Apparently, you heard the news. We screwed it up, guys. Sorry. We screwed it up.
Drop and give me 25.
And he doesn't mean push up.
Nope.
It's like opens his wallet, like, here you go, bro.
I can't believe that this happened, Radwin. It was the next building over the entire time.
Did you hear
Yeah, but if you watch the guy who filmed the sniper, it was shoot, boom, he's dead.
Yeah, no adjusting. The guy had him in the sights the whole time.
Yeah, one shot. He already knew where he was going, making sure that he's actually going to pull the trigger. He did. Boom, you're dead.
Yep, he just had to wait for authorization, and I guess he got it after the assassin started firing shots. That's what it looks like to me.
Yep.
Cut and dry. No conspiracy needed.
No.
Apparently, there were witnesses that saw the guy like crawl through an open field.
It doesn't matter if people are crawling. It doesn't matter. You can do jumping jacks up in the crowds. You're not going to get shot for that. You got to do something to get shot. He did.
The big question is why wasn't that secure? Why did nobody talk to this guy? Are they all too scared to talk to the assassin? Or are they scared to like just go up there and say, "Hey, you know what you doing climbing that ladder, dude?" Were they all just a bunch of pussies? It sounds like it.
Well,
No
the cop went up there.
needed.
The cop went up there to see what was going on, and he climbed up the ladder, and the guy pointed the rifle at him. So the cop retreated like a little coward.
Yeah, see, that's no
Didn't even
conspiracy
fight.
needed. It's just a bunch of bitches working for
Yep.
the cops and the Secret Service.
Exactly.
Actually,
And then
that
people
cop
were yelling at
fell
the
off
ground.
the
That was it.
building. Actually, the cop didn't scurry away. He fell off the building, but there's a difference there.
In a retreat, I would have fucking. You would have think you would have came up with his gun out,
What are you gonna
looking
do?
over
Just
the edge.
wave your hands and say, "I'm over here. I'm over here," or how do you do that? Did he already have his gun out, or was he trying to climb up a side of a building?
It was climbing up a ladder. I could imagine you can do that with a pistol in your hand. If you know that, if everyone in the crowd's telling you, "Hey, there's a guy up there with a gun on the roof," I would come up. If I'm gonna go up there at all, I'm gonna have my gun out, and I'm gonna have that. You know what I mean? I've been in the military. I get it. It's not the most. He's not in the most advantageous position to climb up a ladder if there's a guy on a roof with a gun. But he did it. But then he wasn't prepared to do what needed to be done to stop the threat. But hey, shit happened.
No,
It's
they was
it's
already in
history
the,
now.
they already knew who he was because he was shot instantly. So it's not like they fucked up too bad.
This was before he shot. This
So
is when
before
this is
somebody
before he
shoots,
shot.
before somebody shoots, you're
Only
supposed
guy
to shoot
either. The
them?
initial report said that there were multiple people involved, and then it changed. So
Yeah, that was kind of sketch. Yeah.
Yeah, subdued. That's the same image, by the way.
See,
So even though all that happened, it's still flat, and you still got no curve proof.
I was just gonna say, if the globe was curved, he would have missed even more.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Coriolis effect that saved Trump.
Can you say that in English, bro? Like, a theodolite requires a horizontal map.
You don't know what horizontal means?
No, the phrase, the way you composed it, means nothing. Sorry. Horizontal
line.
what? Horizontal what?
Horizon.
That's the fucking laser, man. The
Yeah.
laser is the horizontal line. Idiot.
Reset.
Lasers are horizontal lines.
The laser itself is the horizontal line, yes.
Wow.
You hear it all in this channel.
I mean, you keep posting the same image, but it's the same
I
thing.
shoot a laser straight up in the air, and then I'm shooting it horizontal now.
Well, if it's not vertical, it's not oblique, it must be horizontal, right?
Can't have vertical without horizontal.
Swear down. The more you know. Yeah, again, what the fuck are you supposed to show me with that image? Okay, thank you for giving me more images of theodolite.
Manufactotum, you're out. You were out 2 weeks ago. You're out of the game. You need to get a new hobby.
You need to get a job, man. That's what you need to do. Horizontal without vertical. Wow. What are you guys trying to say? The thing is like, my point still remains, even though you keep spamming the same image.
You don't have a point, dude.
I have a point.
No, you
Theodolites
don't.
are used for short distances where the curve is
You
negligible.
don't even know what we're talking
and
about.
when it's used for long distances, the surveyors always have to apply formulas to take into account the curvature. That's how it is.
I get it. They got to apply the curvature. We understand that part, dude.
Yeah, and that's how they got like precise measurements, so they can build and do other stuff. If they didn't use that,
right?
yes, if they didn't apply those modifications, they
Don't
wouldn't
get
be
angry,
precise.
bro. It's okay, man.
I'm just telling you how it works. Like that's
Yeah,
how
but you're
surveyors do.
inhaling your mic while you're making your point.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
no,
know.
I just have
you
a bad
gotta
mic.
apply the
Just-
curvature. We know how it works.
Yeah, if you want to be precise as an engineer, you have to apply the curvature so you're actually precise. Like, what are you trying to say? If you don't, you're gonna be off by a lot if it's long distances that you're talking about.
Yeah, it'll be flat. We know.
Not flat, it's curved, and that's why they have to use the formulas. If they didn't, they wouldn't have precise measurements, therefore they would have
there wouldn't be no
mistakes in
globe,
their-
right?
What you said?
I said if they didn't account for it, there wouldn't be no globe then, right?
No, if they didn't account for it, they would be unprecise. therefore, it's a globe. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, you
Logical
gotta say it
reasoning.
right. An unprecise globe. So
No,
it
that's
wouldn't
not
be
what
a
I said.
globe.
It would
Would
be an
be straight
imprecise
line.
measurement if you didn't take into account the curvature. Would you like me to put it in writing so you can't change my words?
So don't measure the curvature. We just account for it.
Accounting and measuring, it's already measured, so we have to put it into the measurements of the distance. We already know the formula. That's what it means. We don't have to reinvent the formula. So we have to apply that formula to the current fucking measurement. We're talking about two different measurements. One is the measurement of the theodolites, and the other is the measurement of the curvature. The second one, we already done that. So now that I explained you how theodolites work and how we take measurements, stop yapping about it. If you were a surveyor, you would know these things anyway. But
I get it, man. You measure straight lines and then you add curvature. It's fine.
Yeah, because you live in a curved plane, so you have to curve the line. What the fuck? Since we can't shoot lasers that curve, like, I don't know if you have the technology to do that.
You just said you could just a minute ago.
Who said that?
You did. You were arguing with me that the theodolite fucking accounts for curvature all by itself without you adding your measurements.
I thought gravity curved
That's
lasers
different
around
from
the
what I
ball.
just said, though. That's different from what I just said. I said lasers
Do
can't be
lasers
curved.
curve around the ball? Do lasers curve by gravity
No.
around the ball? No?
By gravity? Oh, wait, that's
Yeah.
another thing.
Yeah. So
over long distances,
they do and they don't. See how fucked up you guys
Stop,
are.
stop,
As soon as
stop.
you mention
They
gravity,
don't. They
you
don't curve
find
as much as.
strength.
Can you shut the fuck up for 10 seconds?
Now
don't.
they curve. See how you change your mind?
But they don't curve as much as the Earth. Like there's going to be a very minimal curvature due to gravity over very, very, very long distances. Comprende? Capiche?
Yeah, prove it.
No, prove it. That's how it is. You don't even believe in gravity. How am I supposed to prove it for you?
Because you're making a claim.
Because if I
without
give you equations, there's going to be gravity into it, and you don't believe in it. So why are you asking me that?
Prove your equations, dummy.
I'm pretty sure you can't even go past algebra. Kind of.
It is a fair way of having dialogue to make a claim and actually.
Well, the
back it
dialogue
up
ended
instead
the
of just
second
saying,
I
like,
told you
it
how
is how it
theodolites
is.
work. So
But
I
if
don't
you
know
make
why
the
we keep
claim,
going
shouldn't
back.
you prove it?
What, you want me to tell you how theodolites works again?
Well, if you can prove how the measurement is being how that measurement is measured, the curve.
Well, that's
how
another
it's
topic. We were
observed
talking
and
about that's another
measured.
thing. We're talking about theodolites now. In case you
But
have
if you're
more
claiming
questions
it's
about
an
other
absolute
machines
and
or
it's
how we
always
calculate
taken into
distances,
account as a base template, prove that. Prove that measurement is real. You're in a setting where you kind of have to prove that because there's kind of an opposite, belief going on here.
we can have the argument.
So
But
let's say
this one is concluded.
hypothetically, I don't know the measurement, right? And I need to see that measurement. I want to observe the measurement. I want to observe the curvature happening. I want to be the one to add that equation as an absolute for
You're
everybody,
asking
for all the
so many
architects.
different questions right now.
Can you do that for me?
Can you stay on topic?
No, it is pretty much the same thing. We're talking about
but
the
you're not
little
on topic.
equation that you take as an absolute that every architect takes into account
That's
because
not
it
the
is an
topic.
absolute. Let's say I'm not an architect and I want to take that measurement and I want to observe that measurement. Show me how to observe that curvature.
Go up.
Show me how did they come up with that equation?
You want to
Show me how
observe it
they
yourself?
observed
Go
that.
up.
There is no curvature. They just make
Right, the
that
better
up.
question is,
if
why
you
do
want
you
to see it
need the
yourself, just go
correction?
up.
Why do you need the correction?
Because lasers, again,
Well, what are you correcting?
over short distances, they go straight. That's how
Relative to what
designed
standard?
them to. We designed them to go straight.
What distance
so-
does it
so what-
start curving then?
There you go.
Can y'all chill? Like who might
Yeah,
take it?
what distance does that flat laser you said locally start curving so we can go check it out for ourselves?
Thank you,
What'd you say?
Radman. Sorry for my speaking. I'm Dutch. My English isn't properly, but that was exactly what I meant. I want to observe this. I want to be the one to make that measurement for the rest. How do we do that?
I just told you. You
Radman
just
is
go
more
up.
accurate
Like
than
why are
local
you so
laser.
stubborn? Oh, you keep asking the same question. It's retarded. I answered you already.
You did not answer though.
Yes, I did. You said you want to see the curvature. So go up.
Yeah, but you can't. I mean, how much
Oh, you
curvature
can't?
do you expect to be?
Why
Yeah,
you
no,
can't?
listen. How much curvature do you expect to be visibly present from like 35,000 feet up.
I don't give a fuck how many. I mean, you have to be.
You have to give a fuck if you're testing for clean curvature, dipshit.
I don't give a fuck if you can't go that high, but you just have to go high.
No, you can. I mean, let's say we can. You can go 35,000 feet in an airplane. How much of Earth's surface is visible from 35,000 feet, percentage-wise? Any idea? I can tell you what it is. 0.10%. And you think you can see curvature on 0.10% of a circle?
So what you have to do is keep going up.
All right.
So your
If you can't at that altitude, it's simple. If you can't see as much,
go up. Your answer
keep
is
going.
actually climb a tree.
Do you have any tree that is more than 35,000 feet high? God damn.
That's your answer.
Well, we
Go
send hot
up.
air.
That means climb a tree.
I didn't say climb a tree. I just say go up.
We send hot air balloons up with flat earthers in them, like Salt Lake Stacey did in Australia. By the way, Australia does exist, and she can't find curvature either.
You believe in balloons, but you've never been into one? Damn.
You don't know what I've been in. I'm just telling you what she did.
Have you been in a balloon?
Been in a balloon before.
Can you
I've been
show
up
me?
50,000 feet on military flights. I've been up 50,000 feet and higher on transcontinental military flights across the Pacific.
Show me proof of
No
that.
curvature.
Show me proof of that.
We're gonna like
I'm just telling you my personal story, dude.
So you don't have proof of that, okay? Incredible. A lot of yapping and no proof.
Post your equation where it says the distance that the laser starts curving so we can all go try this. I have a laser myself.
We're talking about balloons, man.
What about them?
I thought you
said the
were
laser
done
is
talking.
flat.
I thought you were
said
done
the
talking
laser
about
doesn't
theodolites and now
curve.
you want to go back at
You
it?
said the laser doesn't curve. You said the laser doesn't curve. I said, what about gravity? Oh, yes, the laser curves.
Yeah, but
So
what
the
did I
laser
say after
doesn't
that?
curve, or yes, the laser curves.
But how much is it going to be curved? That's the question. Is it going to be as much as the Earth's curvature, or is it just going to be a very tiny amount?
Yeah, it's going to be 66 feet over 10
No, it's not
miles.
going to be that. Well, if it's that, you prove me that. Go on. Show me your math. Since you made the claim now that it curves that much, show me that proof.
That's your math. That's your globe math.
That's your claim. You just said it
No,
curves
it's
by that
not.
amount.
It's
Go
your
on.
claim. It's Globe's claim. I'm just repeating it back to you.
No, that's not Globe's claim. You're lying about that.
66.6 feet of drop over 10 miles.
You're yapping and lying about that. Sorry, man. I caught you.
So we're just gonna ignore the fact that you made the claim that the laser does.
Are we just gonna ignore all your facts
and then you're gonna put him
keep
down
changing
on a
topic
claim?
over and over? No,
No,
that's not
you're
what
just
we are.
obfuscating, throwing red herrings along the way, and then you're pushing him down on something
just
and trying to
galloping right
distract him from the point that we're trying to make towards you, and that is that the measurement is not observable, and you can't show us how to make that observable.
No, you said it's observable like 0.1% at 35,000 meters. I just told you keep going up.
You just
So you
got
even
asked
proved my
one
point.
question,
Thank you for that.
what
Like, you
measurement
proved my
do you
point.
see in the curvature?
That
You
is
can't-
actually observable. Very minimal, but observable.
Didn't
But
say
you're still in denial. That's
No,
funny.
I said
you
there
can only
you
see the
couldn't
Earth's
see.
surface.
How are you saying that's possible? You're still in
0.01%.
denial.
Not a
God damn.
curve.
I mean,
And then
I know
you're
it's worth
holding, and then
arguing,
you're
but still.
holding Radwin down on a point we're not even answering that one, and then you claim a victory like a gotcha. That just shows
It's like,
the sincerity.
bro, I'm
that-
owning 5
What?
of you. Like, bitch, please.
To the kitchen, man.
Dude,
You only
it's
need
your
one
claim.
to 1v1 to
Your
own
claim.
yourself, what you're doing.
It's your claim. 8 inches per mile squared. At 10 miles is 66.6 feet of drop.
You see, now
That's
you're talking
your
about something
globe
different
claim.
again. You're
No,
never
this
gonna
is
stay on topic.
absolutely directly related. This is your globe dimensions as claimed by NASA and every
I
other
don't
authority.
give a shit if it's related. It's another topic right now.
Oh, so
No,
now you
it's
don't
not
care.
another
Now it's
topic.
not related.
No,
Okay.
The topic is Earth curvature. We're talking about Earth curvature
Listen,
right now.
Radwan, show me that lasers curve that much, as you said. Go on.
Lasers
That
don't
was
curve.
that was his latest statement.
Lasers don't curve, remember?
You said they do, and they curve as much
No,
as
you
Earth.
said they curve with gravity.
So listen, man, you just said it like 1 minute ago. Do you have Alzheimer?
Dude, you said, I said, do lasers curve? No. I said, what about gravity? Oh, yeah, they
No,
curve.
you said
That's
they
what you
do
said.
curve as much as Earth curvature. That's exactly what you said.
I never said
You didn't
anything about curving lasers. Mine doesn't curve. Mine's broken.
So, okay, I will ask you, again,
you think
a
a
simple
curve is much
question.
thing we
Red one,
do.
can I speak to one person and not 7 at the same time? It's kind of...
Can you back off from your mic a bit, please,
Yeah,
Vanny?
if you stop doing that. So, Red one, do lasers curve, yes or no?
No.
Okay, by your logic then, why do you have to ask me? If you believe they don't curve, and I'm telling you...
I have a laser. It's not a belief. They don't curve.
Okay, so they don't curve, yeah. What we have to do is apply the curvature with our formulas.
What curvature? You have to measure it first to claim that it exists.
Okay, but that's another topic. You're just asking about theodolites and how they work.
No, so how do you prove there's curvature before assuming it exists?
So are you gonna... Can we concede this argument so we can move on to that?
You are creating a fallacious argument because you are assuming curvature before you've established that it could exist.
No, you asked why do they apply formulas and stuff like that. I just told you why.
Well, we know
Because
why
if
they apply formulas, because
wouldn't-
curvature isn't
Yes.
real.
Why? No, they
Curvature
do.
isn't
Because
real.
No, they do. Therefore, they are
No,
precise
that's why
in
you
their...
have formulas, and you have formulas
that's
and
not what
not
happens.
measurements because curvature is fake.
That's not what
It only
happens.
appears in the formulas in the math.
Are you a
begin with
surveyor?
flat earth measurements every time.
Are you a surveyor by any chance?
Doesn't matter.
No, it does, because you clearly don't
Doesn't
know how the
matter.
equipment works
Who
and
I
you
am
never...
doesn't matter. My information
does.
matters.
Your information is
My
taken from
brother owns a
someone...
surveying company, and he thinks the Earth is flat, and he's a surveyor for 25 years.
Yeah, bring him in then.
It
Next
doesn't matter who we are, dude.
It does, because if you're not qualified enough to speak about what you speak...
Oh, so you're appealing to authority? You don't know enough to judge the facts of the case or the evidence and contention? You have to appeal to personalities.
Me
Okay.
asking you to be educated is appealing to authority?
Vanek, have you ever
I
constructed
am
a laser?
educated. There, enough.
Okay,
Do you
what
know
I'm
how to
telling
build a
you,
laser,
if,
Vanek?
if you wouldn't apply those formulas over long distances, you wouldn't be precise in your measurements. So you would build
Okay,
stuff
now you need to
that
prove
is
that.
very far away. Well, that's literally how it is. Call your surveyor,
Great.
ask
Hit
him
the
how they
pause
do
button.
stuff.
Hit the pause button.
Call
Yes,
your
let's hit
surveyor
the pause
friend.
so we can move this forward. Your
Call your
claim is that you need
Again, I'll just
longer
repeat myself.
distances in order for the curvature to be apparent. At what distance does that curvature become measurable?
Call your friend and ask him why they apply curvature measurements over long distances when using theodolites. And he will
I already
answer you.
told you why, because it doesn't exist and people pretend it does.
If
So
it
they use
didn't
math.
exist,
They
if it
use
didn't
math
exist,
to
stop.
send their crap
It's
into a
very
ball
simple.
again.
You're very retarded by saying that. If it didn't exist and they applied the extra formula, the measurements would be off by a lot. They would build stuff very far away from where they were supposed to, or they
Prove
would
it.
do something very
Prove it.
wrong.
Prove it. By how much are these edits actually consequential in their building
It's
construction?
proven by the fact that
Proven
they
how? Okay,
apply.
show me the proof.
It's proven by the fact that they
Give me-
apply those measurements and they are precise in their constructions. That's how it's proven.
Okay, now it's your turn to provide backup. You need to back up that
It's
claim with
enough
evidence. Post the
proof.
citation reference in the chat. Post your
Yeah,
backup
post
in the
something.
chat. Citation reference. I want to see what it is you're referring to specifically, and then we can talk about it. I would love to talk surveying with
Before we do
and
that,
geography.
you post people not putting those formulas.
What do I have to
over
do?
long
I'm not
distance.
making a claim. Listen, I'm
Yes,
not
you are.
making a claim. You just
Yes, you
made
are.
a very big claim. I'm not making a claim. You did.
Your claim
I'm asking
was
you at what
your
distance?
claim was that they don't put any
Okay.
adjustments. They don't add any formulas to take into account curvature. And I said
I
that's
did not say that. I said they do put it in there because they believe they live on a fucking ball that doesn't exist.
Yes, you did. Because if they didn't, why would they use that formula if it wasn't the case? It would be
Because they believe they live on a fucking ball and their measurements do not match their calculations or their imagination. And
They
the
do.
calculations are inconsequential to their
That's-
building project.
That's
In
your
terms
claim.
of
You see,
error tolerance.
that's your claim.
Yeah,
Prove
yeah.
it.
No, that's my counterclaim, and I want you to demonstrate positive proof.
Not the counterclaim. It's the original claim.
actually
And I
do
provided a counterclaim.
Show me how consequential their calculations are on top of their measurements. Right now, drop me a reference link or citation.
I will
This is your
when we
claim.
bring proof of your claim. Then I will prove. I'll bring stuff over my counterclaim.
I am taking the counter position to your claim. I don't have to
No.
provide
I'm the
burden
counter
of
position
evidence.
here. I'm the counter position. Why are you switching the goalposts?
No, I didn't make an initial claim at all.
Yes,
I didn't even bring up surveying. You did.
If it
So I
wasn't
don't
you,
think
it was one
you
of your friends
understand who we are
because
in this relationship right
because
now.
you speak
You're
like
the one
4
making
of you
claims, dude.
at the same time, man. So I don't know who I'm talking to, and this happens. So you should go and speak to your
Yeah, you
guys and
don't
tell
have
them to don't
evidence.
do
You can't back it
claims.
up. People ask you to back up your shit. Listen, if I was a globie and I had the evidence of a globe, I'd be like, here it fucking is, right in chat. Post it with the text citation, give you the timestamp, and say, let's talk about
You
the
clearly,
abstract.
you
Let's talk about the
clearly, you
conclusion
clearly
and
missed
go to the
science
discussion
school.
part in the middle.
Sorry, sorry.
And
You
you're not
clearly
doing
missed.
that.
You
You
clearly
know what I'm
missed
hearing
science
instead?
class.
I'm hearing, oh, I'm too afraid to post my evidence because the flat earther will win.
Are you done?
That's what I'm hearing.
You basically just missed school.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
why
a
you
mod,
say
but
that
if
they
you want to
didn't give you
overtalk
proof.
me, I'm going to fucking mute you, okay? Now post your evidence or get out.
You won't post it. He's got none.
You didn't post anything.
All right, so
I provided everything you needed, guys.
I'm not
Everything.
the one making a claim. So post your evidence or get out. I put you on mute so you can figure out where your evidence is before you post it for making your positive claim that the calculations matter. You claim that the calculations matter for their building and engineering projects. The
Does this every
calculations they
day.
apply after they measure it flat. So show me the evidence. Show me what you're referring to specifically. I want to see a case.
He does this every day.
Specific case. Like what
He takes
project?
L's every day. This is what he does. Vanek does this every single day, makes
Then-
all these claims and never backs it
All right.
up. It's
Maybe he
typical.
needs to go on the permanent ban list.
It's just
Yeah,
typical
I got a
Vanek. It's all he
permaban
does.
list. I think
He's
we
been
should add
here.
it.
He's been
No.
here for like the last week. I've been in here almost every day when I'm in here. He's here, spewing the same nonsense. Never once has he posted an image, a link, or anything in the chat. Just words, 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 claims, claims, claims. Oh, I've been here, Vanek. I was the guy with the German Shepherd as my picture. Yeah, that was laying down.
Take
I've
a
been here
week
for
off,
quite
and
a
this is
while.
what they do.
He told me that his grandfather and his rabbi went to the moon with Neil Armstrong, and that he's got the missing information that they
That's
lost. or
Vanek.
destroyed.
Yep, that's Vanek right there. I
Oh,
heard
for
that.
crying out loud. Why is anybody talking to him?
I know, right?
Why give him any airtime? Jeez. All right, so he's a troll. I mean, he's just here
Oh
trolling.
yeah, look what he just said in the chat. Like, he's wild.
I can't. I can kick Globey's asses while driving without the benefit of the internet.
He rebutted my statement by telling me that I have a Jew mom who's a whore, and I believe him.
Classic. Tapale. We got a Glober here. Tapale, he knows a thing or two about the globe. He said that video of that astronaut or whatever jumping off the plane or whatever doing the free fall.
Yeah.
That proved everything. That the Earth was round to him.
Oh, that did it?
That did it. He said that was his final proof when he saw that video. Oh, he left. I know him from other servers.
Oh, yeah. The one where Neil deGrasse Tyson said, no, you shouldn't be able to because the curvature rate shouldn't be that dramatic from up there if it did exist, which is what I'm telling this dude in our chat.
With their with the fisheye lens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well.
He ran though. He didn't want to say anything. He knew it. Yeah, now Vanek's been in here spewing this nonsense all week. It's just the same old nonsense. Eventually he gets muted, and then he leaves, and he comes back the next
look
day.
at that. Look, he posted in chat. Okay, before I take him off mute, Vanek had posted in chat a link to the that's to the Princeton's astronomy website. Oh, this is the link that we see about 10 times a day that people post. I'm going to tell the audience right now, folks, this link that he posted does not back up his claim.
Nope.
His claim, just to rewind the tape a bit, was that the surveyors, engineers add in calculations for the ball after they do flat earth measurements. And those calculations for the ball matter. Because if they did not apply those corrective calculations to the flat earth measurements, then their building construction projects would be wrong, would be off, maybe even unsafe. That's what he's claiming.
He's getting real mad. He's got a name call. He's getting real mad. He's name calling.
He posted a link that doesn't talk about that. His link talks about how you can tell Earth is a ball if you go climb a tree after you see the sunset. Because when you climb a tree after a sunset, you can see the sun again, and that proves Earth is a ball. And the funny thing is this link to the
I said before, climb a tree. That's all.
Climb a tree. He actually he took your advice, Radwin, and he thought you were serious. So yeah, and the sad part is, guys, the link that he posted to the Princeton's astronomy website contains a very big logical fallacy. In order to prove Earth's radius, they tell you to do this thing by climbing a tree, and then they give you a formula to calculate Earth's radius, where you have to assume Earth's radius in the formula.
You can't make it up that
It's
these people are
circular,
that dumb.
it's circular reasoning. If you look on the website, they give you the R value, and they tell you from this R value, we can calculate Earth's circumference, and therefore Earth is a ball. Like, why would you give me the R value in the first instance? Why would you have to do that? I'm asking you to prove the R value. You can't just claim the R value as proof. Like, claims are not evidence. Claims are not proof. And just because you have another claim to go with a claim doesn't provide proof. You start claim stacking, your claim is only as strong as the weakest link in your string of claims of shit. So in this case, the weak link is R. We're trying to figure out what R is even supposed to be. So don't give me the R value and say this proves the R value. Let's independently verify the R value. Sorry, your link didn't work. It didn't even support what you said it does. So yeah, keep trying, kid. It looks like you didn't really have any specific instance at all, and you're just making baseless claims, pulling shit out of your ass and hoping that you could stick it to the flat earth wall. Well, didn't work. So you're staying on mute.
Oh, he muted you. He thinks he's cool. He muted you, Ego. Mute me too, would you,
All right, good.
Vanek? Mute me, Vanek, please, for the love of God.
You want to see a cool trick?
I love tricks.
Now you see him, now you don't?
Bada bing, bada boom.
Whoa, he disappeared. Just like that.
Wow.
Amazing. He violated the laws of physics. How do globies do it?
You want to see a magic trick?
Yeah, give him like a week off. Give him a couple of days off and let him think about his life.
No, it's more annoying when we do it the way we do it.
I just can't believe the dude comes in here every day spewing the same thing. Mute is the ultimate weapon when you run out of BS. No, mute is the ultimate weapon when you're dealing with morons. Hey, did y'all kick that T-Pail guy? Did somebody kick him? That T-Pail?
No.
He says he got kicked out of the room. He didn't even say anything. He didn't even get to say anything. He got kicked out, he said. Like I said, I know him from other servers. That's why I was like, oh, here comes a Glober. But he's a chill dude. He's not like a screamer or name caller, so I don't know why he got... He's a confused person, but he's pretty chill. I don't know. Said he got kicked.
Well, I don't know. I didn't do anything.
to the story. How did the story end up with Laser Boy? I assume 20 red herrings, obfuscation, and eventually you concede and a dip.
No, he just left without really providing any evidence, as usual.
He was about to head that way, where I'm saying probably baseless how do you call that, claims, and then a lot of obfuscation, a lot of red herring, a lot of high and low in tones, and eventually the person leaving. Come on, man.
Yeah, a bit of word salad there.
Between you and me, when I came in here, I thoroughly believed in the globe. And then I started being asked the right questions, which made me look a little bit deeper on things. Then I started realizing I really do not know as much as I think that I knew. And that kind of escalated and cascaded in a lot of things in my life. So I question a lot of things on purpose, and I like to go to the nitty-gritty on things just to have a clear perspective. It's like reorganizing your entire life because of it. I think I told one of the other guys as well, to be called when they call you flat earther, like they see it as an insult. I mean, think about it critically, as you would expect from a flat earther. Then you would see being a flat earther is a critical thinker. You just don't take the first thing that comes to be said to you about something to be truth. You need to see the proof. You need to see the nitty gritty. And if you can't prove it, then it's not tangible. You can't do anything with it. You can't believe it. And that you do just proves that you're a sheep. That's fine, to each their own. I mean, I get it. The world is a scary place, but me personally, I like to live in a world of truth. So expect more from me.
Amen to that, bro. Sounds like you're a real seeker. It's good.
You guys started it.
But yeah, there's a lot of flat earthers who start off by trying to debunk the flat earth, and then realize they can't, and then just start arguing for the flat earth. Yeah.
I'm a fair man that if you show me absolute proof that I can copy myself, I can try to test myself, and that would be absolute truth to me. We're talking about prime experience here. So I need to go through that to witness that. But unfortunately, and I really don't mean this with any ridicule, but this is just the way it is. Each time I come here, when I ask for the quote unquote prime experience, and it doesn't matter which party it's from, right? Usually the globers tend to obfuscate. They tend to kind of, well, it's not even that they want to it's so obvious to them that they can't give the actual proof. So they make baseless claims. And that part, the insincerity to concede when you're right or wrong, makes it uncredible for me to listen to that part. And it doesn't matter whose party it is. That's why I'm more lenient towards flat earth, because there is proof to it. It does align. And the majority of things recalculate what I have in my mind. Like when we were talking about the pendulum, right? And the laser and before. Like the apparatus takes into account the extra equation of the curvature. You don't observe it. You don't measure it. It takes it into account. Why don't you critically think about that? Right?
Hey, sir.
And it's those type of things that kind of open my mind to critical thinking when it comes to that. It's just sad to see that when somebody makes a claim, and it's usually baseless, and then you pinpoint them to it, it's what about this? What about that? What about that? And then the sincerity of the conversation just it becomes quicksand. And then there's
And
higher
from
tones
the
and lower. higher tones and lower tones in the conversation, and people get emotional at one point, and they just give up. Like the last guy, I missed it. Unfortunately, I had to go to the store, but I was genuinely curious to what he had to say, how the observation is actually perceived when they take that into account for the measurement. Because to me, it's just like, hey, somebody said this and they know better than me, so I'll just take it the way they said it. Challenge it. Become that critical thinker. Take
Hey,
it to
listen, man.
heart.
No need to rant. Okay. I am.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going on a rant, guys. My bad.
You're good, man. You're good. It seems like you're struggling with some misconceptions. Is that true?
You're talking to me? Misconceptions
Yeah.
about what?
I'm from the Flat Earth Helpline, so we help flat earthers with misconceptions
That's the beauty of it, bro. I don't.
Yeah.
If I have questions, I'll ask them. For the rest, I'll just sit and listen, and it becomes obvious over time. I'm pretty sure the majority has already watched me being here and sitting here consecutively, just listening. And I'm lately just speaking up upon my opinion when it comes to certain matters.
Yeah.
Because it's for me personally, again, and that's why I'm sorry if I go on the same rant again, but if I'm here and I'm listening to the same way of conversing, the insincerity within that, the obfuscating, the gish galloping, you're pinning somebody else down, the hypocrisy in reverse challenging the burden of proof and stuff like that, it gets really annoying. So then you just have to feel the need to speak up at one point and be like, hey, listen, man, if you don't know, then you don't know. And that's fine. I thought I knew, but I didn't know. That's why I'm here. That's why I listen. And if I have questions, I'll ask them. It's as simple as that.
But I want to ask you some questions, though. Is that okay?
Yeah, but keep into account I'm Dutch, so you have to. There's a translating.
That's fine, man. I can understand you quite fine. You're good.
Plus, I'm also in the kitchen here and there, so if there's a delay in response, my apologies. I'm making some bomb ass spaghetti, bro. If I had some for you, I'd make some.
You're good, man. I just had breakfast. I'm good, man. So why don't just tell me why do you think the Earth is flat?
It measures flat consecutively, and usually, at least from what I understand, every measurement we make into forming a globe is done of a flat-based measurement. So the plane is flat. We take into account the curvature. It's not observed. It's not measured in any way, shape, or form. It's just an equation added on top of it, which eventually forms a globe. And if that added on equation doesn't match, then Earth, it does not compute, then Earth is not real. So they need that. You know what I mean?
So hold on. So you think that they just map out a flat surface, they measure
Well,
a flat surface,
I like to challenge that little equation.
Hold on. And they just add on the globe onto it for no reason.
Well, from what I've been told 10 minutes ago, and I forgot his name, was that we were talking about lasers and how lasers add into account the curvature. So there's certain factors you have to put in, certain equations that you have to put in, and then the device itself takes into account the curvature, and then it takes that into account, and that way the line that you measure is the actual line. Right?
Let's just clarify something here.
But then I hold on. And then I go into that little equation, and then I challenge him by saying, okay, what does that equation consist of? Because that equation to me sounds like something somebody else did, and then you need to put it on top of it for you to make it make sense.
Okay. So what you'll see a lot is you will see people adding on things.
I'm not finished. Sorry.
No, you were done. You stopped speaking.
No. Hold on. Like I said, I have to go to the kitchen every now and then. This shit is burning. So.
Well, you gotta try to hurry up your sentences.
But the thing was, like, I got annoyed by the individual because as soon as I asked him about that specific equation, then we start throwing in red herrings. Then we start throwing in other things that he wanted me to answer. And then I'm like, but do you understand that my point of observation is somebody else says this is how it's supposed to be. I'm challenging how it's supposed to be. Show me that actual equation. No equation is being shown. And then I'm the dumbass for not believing the individual. And then unfortunately I had to go to the store, so I missed all of it, but then I came back and here we
go. Dude, calm down, dude. You're all right. Okay. So I don't really care to. I mean, I understand the way you're telling me. I don't think it's like relevant because you're speaking to me. You're not speaking to the other person. Okay. Yeah, things are taken into account with the globe because everyone except for flat earthers believe that the Earth is a globe, right? So again, you seeing the Earth as horizontal on the surface is normal. You're supposed to. It's supposed to be a big ball, not a small one. So it shouldn't be ever dropping away from you in the sense of like you're gonna start measuring it falling away from you. You're gonna see the like you're looking down a hill or something, dude. Like no, it's not gonna ever look like that. It's not gonna ever look like there's some sort of
The boats don't
water
go
hill
over the
going down.
curve. Boats don't go over the curve then.
No, they do. It's just that the
Whoa, you can't
You know
say
what though?
boat.
so I can't talk to this new guy, Q. I
I
can't.
want to hear what he has to say. Actually,
Well, he really doesn't have anything to say, I don't think.
well, he was making a fair point. He was talking about the curve, and he was talking about the. I'm actually from the
But if you open
Netherlands,
up
and there's a
Desmos,
lot of flat surfaces over
yeah.
here. So there's a lot of
If you
things that
open
I
up
can put
Desmos,
onto the test.
if you open up Desmos.com and you just type in the equation for a circle and you zoom into that circle, it's gonna look pretty straight and flat on the surface. Same thing happens when you have a microscope on a basketball, dude. So the surface of the Earth appearing flat on the surface is
But it
what you
could be a
expect.
hexagonal figure as well, for all I know.
You're supposed to, yeah, it's supposed to appear pretty flat on the
But
surface.
it can be flat and then a 90, like you know what I mean? Like, why is it specifically on that curve? And why do I have to take that into account? I haven't observed. I can't measure it. I can't
Well,
see
you
it
don't
in
gotta.
front of me. And when I
Well, you're
measure
not
it, it's
supposed
always
to.
a flat
You're
plane.
not supposed to. You're not.
If I
It's
go from
supposed to
A
look
to
like a
B,
flat
hold on.
line.
If I go from A to B in a
Yeah.
straight line, why is it always consecutively a straight line? Why is there no curvature?
Well, the reason why it always seems like a consecutive straight line is because the
Listen,
Earth
bro,
is a
I'm
really
in the
big ball.
Netherlands,
Well, hold
bro.
on,
We
stop
have a
interrupting. Stop
lot of
interrupting,
flat
dude. I'm
lands
in
going
Florida.
in a long
I'm in
range.
Florida.
I can
I'm
see
in Florida.
cities from afar, bro.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty. Yeah. I'm in Florida, dude. So if you're gonna call Florida, Netherlands pretty flat, you're gonna call Florida pretty flat, okay? That doesn't change anything, though. The Earth still follows a curved surface. And the reason why you know this is because when you look at images of the Chicago skyline from Lake
There we
Michigan,
go. If
you
we
can't
look
see
at
the bottom.
image,
But hold on.
bro.
Stop interrupting. You gotta stop
I can
interrupting.
whip
Hold
out
on,
20
hold on, hold
Photoshop
on, hold
images.
on, dude.
But do you see the insincerity of the proof that
Hold
you're
on.
throwing on the table? It's
But that's not
easy.
insincere. Hold on. This is something that we've known for hundreds of
I'm
years.
talking
Okay?
about prime
Oh,
experience,
but
my
hold
guy.
on. Yeah, this is prime experience because everyone can see
Yeah,
it. Hold
from
on.
images on Google.
Yeah. Yeah, but those things are real that people observe every day. They take
Bro,
a
I
pho
can
of it
whip
every day.
out 20 Photoshopped images
Okay,
to you and claim that those are real, bro.
listen, and then rebut it. Okay, listen and then rebut it. All you want to, or rebut it, whatever you want to say. So when you look at images from the Chicago skyline, there's professional photographers that take these
I'm
photos
sorry,
for the
I'm not
Chicago
listening
skyline.
anymore. But if you say images one more time, it just shows the
Okay, then you're
insincerity.
not
I'm
gonna.
talking
Okay, then
about
you're
prime
just
experience.
you
And again,
want
I
to
got
be
shit
ignorant.
going on in my
Yeah,
kitchen, so just so you know, bro, if I miss half the shit, you know.
yeah. Again, you can't have an issue with images when we're online, dude. You're looking at images constantly. Okay, that's how videos work. You're constantly looking at images. You're looking at an image right
Yeah,
now.
because
Constantly.
everybody knows that everything posted on the internet is
Okay.
100% true, right?
So
I'm
if I
being
want to show you
sarcastic as hell
something,
right
if
now.
I want to show you something on the internet, can I do it without an image?
Come on, man. Am I the only one here talking?
No, answer the
Am I
question.
Lulu
No,
here
no
for
one needs
saying
to
that?
help you. No one needs to help you. If I need to show you
Am I
something,
Lulu for saying that? That if I
no,
look at
you're
something
Lulu
online,
because
it's not the
if I
truth.
need to show you, listen.
Come on,
If I need to show you what I'm talking about on the what the hell is that, man? If I need to show you something on the internet, am I gonna show you an image so you can see it? Yeah, I am. Because you send images on the I can't just pop up in front of your screen and be like, yo, what's up, dude? Welcome me into your house. Let me show you this image. Like, or else we'd have to actually go out to sea and look at these things, man. And I'm not gonna go find you for that.
there you
Okay.
go.
So if I want to
Go
show
out
you
there
something,
and
I'm
see
gonna show
these
you
things
images.
myself. That
But
is
these
exactly what I
images,
want.
hold
Prime
on.
experience.
Stop. Yeah, this is prime experience. You can go
From
take a video.
images, bro.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna show you things online with what? With some weird new thing, technology that we
Give
got
me
going on?
no. Let's just for the case of sincerity, right? Because
Okay,
I
should I
see
tell
you
you what you
really
can go observe then? Should I tell you what you can go
no.
observe then?
Just like, is there a
Yeah,
way, a
prime
method?
experience. I got
Can you
you. Hold on,
stop
I got you.
interrupting
I
me
got
for a
you prime
minute, bro? I'm
experience.
just asking a question. You're not reading my
Go
mind
ahead.
or
What's your
anything right
question?
now.
What's your question?
All right, then is there a method that I can
Yes.
apply?
Yes.
Oh my fucking god, bro! I haven't even finished my fucking question yet.
All right, go ahead.
Is this the normal course of action for you? What you do, Discord?
Go ahead.
Simple. I just need something that gives me prime experience that what I'm observing is curved.
Okay, beautiful. So all I want you to do is go to the beach. If you want prime experience, you don't want no images, all right? You don't want to look at any images. Go ahead, go to the beach and record a video of a boat going out at sea. If you have a powerful enough camera and you're going to be able to zoom in pretty good enough, you're going to see that that boat's going to disappear bottom up. Okay. If you wanna, I don't know where you live in whatever you live, but if you have a place where you live near like some buildings that are far out, right, or whatever the hell you're looking at, you can also observe that those things can be obstructed by Earth curvature. There's images like the Chicago skyline, which is completely unedited from photographers that show that the bottom of certain buildings on the Chicago skyline can't be seen. The bottom of the buildings can't be seen. That's because it's obstructed by Earth curvature. There's so many observations you can make that prove that the Earth is a globe, right? If you really want to see the curvature of the Earth, get a camera that goes really, really high up, and maybe you'll see the curvature there as well. Just
Bro, you could also hop on a plane and
put it on a
fly
weather
over the ice
balloon.
wall.
Put it on a weather balloon and check it out. There's so many ways to tell. But the Earth appearing flat on the surface of the Earth is not a surprise, bro. That's something you should expect on the Earth, okay? That's not something like out of the world.
All right, I'm back. All right. Well, okay, fair. Till then, yeah, I'm in my right to believe what I'm seeing is flat. And
I
till
mean,
then,
go ahead, man.
yeah, but that's fair, right? If you're being
No,
honest in a
it's not fair.
conversation,
It's
then
not
you would
fair,
say
but
yes.
it's okay. Yeah.
If you're
Dude,
being honest
it
in this
doesn't hurt me.
conversation, then you would say yes. If you want prime experience, go measure that. And until then, you would concede that the Earth is flat. Till then.
No, I wouldn't
Of course.
concede that the Earth is flat. No,
No,
of
on
course
my
not.
end, headass.
Yeah,
Me.
not even on your end. Not even on your end.
Why not? It's
All
my
it takes,
prime
you're a Google
experience,
search.
is it not?
You're a
I'm
Google
challenging
search
the
away.
quota, is it not? I'm the one
You're a
challenging
Google
the
search
quota.
away. You're a Google search away from the truth if you want to
Yeah,
know the truth.
fuck Google and everything that has to say, bro. All I want is the
Yeah.
actual measurements, which you just gave me. Like, give me something. You said, okay, take a fucking camera, put it on a balloon, shoot it up, and then look at the curve then. All right, I'll get a camera, I'll go up there, I'll see if I can make a fucking curve. But till then, the Earth for me is flat, and you can't say no on that. And you're even going against that in there.
Listen, or go
Like
at
you're
sea.
purposely going against everything, bro. Like, what the fuck?
I'm teaching you things. Go at sea and you can see a boat disappearing bottom up as well. That's another thing you can do. Or you can also look at other images of buildings being obstructed by Earth curvature on the water that you claim lays horizontal. Okay, go check that out too.
So there's
Right?
no other factor that comes in play that might
Go
affect
check-
the camera.
another
Hold
thing,
on.
another
There's no
thing.
other
If you wanna-
factor that might come in play that might affect the camera from being seeing another image, seeing it being in any
no
way,
other
shape, or
factor.
form manipulated.
No other factor is going to make
No other
make
factor
a
in
boat
any way,
disappear
shape,
bottom
or
up.
form. Okay. 'Cause, you
Another
know,
thing
hey,
that you
let's
want to
be
know.
critical about
This is another way. Hold on.
Yeah, fine. That's fine. But I'm just being critical about it, right? Then I want to
be
be sure
critical,
that if
dude.
I put the camera
Go
up, there's
look, dude. If you
no
want to talk
light,
about the
weird
boats, you gotta
light
go look.
bending
You
or
gotta go
whatever
look.
going. No, I just want to be sure.
Light bending doesn't cause obstructions.
Yeah,
You
but
gotta
that's
go
what I'm
look,
saying.
bro.
Like, I want to be sure about that shit, bro. So
Bro,
I'm doing a
dude,
thorough
do your
fucking
research
thing
on.
instead of just taking it from a guy.
Yeah, dude. No, don't take it from me. Take it from the experts. Okay. Do your research on light bending. Do your research on
You're kind of
refraction.
claiming to be the expert right now, bro.
I'm not the expert. I'm saying don't take it from me. Take it from the experts. Okay. Also, if you want to truly know, you want other things that make you imply that you're living on a globe. If you know how people always say that you're upside down on a ball and it's crazy and stuff. So your antipodal means that you can be on the northern hemisphere and someone in the southern hemisphere is antipodal to you, right? On a globe, right? So if you look at an image, if you look at a minute, hold on,
bro. I'm Dutch.
Hold on, though.
Keep it simple.
I'm keeping
You're
it
just
simple.
throwing hieroglyphs at me right now.
Let me just keep it simple. Let me break it down then. If you look at a picture of the moon from the northern hemisphere, it's flipped from the southern hemisphere. That's also something you should expect on a globe. Okay, mention
You're
that
not
as well.
really serious that the Earth is flat, are you?
Well, I don't know if he's serious, man, but probably is.
So, like, when they're launching missiles and they calculate the curvature of the Earth, is that a made-up mathematical equation?
They don't
calculate according to them. I mean,
No, you guys are LARPing that you're flat earthers. You're not really that stupid.
Oh, you're having a meltdown already. That's funny. We like to hear that.
Yeah, I hear the smile in your voice. You're not serious, bro. Cut it out.
Yeah, I'm smiling at you. It's fun.
The Trump shooting was definitely staged too. That was
It's funny listening
I'll take
to.
that said. That was fucking CGI.
It's funny listening to you guys just have a meltdown.
You want us to have a meltdown. That's not what's happening.
You are having a meltdown right now.
Yeah, I'm just melting right now. It's Wizard of Oz. I'm melting. What do you think about the Trump shooting? Was that staged?
No, but I think your sincerity is in the conversation. Because the way
This
you
is not
came
the
at me
topic.
saying you really think the Earth is a flat thing, yeah, I genuinely think the Earth is a flat thing. Why
What are
is it weird to have
satellites
a
then?
critical thinking when it comes to it?
What are satellites
That's
then? How does that work?
that's not even critical thinking.
Am I a satellite engineer?
And
Do
didn't
I
the
shoot
the
them up for
Greeks
a living?
discover that the Earth was round? Like how
But
many
you're
hundreds
taking
of
it
years
so
ago?
eagerly
And you
from a
guys
second-hand
you're living in this
individual, right?
century and you think it's flat.
But you lack the critical thinking
You're
to
the
observe
reason
these
the rest
things
of the world
yourself,
looks
right?
down on us.
And
You
you're
make us
holding somebody
Americans
accountable for being
you make us
critical thinker like
Americans look
that.
bad. You really
That's
do. You make us
wild.
look bad.
That just shows your sincerity, bro. The other guy was at least willing enough to give me a method to debunk what I believe. That's sincerity. You come in with
What you
ad hominem.
believe, you're a stubborn retard. You're not gonna not believe what you believe.
You try to say it in Dutch, dude. That's what I thought.
What do you mean what you thought? Do you feel clever now?
I know I'm clever. More clever than you, because at least
Well, somebody has to. I guess you're the only one.
At least I critically think about things and challenge the
You're
status
critically
quo
think.
instead of making ad
You're a critical
hominems and
thinker.
ridicule other people for trying to critical
You're
think.
the next Socrates, I'm sure.
Here we go again. Ad hominems, just another child.
I know, it's flat. We're all dumb and you're smart. So how do satellites work? You didn't explain that.
Tell us how they work. Since you
Oh,
know.
this fucker. You tell us how they work.
Tell me how they work since you know.
Is this your style? It's like, prove to me, tell me how to build a satellite. Otherwise, the Earth is flat.
You're the one talking about satellites. Tell me how they work.
You're the one saying the Earth is. I can go to NASA live stream and see around Earth. That's also fake too, right?
Yeah. So that's not what
Yeah,
we're
you
talking
just said
about.
yeah. You just said yes.
Yeah.
I can literally go to NASA live stream and
Yes,
see
that's
that.
fake. Yes, it's fake.
Why
too.
is that fake? Why is that fake too?
Everything else is. You haven't. All you said was satellites, NASA, Trump. That's all you said so far.
Do you have fetal
Ad
alcohol
hominem.
syndrome?
Ad
You have fetal alcohol syndrome. Your mother drank too much when you were in the womb.
See, here we
And
go.
you can
Ad
look at
hominem.
you
Ad
can
hominem.
look at a live stream of the Earth, and you can say that's fake.
90-minute loop.
You're not really a flat earther. You're so full of shit.
You're supposed to prove that you live on a ball. We don't have to do shit in here.
If the Earth is round, then how come my house don't slide down the street? You prove me that, Mr. Science Man. How the fuck does that shit work? That's what you sound like.
The best you got.
What's the best you have? That it's CGI and that if I can't explain how a satellite works, it's definitely flat?
You're the one who brought up satellites. I said, how do they work?
Okay.
Can't have any background on them.
I'm not doing this. How am I supposed? I can't speak with you if you think that it's all. You think they're all lying. If you're an amateur astronomer, can't you go? And don't they have like a little mirror on the moon you can bounce a laser off of?
No, they don't. And
Yeah, they do.
I take pictures of the sky. I have a telescope too.
Yeah.
So now what?
I don't think you know how a telescope works. Neither do I. But if you were dedicated enough, you could even see that it's round.
So you looked at the sky with a telescope, and that shows you that the Earth is curved.
Bro, stop pretending you are a flat earther. You're definitely not.
Tonight I'm going to point my P900 at Polaris, and that's going to prove I live on a ball.
But what would be the reason we're all lied to about Earth being round? What would be the...
Wow. Trump, satellites. Why are we lied to? What's going on with you, dude?
Maybe what's going on? I'm trying to figure out why the Earth is flat. I want you to awaken my spirit.
You're going from means
go
and methods
outside.
to motive, bro.
Yeah, go outside.
Goddamn government lying to me about around Earth. Quad, shut up, dude. You really.
Why would you think the government lies? Why are you saying
You
that?
type in side chat. This is a lot about you. You don't even speak. What grown man types in side chat?
Yo, Tuna Can Jerry, you think that the government lies in general or no?
Do I think no? You're saying the entire world is lying, not just the
saying
United
the
States.
government
It's not like France is saying it's flat and Germany is saying it's a square.
No, I'm saying governments as a broad institutional methodology in and of itself. Do you think all governments lie to their populations? Yes or no?
What the fuck are you saying? The methodology? Can you repeat that?
Do all governments lie to their populations? Yes or no?
Do governments engage in disinformation? Yes, they do. But you cannot lie to
So
us.
you
about
reworded
Earth
it
being
for
round.
him? You reworded it for him?
Yeah, nice little euphemism there.
Tiger, you don't believe it's flat either. Shut up.
I absolutely do. Go fuck yourself.
He's having a meltdown. Don't worry about it. He's just saying anything right now. This is his denial kicking in. He's angry.
Just throwing shit against the wall and seeing what sticks.
Didn't you guys learn from that other idiot who went into like a hot air balloon and he died, thinking the Earth was flat? Was he your
People go
martyr?
in hot air balloons every day. They don't die from going in hot air balloons. What's wrong with you, you retard?
No, it's the flat earther guy. He was one of you insane schizophrenics. He went up into the atmosphere and died trying to prove the Earth was flat.
Wow. You just make up anything these days.
It's
don't
not
you?
made up. Look it up. I'm surprised you don't know about him. I thought he'd be your hero.
So you make up stuff and then you think that they're supposed to be heroes.
You are so stupid.
Post a link inside chat. You got a source for what you're talking about? I'm sure it's easy to find.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's going to be fake according to you. Yeah, let's get it.
So when we're expected to drop sources and links in academic peer-reviewed research papers,
there's no peer-reviewed or respected professor anywhere who is saying that the Earth is flat.
No, I just want a link to the event that you're talking about, the incident of someone with a hot air balloon. That should be easy to find. Unless you're full of shit.
Oh yeah, it's here, the Washington Post. I'm full of shit.
Yeah, post it. Let me check it out.
Yeah, see, Mike Hughes. He was one of you. At least he had the balls to actually get a hot air balloon.
It's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate that he was also an idiot, but he did have courage.
I've been in a hot air balloon. It's not that. Don't need that much courage.
The Nigerian space program landed on the sun. They proved the Earth is shaped like a testicle.
Well, of course, you post something that's behind a paywall. That's funny.
No, yeah, I forgot flat earthers don't pay for news.
You pay for propaganda? It comes free. Why would you pay for it?
For real, that's fucking hilarious. You're such a mark that you pay for the Washington Post on the reg, bro.
I know, you guys are just way more enlightened. I'm sorry. You could just type in Mike Hughes. It's very simple. Why isn't it shaped like a square, though?
This guy donates to Reuters for sure. Nope, sits on top.
Wait, Tiger, you said you were a schizophrenic before. That now it makes sense that you're a flat earther.
I have not said that I'm a schizophrenic.
Yeah,
hey, big guy, do you know anything about your globe at all?
No, man. I'm just lied to. I'm a sheep.
How big is your globe, dude?
How big is it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. How you tell me?
That's what I figured.
Washington Post.
Do you know why it spins, bro?
Why does it spin?
What makes the Earth spin?
Washington Post why it spins.
What makes the Earth spin, man?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just a sheep.
I
So
get
you
it.
have
You
to tell
got
me.
blind faith. We know what the fuck's going on here, dude. We
Yeah,
get
you
it.
do. You got to explain it to me, please. I'm trying to
I
be a
know
new
you're a
follower.
dumb fuck. We get it, man.
Just
I
told
know
you, you
it's
got
flat.
blind
You
faith.
got to
He
tell me
explained it to
why is
you.
it flat? Can you
He
please
explained
explain?
it to you. You have blind faith.
I'm
You're
really,
not
I'm
wrong.
too dumb. I need you to put it in simple terms for me.
We get it, bro. We understand, man.
No, you don't, because you're not explaining it to me.
I
Yeah,
don't need
tuna
to
can.
explain shit to you, man. You
Yeah,
don't know
tuna
shit
can.
about shit. You don't know fuck about
You don't,
shit, dude.
you don't know shit about fuck, man. I'm telling you, that's all CGI shit. You're being lied to. What do you think about the Trump shooting? That was also fake, right? You're a paranoid schizophrenic, and this is how you
Give
cope with
us
the
some
world.
information about your globe. Anything, dude. What do you got?
You go to the NASA live feed. You're just gonna
So
say that's fake.
NASA's your go-to.
There's literally a fucking 24/7 live stream of the Earth. You idiot.
Have you ever watched a fucking movie before, dude?
The
Have you
globe's
seen the
flat,
movie
mate.
Gravity?
90-minute loop. The 90-minute loop.
Oh my god.
Like
You're
Hollywood has
so
better
out of,
CGI than NASA,
you're
dude. Fuck,
LARPing
man.
too. You're not really a flat earther. You're LARPing.
He's
That's
having
your
a
only
meltdown.
comeback is insults and fucking you
Hold
don't
on.
know, man.
Yeah,
You
he's
keep saying
having a
that.
meltdown.
What is your metric for a real flat earther? I'm curious.
My
The
metric.
latitude, mate.
You guys like to overcomplicate
Being a
things.
moron is fucking a prerequisite for him, man.
Yeah, latitude, mate.
Yeah, see,
Flat Earth,
this is what's wrong. America has become too stupid. This country's done.
Now it's
It's
America.
over.
live on a globe.
Hey, Tuna, I'm from Germany. Do you maybe have a, explanation for your spinning, wobbling tilted spaceball flying from ever
You're
expanding void of
German? Oh my
darkness?
goodness. I thought Germans were smarter.
I watch movies from space,
Is this
dude.
your proof for a spinning
So
ball?
you were asking about satellites, right? Like you were saying
So
that
far, all
satellites
you've
make these
given
type of.
me is
Then I
have you
told
ever seen a
you. Then I
movie in
told you.
CGI?
You asked me a specific question. Then I said I'm not a
Okay,
satellite
great
engineer.
proof.
Is that a fair answer to your fucking quote back then or your statement back then? I'm not a satellite
Yeah,
engineer.
no, you're a dumbass. We get it, man.
Yeah, I'm stupid. You guys are smart. You're really smart, I
Hey,
can tell.
hey, Jerry, do you have any a good argument that would explain your spinning ball that you believe in?
So you're thinking
Only,
all the space programs all over the world, they're all in on it too,
only
right?
flat Earth
So you
measurements, mate.
just
That's
you
He's
just
all
gonna
over.
refer
Listen,
to the government? You
he's
don't have
all
an
over the
argument.
place
You
right
don't have
You
an
now.
guys are
argument for
so
yourself. You're
paranoid.
just gonna say,
Ask that guy. I have no clue.
I know
Dude,
the sky is blue because my teacher told me. And then someone asks, yeah, how do you know the sky is blue? Yeah, go talk to my teacher. Is that how you're gonna win any argument?
Well, this guy already admitted that governments
You're
engage in
telling me a literal
Okay.
astronaut taking a photograph of the Earth being round. That is not enough for you.
So you just gonna
Or even a
again
live
refer.
stream. You're saying
Okay,
live,
again,
all
you're
of it.
just gonna
All of it's fake.
it's 90
again. Your
minutes
best
long.
argument is
Why
referring
would
to
the
other
live
people.
stream be 90 minutes long?
There is no area called space, pal.
There's no space.
Yeah, there's no
it's not.
space.
It's a
Not the way you
violation
think
of.
there is, anyways, dude.
Yeah, it's a violation of
Yeah, there's
the
no
law of
space.
thermodynamics, mate. Gas pressure would fill that space.
All right,
You know that.
let's actually, I'm gonna Google 10 reasons why the Earth is round. I want to run them to you guys, and you tell me, and you give me some feedback. Let's see
All
here.
right, you go ahead and Google there, fucking blind faither.
Blind
get a
faith
boat.
there? No, I'm trying to be. I'm hoping you can help
You
me.
got no fucking idea of what you live on, dude, but
No,
yet
no, I
you're
want
here arguing it, man. I get it.
I want you to bring me to the side of logic and reason. So let's go.
I already did. You got no fucking idea what you live on, but you believe it. I
No,
understand.
calm down. Your tits are in a tussle. Calm down. Let's see.
My
Mate,
tits
the
are
globe's
fine,
measured
brother.
flat. Mate, the globe is measured
All
flat. Mate.
right. God, are there retards from all different countries in here? Not just Americans. Okay.
Yeah, you do know what latitude is, don't you, mate? And how it's measured.
I know you got an
He doesn't have a
impoverished
fucking
accent.
clue, man. He's fucking
You gotta
dumb
work
as
on
Doesn't know
that.
this
anything
guy.
like
You know,
that.
you don't know
Doesn't know
what
anything
latitude is.
about
Pal.
latitudes.
Okay, observers at different latitudes see different constellations. This wouldn't be possible if the Earth were flat.
Doesn't even know what a latitude is.
How's it measured, mate? Latitude.
Hold on, we wouldn't be able to see constellations if the Earth was flat. Explain that one, buddy.
Yeah.
So you just go down an endless rabbit hole. You just ask why. That's how you keep going.
No, we know how latitude's measured, mate. I'll tell you how
Tell me.
latitude's measured.
Okay, you tell me. I'll spin it back
No,
to you.
don't tell him, man. Don't tell him.
If I use your same method against you, you won't be able to answer any of the questions either.
Well, I can prove to you how.
Explain it to me. Why?
What? How do you prove globe?
Okay, if I use your same method against you, you won't be able to answer any of them. If I just
You go
ask
for it.
endless whys, you're gonna
well,
eventually
go on then.
stumble and fall because you can't.
Well, just tell us how curvature is measured. Dead easy, innit?
Well,
He
tell me
doesn't
why the
even
Earth
know
is
how
flat.
big
You
the
can't
Earth
tell
is,
me
dude.
why the Earth is flat.
You'll tell us how you measure curvature. It's your claim.
I measure it. I measure it with a ruler, 12 inches.
Go on, how do you measure Earth curvature?
How the fuck do I measure the Earth curvature?
Yeah, how do you do it, mate?
Yeah, dude, how do you do it?
Think
Come on, it's dead
critically
easy.
for a minute.
He
I'm
looked
just
up
waiting for you
NASA
to tell me
live
how the Earth
feed.
is
That's
flat.
how he does it.
He doesn't know how it's done, does he?
It
He
almost
doesn't know how
sounds
it's
like
done.
Are any of you in
fucking
committed
retarded.
relationships?
I bet you he doesn't have
You guys
a
don't have
job.
any. You're not married, are
So
you?
you,
At
so
all,
you
man.
don't
You
know.
don't even have
So
a
you
job,
don't know.
dude.
Oh my
It's a
god, he
whole
doesn't.
I believe.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He'll be surprised when he does say it, because I'll just whack him right out when he tells me how Earth curvature is measured, because it won't be a curvature measurement.
How is Earth's curvature measured? Let's see. How
Google it.
Look at
is
this. We're getting
Earth's...
him to fucking learn shit. Imagine that,
The
eh?
Washington
About his
Post.
own fucking story, man.
You use the Washington Post. Ask them.
Isn't it sad, dude? You have to come into a room of flat earthers to learn about your fucking story.
Well, no, it's kind of more like a belief with you guys. You don't
It's kind
actually
of
have any
sad,
reason.
man. It is. It really is.
It's a belief for the
Go on,
globe,
then.
like you said.
Go on, mate. How's it measured?
Let's see. How do they measure the Earth? They using what do they use here? Triangulation, horizon dip, geo. Well, that's a big word. Geodetic surveys,
Triangulation for curvature.
satellite, the number of astronomical observations, radar and laser ranging. There's a number of ways.
So tell us how triangulation measures curvature.
Oh my god, I am not going to explain this shit to you. Just fucking Google it, you retard.
You can't fucking explain it, dude. That's the problem.
Okay, well, you explain to me why it's flat.
I don't have to explain to you shit.
Triangulation.
Why don't you argue with
triangulation.
ChatGPT? Okay, just
I
argue with
told you why.
ChatGPT about it.
Because triangulation.
Because
that's
of
why it's
triangulation, it proves it's round.
No.
How'd you prove globe
It goes on
triangulation?
curve.
Cuckoo. Hiya, mate. How'd you prove curvature? Triangulation.
Yeah, you're very smart. You should write a paper about it.
You know, triangulation is just putting 3 reference points and then gathering data between those reference points. You can do that on a flat surface, but it.
Yeah,
that's
Just insult someone, dude. It'll be all right, man.
You can't do
How
that
many
on a curved surface.
How many
What do you
curvatures in a how many curves in a triangle, bro?
What do you mean? You guys all band together and try to insult me about how the Earth is flat, and you're saying I'm
You're the
insulting
one
you?
that came in here all hot, dude. Fucking now what? You want to cry?
No,
Like a
no,
little
I
bitch?
know, no, I know what I'm doing. I'm
You're
insulting you.
crying
because
like a
you're
little
moron.
bitch now. That's what you're doing, man.
How old are you, dude? Are you like 40?
See, here we go, right? Little bitch.
You're not in a relationship, are
This
you?
is funny to see, bro. He can dish it out, but he can't take it.
Look at how far he's reaching now. He's going to relationships, age, where
What
his
are you,
financial
his lawyer?
status.
No, I'm trying to get a picture. I'm trying to figure out what I'm dealing with here. Are you like you work at Burger King or something? Are you like
I predicted the job was coming next. He fucking fulfilled the script. It was great.
or maybe you're like on disability?
It's not that, mate. He just needs to get away from the triangle.
The fuck did you just say? The triangle?
You said
that's how you
triangulation, kid.
You just said triangulation measures curvature. How dumb are you?
Okay, I'm dumb. Yeah, I'm dumb. You guys are smart. You guys are the professors here. I'm sure you're gonna go far with this.
Dude, you were done when you started, bro. You were just not aware.
Hey, you better go talk to your professor, dude.
You came in here
Phone call, Professor Dave.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing you when you bag my groceries.
I believe.
And then you're gonna rabble about how the Earth is flat.
That the Earth is a ball.
It's measured flat, mate. That's how it's measured.
No, I'm convinced you're all LARPing. You're not this dumb.
You said triangulation.
Triangulation. You was correct, mate.
So say like you're married for like 10 years, and then suddenly your wife is like, "It's round." Would you get a divorce? Do you get a divorce?
Oh, you're hilarious. You can't. You're coping so hard right now.
I know, man. I'm just so blown away.
The lack of self-awareness is stunning, but not surprising.
Mm-hmm. You didn't tell me what you do for a living.
How do you know it's round? I just believe it, man.
You don't even know what an elevation angle is.
He don't know shit about fuck, dude. Nothing.
Is this Ozark? He's saying, I don't know shit about fuck.
Well, it's a fact, isn't it?
And the wildest part
Yeah,
is
it's
you're
a
holding
fact.
me
It doesn't
accountable for
matter.
shit if
It
you think.
doesn't matter according to you. Fact does
Imagine,
not matter.
Now
imagine
it
if I
doesn't
went into
matter.
imagine if I went into a room full of astrophysicists and I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. I was like, "What kind of relationship are you in? What's your job? How much money do you make? Like, you're such a fucking loser."
I called him a child 10 minutes ago.
You guys are projecting so hard. All right, continue
not
believing
that.
the Earth is flat.
Listen,
This is not.
I mean, if I,
You guys are
listen,
boring.
if I,
Did you have like a better
no, but
shtick?
listen,
At
mate,
least you could be funny about it. Like, what is this
all
chat
right,
room
well,
even
listen,
about?
I am being
Like,
serious, mate. If I was,
it's like,
all right,
it's
if we
like
can't get a fucking
you
word
could
in,
be
mate.
more creative about it. Like,
Yeah,
if it's gonna be
well,
a
yeah,
bit,
mate.
like, be a
Yeah,
little
well,
bit more creative.
listen, mate.
It's not
When
even
I'm
like
talking,
your comedy is any
fucking, I'll
good.
take a breath, pal. When I was talking to my friends about it,
I'm
I just
sorry, I
say,
can't make out what you're saying because your accent is so impoverished and shitty.
oh, sorry, mate. Well, if I'm talking to somebody like a friend or in a debate or in a room, and
You don't
they're
have
claiming
friends. You're a
and
flat
they're
earther.
claiming that they live on a
These are
globe,
your friends.
the first question I'd ask them is, how was it measured? And if they said triangulation, I'd laugh at them.
There's no way. Okay, you'd laugh at him. Great. And that makes you right, according to you.
Well, you can't. Tell us how triangulation measures curves. Three straight
I don't
lines.
want to. I just want to insult you now.
We understand that, dude. That's all you got.
I mean, you did say triangles, mate, for measuring curvature.
No,
It's
you
three
can
straight
look
lines.
at a video of the Earth and you can
You
say
need comedy and insults. We get it, man.
You're no.
Oh, yeah,
Look, guys, I
oh,
saw a movie. I saw a video that showed Thanos was real and he snapped everybody out of existence. That's real, bro.
oh, so looking at a video's
It
measurement
was
now.
live.
Looking at a video's measurement now, is it? Yeah.
And there's
Get a
people with
measurement from
degrees. I don't even know what degree you even have.
Well, do you know what? Do a degree angle is? Do you know what an
Now we're
elevation
talking
angle is?
about degrees.
Do you know how many nautical miles is in 1 degree, mate?
Tell me, please.
No.
He's not talking about temperature, bro.
Talking about angle measurements, mate, to Polaris using sea level. What's
What
1
did
degree?
you go to college for? Are you? How old are you?
Latitude, mate. That's what I went.
Shocked in the dark.
You went to
You're always
you went to
shocked in the
college.
dark.
You went to college for latitude. Is that what you just said?
Yeah. Yeah. I went to Latitude College.
Yeah. See, you're such a larping asshole. I can hear you.
Yeah. So 1 degree. Yeah.
You went to school for latitude. That's how long did that take?
60 nautical miles, mate.
Do you have a master's in latitude?
Yeah.
I love how
Flat
you're.
Earth measurement.
I love how you're a sarcastic little pussy, and anytime someone bandies some sarcastic,
No. Why don't you ride his dick harder? I want to hear. I want to hear Mr. I want to hear Mr.
You
Latitude.
have nothing. You have fucking nothing. You're vapid, bro.
I provoke you. I'm sorry. Keep
Hey,
Brown.
do you know where latitude came from, mate? Altitude.
What?
Do you know where
Are you
altitude
also
is measured?
It's flat
Above
earthers
sea
a mix
level.
of like
Yeah.
Christian
Altitude.
nationalists and also
Altitude
paranoid
requires-
schizophrenics.
Yeah, altitude requires sea level.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sea level.
Sea level. Yeah. Yeah. And that's how you get altitude from an elevation angle on sea level. That's how the Earth's measured.
What the fuck is
No
sea
curve.
level? I don't believe in that shit. You believe in sea
No.
level?
Yeah, mean sea level, mate.
How do you measure sea level?
It's where all elevation profiles are measured from, mate.
How do you measure sea level though?
You measure all elevation profiles above and below it. That's how mapping's done.
Let's map and how they do the mapping.
That's how maps are made, mate, from sea level.
How are maps?
Zero.
How are they made though?
You just told
from elevation angles to and from Polaris to get your latitude.
Yeah, but with what? How do they do that though? With what device?
With a sea sextant, mate, using flat Earth. That's how they do it.
Use
A
a
sea
flat
sextant.
surface, bro.
Yeah.
And how does that? And how does that device work?
Yeah, it requires
Elevation
an
angle.
elevation angle, mate. An elevation angle using sea level.
It
That's how
How do you
requires an
calculate
IQ.
that?
How about
How do you
that?
calculate the elevation angle?
You measure the angle to Polaris using sea level,
elevation
mate.
angle.
That's a flat Earth measurement right there.
That's a flat Earth
You don't need
measurement.
to calculate it.
Yeah.
You don't need to calculate. Why don't you need to calculate it?
Because you measure it using a sextant. There's nothing
It's
to
a measurement.
calculate.
It's a measurement.
No,
a flat
you
Earth
don't know.
measurement, mate. You
No,
know,
I
like
don't
your
believe it.
triangulation. Like your triangulation was a
Yeah,
flat Earth
you-
measurement.
It's like, nah, you guys are fucking with me, man.
You guys are fucking stupid. No, I don't believe that. You guys are so inundated by the deep state.
Oh, we're trying to educate you, mate.
Yeah.
You know what an angle is. If you don't know what a triangle is, or an angle, or an elevation angle, yeah, or sea level, or elevation profiles from sea level at 0 degrees, I mean, what chance have you got?
He doesn't know anything really. He said he doesn't know what sea level is. He doesn't believe in it. He's
I
having a
don't
hard
believe
time.
in sea level. No, I don't even. I think it's a triangle, really.
So what, bro? You think water curves around a ball? No, it's a simple question, man.
Does water curve around? Yeah, you're right. If I have a tennis ball and I try to spin it and I put water on it, it all falls off.
I'm just asking: is water flat or is it curved?
Is water flat or is it curved?
Yeah. I know
Stop
you. I know.
repeating it.
I know you're thinking about waves right now, but I'm not talking about that. Okay.
This is boring. Can you be more entertaining, please?
I get it,
He's
man.
got- he's
Fucking low
losing
IQ,
it.
bro.
He's losing it.
Normally, you guys ban me a lot faster than this.
You're not doing
now,
anything, mate.
now he's begging for a ban because he's done, right?
Yeah,
Oh, they're just not breaking through. I wanted to understand. I was trying to get like a back. I thought most of you guys were on disability or like you're schizophrenic.
I see what it is. I see what it is. Tunican, you're a masochist, bro. You came here to get your fix, and you're just surprised how long they're rolling you in the mud. I see.
Well, that's what you're more concerned about is just arguing about dumb shit with people. It's not really
We're
about
live
facts.
streaming on YouTube. We like making fun of people like you. That's our hobby.
So that's great. Flat earthers are comprised of a bunch of idiots who like to bag on people about their.
You haven't made one compelling rebuttal.
Except for triangulation, which proves flat Earth. Well done.
We just
How
bag
many
on
people
stupid
actually
people that come in here and think they got a fucking
actually
argument
listen
and
to-
have nothing, dude. Fuck.
How many people actually listen to the live, the 24/7 flat Earth live stream?
Well, you come on it
All
and prove
kinds
flat
of
Earth.
people.
Can I?
You
Wait,
come on it.
where is it? 24/7
You're-
live.
You're a
Where
flat
is
Earther
that?
anyway.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther now. You've convinced me.
You are
Yeah,
a flat
well,
earther.
you are a flat Earther.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, this is someone like a low IQ, just dumb, innocent retard that just found my way into here.
27 live flat Earth.
Hold on, let me just get this out. Let me just get this out.
He's obviously a
If
globe.
you cannot voice crack, that'd be appreciated. Yes, go on.
I don't voice crack. I have actually the deepest, most sultry voice, I think, in probably the entire room. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is, so if there's a flat Earth,
Let me just get.
well,
this
let me
out really
just.
quick.
I'm getting to my. All right, you fucking hyena. I'm getting to my thesis. Okay, calm down. Take your Asperger medication. All right. So if there's a flat Earth, and there's a round Earth, why does that matter? What does it matter to me?
Well, if you think it's round, mate, how was it measured? And then when you explain it, you'll know that you're a dumbass.
But no, you're the question's going over your head here. What I'm asking, what like regardless of what you're like autistic, like Asperger, like severe autism.
Well,
right?
Are you not bothered?
I'll get past the insults. What are the implications
What,
of
insulting
that?
you?
Why do I care?
didn't-
Why do I care? What are the implications of that?
insult?
And why should I fucking care? Why should I fucking care?
Bro, you don't have to care, man. You don't have to care.
I'm asking why you care. Why you care? Why you care?
That's nothing to do with you, is it?
No, it does, because I'm a human and I live on the planet and I want
No.
to know the truth. It does.
Well-
I'm actually coming from this from a.
Oh, so now you want the
genuine-
truth. A minute ago you didn't care. Like I don't
Well,
get it.
Listen,
man.
when I call him a autistic retard, that was the joke.
Do you want the truth or you don't care? Which one is it?
I do want the truth, but
So you do
regardless of
care.
hold on.
Slow down.
There's a nuance
Slow
here.
the fuck down,
Well, I know.
dude.
Well, then shut the fuck up and I'll slow down. So there's a nuance.
Like who's
here.
taking the Asperger's
slow
medication
down.
here, man?
But hold on. This might be over your head. Like I don't know what your IQ is, but like what are the implications?
Okay, here's how it's gonna go. You're gonna slow down and do one thing at a time. Do you understand?
Well, when I'm getting dogpiled by a bunch of autists, like I'm trying to like.
Dude, you came in saying,
You
what does it matter? And then now you want the truth,
said.
right? So
It
obviously
doesn't matter,
matters
mate.
to you.
It doesn't matter. Just go. You don't have to be here. Just go. Go and live on your globe.
Can I go next?
Sure.
Yep. Yeah.
All right. Flat Earth Society. What can I say?
Fuck off with the
That's
Flat
not
Earth
the wrong
Society
place.
bullshit, dude.
Yeah, we're not flat Earth
If you
Society.
want to go watch propaganda, go ahead, man.
We're
Can
flat
I-
earthers, mate. We're flat
Can-
earthers.
All right. Let me start over.
Yeah.
Flat
do
Earth.
First off, before we even start, do you have a vision in your head of what Flat Earth is?
Let me finish the thought.
Do you?
If
Do
you
you?
want to If you want to educate me, then go ahead.
I'm just asking you, bro. Do you have this pre-assumed fucking image in your head?
Go ahead and advocate for your position. Educate everyone at the same time.
I'm not advocating for shit. I'm asking you a question. Do you have a pre-assumed fucking image in your head that's flat Earth?
I don't think you're asking the question in good faith.
Like,
if you
do you
want to
think
teach
it's do you think it's a disc floating in space?
If you want to teach something, go ahead and teach it.
I'm
right
asking
now.
you, dude. Do you think it's a disc floating in space?
Go ahead and take a higher level.
No answer,
and
right?
Teach everybody.
Yeah, you got your shit ruined because you can't answer a question.
Because you can't have a dish floating in space, but we can have a water ball floating in space.
Because he's not asking a question in good faith. That's the reason why.
I'm totally asking it in good faith, dude. I want to know if you have a pre-assumed fucking vision in your head of what it's supposed to be.
Okay, let me say this. Go ahead and educate people on what they should be thinking whenever flat Earth is being said. What do you
answer
want to
his question now so we can finish it. You think it's a disc in space?
Go ahead and educate. You obviously want people to know
Answer the question. He can't
Go
answer
ahead.
a question.
Bro, you came in with the propaganda website. I just want to make sure we're on the same page, man.
Go ahead
we're
and
not
educate what you
we're not
want
into the-
people to know.
We're not into the flat Earth society, mate. You've come in pouting that. So, what's your idea of flat Earth? That's all we want to know. What have you got in your mind?
Educate the people on what people should know about flat Earth. Go ahead.
You think you live on a disc in space?
What do you think people should know if they think they live on a disc in space? Go ahead.
Oh, so you do think that?
So what? You want us to speculate, right, brother?
You seem like you know something about what you're talking about. So go ahead and educate the people if that's how you feel. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know it's not a globe. That's what I know, dude.
Yeah, it's not a globe. We educated you. There you go.
Yeah,
It's not a globe.
All right, thank you.
Latitude, sea level. That's how it's measured, mate. It's measured flat.
All right.
Triangulation, like your other friend said.
All right. Can I finish my thought here before I was interrupted? Yep. You know, flat earthers.
Do you know what the problem is, mate? Sorry, I'm going to let you go in a minute. Just a quickie. I've only stepped in. There's 3 people now come in. Not one of you's giving. No, but listen. Not one of you's coming in like saying how you live on a globe. You're just asking about flat Earth. How do you live on a globe? Tell us how about that. Give us a proof of a globe Earth.
Sorry. Okay. So, you know, I'm actually very concerned about the future of flat Earth.
Well, the Earth is flat, mate. That's how it's measured.
Can I say more than a sentence here because I've been.
Go on then.
I'm really.
Get on with it.
I'm really
get to the point then. Get to the point.
Yeah. Okay. Let me get to the point. I'm really concerned about the future of flat Earth. You guys don't have like a really established scientific figure like Copernicus, Newton, Einstein.
It's nothing to do with science, mate.
All of these guys were round globers.
Excuse me.
So
Science is
where's the future of?
Excuse me, mate. Science is cause and effect. You got it wrong. It's nothing to do with science, the shape of something, is it? Science is the cause and effect.
He brings up these guys from 100 years ago that gave you a fairy tale of something fucking exploding in space 14 billion years ago, dude. And that's the story we're going to go with?
Nobody's advocating for flat Earth in schools or in city council meetings. You guys are dying.
Why do you think that is, bro?
You're a dying breed. Nobody's advocating for.
Why do you think that is?
Council meetings.
Because nobody's
worried
advocating
about
for your point of
roads
view.
and shit in city council meetings.
Nobody's advocating for your point of view. That's why.
And if your fucking neighbor has a dirty yard, why they're not cleaning it up? That's what you do at city council meetings, you retard. You don't own a home. You wouldn't know any of this.
You don't care about flat Earth, or else you would be advocating for this so your children can learn it in schools.
Dude, you don't even know what the fuck you live on, man. You're in here telling us about a flat Earth. Tell us about a globe.
Dude, my kids already know it's flat.
Yeah, tell us about the globe, mate, and how serious the globe is and how you can prove it. And then let's get into the nitty-gritty and we'll educate you.
My premise is that flat Earth is a dying...
what about the globe?
So that's your opinion, bro. Do you have any
not about people. It's
What
not
about the
about flat
globe?
earthers
You
anymore.
guys should do, you guys
We
should
really
do
don't
more.
give a fuck about your opinion, dude. We don't.
All right, have a nice day.
Yeah.
Bye.
See ya.
Great globe proof again. That was the fourth one in no globe proof.
Oh, they're
It's all just
spiraling.
it's all just pearl clutching indignant pussy shit. Wow.
Man.
Everybody else says it is, so fuck, it must be.
Well, you flat earthers, and you know they got the globe. It's like, well, how do you think this, and what do you think about that, and how does the flat earth, you know, where's the fucking globe, mate? You haven't got one. You can't. You don't even know how it's measured. And when you do tell us how it's measured, it's a flat earth fucking measurement anyway. The globe is flat. It was measured like that. The globe is flat, and the Greeks all knew that.
Every ancient cosmology and mythology and creation story had some sort of enclosed system, biodome symbolism to it.
But they're so righteous and virtuous coming in here and insulting us like fucking that we're
He
fucking
didn't
beneath
insult
them,
me.
right?
Yeah, he didn't insult me at all.
They have the right to insult us, right?
Yeah, that's all they can do. I mean, and you know, with no justification, because when you ask him for globe evidence, they say triangulation.
He Googled that. He doesn't even know what that fucking meant, dude.
He was very hypocritical. He called me out for being a critical thinker and challenging the status quo, and then coming with ad hominems. But as soon as we get into the nitty gritty, it's baseless claims. And again, ad hominems. I'm sorry, but this is just. Thank you for that, by the way. It was very entertaining to listen to.
Listen, trust the science of astrophysics, but don't trust the science of a sextant measuring sea level. Makes sense.
My man comes in with he's concerned about the future of flat Earth. Like, what the fuck?
But I think he is concerned because obviously he's realizing that, you know, if these guys didn't have a doubt in their mind about their belief system, they wouldn't be coming in here. They've obviously got doubt. And that's why they don't come with the globe. They ask you about the flat Earth, and they're trying to find information about this flat Earth because they know they're starting to realise that it's correct. But they're still trying to fight the fight for it. But deep down in the heart, they know that we're correct. That's why they come in asking questions about the flat Earth all the time.
Yeah, and then you got you got the little agent Smiths who are like, I don't really care about whether it's right or wrong. I want to know why you think that way. I want to know about your personal life. What is it about flat earthers that make them tick? Like, come on, quit doing your little psych profiles and engage with the argument.
Yeah, nobody will deny me my right to insult a flat earther, right?
I don't know much. I seriously just ask him the time now. I say, have you got the time on you, mate? They say, yeah, it's 2:15. I say, you need flat Earth for that. And it freaks them out because they don't know what I'm talking about. But then I explain how all the time is dictated by the elevation angle of the sun above the horizon, and that's how we get our time system. And it does require a flat horizontal plane for time. So if you tell me what time it is, you're a flat earther.
How does that work at night?
You can use the moon. The moon dial works exactly the same as the sundial.
What if there's no moon?
There's always a moon and there's always a sun. So time requires a flat Earth. You need a flat Earth for time.
That's awesome. You should write a book.
I thought there was a point in time where there wasn't a moon. Like, isn't that what a new moon is or something?
It's
then,
all
like,
right.
the moon goes
He's
away
right.
for
No,
days.
he's right. He's always right. He's 100% right about everything. Should write a book about it. Become famous.
Would you buy the book, Rob?
Absolutely.
There's already books about it.
Well, he's having a pre-sale, so if you want to send him $19.99, 3 payments, you can give her right now.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds good. Right on that, dude.
So, what's your best proof, Rob? Let's hear it, buddy. That you live on a globe.
I don't offer proofs, man.
None,
What
eh?
time is it, Rob? Hey, Rob, what time is it?
Where I'm at, it's 1:47.
Yeah, you're gonna need a flat Earth for that, mate.
Cool.
You still banned off of gems, dude?
Yeah.
That sucks, eh?
No, it don't bother me. I don't really care where I go.
Well,
you will need a
here
flat
when you
Earth for
get
that.
banned.
How do you get banned from gems?
Because I don't.
How'd you get?
I don't follow rules, and like you guys, I hope you guys don't think it's nothing personal. I'm not an asshole here. I'm an asshole everywhere.
How'd you get time from a curved baseline? Using
Because
the sun
some,
above the
well,
horizon.
I can't really speak of it because I don't want to use words that might get me in trouble here.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you understand that you will require a horizontal flat Earth for time.
Awesome. You got it all figured out.
Sure up, well. That's all it comes down to, time. Simple as that.
Hey, Rob, has anyone ever called you low energy before?
No, that would be like calling a badger cuddly. Energy is never something I'm lacking. All these guys can attest to that.
You take down all your contraptions yet?
If the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
If the Earth was flat, I would know.
That's not
By
answering
looking
the
in
question.
the sky, dude. Not by looking at the sky.
I didn't say by looking at the sky. I just said I'd know. If the Earth is flat, I would know. I'd want to know. I'd want to know. I would know. I'd any type of know you can think of. I would know.
So everything
Yeah.
tells you it's flat, but you don't think it's flat.
Cool. Well, like I said, if it was flat, I would know. And I don't know that it's flat, so therefore, it's not.
If it was a globe, would you know?
Absolutely.
Is it a globe?
Absolutely.
Prove it.
How? Which one do you guys want? That you haven't heard 1,000 times.
I know you
before?
only got 3, right?
No, I got handfuls and handfuls, but you guys know them all. You guys studied all this shit.
Bro, it should be easy to prove this stuff, shouldn't it? At this point?
Well, proving is not the hard part.
Oh no.
No. Proving globe Earth is not the hard
What's the hard part, bro?
You know the hard part.
No, I don't. Tell me.
You want me to say it here?
Say what?
The
I have no
truth?
clue what you're thinking, dude.
Oh, okay. Well, that's I don't know if that's good or bad, but that's fair enough. The hard part is trying to convince uneducated people that they're not educated and they don't know anything about anything because they don't really have any expertise in the said subject. So when you're going to sit there and try to challenge the scientists and physicists and all these type of it just makes you look ridiculous. So yeah, that's
So who are we calling a scientist? Like Einstein?
I'm going to say a sentence, and tell me if you agree. It's easier to fool people than it is to convince them they've been fooled. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
Absolutely.
All right. So, have you ever at any point in time acknowledged the Earth is flat, or have you always acknowledged or always thought of it as a ball?
Yeah, see, this is the whole thing. You guys think it's about acknowledging it or feeling it or believing it. Has
No.
nothing to do with any of that.
You missed. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. The point I'm just trying to make is that everyone in here at one point in time believed the Earth was a globe, and then we accepted
That's
the fact that we were fooled.
That's a
But
presumption.
you've only been on one side your entire life, so it's
Well,
easier
that's
to
not true,
convince
actually.
someone. It's easier to fool someone than it is to convince them they've been fooled. Is what I'm saying. As
Yeah,
you
but like,
agreed.
well, I agree with that. I agree with that quote. Yeah, for sure. But I don't think the quote actually works against you guys here because you guys are the ones being fooled.
Except
The
we've actually been on
globe
both
people.
sides while you've been on one side. So wait, let me ask you again. Have you
Yeah, but
ever been a flat earther? Yes or no?
No, but I have been a
No,
conspiracy.
right?
But I
No.
but I have been a
Yeah.
conspiracy guy
So
since.
exactly.
But I have been a conspiracy guy since
So
I
do
was
you
in
have
the
the
early 90s.
Yeah. So let me make this straight. Let me make this clear. We have all demonstrated that we have the ability to change our minds, and you have demonstrated that you do not. We were all globers at
Yeah.
one point in time. Now we're not.
Again,
You have been a glober. You've always been a glober. You have
you're
not changed
waving.
your mind.
I know, but you're waving that around as just some kind of like symbol. It's not like that's not a good thing. Like it's like saying, "Oh, we changed our mind to something that's totally wrong." It's not a good thing. It doesn't really lend any credence to your argument.
Yeah. You just saying no, that applies to you more than me doesn't really lend any credence to yours either. Like that's just saying no, it's just you're wrong. Is basically what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's just a real simple concept, dude. You guys are right. It would be the consensus of the planet. Everybody would use the system, and it wouldn't require any
So
belief. You would just use it.
do you believe you can see the curvature of the Earth with your own two eyes?
Yeah, I don't really understand what you mean by how can you what curvature you want to see? What curvature are you seeing? You want to see the ground curve in front of you, like just
Observable curvature. Observable curvature.
yeah,
You
it's
tell me.
observable. It's observable in many ways, but you just don't perceive it that way.
Is it measurable?
Absolutely.
Like with a straight edge?
Any human being with the ability to do math and the wantingness to figure this out can go do the math. I think one of you guys have actually done it in here too. They've done the experiment before.
So it's math.
So what
not
reason do I
measurement.
have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Well, I don't know. You don't have. I mean, you did doubt yourself. I mean, no one can make you believe anything. You know what I'm saying? You talk about beliefs. Beliefs are something that you yourself have to
Hold
choose.
on, buddy. Hold on. I think you missed the question. I'm just asking you, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Starting from a clean slate or starting from where you're at?
Well, if you can't answer the question, I think that just illustrates that you're in a cult.
I can absolutely answer a question. I have to clarify the question before I answer. I don't understand. Are you talking about a person who's never been introduced to either of these, or are you talking about a person who's already in one of them. I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Your question is, you can't just answer a question like that. It's a very intricate question. I'd say you're trying to lead me. I'm making sure I don't want to be led.
There's no restriction on who it's going to answer.
So the hard part is don't think for yourself and make sure you listen to what everybody else tells you.
Yeah, any reason to doubt it, just go ahead. Whatever you got. Doesn't matter who it's for. Just tell us what reason there is to doubt it in your mind.
Because if you doubt everything else, why wouldn't you doubt that?
What the hell are you talking about?
It's real simple. Follow along. I doubt everything. I don't believe any of these stories the government tells me. So why would I believe flat Earth, which the government isn't telling me it? It's just,
why would you believe the globe is the question, Rob? You just fucking contradicted yourself, dude.
No, I didn't, because
Did you
first
just
of all,
say the government's telling you the Earth is flat?
No, I'm saying I don't believe like any let's say the government tells me like 9/11 wasn't an inside. I believe it was an inside job. I believe Kennedy, it was an assassination, fucking was a bullshit too. I believe all these other ones. I'm saying I know the government lies to me.
All over the place.
I know everybody lies. No, I'm blending it all together because if I question everything, I truly question every single thing. So if I'm questioning every single thing, I'm almost done. I'm about to finish right here, like 5 seconds. If I question everything, then why wouldn't I question when someone tells me the Earth is flat?
Well, why wouldn't he question the globe, Rob?
I actually absolutely did. I didn't believe in the moon landing for a long time.
And now you do? What made you believe? What made you believe in the moon landing?
Well, see, there you go. Because there's a key word, believe. I used to believe in the moon landing. Now I don't have to believe in anything because the information has been presented to me, where it's undeniably written down. It's all fucking.
Can you show that to me, dude?
Yep. You want to go? I don't want to say it. I don't want people. I don't want to drop people's names.
Well, that's good. You're on your way. You're on your way. You're losing your religion little by little. You'll get there. You'll get past the globe at this rate.
I've been a conspiracy theory before you guys. Some of you guys were probably born, dude. Don't tell me I'm
that's
on my
what I'm saying. Yeah, you're on your way. You're gonna make it.
Oh, trust me, I've already been awake before you guys were even awake. This is hilarious to me. Like the only thing we disagree on probably is the shape of the Earth.
You're trying to hit a bit of a roadblock here, but I think you're gonna get past it.
We probably agree on 99% of the other shit, dude. Just the stupid shape of the Earth is the one where I just don't get on board, man.
Do you think that NASA should get money from your tax dollars?
I'm sorry, President. I didn't. You kind of broke up.
Like, do you think NASA should be given 56 billion or whatever it is a year of our tax dollars?
I think the return on investment from NASA has been bad. Yeah, I do think that it's been bad. Should they get some money? Probably. Because I still like space exploration, and the eventual goal of the human species is to get off this planet and go, inhabit other planets. In order to do that, you're going to have a space agency. So I understand it's kind of like good with the bad. You have to take the good with the bad.
That's the meaning. Hold on. He just said the meaning of life is to go to other planets.
Yeah, eventually our sun's going to die out, and the human species will be dead. Millions and billions a year, whatever. But it's eventually going to happen.
I think you're a cartoon character, don't you?
I know you guys don't believe in this shit, so that's why I hate talking about it. But that's just the reality of life. So in order for the human species to survive, we must.
So let's break it down. What planet and what outer space? Demonstrate either.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is all theoretical shit.
Well, that's pretty much what I thought I would get.
Yeah, colonizing planets is theoretical. Sorry, I don't have the details, man. I'll come back. I'll come back tomorrow.
Show us that there's even one planet colonized. Start with this one. Show us that it even is a planet.
All right, cool. I can't show blind people things.
Who are you calling blind, buddy? Like, I observe the Earth is flat, so do you. I think you're the one with eye issues.
Have you ever looked through a telescope?
Yes.
At the Earth?
You're gonna be looking away from the thing I'm asking you about.
at other
What's wrong with-
planets. At other planets.
What do you mean by other planets? You haven't established this as a planet.
All right, fine. Let's take the word planet out. Have you ever looked at Jupiter through a telescope or Saturn?
Something wrong with you.
So if you look at Jupiter through a telescope and you keep that telescope on it, you'll notice that that red spot on it will eventually disappear because the Earth, because that Jupiter is rotating. So if that Jupiter is a sphere, we know it's a rotating sphere, and every other thing we look at. I'm almost done, man. It's like I know, Barry. It's really gonna burn.
You're not almost done. You're done. That didn't tell me anything about the Earth being a planet. Start over with something completely else.
Damn, first mute of the day. I was doing good too.
You're being an idiot, dude. I look at Jupiter and see the spot move, and that means I'm on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. Are you retarded?
No, I didn't get there, dude. You didn't let me get there, but you just want to.
I'm not letting you get there. It's
presuppose
fucking
an
dumb. The premise
explanation.
is Jupiter,
Okay,
like,
are you talking for me? Just go tell me. Go ahead. I'd rather you just talk. You know, you can just talk for me because you know what I'm going to say and all that.
let's try something else. No,
There's
I'm
nothing
not
to
gonna
try.
sit through.
It's
Look,
because
sit through.
it's so simple. If you look at the fucking other planets, there's a whole bunch of them. If you look at them all, they
Other.
all
You
do-
said
and they-
other again, meaning that
Yeah.
you live on one. So prove that you live on a fucking planet.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to get you to start because you keep looking away from the planet we're questioning you about and going, other planet, other planet, other planet. Do you understand that we're trying to get you to demonstrate that this is a planet, that you can have planets other than it?
Yes, I do, and I'm using the other celestial objects in our sky as evidence. Because why would they be any other
Oh
shape
my
than
God.
why would it
Dude.
be? Why would we just be a random shape of flat? And
Why
everybody
would
else
we
is
be a
sphere?
light up in the sky? Why would be a light up in the sky?
You know, we're not a
Everything
light in the
else
sky.
is a
We don't
light.
emit light. No,
Now
it's
we're not a light in the sky, but you
It's
say
not a
we
light.
are a light in the
We
sky.
are a light in the sky to Mars. If you're on Mars and you're looking at Earth, you can see Earth from just like you can see Mars. It's real simple. This is simple shit, man.
Yeah, well, nobody's on Mars, you dumbass.
No people are on Mars, but there are fucking machines on Mars.
No, there's not.
I know. So you can't. You don't believe that. You don't. That's what I'm saying. You don't believe there's space. You don't believe in planets. You don't believe in any of that stuff.
Yeah, that's right. It's a belief.
Exactly, belief. I know. So it's hard to change someone's belief. It's like because it's like religion. You know what I'm saying? It's like challenging someone's religion. You can't do it. They have faith. They have
Can you tell us how you know that you're on the planet?
religion.
It's like Jehovah's Witness knocking on people's doors trying to change their religion.
It's like you believe that if you looked at a telescope on the moon, like towards the moon, you would be able to see.
So can you tell us how you know it's a planet that you're on? Share your religion.
Observations, measurements, photos.
Okay, pick one. Yeah, give one particular piece of evidence and let's follow it to a conclusion.
Which one do you like? I'd rather go with the one you like.
I don't care. It's up to you.
Well, which one do you perform best against?
It's your religion.
I don't have a religion. I'm not religious, man. I'm
No,
an
not all
atheist,
of them.
I don't follow any Abrahamic religions.
You believe in a globe, dude. You said you believe in shit. You are religious.
No, I never said belief. Actually, I go against the word belief. It's not nothing. Nothing I do is belief. Everything I do is based on facts and guarantees.
Okay, great. I haven't heard any yet. Can you start?
You said you won't. If you won't believe it, you guys don't believe in this stuff. Meaning you do believe in this stuff. So you did use believe.
Yeah, when describing you guys when describing you guys don't believe.
Okay, you're off the rails again. I just asked you for any evidence that shows that the Earth is a planet. You're now talking about us. There's something fucking wrong with you.
I gave you 5 different things. He chimed in. Red one chimed in.
No, you didn't give any specific points. You didn't give any specific
I gave you 5 different ones. I gave you 5 different ones, Harry.
No, you didn't. You just gave a bunch of generalizations. I want a specific piece of evidence. Like what specifically convinces you that it's a planet you're on?
Oh, for me? It's the picture of it from space. That's a good one. I like that one.
Which one?
All of them.
Okay, so you, again, can't be specific. Just an elephant hurl. All the pictures from space. Take
We'll go to
one.
blue marble. We'll go to blue marble. How about that one?
How
The
you
blue
know
marble.
it to actually be a genuine. Okay, the blue marble 2012, a composite image.
Yeah, there we go. Blue marble.
A composite image.
24-hour live stream from the ISS. I watch it all the
Blue
time.
marbles. Okay, so blue marbles.
I see the globe all the time right there.
Blue marble's dead, and we're jumping on to 24-hour live stream, which isn't 24 hours.
Oh, whatever one you want. That's what I said here. It's up to you. You know, this
No,
is
it's
your
up
house,
to
man.
you. This is
I'm a guest, dude.
your claim. It's up to you how you want to support it. It's not up to me. I'm just going to scrutinize your claim. That's all.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's my claim and it's up to me how I support it, then why do you always bitch when I try to support it?
I'm scrutinizing your answers.
No, you're not. You're doing exactly what I just said you're doing, dude. You think you're slick. You're not slicker than me. I'm slick as it comes, man.
Okay, now you're talking about yourself again, so I guess you're once again giving up on the globe.
No. Okay. No, I'm still at the globe, man. Still at the globe. We can just go back
Okay,
and
then why
forth.
do you keep tapping out on it and talking about me and talking about yourself and
I
all this shit?
didn't. I just gave you another explanation. You ran away from it.
I didn't run away from anything. You gave us the blue marble 2012. It's a composite image, so that obviously doesn't do it. It's not a photograph from space like you put it. Then you got 24-hour live stream. It's not a 24-hour live stream. It says right there in the description.
Okay. So how about this? Even if it was a no 24-hour live stream, it's just a minute live stream. If it showed the curve in 1 minute, it's a curve, dude. So I'm saying the semantical arguments are just hilarious, dude. They're like childish.
Yeah. Okay. Have you heard? Yeah. Whatever. So have you heard of movies before?
Yeah. Cool. It's not a movie. Prove it's not a movie.
Well, that'd be a burden reversal because you've said that this is authentic footage of what the Earth
It
is.
is.
So how did you
It
validate it?
absolutely
Yeah.
is.
Okay. I know you're saying that. Now, how did you validate it?
Because it validated. Because it is.
Okay, well, what about Paul Larson from the planetarium, the director there, who says that from 250 miles altitude or whatever it is exactly that the ISS is, you shouldn't see any curvature even there. The horizon line should still look flat because you're still too low over the ball to actually see a visible curve.
Your keyword should. And my keyword is the people say it is because they're there. You can like go watch it. You can see.
So then, how did you? Okay, so we're gonna throw him under the bus, and we're gonna go with the ISS.
Well, yeah,
movie.
because one of them is in space, and one of them is on Earth.
I just want to ask how you know that the ISS is authentic.
Because I've seen it.
Seen what?
I have seen the International Space Station many times.
No. I was asking not the ISS itself, but the footage that you say is taken from it. How do you know that that's a genuine shot of the Earth?
This is a ridiculous because it is.
Because it is. So that's just a circular argument. So you're all done with this one. I guess you probably want to scattergun off to a different one at this point.
No, because there's no evidence to the contrary. How about that?
There's no evidence that actually affirms it. That's why you have a circular claim about it.
Except we're looking at it. Except we're looking at it. We're looking at it.
I know that's the Earth because that's the Earth. You saw a video on
We're
YouTube.
looking at it. It's not a video. It's live. We're looking at it. What are you talking about? This is a goofball argument when you have nothing left.
I don't need an argument, bro. You're the one who's trying to substantiate
the ISS is up there. You can see it yourself. Anybody.
I'm not asking if the ISS is up there even. I'm asking you how you know that footage shows you authentically what the Earth actually is.
I'm going to calm down. Heretic. Okay, how about this?
I don't even care at this point if the ISS is up there. I'm just asking you how you know that that's genuinely a shot of what the Earth is.
Fair question, and I'm going to do my best right now. I'm going to calm down.
Not some sort of wide-angle lens, some sort of distortion.
I understand. How about this, Heretic? Yeah. Okay, so let's go through the knowns and unknowns. So in my world, it is known that there is something up in the sky that we call the ISS that can be tracked in a telescope. I have seen it myself with my own eyes in a telescope and bare eyes, and I have watched it. So if we know that exists and it's up there, however far you want to say it is, I would think that it would be safe to say that since it's a satellite or International Space Station probably has different types of cameras on it and stuff. It has cameras on it. So if there is cameras on it, then it would be safe to say that there would probably be some kind of either recordings of it or a stream of it. That's all I'm saying.
What lenses do those cameras have?
I'd have to look it up, dude. I don't know. I'm sure that's all public knowledge, though.
Because I want to know if that's a physical Earth curve or some sort of optical effect or some sort of effect or whatnot.
Yeah, totally fair. I mean, that's obvious thing. First thing, check. Make sure the lenses are right.
This is just
Rob, do you
special.
believe in
Bro,
Bigfoot?
this is filmmaking, bro.
Do I believe in Big? No, I'm not really a Bigfoot guy. I mean, it's not like I discount them.
But wait, hold on. But there's pictures of Bigfoot. Are you trying to say these pictures are fake?
Oh, a lot of them are. You can actually. That's the whole thing. See, this is a bad argument for you because we can go through the.
So pictures can be
No, wait.
fake?
Yes, pictures can be fake. Yes, and videos. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So we've established that pictures can be fake. I'm glad we've established that.
Yeah, that was already been established. No one's denying that.
I don't believe in Bigfoot either, by the way.
Yeah, but the bad part about that is for you is we can go through those and we can expose them as fake. You cannot go through our photos and expose them as fakes because they're not.
Oh really?
Oh really? Oh really? Yeah, man, it's the way it is, dude. Like I said, I've seen ISS.
Or maybe it's just that photographs aren't aren't sufficient proof when you have extraordinary claims involved, like Bigfoot or the vacuum of space, or the Earth being curved.
And shouldn't we be able to measure that curve from the ground if you can take a picture of it from the ISS? I don't see it at the beach. I don't see no geometric horizon. I don't see any of that. So I think there's some filmmaking at play here. That's my conclusion.
Nothing wrong with that, man.
Should you be able to see it at the beach?
I see horizon.
Geometric horizon, yeah.
I live in the Great Lakes, so I've been on boats all my life. I've seen lighthouses disappear and reappear, and I've seen lands appear and disappear and went back and forth. And we're going over the curve. It's just obvious. I mean, if you just think about it conceptually, as you're driving across this supposedly flat lake, if it is flat, then there's no reason why these actions, happenings should be happening.
Quick question though. As you were watching these lighthouses appear and disappear, were you paying attention somehow, some way to your precise distance from them and the height of the lighthouse?
Absolutely, man. It's all fucking. I got like 4 or 5 different fishing.
Were you? You don't sound authentic when you sound like you're just saying that like.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I've done it many times, dude.
So then tell us what distance you saw a lighthouse and how tall the lighthouse were and how far you were above the water. Why don't you tell us?
Well, there's a lighthouse in Ludington, Michigan. If you look it up, the Big Sable Lighthouse. It's like 110 feet tall. If you look it up, anybody can do it. Fish Lake, Michigan. And if you drive from the fucking shoreline, whatever, a couple hundred feet off the shore, it's like a normal lighthouse. Everybody's on the beach swimming. And you start driving towards fucking Wisconsin. You drive west. You will see that lighthouse slowly disappear. And you'll see the big sand dunes that are a couple hundred feet high in the background disappear too eventually. But the lighthouse goes first.
Yeah,
so
but
the
you
lighthouse
see everything. What do you not see disappear as you drive away from it?
What do you mean? I'm sorry. Say it again.
Well, everything on the Earth, everything on the surface of the Earth disappears eventually as you drive away from it or sail away from it. So what's your point?
Oh, well, that just proves curvature if you know how to perceive it.
Making a leap there.
Yeah, it's a leap. But
Yeah,
that's
or just that it's too far away for you to see it.
Okay, well, hold on. Because and I'm gonna say this, I want to get this out. If you guys are gonna go this way, okay? Because remember, I'm not new either. I remember some shit too. If you guys are gonna go this way and say, well, Rob, if you're only 10 or 15 miles away and everything's disappeared, that's because it's too far away. Then how come when you guys talk about this, you say we see too far, you guys show me a picture of something that's like 600 miles away? Come on, if I can see 600 miles away, but I can't see 15 miles away, and now you guys are telling me it's because I just can't see that far. But come on, man, you guys gotta have a better argument than this.
Do you have any specific examples to back up what you just said?
Yeah, Crete. You guys talk about Crete. You guys talk about Catalina Island. You guys talk about the freaking other mountain.
You guys,
yeah,
a bunch of generalizations. Can you just post whatever observations you're talking about, and we'll look at them side by side? And
this is the time where I'm gonna stand my ground. You guys know damn well what I'm talking about. You guys say you guys show many pictures of how far we can see. Now you guys are saying I can't see 15 miles because it's too far. Don't lie. You got caught.
have a comment. Someone said like, "Hey, you know, the picture that's not enough evidence. You know, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and a picture, you know, pretty much can be faked." If I caught the gist of what you were saying, and so it's not extraordinary evidence. I would agree with that. However, aren't there like millions upon millions of photographs taken from space from all space agencies across, you know, the globe,
Dream
Russia,
on,
China?
potato. Yeah, dream on, potato. You
Oh, my
guys need
bad.
to get outside. You guys need to get outside if you are questioning long distance observations. Rob's stuck in a basement, and Alond is stuck in a potato stack, a garage.
Hey, I'm not stuck in here. This is my man cave, dude.
Yeah, and Alond, millions and millions of pictures. How about you post one of them so we can talk about it specifically?
And we're not the ones arguing about this.
Relax, Rob. Leave your garage, Rob.
Well, wouldn't that kind of
Calm
like?
down.
Do you guys understand what I'm saying, though?
Yeah, if you have millions of pictures from space, post one.
But that's not what
we're talking about. Stuff you can see when you go outside to the beach.
That's not what I'm arguing. I'm just saying, like, if there's claimed to be that many photographs, it's not just
dude.
One,
there's like
right?
there's a dozen Godzilla films, Alond, right? There's dozens of Godzilla films, millions of frames.
Are there millions of Godzilla
frames?
films?
Millions of frames. Yeah, you guys need to get outside if you're questioning how far you can see. It's not a good look for you guys. You guys sound like garage and basement dwellers. And Alon sounds like he's stuck in a potato sack. You're all right, Rob. Go hang some sand from a string.
It wasn't sand. Oh, we are not the ones questioning it, how far we can see. We're not questioning that. I'm questioning how far you... No, I'm not. I'm asking you why you guys show me a picture that says, look, Rob, we can see farther than you're supposed to see on a globe. We can see 640 miles to Crete or Catalina Island or whatever it is. And all of a sudden, but now when I get off the coast
and if you leave your garage, you wouldn't have to depend on pictures.
Man, leave my garage, man. I fucking have boats and shit. You don't know nothing about me, man.
Okay, well then why are you so confused, Hotshot?
Because if you're saying I can't see, if I get Lake Michigan... If I get in Lake Michigan, I go 10 miles offshore, 15 miles offshore. I can't see the shoreline. Even with hills, some of those hills are 200 feet high. I can't see them. But you guys are saying I can see across the goddamn 600 miles or Catalina Island. Come on, man, get your story straight, dude. What kind of earth are you guys living on? Whatever kind you guys want.
Yes, that'd be great. Post your boating trip pictures sometime, Rob.
Absolutely, I will, old hoss. But the question.
No need to bitch about it. No need to bitch about it until then, right?
Yeah, but you can't just make up whatever you want to live on. You
Go
have to have
outside.
some kind of you have to have some kind of order to it, dude. You can't just make up new shit all the time. Say, oh, this is new. It just works.
Why don't you apply the same critique to Alon, who just told us there's millions upon millions of pictures from space? Talk about making shit up.
He's right.
Are there not millions of pictures, or
post one of them? Let's talk about one by one.
What does
I'll explain it to you how you've been duped, if that's what you need.
What does one have to do with the point that I was making?
Well, one is part of millions. Just case by case. If you need to be pulled out of your gullibility and naivety, I'll help you figure out how it is you've been duped by each and every image. So show one image.
Okay. Let's just say I posted it and you're like, look how this is fake. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So they're all fake.
Did you post it? No, I'll explain it to you why you're confused. Go ahead and post one. You've got millions.
Okay, but why don't we just save our time and you're going to be like, well, this is why it's fake, right?
Well, which one?
No. Just post one. Post one.
They could be these images could be created by any number of means.
Yeah,
see, the problem is you guys are so ignorant. Listen, you guys are so ignorant as to the history of cinema and photography. This is how you guys are left holding the bag with your heads stuck in the sand, saying millions and millions of pictures from space. You guys sound like idiots.
No, we're agreeing, man. Pictures can be tampered with.
I agree. He sounds like an idiot.
Created.
Good job, Rob.
Created. No, but guess what? You have to prove that they are.
Post one of the Earth. Yeah, so post a picture from the vacuum of space of the Earth that you think is real.
Wait a minute. So Space agencies throughout
Listen
the
to these.
globe
Listen to these punks. Hey,
make up
Alan,
pictures.
go find one of the millions and millions. I'll pause you until you can post one. Thank you.
Hold on. If you can stop sounding like an idiot.
I saved you from sounding like an idiot, Alond. Just post one of these millions and millions of pictures, and I'll explain. I'll be happy to explain to you how you've been duped.
Yeah, but I know you can
We're
go
not the
from. I
idiots.
know.
That,
If I show
listen,
you,
we're not the idiots that have no foundation in
yeah,
the
but old
study
house.
of such things.
If I know we can show you a million
Can you
pictures.
post
I
one of the
guarantee you can
millions?
give us a
Hey,
million.
you said he was right, so maybe you can post one of the millions and millions of pictures.
Yeah, just use the blue marble one,
Okay,
man. We all know
go
that
for
one,
it.
dude.
Which one?
The
72
78
one or 2.0?
72, yeah. I like the original one, fine.
Okay,
They
so
didn't
the one
have
with
any
Africa.
CGI back then.
Okay,
They didn't have
the
any
one.
CGI back then.
Okay, Rob, I'll hold your hand. I've seen this one 1,000 times. So this is the image that half of the globe is covered by some of Africa, correct? So you're telling me the rest of Northern Africa, Europe, Australia, North and South America, and Asia, and all the surrounding oceans and seas fit on the other side of that blue marble?
Yep.
Okay. See, that's how you guys are confused. You have cog dis or some sort of stupidity complex, because that doesn't make any sense.
No, but
so maybe you can let that sink in.
We can
That
make
all
it.
Asia, North and South America, Europe, and all the surrounding seas and Australia wouldn't fit on the the side. You don't even have all
You're
of Africa.
right. You're right. It's not all on the other side, though. Some of it's on. Hold on, old house. Listen, man. We're not arguing. We're not getting crazy yet. Let's just keep it cool. It's not all on the other side, as you would think. Like you said, why can't we see it? It's not on the other side because,
oh boy,
as you can say, you can see Africa.
Well, I
so
thought
we
this
know
was a
Africa.
picture of
Hold on.
space, so we would see pretty much half
I'm
of
trying to
the
explain,
globe,
dude.
right?
I just let you get your shit out.
I get it. You're trying to rationalize your idiocy.
No, it's
I
not
get it, Rob.
rationalizing. I'm just trying to explain my position, dude. Can I do that?
Your position is
on that view you have
you're
of Africa.
arguing
We
from a
know that
position of ignorance,
Europe
bro.
is we know that Europe is right north of it. So that's why you could barely see it on that curvature of the going towards the north. When you know Asia wraps around
You don't even
going
see
north
it.
and what? Bring up the picture.
Yeah, you're arguing from ignorance, Rob, and desperation.
Yeah, you don't want to. You
You got
just want to
anything else
yell.
other than the
You
blue
just want to
marble?
yell. No, yell at me more. Go ahead, old house. I know you just want to yell.
You'll be fine.
You don't want to have a conversation. You just want to yell at me. Go ahead, man.
Okay, we'll see if Alond has a picture now. Since your picture failed, we'll see what Alond has.
Yeah, maybe he'll argue with you.
Millions and millions. No, let's just see if he'll post one.
I mean, we bring up the blue marble, and then you say it doesn't show it, and then I try to explain it. You don't want to hear it.
You brought up the blue marble.
I know. I just said that, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Your prayers to God are noted.
Yeah.
Bro, Rob, he's a flat earther. You shouldn't be expecting him to be smart. To be honest.
I don't want to talk like that, man. It just gets him all pissy.
Why? Because he critically thinks and challenged the status quo. That's why.
Don't make me laugh again. Don't make me laugh again. We all know how it ended up the previous time. Don't make me laugh.
Welcome back, Michael Myers. Begin your hysterical laughter. Your cope is noted.
Much.
You're welcome.
Clown.
I understand, Mike, but that ain't, if you do that, man, they just won't engage, and you'll just get banned and kicked and muted. It's not worth it, dude.
They don't even engage. Try to ask them a question, see if they answer it.
Yeah, man, but that's the one thing about young people. Y'all don't understand, man. You have to be consistent and just be steadfast, dude. Things don't happen overnight, instant, man. This is gonna take a long time. So stop being so fucking worried about busting the nut quick. If it was this easy, get people rid of this shit, there wouldn't be none of the fucking shit around.
I mean, I think that your problem is that you try to convince them. It's impossible, bro. It's impossible.
I don't think like that. I think I can do anything, man.
No, he's convinced us that he's confused.
The fact that
Clear.
you can see the ISS from the surface of the Earth clearly, like every day at some point on the earth, you can see it orbit the earth, and people still believe that it's not round, that proves that those people are fucking stupid.
Okay, but that's I know everything is cool until you said fucking stupid, man. You can't, you call people fucking stupid, then it gets bad. Then
wait until you argue a little bit more with them. See if they
I do, no, I do, and I am an asshole. I'm a bastard. I'm obnoxious, but like I said, there's a time for that, and there's a time for you guys got to read the room. You know, I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyways, that's all I got, Heretic, and Old Hoss. That's all I got, man. I ain't got no more pictures. That's it, man. That's the best I got.
Well, that's pretty shy of the millions and millions that you agreed with Hollande on. So, well done.
I agree. That's definitely not even close to 10, let alone a million.
Not even plural.
Yeah, it's true. That is true. Actually, in my case, not even singular because I didn't post one picture. Because I just know you guys already know what I'm talking about. That's why that's one thing I get aggravated with is when you guys like.
Well, maybe you should post it, and then you would see what I was talking about. I don't think you guys look at these pictures. You guys hear about them and chant about them. You don't look at them. It's weird.
I'm just waiting for commercial space flight. That'll put an end to this shit real quick.
Whoever said that, that's my prediction for, let's say, 20 years from now. Imagine sitting at a family dinner table around Thanksgiving, and all your cousins and all your uncles and everybody
On
else is
Mars,
showing
right?
off. No, they're showing off, with pictures from space, how they took their wife or girlfriend to space, and because that space is like the new Vegas, right? So they all go like, look at this, and your dentist, as his, putting those devices inside your mouth, tells you how he went to space. And then you have to start thinking that they're all liars and they're all Jesuits and they're all, Nephilim and conspiracy reptilians.
And the best part
at
about
one
it is,
point you just give up.
even if they don't go like all the way to the moon or whatever. Let's say they go only 230 miles up, like the space station, and they look back at the
like
fucking,
Gagarin.
Yeah, and they look back at what we live on. If what they look back on doesn't represent a flat Earth map, like where they say like the fucking North Pole's in the middle, and then they have a question to answer.
What if it looks like the blue marble?
Yeah, they ask why the blue marble doesn't show all the land on one side. I ask why it doesn't show the North Pole in the middle. Gotcha.
I had people ask me why is it upside down, because the negative is upside down. Can you believe that? I had grown-up people ask me why the blue marble negative is upside down. As if there was up and down with the camera, as if you couldn't take something and like just rotate it. But anyways, that's the level of discourse. So, you know, I totally agree with you that one day when you know, upper middle class people will be able to afford like a Gagarin flight around the, you know, a few orbits around the Earth. This whole thing, it will still exist, but it will be like the margin, the fringe of the fringe of the fringe.
Yep. Just like put an ant on a basketball and watch that ant crawl around. At what point do you perceive that ant to be upside down? He's only upside down because of what your perception of upside down really means. Now take yourself and why don't you put yourself upside down and then watch the ant crawl? Now is the ant upside down to you or are you upside down? These people, they claim perception, expertise, and some kind of savants about it. I'm a half retarded idiot in my garage and I just destroyed everything I ever thought about.
I think you're upside down because it seems like the blood is rushing to your head.
Photo, you know that a photo can be rotated, right? Talking about just the criticism of a photograph, which shows like complete detachment from what words mean, like saying that a photo is upside down and it's fake is laughable, right? Especially you, kid, you grew up in digital age, so you know how easy it is to rotate a photo in Photoshop, right? But a negative, if you know what a negative is, a piece of film can also be rotated, right, for free, without changing gravity. Anyways, how are you guys doing this beautiful week? Have you all had your group release yet around assassination attempt? I assume that took a lot of your time this weekend.
No, I actually didn't. And these guys still talk about flat Earth, man. That's the whole problem, man. That's why flat Earth takes up all the other important shit, dude. It's meant.
Well,
to
that's
keep
why I
you
come here. It's that's why I come here. It's like coming to a seafood restaurant complaining all they have is seafood. You know.
Explain to me how it's
What
like
country
that.
are you from?
Explain to me, Peter, how it's like that.
Well, we come here to talk about flat Earth. We shouldn't be complaining about it. And that's it. That's what this channel is for. Globers who come here, like myself, we come here to listen about flat Earth. My colleague here should not be holding this against you guys that all you want to talk about is flat Earth. That's what
Oh
we're
no, I'm
all
sorry.
here for.
I didn't mean that. I know the rules here. Yeah. No, it's not like we could if we wanted to. But yeah, I got you. We couldn't even.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. How many years would you have to live still alive on the Earth into the future without having the ability to go to the moon until you finally come to think to yourself, maybe they didn't ever go to the moon?
We've been to the moon
I think
over
for
7
you,
times.
forever.
Other countries have been to the moon. We've been there over 7 times. So yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
So you're not answering my question?
Yeah, I
Did
will
you hear
answer
my
your question. I will. It depends on the person. I think for you, it's forever.
So in 1969, we walked on the moon and played golf on the moon
Wait,
and had
that still
videos of
doesn't answer the
flags being
question.
planted. Like, where's all that footage from this time now that we've been on the moon 7 times? You said, Rob? You got any pictures?
Well, we've been to the moon 7 times, but other countries have been
You
to
got
the
any
moon.
pictures of us being to the moon?
Yeah, plenty of pictures. Plenty of pictures.
Yeah, India landed on the
With the
moon.
flag being planted and
China
stuff and playing
Guys,
golf. Can
I
you show me
think
that stuff?
you're all losing track of what I
Go
was
ahead.
asking.
Let's
What
see
I
the
was
pictures.
asking was how long needs to go by for them, these two globers I'm talking
We get
to,
it, bro. We
how many
understand what you said.
years? I don't think they did. They didn't.
I'll do my best.
How many years need to go by without them going to the moon themselves until they finally ask themselves, did anyone ever go? How many years?
For
Put a
me,
number
0.
on it. The answer should
No,
be a
for me,
number,
infinite.
not a speech. I don't need a speech.
Okay.
I need a number.
Okay, 1,000. For me, 1,000 years.
1,000 fucking years, dude. That's insane.
It is.
That really sounds like such a illogical answer. It's not even comprehensible.
Rob, you see the chat there?
That's something a cult member would say.
Yeah.
You see in the
It's
chat the moon footage there?
No, I'm sorry. I'll check right now.
Can you show me some of that modern moon footage? Like that happened in what, 1969? We should have some color photos by now, shouldn't we?
Yeah, and
or movies of the moon.
And how about the meme above that? Your hero Elon founded SpaceX over 20 years ago, still hasn't gone anywhere. Oh, excuse me. If you want to believe he put a Tesla in orbit, then I guess he did that.
It's so fake it has to be real. Like, look at him bouncing around. Imagine if he got a hole in his suit there. Like, what the fuck would he do? Oh my god. I guess the suits were made though tough, right?
And regardless
they were made to withstand a 10 to the negative 11 torr vacuum, which we've never replicated here on the surface of the Earth.
What does that mean? Explain that to us.
And regardless of whatever conflicts between flat earthers in our truth movement, Mark Sargent has offered to go into a spacesuit and into a vacuum chamber with another person and hit the switch and see what happens. And they're not willing to let him try it.
So explain the Tor vacuum to us.
It's your story, dude.
What does it mean to have a 10 to negative 17
you tell me.
Tor vacuum?
Supposedly it goes up to negative 17 in space, right?
So this guy's asking about negative
17.
10 to the negative 17 in space. So what is that in space? Like what's the highest we can get here?
Let's find out.
What's the highest we can get on Earth, dude?
I have a question for you. Is 10 to negative 17
I'm not into
or
playing
a
quiz.
negative number?
I'm not into playing a quiz, dude. Fucking, I just asked you a question, right? Like, if it's 10 to the negative 17 in space, and we can only do 10 to the negative 6 here, like, what the hell would 17 be like, man?
Yeah, what would it be like?
I'm asking.
This guy's asking these questions. So you've never watched vacuum videos? You've never watched videos of people doing experiments in vacuum chambers? Seen what a vacuum chamber does to a pop can or water or... That's wild.
What does it do?
You've never looked at it. That's amazing. And you're in here spewing your crap. Wild.
But what does it do?
Let's start with the basics. He asked, what does it do? Let's start with the basics. You see, high pressure moves to low pressure. Did you know that?
Yep.
And it does that every time. Did you know that?
Yes.
There's still gravity on those vacuums though on Earth.
Stop.
Since you're too lazy to go look up any footage and see what it does yourself, I'll give you another example. The oxygen gets sucked out of water and water boils in a vacuum. The pop can explodes. Yeah. Go look at it. Go check it out.
Yeah. So what was let's say in the cartoon Moonlander, what was the pressure inside of the lander?
In the cartoon?
In the story they tell us about the Moonlander, what was the pressure inside of the craft?
I don't know, dude. What was it?
The pressure in a CGI image is just that. None.
I don't know the story. Go ahead, tell me.
Okay, so why are you using an argument about it not being possible if you already know it never happened? So
you don't even know what the fuck it is, dude. Fucking, how can you even fucking give me a story?
I know exactly what it is. I just enjoy
Okay, so
talking
tell me what 10 to the negative 17 Tor vacuum will do to something.
Well, let's walk through it together.
Oh, okay.
It depends on the pressure of that something.
Oh, it's 10 to the negative 17.
What does that mean?
I don't know. But that's supposedly what the pressure is, right?
It means almost zero.
Isn't it negative 17 below zero?
No, that's why I
No,
asked
because
you a
there's no
question.
negative
It's
pressure. It just means
10 to the
0.00001
it's a
psi.
positive
Something
number. It's a positive number that is a tiny. Can I please speak? It's a
No, listen.
positive number that is
Look
a
at what.
tiny amount greater than 0.
Yeah. Okay. So just look at what
I'm teaching here.
Eagle
I'm
Slate
teaching
posted
here.
in the live chat.
It's a
Look at
teaching
that.
moment.
That's what happens
It,
to a cannon in less than 10 to the 17 negative
yeah.
torque.
No. Let's
Yeah.
walk through it. By the time we're done walking through it, you'll understand. So
We
you don't
went to
worry
the
about
moon.
the 10.
We went to the moon.
Yes. Wait a second. So 10
Shitting
to
and
negative
pissing in
7.
that little tin can for 14 days. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. 10 to negative 17 is slightly above 0. So if you have, let's say, a craft that has the pressure inside of it of, let's say, just for the example's
So
sake,
we're imagining here, right?
5 imaginary, yes, 5 psi, then the difference or the pressure on the walls of the craft from within is 5 psi.
So
And it doesn't really
we need
matter.
walls. We need walls to have pressure, then, right?
Yes. So it doesn't matter if outside is 10 to negative 17 or 10 to negative 18 or 10 to negative 25 because it's almost 0. It's so close
It
to
doesn't
0
matter at
that
all, right?
it doesn't matter because what you have inside is so huge, 5 psi compared to 0, that you have pretty much 5 psi pressure on the walls. Whether it's 10 to negative 6 or 10 to negative 17, it's still give or take 5 psi. Okay? Now, for comparison, in my car that's parked outside, the pressure within the tires is 35 psi, and that's ambient. It's versus the external 15 psi. So the air inside of my tires is pushing outwards with the force of 35 psi.
That's awesome, brother.
Yeah,
Great.
these are good tires, man. Pirellis. So that's what it takes to contain 35 psi relative pressure, ambient pressure. So containing 5
Relative
psi
to
is not
what,
such a
Pete?
big deal.
What is it?
To the
What is it?
outside.
So relative to the 14 psi that's outside.
Yes, yes. So if you put my tires in a vacuum, then the outward pressure would be 45 psi. They might, no, I'm sorry, around 50. They might explode, but I think they could probably keep 50 psi. I don't know. But
What, in a 10 to the negative 17 vacuum?
10 to the negative 17 vacuum means 0
That
psi.
we don't have, so we just
think
imagine it.
0 psi.
You like that number? It doesn't mean what you think it means, man.
Well, what does it mean,
Yeah,
Rob?
it means 0. It means almost 0.
It means almost 0.
Yeah, it's
Almost
like
0.
negligible. Yeah. It's not really.
It's nothing, right?
How many times can I repeat almost 0?
It's not nothing.
Almost
nothing.
0.
No such thing as nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said it's 0. Isn't 0 nothing?
Almost 0.
So the tires on the Tesla are okay? Is that what you're telling us?
I'm telling you that my tires are able to contain way more pressure than the Moonlander.
Yeah, shit, even my truck tires, I got 50 pounds of pressure on my truck tires.
There you go.
Yeah, but would they in the vacuum of space?
Yeah, let's pump them up less.
You ever see what happens to a tire inside of a vacuum?
Did you?
Well, we just seen what happens to a pop can.
You're giving us evidence
It
of.
was never designed to contain that high of a pressure.
Well, see, these guys think that. I'm sorry.
What happens inside of a vacuum with all types of things, gunpowder, all types of shit. Yeah,
yeah. A
Do you know
vacuum
why
just
your body would have a hard time in vacuum? Because your body needs 14 psi pushing on it at all times. That's your body was created inside of an environment that had 14 psi, and it needs that 14 psi to keep the water in a certain state.
I've seen an astronaut.
You're talking about pressure, though, Peter, but aren't we talking about the lack of pressure in space?
There is no lack of pressure. There is no
There
such
is
thing
no
as lack
pressure,
of
right?
pressure.
Like it's a
It's
negative
almost
effect,
0.
right?
I saw an
It's
astronaut.
almost well, it's not a negative effect. It's just almost no pressure, as they
almost
describe it.
0. This is what you guys see the negative 17.
Yeah, which
You
would
don't know what that
shred
means.
anything you put in there.
Listen, Linda, I saw footage of an astronaut in a vacuum chamber fall head over heels backwards, and in an interview later speak about how he felt the saliva boiling on his tongue before he passed out in a vacuum. Okay, you want to go?
because he still has gravity.
Oh, but they have gravity in space, right?
No, there's no gravity in space.
Oh, so it's the same as a vacuum chamber.
Of course there's gravity in space. What are you guys smoking?
Yeah, very
Who told
limited.
you there was no gravity in
but I'm
space?
saying when you do a vacuum chamber on Earth, you still have the gravity of Earth interacting with that vacuum chamber. A vacuum chamber doesn't remove gravity.
Okay.
It just removes
What is the
atmospheric pressure.
Okay. What is the gravity inside of the International Space Station?
Yeah, but they simulate their gravity there.
What is it? No, they don't. What are you talking about?
It moves and it doesn't spin or something, and it moves in a certain way that.
Peter, what's the answer supposed to be, and how is it supposed to be relevant? It seems like you're going on to an irrelevant tangent here.
No, it's not an irrelevant tangent. The gravity at the height of International Space Station is 89% of what it is on Earth. It's only 11% less.
And
that's it. And that's it. There's no.
Yes, and nothing. Yes, and nothing. An irrelevant tangent you just went on, like I just called.
Well, somebody mentioned gravity is relevant to the pressure and vacuum, and that's
he clarified.
Yeah, Rob did.
But what I'm saying is, if you do a vacuum test on the surface of the planet, you have the gravity is still there. You know what I'm saying? You're just removing the atmospheric pressure.
The gravity is everywhere.
Yeah, I understand. Different. I know what you're saying. Different poles.
Yeah.
You're talking about gas pressure in a container, so in a tire and in a space capsule, and what's the gas pressure in the space station? So you need to show us gas pressure without the container, yeah? To prove that you can have gas next to a vacuum, okay?
No, I'm granting you.
So you need to show us gas pressure without the container. Okay.
And a consistent
I'm granting you the
value
container.
form too.
You have the container. I'm not arguing against the container. There is a container.
Yes, so gas needs containment.
Okay.
Gas pressure needs containment.
Good.
So space is fake.
Wait. Are you trying to say there's a container around the Earth? Then?
No, there's a container around space. How about that?
What is that supposed to mean?
Problem solved. It means we're in a container.
That was getting silly.
No, it's not getting silly.
You're trying to burn the candle on both ends.
No, I'm just using your own logic.
So what scientist said there's a container around Earth?
There's a container around the universe.
Or is that just you?
It's me.
I get it.
And science.
Gentlemen, did you hear what he just said? There's a container around the universe. So the universe is contained. It has vacuums and contained pressure within that container.
No vacuums. There's pressure everywhere in the universe.
There's no vacuums now. Okay.
No, there's pressure, positive pressure, everywhere in the universe, thanks to the container.
Yep. Yeah, space isn't an absolute vacuum.
Is the container walls of the universe expanding outwards faster than the speed of light currently?
We're not sure. I'm not sure about that. But either way, there is a container. There is a container, and I will quote. Yeah, I know. I'll answer your question. And I will even quote some of the elders of this channel, such as Alpha Veritas and Jedi, and I will say, we're not sure what the container is. We're not calling it a dome, we're not calling it a firmament, but we know that there's a container. We haven't seen it.
Who's we, Peter?
Me and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is claiming a container.
Yeah, absolutely. He is just shy to say it that way.
Oh, he's shy to say it. I get it.
Universe is contained. Universe is contained for sure.
Have a good day.
It's just an ever-growing container. It's an ever-growing container. It's an ever-growing container.
Yeah.
Because we don't know. Yeah, because the scientists don't like this. They don't like to admit what they don't know, and they don't know what's past the container's edge.
But they know how the universe started, though, right?
You live on a globe, not in the vacuum.
No, they suspect they know.
Peter, like all your shit, your gravity and your fucking initial inertia and the placement of all your planets, it all hinges off of this fucking bullshit fucking Einstein theory, right?
No, it doesn't.
You sure about that?
I am absolutely sure about it.
So where did the initial inertia come from for the Earth's spin?
Probably from the initial distribution of energy and
where did that come from, Peter?
We don't know.
You don't know.
I believe it's God's.
So you don't believe in
creation.
Einstein?
No, I believe in God, not in Einstein.
You don't believe in Einstein.
There's nothing to believe in.
You don't believe in the bending and warping of space-time?
He's just a man.
That's a good model.
It's a good model, but it's not true.
Yo, so great.
It's true in some sense, but not in all senses.
Oh.
What up,
So just a little bit of it is true, not all of it.
Like with all of our understanding, it's none of it is
Peter,
absolutely
you see how insincere you're being, right?
I am absolutely sincere right now.
Say it without smiling, and I might take you serious.
Okay. None of our understanding of how the world works is perfectly true. It's all an approxiimation.
I think he's being sincere. He's being a cult member.
That you live in a cosmic vacuum on a ball.
No, I don't believe that. There is no vacuum.
So what's your cause for gravity, Peter?
We don't know.
You don't know.
Is the Earth a ball floating
human
in
beings
space?
don't know. No, it's not floating in space.
Does gravity contain gas? Cause gas pressure?
So what's the medium that the Earth is in?
Exerts causes acceleration of everything that we know of.
What about
the medium
gas?
that the Earth is in?
The medium. Some call it ether.
Gregory, what general shape is
now we're going off from the weeds. Back to gas. Does gravity cause gas pressure? Yes or no?
Gravity can cause gas pressure, yes. Gradient. Gas pressure.
Do you have a
gradient.
demonstration of this?
Yes.
Yeah, different spheres. Stratosphere.
What would be the demonstration?
All the different spheres we have.
What would be the demonstration is observing gas particles accelerate towards the source of gravity or center of gravity.
No, I think you may be misunderstanding me. So I mean like a consistent X value form of gas pressure. Like you know how 14.7 psi at sea level, that's a consistent X value form of gas pressure. You follow me?
Yeah, we have different levels of spheres. Stratosphere,
So what I'm asking is for this guy or the other guy talking, like, so do you have a demonstration of a consistent X value form of gas pressure caused by gravity? Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So go to the details of that right now.
So you can
here you go.
You can take a known weight and have it be weighed at a certain elevation, and then if you go to a higher elevation, that weight will actually decrease on the scale, and then you can see that there's the atmosphere when it's this weight, and then the atmosphere when you're higher up.
And then when we put it in a vacuum, it weighs more, right?
Solid materials, right? Wait, hold on. Wait, stop right there. Is the weight?
You have two things. The
force on the weight. Is the weight made out of solid materials? Yeah. You're talking about weight. You're talking about solids. I'm talking about gas. You're in a category error. I'm not talking about that stage of matter. I'm not talking about solids. I'm talking about gas. Not liquid, not solid, gas.
Thank you.
I'm going to bow out and let him argue his own point.
This group think that gas behaves differently than other forms of matter. So that is not true. In fact, gravity creates acceleration even for things that don't have mass and don't have weight.
All right, let's just dispel that right there. Let's just dispel this right here. Does gas move omnidirectionally? Yes or no? Don't give me a speech.
It tries to. Yeah, it tries to. Yeah.
It tries to? Oh my god, that is so weak. It does. It does. It tries to. What the hell is that? It tries to. What the fuck is that?
Meaning that the vector, the momentum of each particle is somewhat random.
The answer is
Peter.
The answer is it does. The answer is gas moves omnidirectionally. Liquids and solids do not. That's the answer.
That's just not true.
They do. Everything
that's not true.
Solid vibrates omnidirectionally.
Really, you've seen rain fall up?
You ever see Ice Cube freeze?
You look at those you look at those molecules. You see them vibrate in the network that they create. They're not static.
About omnidirectional. They are not omnidirectional.
Yes.
So gas is omnidirectional. Liquids and solids are not.
Yes, they are snowflakes. Omnidirectional. Start as a small raindrop, turn into a snowflake to get bigger. What are you talking about? Move out in all directions.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Snowflakes fall upwards. I don't think this guy's understanding what omnidirectional means. See, omnidirectional, for the guy who's listening who doesn't seem to understand what it means it moves all directions, like up,
Are
down,
you
forward,
flattered yourself
backwards,
that
left,
you
and
know
right. That's what
the meaning of the word
omnidirectional means.
omni?
We've all seen the heavy gas in the container fall
like
to the
ice.
container. We've all seen it.
And then it dissipates, right? So because you put up a container and fucking barriers and hold gas in a place, that's fucking proving your fucking theory, dude.
Which
It
theory?
does the gas pour
What
out
if
like
you? What would happen if?
a
Listen to
liquid?
me. What would happen if you dropped?
Does the gas pour
Listen to
out like
me,
a
dude.
liquid?
What would
Does the
happen if you
gas pour out
dropped?
like a liquid?
Holy fuck! What would happen if you dropped the gas on the ground without a fucking container?
Dropped it on the ground without the container. We
Yeah,
are in
he's
a
saying you
container.
dropped.
Why is the gas
Would
falling
it
to the
stay
ground
in
in the
one
first
fucking
place?
spot?
Why is it falling to the
Depends
ground
on
in the
how
first place?
energized it is.
Whatever. I'm just okay. Let's just say you dump gas out of a container. What happens?
It floats around.
No, depending on the type of gas, it might fall to the ground.
And then
It's a
what?
very heavy gas. It's a very dense gas. So why does it fall to the ground?
And then what?
And then nothing.
And then it dissipates, right? And it
Depends.
equalizes into the fucking surrounding pressure, right? Into the
No, it
volume.
doesn't.
Yeah, it
No,
fills its volume, dude, every fucking time, man.
Why does the gas fall
It
to the
depends
ground
on
like
what
a
it's
liquid?
surrounded with.
Why does the gas fall to the ground like a liquid?
I didn't say it did, man.
Because we've all seen it. You even know this thing I'm talking about. You even mentioned it.
Gas will fill its volume, dude.
Doesn't even
That's what it
matter.
does,
Listen,
man.
hold on. I gotta interject for a second. We're not talking about like gradients because you're referring to a gradient. We're talking about the pressure itself. Like even if one element goes lower to the surface than another, that doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about gas pressure in an X value form.
No,
And
you
that's
said
not what you're
gas goes in
demonstrating.
every direction. That's a gas that doesn't go in every direction.
Stop.
It falls to the ground. It falls to the ground. Not every direction, falls to the ground.
Okay, and what? No, hold on, quick question. And what happens when you evacuate all the other gases around it? What happens then? Does that gas go all the other
So what
directions?
What happens when you manipulate, like, so that there's no other gas in the area? What do you mean? Like, so you're manipulating it to the point. You're still not. You said gas.
Yeah, he's
flows in every
manipulating it, dude.
direction.
Fucking get it through your thick skull. What happens?
You stated gas goes in omnidirections. Here's an example of a gas going down, falling down as if
Yes,
it's a
okay,
liquid.
yes, and I'm asking you a question. No, hold on, buddy.
So
Hold on. I'm asking you a question about this. Yes, I'm asking you a question. So what happens if you get rid of all the other gases? Does that gas move omnidirectionally or not?
No. It doesn't.
No. Really?
No.
So what is this magical gas that you're talking about that when you remove all the other gases, so it would have to be a vacuum above it. So you have a demonstration then of a vacuum chamber with a vacuum at the top of the vacuum and no vacuum at the bottom of the vacuum? Please do tell us more.
Yeah.
Or is that not what you're describing?
Earth.
Oh, Earth. So you can't demonstrate it. You just got to tell us that. Oh, it's the world we live in. That's
Either way,
great.
so
you don't actually have any demonstration.
Are you going to retract? Are you going to retract your? Are you going to retract your statement that all gases flow in omnidirections? Or are you not going to retract it?
Why would?
No, it's true. It's still true.
Why would you retract it? Because I stated an example of a gas falling out of a container as if it's a liquid.
In a medium.
Okay,
like
what's
Peter
that
said,
gas?
right?
Yeah, what's that gas? No, tell me the gas.
What is it, like sulfur hexafluoride or something like that? Hexafluoride something?
Okay, yeah. All right. So what happens? So my question is, what happens when you get rid of all the air around it? Does it move omnidirectionally or not?
I'm not sure.
It does. It does. I'll tell you, it does.
All right, so you're going to answer my question now?
He did, dude.
No, he didn't. Why does it fall to the ground? He did not answer that question.
It's more
Why
dense,
does that
I suppose.
gas? So you think
dense.
that things fall to the ground? You think things fall to the ground just because of density? That's it.
I didn't make a claim.
You did. You just said because of density. That's a claim.
I said perhaps because of density. I didn't. Now you just asked me if everything falls to the ground because of density. I didn't make a claim that everything falls to the ground due to density. I'm not making any claims.
Okay,
as far as
that gas, when you pour it out of the container, it falls to the ground like a liquid because of density.
Can you show me
do you have
gas
a
falling like a liquid,
demonstration
dude?
that it did for any other
Oh my God!
reason? I mean, I don't
Do I
understand
really
what we're
need to
even
pull up
arguing
the
about.
video of the? Do I have to pull up the video of the aluminum foil floating on the gas?
Well, how about you pull up a video
No. What you
of
need
a
to pull
vacuum
up is a
chamber and
And then
demonstration
fucking
of
when
gas
reduce
pressure
the
without
gas?
a container due to gravity.
Onto the aluminum foil sinks. Do I need to show that
So
example
you're
again?
proving fucking density, dude. We get it.
Let's start over here, buddy. Do you believe that the gas pressure we're breathing right here on the surface of the Earth exists due to gravity? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, do you have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity in the consistent X value form? Yes or no?
Ask that question one more time.
Do you have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container in the consistent X value form due to gravity?
I would need a
Caused by
tiny-sized
gravity.
object to demonstrate that.
I do. I posted a
Oh, so in
scientific
other words, the
paper
answer is no.
describing
The
that.
answer is no.
I do.
Well, I
You
mean,
asked me for that.
I can point to other planets
I
and how we sent
provided
probes into
a
them.
demonstration of that.
No, you didn't,
Yeah, you
Peter.
didn't tell us.
There you
You
go.
showed
You
us
got a demonstration
antimatter,
for it.
and you showed us that the antimatter in your demonstration can go up,
It's a
and
gas.
it can go down,
Yeah, but it goes down more than
and it
up.
goes up.
So it's not omnidirectional, is it?
If it goes up and down, yeah.
It has a very strong
Yeah, it is
And you're
preference to
also
go
omnidirectional. It
down.
goes up.
using magnets to make this happen, right, Peter?
To make what happen?
To make these annihilations happen, right?
Absolutely not. Magnets are only used to contain it in its initial. That's the containment mechanism.
There's no container there to contain it. It's just magnets.
Exactly. That's why you use magnets.
So you brought the antimatter with no container.
Well, that's the cherry on top, brother. That you don't need a physical container, but you
don't need a
one thing
physical
at a
container
time.
for antimatter, bro?
No, you don't.
Okay.
You couldn't, because if you make it out of matter, then it's going to annihilate. That's the cherry on top. That's why that paper is like the holy grail of. It's like the wooden stake.
So how the fuck do you have antimatter then, dude? It would have annihilated already. How the hell can you test it?
As long as it doesn't touch matter, it doesn't annihilate.
So then it had to be contained, didn't it, Peter?
Using magnets, yes.
Oh, so no other way, just magnets, right? You brought it and put it in the magnets, and it didn't annihilate.
That's exactly what's described in the paper. Nauseating detail.
I don't care what it's describing, dude. Fuck, man, get into reality,
Of course
man.
you don't. That's the reality.
So, Peter, the entire Earth is surrounded by magnets?
No, it's
okay,
a beautiful.
So it's not analogous to your cosmological paradigm, then.
No, why would it be?
Right, so then it doesn't prove your point.
Did you just cook that up, little buddy?
Did you just
cook that up?
You're supposed to be accounting, Peter. You are supposed to be accounting for why all bodies of matter don't become completely dismayed, including keeping
dismayed
the gas in a local area so that we don't suffocate to death.
What does it mean for matter to become dismayed?
Yeah, every single body of matter becoming completely disintegrated from one another, every particle becoming disintegrated from one another. That
why would
the ad hoc doctrine of gravity in order to prevent any other body of matter, any and all other bodies of matter to not become completely disintegrated from one another.
Why? There are other forces too. There's a strong nuclear
force. That's the whole issue.
Why do I need
antimatter and put it in a magnet?
The gravitation doctrine.
Strong nuclear force holds things together. Electromagnetic
No,
force
dude, you're not being consistent with the doctrine. You're just trying to talk to the refutation, dude.
Why are you speaking
full and well that is the scandal of this doctrine. You know
you're
full and well.
Words right now.
I'm gonna finish the sentence eventually, Peter. Stop talking to me. You know full and well that is the scandal of this doctrine, Peter. The only reason why the doctrine of gravity was ever contrived is because you need an ad hoc rescuing device to make everything stick to the earth rather than fall off into oblivion and everyone fucking suffocate to death. So let's not pretend that that's not why this doctrine was made. So again, it's either mass attracting mass or mass curving space-time. It's not both simultaneously, because the former affirms that there's an absolute reference frame in which things move and behave. The latter denies that. So pick one. Either you're going to defend mass attracting mass, or you're going to defend mass curving space-time. Pick one.
I'll pick one later, but right now I was talking to this other guy about gas behavior.
We're talking about the same thing, Peter. They're talking about gas behavior because we're talking about the reality or non-reality of the doctrine of gravity. That's why we're talking about gas behavior. Because if you don't have your ad hoc rescuing device, Peter, let's stop obfuscating the issue. If you don't have your ad hoc, Peter, if we don't have your ad hoc rescuing device of gravity, then the gas is going to expand in all directions, like Charles has been telling you, like several other persons have been telling you, and we'd all suffocate to death and not have this debate. That's why we're talking about it.
Created gravity.
What?
Thank God that he created gravity.
Right. You have no verification for that theory, Peter. None.
That God created gravity?
If you affirm mass attracting mass, or if you affirm mass curving spacetime, first and foremost, they're unverifiable. Even if the premises were true, you couldn't verify them because you cannot manipulate the independent variable in the hypothesis. No, you don't verify it at all. You're talking through the refutation. If the causation hypothesis, you're still talking through the refutation, Peter. You can clearly hear I wasn't done. So again, if you affirm, you're still talking through the refutation, Peter. Stop it. If you affirm mass attracting mass, which is a shorthand for saying the causation hypothesis, if the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to be pulled to other matter, if matter exists, then it causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. That's the causation hypothesis, the if-then proposition. You cannot manipulate the independent variable, the if, so you cannot verify it because you're not God. You cannot manipulate the sheer existence of matter. So out the door. Same thing with mass curving spacetime. Can't manipulate the independent variable because they have the same independent variable. So again, both out the door just right there. Unverifiable.
Orthogonal to the refutation of the association. You're not even presenting what I said correctly, and you're just
That's
rambling.
word salad.
It is.
Right, so you didn't refute what I just said to you. So just because you don't, just because you failed to, no, stop it. Just because you failed to interpret my refutation is not at all an error on my part. So either you're going to ask a question, either you're going to inquire to try and understand it, or you won't.
I will ask a question. Describe my model of gravity. Go.
What do you mean your model of gravity? Do you not affirm mass attracting mass?
The one you disagree with. No, I do not.
Do you affirm mass curving spacetime?
No.
What do you affirm? Define the doctrine of gravity you are affirming?
Okay. What I am affirming is that the universe is filled with a medium, and mass and energy have the impact of the medium in which they are, in which they exist.
The impact of the medium. That doesn't make any sense.
They affect the shape, the distribution of that medium, and the medium affects how they move, in which direction they are more likely.
Is the medium a solid?
No.
Is the medium a liquid?
No.
Is the medium a gas?
No.
What type of matter is the medium?
It's its own type of matter.
Which is what?
It has different names. The one I like to use recently is ether.
So, matter. So gravity is what?
Gravity is a shorthand word, kind of legacy word for the shape of the distribution of that medium.
Causing what? Caused by what?
By the presence of mass or energy.
So not mass curving space-time, mass curving ether?
Mass affecting the shape of the ether, yes.
Okay.
And energy.
So
Mass and
how did
energy
you
are
verify
equivalent.
this?
Wherever we look, it seems to be the case.
That's not a verification. You haven't
It's
verified
not.
that that's the
It's
cause of
not.
the effect.
Yeah, it's not. It's just that wherever we look, things work as if that was the case.
No, they don't work as if that was the case. Right? You can't just
They
boldly
do.
assert that. You cannot just boldly assert that ipsy dixit. No, you need to verify
I
it.
didn't assert anything. I'm just
You
telling you
did
wherever
assert it.
we
You just
look,
told
things
me this is what
behave as
gravity
if that
is.
were true. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's
So
our best.
stop
That's our best
obfuscating.
statement.
Hey, stop.
Not obfuscating.
Stop it. That's what you just said to me. So what I said is correct. That's what you just asserted, given that's what you just said to me. Stop doing that BS. So again,
That is what I
you didn't
asserted that
verify this
it is.
hypothesis. You didn't, Peter. You didn't
Absolutely, we
verify
have.
this
Yes,
hypothesis. You didn't
we have.
do any hypothesis test. You didn't do an
Yes, we have.
experiment. You have
We have.
Peter, stop talking to this. You have a if-then
Well, I
proposition.
disagree with you, so for the audience, I
Peter,
have to.
you don't need to talk
Yes.
through every time I'm refuting you. Stop. You did not do a verification. You didn't do a hypothesis test. You have a causation hypothesis. If matter and or energy, let's just simplify this. If matter exists, then it causes ether to curve. So what experiment did you do? Show us the experiment that you did or that anyone else
All
did.
right. So we get. What's that?
Oh, he's muted.
Yeah.
Thousands of
Okay, so
experiments where we place mass and it affects the ether and it affects the other things that are placed in the ether.
okay, that's another assertion. You didn't tell us or show us the verification of the causation hypothesis. So go ahead now. This is where we're at now.
No, we do that all the time.
Show us someone doing the experiment to verify the hypothesis.
Okay. In the chat.
Cavendish.
Dude, is this the Cavendish operation?
No.
What is this?
It's the presence of mass distorting ether, causing other things to move.
I'm tapping the link now.
You better.
Already played this before. Anyways, yeah, you have the same problem. You didn't manipulate the independent variable. This isn't a manipulation of
Yes,
the
we
independent
have.
variable. We're in
Of
here.
course we have.
It's not. I'm going to tell you
Yes.
why before you interrupt it again. Again, it's the same independent variable, which was unverifiable in the previous uh, hypotheses that you denied. So again, you didn't
It is
manipulate
not,
the
though.
independent variable, which is the sheer existence of matter, which is your independent variable. And because you people don't think these things through, you don't think that's the case. But it is the case, regardless if you're not realizing that's the nature of your causation hypothesis. You did not manipulate the independent variable. You did not
Yes, we
manipulate
have.
the sheer existence of matter to cause ether to curve.
We have.
You haven't. You're not
We
God.
have.
You
Oh,
haven't.
no, we
You
don't.
didn't
We don't need
cause
to
the
be God.
matter to discontinue existing. That is to say,
No,
stop
no.
occupying space and then resume existing. That is to say,
Yes.
begin occupying space. No, you haven't.
We're predicting, so we don't have to
That's a
show that.
deflection. You did not manipulate the independent variable. You
Yes,
did
we
not
have.
cause the matter. I'll say it again, not without you interrupting. Let's see if you stop interrupting and stop deflecting. You did not manipulate the independent variable that has caused the matter to stop existing, that is to say, stop occupying space, nor resume existing, that is to say, begin occupying space again. So no, you did not manipulate the independent variable. Therefore, it's not verified nor verifiable. Same issue.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
Anything else besides Ipsy Dixit?
We manipulated the independent variable.
Anything else besides Ipsy Dixit?
We manipulated the independent variable.
Anything else besides Ipsy Dixit?
We manipulated the presence of matter in that experiment.
Anything else besides a rephrasal of the Ipsy Dixit?
No, it's a correction of the the statements you made.
It's not a correction.
Pointing out the
Moving the matter. No,
yes.
Moving the matter is not a manipulation of the independent variable.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Just because I moved my pillow from point A to point B doesn't mean I caused the matter to stop existing. Not relocate the matter.
But I'm not sure what you're trying to prove.
Not relocate the matter. That's not the independent variable. The independent variable isn't if matter is relocated or if matter is moved, then it causes other matter to be pulled to other matter, or it causes the ether to be curved. That's not the hypothesis. The hypothesis is if matter exists, then it causes the ether to curve.
Distance. No, it's not.
The distance between the masses is the variable.
Yeah, maybe your hypothesis is that, and you're free to explore your hypotheses, but that's not what the
What's the independent variable, Peter?
It's the presence of mass in a specific area of space.
That's what I just said, Peter. The distinction without a difference.
You didn't. No, you
I
didn't.
did say it. You're just obfuscating. Now you're going to interrupt now. Wait for you to stop it. That's what I said, Peter. So stop obfuscating.
No, you didn't.
You're just trying to make your position unverifiable.
No, you didn't.
You're just trying to make your position unfalsifiable.
About moving a pillow.
No, you're just talking through every refutation now, Peter. Stop. So no, it's not the independent variable. So even if that was the independent variable, let's say you want to switch the independent variable now, even though you didn't say something in contrast to what I said, so there is no difference. So stop with the obfuscation. It's either you're ascribing the causal power to the matter or not. So is the causal power possessed by the matter, yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then. So again, your hypothesis is if matter exists, not if it's relocated, not if it's moving. Your hypothesis is if matter exists, then it causes ether to curve, or it curves ether. That's your hypothesis.
Incorrect.
Define your hypothesis.
My hypothesis is a presence of matter in a specific region of space affects the medium contained in that region of space. Removing matter
Okay, you're being vague deliberately. Say your hypothesis again.
Removing the matter from that region of space.
You're being vague again.
Effect on the medium.
You're being vague again.
That's the best you're going to get.
Right? That means stop trying to pass forward past this correction. You're being vague again. Say the hypothesis.
The hypothesis is if the matter is present in a particular area of space, it is going to affect the shape of the medium contained in that space.
Are you ascribing the causal power to the matter or the presence?
Both. The matter, the presence, and the medium.
Okay. Matter being matter is not causal, and presence is not causal either. It's a category error. The property of materiality is not the property of causal power, and the property of presence is neither causal power either. It's a category error.
If you
Furthermore, even if it were true, you have to talk through the refutation every time. You have to. You have to talk through it every time. You have to. I'm going to finish again. You have to talk through this every time I say I'm going to finish. So stop. So there's the falsification with your category error. Okay, you are conflating materiality, the property of materiality, with the property of causal power, and you're also conflating the property of presence with the property of causal power. That's the falsification. And even if it were true, you cannot manipulate materiality. That is to say, matter being matter. That is to say, the sheer existence of matter. Same issue. Nor can you manipulate presence itself. So it's not only falsified, like I just said, it's not even verifiable, even if it were true. Again,
random things. You're saying random words, literally.
yeah, you don't understand it. Your failure to interpret the argument is not at all a refutation to it.
You don't have an argument.
Another Ipsy Dixit. You have anything else besides Ipsy Dixit?
You do not have an argument, my friend. You're just saying
More
random
Ipsy
words.
Dixit? Anything else besides that?
You are just saying random words.
Okay, he obviously doesn't have an argument to refute what I just said to him. So the falsification that I just said, and the
There is no
exposing it, that even if it were true, it's unverifiable because he cannot manipulate the independent variable, which is to say the sheer existence of matter, materiality, and or presence, quote unquote.
You are saying random words.
Yeah, he doesn't have an argument. So how many times are we going to hear him repeat his non-argument to my argument?
I think we're done here.
As many times as you keep repeating yourself instead of engaging me on the merit of what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're pretending like I didn't touch your argument. So your hypothesis, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again. Yeah, you did not, as you try to prevent me from saying the refutation to your hypothesis again. Your hypothesis, again, as you try to interrupt this refutation. I know it hurts, Peter. Okay? So again, your hypothesis is if matter exists, or if matter is present, however you want to phrase this, either way, because you use both key terms, if matter exists and or is present in a given area, then it will curve or affect, move the ether. That, if it were true, you cannot manipulate the independent variable because you cannot manipulate the sheer existence of matter. You can't manipulate the materiality of matter. Just the sheer existence of matter is not causal. Matter being matter is not causal. Materiality is not causal, and presence is not causal. Presence isn't even matter. Presence is a property of things that are material entities and or immaterial entities. So you can't manipulate presence itself. So not only is it unverifiable, like I just said, it's falsified given that it's patently a category error. You are conflating the property of causal power with the property of materiality and or presence. So, not only is it unverifiable, it's falsified given the deductive refutation I just said. If you respond saying that's not an argument, it's just a Nipsey Dixit, not an argument. Ironically, as you tell me, it's not an argument. If you respond telling me that I just am rambling with nonsense, if you don't understand it, that is not a refutation to the argument either. Your failure to interpret is not a refutation to my argument.
You are rambling and making absolutely no sense.
Just did it again.
You're milking the clock, buddy.
Yeah, so his hypothesis is unverifiable and falsified. So he doesn't have his ad hoc rescuing device. He doesn't have his ad hoc rescuing device to prevent any and all bodies of matter from being completely disintegrated and dismayed into oblivion, which includes not having what is needed to keep the gas around the earth so that we don't all suffocate to death and can't have this debate. He's done.
Yeah, I think it's time to move on. That subject has been bashed around, and you're right, he's got absolutely nothing there.
That was new. I haven't heard them try to abandon both gravitation doctrines for something that's still having the same issue, so that was new.
Yeah, that's definitely a new angle on it.
The distance between the two masses is your manipulating variable. Like, obviously.
Say again.
The distance between the two masses is your manipulated variable.
Distance does not matter. You can't manipulate distance itself. So again, you're reifying distance.
You sure about that?
I'm certain about that. Go ahead and show me the matter that is
distance. In front of me right now. I'm going to move it away from me. I just manipulated the distance between me and the object.
Okay, so you're an idiot. You're either manipulating the matter or the non-matter. It's very simple. I'll say it again. See if you
No, I
can track with the
manipulated the
dialogue.
distance.
I'll say it again, not you begin talking through me.
You don't have to. I heard you the
I'll
first.
say it again, not you begin talking through me.
No, you said
That's not
that
your
again
cue to
too.
talk. That's not your cue to talk. Either you're manipulating the matter or the non-matter. So, if you're not manipulating the matter, if your proposition is not to manipulate the matter, then the only option you have left is to manipulate non-matter. You can't manipulate non-matter. It's ridiculous. So either you're manipulating the matter or the distance. Okay? So if you say you're not manipulating the matter, but you're manipulating the distance, that's going to convey that you're manipulating the distance itself per se. Distance is not matter. You have the matter and you have the distance between the matter. But distance is not material. So you didn't manipulate the distance. Distance is a state of affairs. It's not matter. So you're reifying distance. Try again.
I muted his mic because he was talking over you, and he left. So a person that doesn't have an argument.
So that's the heart of it. That's the heart of it. Once you demolish gravitation, as it is, once you demolish gravitation, it's all gone. You don't even once you demolish gravitation, and then after that, once you show the observations and measurements that falsify the premise that the horizon is the sum of the water curve wrapped around the ball, and that their radius is falsified, that's the cherry. That's extra, because without you don't even need that. If you refute gravity, then all bulk matter, all bodies of matter, they all disintegrate. They all disintegrate. They all become completely dismayed, which includes the gas going away, expanding expanding to fill the space, leaving us suffocating to death. But not just that, every material body, like I just said, would all become completely disintegrated.
Yep, that's what would happen. But yeah, you take, you falsify the radius, and the fact that gravity is not what they think it is, their paradigm is gone. Everything, outer space, the whole story, the globe, all of it just disappears right out the window.
They think the reason is when you analyze the pattern of the dialogue. Excuse me, I'm burping. It's really annoying. You guys gotta take a breath every now and again. When you analyze the pattern of the dialogue when we have the debate, like what you just mentioned with the falsification of the radius, they think that our observations and measurements, which obviously do falsify their radius, and the horizon being the sum of the water curve, they think they're protected from that. Well, no, forget all that, because we have photos of the Earth, for crying out loud, right? We have photos and videos of the Earth being a ball, so it's okay. Like, we're safe. But you don't, because that whole cosmological paradigm, including the idea that there's artificial operations in the cosmic vacuum, all hinges upon that ad hoc rescuing device of gravitation. All hinges on that. Without that, nothing can stick to the ball while it's flying around in oblivion, while it's flying around in the cosmic vacuum, and no bulk matter whatsoever can stay together. Because, as we know, after the so-called Big Bang, after the primeval atom explosion, they can't make up their minds sometimes. So you might as well just say both when you give this summary. Gravity is there somehow at the beginning, and then question mark explodes or expands the singularity. And then gravity eventually coalesced all the material particles into what we have today over billions of years. That's the doctrine. That's the cosmogony. So without that gravity, the particles would never have coalesced into what we have at all whatsoever.
No, we would be dust. Nothing but dust.
Not even, you can call it dust, but it wouldn't even be dust, because it wouldn't be any type of matter. It would just be just material particles. The most
The building
indivisible
blocks, not
material
organized.
particles. Yep. Now, one may think, well, Gregory, perhaps you like are flagrantly misconceiving this doctrine of gravity. Look, I put the citation in the open chat for a reason. The citation right there from physics. What is it? Read. Scroll up. Up. Yeah, physics libretext.org. So that's gravity, right? Gravity is a built-in property of mass. Whenever there are masses in the universe, they will interact, via the force of gravitational attraction. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. Here on Earth, the largest concentration of mass is, of course, the planet we stand on, and its pull dominates the gravitational interactions we experience. But everything with mass, that is to say, everything that is matter, no matter how much matter or how little matter, no matter how big or small, but everything with mass attracts everything else with mass anywhere in the universe, right? So there you have it. So that conveys, if matter exists, or another way to say it, if matter is matter, or another way to say it, if matter possesses materiality, then it causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. That's mass attracting mass. And then, like you've heard me say before, or the hypothesis is, if matter exists, if matter is matter, if matter possesses materiality, then it curves space-time. Or like the other thing we just heard, if matter exists, if matter is matter, if matter possesses materiality, then it curves ether. Okay, so even with that, that's the independent variable in the hypothesis. That's the if being the independent variable. That's the if. So I'm not misinterpreting. They just have not thought this through. That's how terrible the hypothesis is. That's how terrible it is. They haven't thought it through, so they don't realize that saying these other shorthands, mass attracting mass, is not really defining the issue. It's not really clarifying the issue. That's why I press them to say it in a if-then proposition. Because once you say it like that, it clarifies what exactly is the causation hypothesis. That's why every time, the majority of the time when I say the argument, pretty much without exception, they're bewildered by the argument. They never heard anything like that. And they haven't even thought that through.
No, and they won't. I don't see that coming anytime soon.
And beyond that, appreciate how you heard me, some of you heard me say this before, appreciate how simplistic and rudimentary and remedial that hypothesis is. So you're Isaac Newton, right? You're Isaac Newton in the throes in the thrust of the Renaissance era, and you come along and you talk about gravity, because the globe Earth geodesy is still not dominant even in this time. So you come along and you have a glaring discrepancy in your paradigm as to what keeps things on the Earth if the Earth is a ball flying in space, flying in a cosmic vacuum. Oh, the matter exists. That's all you got to say. What keeps what keeps us from not falling off, especially people on the bottom side of the ball, Isaac? The existence of the Earth. See how simple it is? Just the sheer existence of the ball is sufficient to keep everything on the ball. You don't need some other thing, or you don't need something that actually has causal power to pull or push to keep the matter on the Earth. Those other things on the Earth, just the sheer existence of matter, the Earth being the Earth, keeps everything on the Earth, except the things that it doesn't.
Helium balloons, clouds, rain. Well, rain eventually comes back down, but yeah, stuff goes up. Not everything goes down.
So silly. So silly. Well, no, Gregory, it's not the matter, it's the distance. Again, if it's not the matter, if it's not matter, then it's an immaterial entity. You are trying to ascribe causal power to this immaterial entity that is distance. Distance itself is not causal. The immaterial, non-causal entity. It's a state of affairs.
Yeah, like, can you give me 5 pounds of distance, please?
Thank you. What color does distance have? What's the taste of distance? What does distance sound like when someone crashes into it with a car? What's the texture of distance? It's ridiculous. As I've been doing a bit more reading, I appreciate, deepen my appreciation for just how idiotically pagan this cosmogony and cosmology is. So pretty much when you do a bit of the reading, Pythagoras of Samos in the 600s, excuse me, not the 600s, the 500s, the 6th century BC, pretty much the preeminent, prominent, uh, how do I phrase the sentence? The prominent promulgator, there we go, the prominent promulgator of this in the first place, the prominent originator or promulgator, earliest promulgator of the Earth being a ball. So in addition with this ancient Greek pagan doctrine of the Earth being a ball, it's also included in his doctrine that everything subsists of numbers. All the things that you see around you, all the material that you've ever experienced in any way, shape, or form, in any way whatsoever, they all are composed of numbers. The same way the Lego structure is composed of Legos. Substitute the plastic with numbers. That's what they believed in Pythagoreanism. So it's really neat when these scientists today, scientists of scientism, they think that just appealing to the math is sufficient because they think math is the reality. They don't have to give an empirical verification for the equation that rhymed. They just have to say the math, and that's it. These are neo-Pythagoreans.
Yeah, right there, that gives them their whole space program and traveling to other planets and other galaxies and space time and time travel, all of that stuff. And yeah, it only exists in the math, but it's not reality. It's just manufactured.
You guys okay now? Have you recovered? Your little therapy session is done? It's over?
Y'all hear him?
Yeah, and I
Hey,
just dropped my coffee laughing
I
again.
have a question.
I'm gonna get a new one.
I'm actually gonna try something else. What's his face? What's your name here? Gregory. My uncle's name. May he rest in peace. Gregory, do you, and these will be all honest questions, and I would appreciate succinct yes or no answers. Do you recognize that electrostatic force exists?
Sure.
Do you think that it's well understood by human beings?
What does well understood mean? That's vague.
Not necessarily what causes it, but how it behaves. So when you have two charged particles, how they influence one another.
I don't know.
Do you think that the hypotheses that, let's say, opposite charges attract proportionally to the size of the charge, is that a hypothesis that is backed by evidence?
What is the hypothesis?
That if you have two charges opposite value, that they will create an attracting force between the two of them.
I don't know.
And that force is proportional to the size of the charge.
I don't know.
You don't know if human beings had been able to support that hypothesis?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. That makes it very clear. I mean, I think that makes your position on gravity clear to me, why it is the way it is.
So what clarity have you gained? What insight have you gained?
That you don't know much about electrostatic force.
Is gravity electrostatic force?
No, not in a sense that you would say it is.
So then what's the point of the line of questioning? How does my ignorance of electrostatic behavior inform you about my position on gravity? What's the relationship? What is the point?
The relationship is that all those points you made about manipulating an independent variable and supporting a hypothesis are better understood to me now because you're not able to even discuss this for electrostatic force correctly. So if you cannot understand how we manipulate independent variables for electrostatic force, then of course you won't be able to imagine this for something like gravity.
Give me just a moment.
Of course. As much time as you need.
I just got back. What happened? Peter get ruined?
Yeah.
Yeah, posed a question to Gregory, but Gregory is up to something really quick, so he'll be right back.
Peter probably changed the subject, I'm sure.
He did. He's coming back with leading questions, going to a gotcha moment, but I already know it's not going to hold. Let's just see and watch it play out.
First of all, we have the theory of gravity. Gravity keeps you on this floor. Gravity attracts everything around its vicinity to create gravity around the Earth. Or, as we say in our astronomy courses when we teach our kids, gravity sucks. Gravity sucks evenly. It pulls everything to the center. But then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. We tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Okay, so Peter,
that's a good one.
This usually happens when I debate this issue. This is why I speak the way I do, because I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for someone like you to pull the card of, well, I know more about all these other subjects that's not relevant to the subject.
Yeah.
Therefore, you're wrong.
Yeah.
That's why I speak up the way I do.
You do fast talking.
People presume that because you know all these other things, that you have this on lock. No, you can know all these other things and get this or that wrong. So it's very simple.
Yeah,
so either you're going to
I have an
explain
idea.
the logical relevance.
Yes.
Either you're going to explain the logical relevance of this other thing besides what we just discussed as to how it has any bearing on the veracity of my argument, or you won't.
Yes, I will. Okay, so let's do this. I have 10 minutes before I gotta go, and so let's try and avoid fast talking, and let's do a quick back and forth, okay? So I think what is useful for future discussions is if we agree on the methodology and what it means to manipulate an independent variable and so forth, because this is often brought up, and rightly so. So we should agree on how we understand those terms, okay? So this is my goal, not to talk about gravity at this moment, but to talk about what it means to verify a hypothesis. So there is an interaction that we know. It's very strangely similar to gravity, but that's just a side note, called electrostatic force. Now,
hang on, before you continue, do I have some misunderstanding of manipulate the independent variable?
Well, maybe I do. That's what I'm trying to explore with you together,
okay.
So you can help me. So there's a hypothesis or a theory that if you take two, let's say, particles, which are matter, pieces of matter, and you charge them, let's say one with a positive charge, one with a negative charge, there will be a force, an attractive force between the two pieces of matter, and it will be proportional to the amount of charge present, and it will be inversely proportional to the square of the distance between those two. Now, how would we verify such a hypothesis with an experiment? We would produce two pieces of matter, we would charge them, and we would then vary the distance between them. So we would move them closer, we would expect the force to increase. We would move them farther away, we would expect the force to decrease. We furthermore in this hypothesis believe the force never disappears. It's just with the increasing distance, it converges onto zero. This is exactly the same sort of manipulation that we use with gravity or the phenomena I described. Exactly the same. It's just the only thing missing is the charge. We take two pieces of matter and we vary the amount of mass present in them and also the distance between them. This is exactly analogous to what we do with electrostatic force. So, do you agree that what I described as manipulating independent variables for electrostatic force was correct way to experiment on that hypothesis or not?
Concerning electrostatics, sure.
Yes.
In principle.
So if I have two charged pieces of matter can I manipulate the distance between them?
Say again.
If I have two charged pieces of matter that are attracting each other, is it permissible for me to manipulate the distance between them?
Permissible? I don't know why you
Yeah,
asked
is
about
it still
permission.
science? Would you still call it proper science? Is this an independent variable, the distance between them?
Distance is not causal.
I don't. It's causal to the strength of the force.
No.
I move
There
them
may be a
further apart.
relationship
This force is
between the
weak.
interaction.
Okay,
The distance is
fair
not
enough.
causal. This is the
Fair
problem.
enough. Fair enough. It's an important variable in the hypotheses. We specifically say it's inversely proportional to the square of the distance. So it's literally a variable in our hypotheses.
Right, but you're ascribing causal power to distance itself. That's
No,
false. It's categorically
no.
erroneous.
Well, we don't know. Our hypothesis says for some reason charged particles attract each other if they're opposite charges, and that attraction is proportional to the amount of charge and inversely proportional to the square of the distance.
Correlation doesn't equal causation. So you don't know.
Sure.
Right, so
We
you don't know how
Fair
to.
enough.
But let me
Fair enough.
finish.
But the
Let me
hypothesis
finish.
says increase
Let
the
me
distance.
finish. Let me
Yeah.
finish. It's the problem. Every time we have this discussion, not you and I, but every time I have this discussion with other folks like you want to ignore ontology. You cannot do that. If you ignore ontology, which is not at all just a waste. It's not just a waste. You need ontology. You need the entity to be a type of thing in order for it to behave in any given way. So if you're ascribing causal power to distance itself,
I am not.
Right? Not the matter, then that's implicitly a reification and therefore a
I am
category
not. Good
error.
news is I am not. So
Okay,
let's
so
repeat.
either you're ascribing the causal power to something that's material, right? The force, right?
Good.
Either you're ascribing the causal power to matter or not.
Good. Very good. So let's try again. My purpose is here to show an analogy between these two interactions, and more importantly, agree on the methodology to test hypotheses. If we agree in one case, then we can discuss how it's different from the other. So again, with electrostatics, the hypothesis is if you have two pieces of matter charged, we assume here opposite charges for attraction to exist, right? But it's the same for repulsion. But with opposite charges, they create, at least a pseudo force, they create some kind of attraction that is proportional to the amount of charge and inversely proportional to the square of the distance.
Create or just have?
Well, it just shows they have. Yes, they have. Have is better. Yes. So now if we were to verify that, we would do two things. Manipulate the amount of charge, right? If we double the charge, we expect the force to also double, and so on. And then we would also have to show that manipulating the distance affects the force, right? We double the distance, the force should be 4 times weaker, right? 2 to the power of 2, 4, and so on. So
you're contacting the matter, not contacting distance, correct?
Correct. Yes. So in
Hence
this case, we would show that changing two variables, one the amount of charge, two the distance between them, separating the spatial distance, changes the force that they have on each other or how they impact each other, right?
So there you have it with that, right? You're contacting matter, not immaterial
Contact,
things.
absolutely, yes. Absolutely.
And you're, in this case, increasing the charge and or decreasing the charge either way.
And the distance. And or these are separate experiments, right?
You're
Separate
contacting the matter to
manipulation.
separate, to create more distance, or
Absolutely.
create
Absolutely.
or shorten the
Absolutely.
distance.
Absolutely.
Right? That's
So
what's being
now,
done.
so that seems legit to you?
So there's that, right?
Does that seem legit to you from a scientific experimentation point of view?
If you are manipulating the matter,
yes,
which you are, then yes,
yes,
you can
okay,
manipulate
cool.
matter, right? You cannot
but you don't have the
contact
problem.
immaterial things.
You don't have a problem with these pieces of matter existing because I'm never like removing them from the universe. They always exist. The only thing that I manipulate is how much charge I deliver to them, right? And what the distance is between them. You don't have a problem with this.
Yeah. So if you
Okay.
manipulate some matter, contacting matter to increase the charge or decrease the charge, then what's the effect?
Yes, exactly. So
okay, that's not what's happening with gravity.
Well, let's walk through it. So in the experiment that I proposed that you had such a negative reaction to, I take two pieces of matter. I am not, in this case, adding or removing any electric charge. Instead, I'm either adding more matter or removing matter, so I can control that, because my hypothesis is it's the amount of matter that creates this interaction. So I do that. And then I also control how far apart the two pieces of matter are. So it is exactly the same manipulation of independent variables as in the case of electrostatics, with the only difference is that I'm not adding electric charge because my hypothesis does not mention electric charge. It mentions the amount of matter.
Okay.
Right? So it's the same experiment. It's the same analogous manipulation. Why is it not?
Okay. So, like I've already told you, as it concerns gravity, your hypothesis includes the independent variable of the sheer existence of matter.
Well,
that's the
in the first case, I have a question. In the first case, does my hypothesis electrostatics also include the sheer existence of electric charge?
No, that's why this is a false analogy.
Why is it?
You're not analogous. You're not doing the same thing. You don't have a point of analogy between the hypothetical and principial hypothesis with electrostatics as with gravity.
Why
See,
not?
I can still conceive the difference with this. As it concerns
Tell me, what is it?
electrostatics, you're manipulating matter. You're manipulating
But I'm
matter.
manipulating charge.
Right? Listen, right. You're manipulating matter, specifically charge. You're charging something.
Yes.
Very well. That is not analogous
May I just stop
to
you
trying to
here?
manipulate
I'm
the independent
moving
variable as it
charge
concerns
from somewhere
gravity.
else.
That is
Moving
not
charge.
analogous.
Mhm.
That is not analogous to manipulating the independent variable as it concerns gravity, because the independent variable is the sheer existence of matter. Hence the citation in the open chat. That is the independent variable.
No.
It is. That's what physics libertext is telling you.
Okay.
That's what physicslibertext.org is telling you.
Let me explain my position. Let me explain my position. In the first case, electrostatics, what I'm doing is I'm taking electric charge from somewhere else in the universe, because I cannot create electric charge. There's a conservation of electric charge. I take it from somewhere else and I move it into my test environment, right? That's what it means when I say that I'm charging one of the particles or both of them. Like I'm moving charge from somewhere else in the universe to the particle that I'm using for the test. And in case of gravity test, I'm moving matter from somewhere else in the universe into my test area.
Presupposing that gravity is real. Not engaging the causation hypothesis of gravity.
No, I'm not presupposing anything.
It
I have a
is.
hypothesis.
You don't realize it, dude.
The presence. No. Well, help me. My hypotheses.
I'm trying to. Every time I say the critique, you just talk past it.
Well, no.
So when you pay attention to the sentences that you're saying, This is the problem
Yes.
with scientists. They don't pay attention to the propositions they're saying.
But
They
that's
don't.
why
They're
I'm
not
here.
analytical with what they're saying. If
That's
you
why I'm
tell
here
me
to
this,
help you out.
if you tell me about this so-called gravity, you're gonna have to define an if-then proposition, a causation hypothesis. If
I
this,
thought you'd never
then that
ask.
causes that. If
Okay.
this
If
happens, then that
mass is
causes that to
present.
happen.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
as it concerns
Let me do
gravity,
that for you.
just stop
Let me do
talking
that
to
for
me,
you.
dude. Just stop doing that.
But you're
You
pointing
don't
out
get it.
problems. I'm addressing them. In the first
Just
case,
stop talking to me. Stop speaking. You don't understand what I'm saying to you because you keep talking through my
I do.
answers. You don't. You just told me that you didn't. Can you stop
said I
contradicting
didn't
yourself?
provide a hypothesis.
Can you stop contradicting yourself and talking to me? You keep doing that because you presume that you know so much better than me. You couldn't possibly be wrong about this. It's just I'm not getting it, and it's your time to lecture me. This is the problem with you people. You don't engage critique. Again, as it concerns gravity, Peter, your hypothesis is, once you actually define the hypothesis, rather than these vague shorthands, right? The hypothesis is, if matter exists, that's the independent variable. If matter exists, then it pulls other matter to other matter. That's the hypothesis. That is the independent variable. So the independent variable you have to manipulate is the sheer existence of matter. That's how foolish this doctrine
Fair enough.
is.
So if I rephrase my hypothesis regarding electrostatics, it would be, if electric charge exists, then particles with the charge will attract each other. Is that what you're saying?
That's not analogous. You
Why
you
not?
keep rearranging this other half of the
Why is it not
initial half of
analogous?
the analogy. So let's try this
Why?
again. Your point about electrostatics is what?
My point is, if electric charge is present close enough, it has measurable effects. I'm not
Okay, that's
I'm not
supposedly
talking
your
about the
cause.
existence of charge, because the charge exists in the universe no matter what we do. Its presence in a specific area creates a noticeable effect between two pieces of matter that is proportional to the amount of charge present and inversely proportional to the square of the distance.
Okay,
For
so charge
gravity, I'm
itself or the
saying
thing charging?
no, the charge itself.
Okay, that's another error. Hence why my
Oh, is it?
clarification. Charge is an effect. You don't have charge itself. You have something charging.
What is
Charge
that
is a
then?
verb. It's a verb, right?
Oh,
It's
okay.
what something
So
does.
charge doesn't exist. There exists charging.
No, listen, listen better. Listen. Charge is a verb. It's what something does. So what is
Oh,
charging?
it's also a noun. I'm using it as a noun. I'm sorry. In
Okay, you
physics, we
can
use the
refer
word
to the
charge as a
action.
noun.
Sure, you can refer to the action, right? The action being the noun. But in the first instance, logically, the nature of charge per se is a verb. It's an action.
Gregory,
You can refer to the
respectfully,
action in a proposition, but the noun you're referring to is an action, hence a verb.
this is on me.
So what is
This is on
charging?
me. I'm sorry. Respectfully, in physics, we use the word charge as a noun. The full word is electric charge.
Okay, so what is
It's a
charging?
property.
Like you're not answering that question.
Nothing is charging. It's moving charge from one place to another. That's what
Okay, that's
charging
absurd.
is.
That's an absurd metaphysic. You can't
In
have
physics,
charge without something charging.
well,
You can't
in
have an instance
physics,
of the action without something doing the action.
it appears to us that there's a fixed amount of charge in the universe, and it can move between things, but not be produced.
Okay, so still the point. You can't have charge without something charging.
Yes, and charging means transferring electric charge from one part of the universe to another.
Okay, so what is charging?
Moving electrons or removing electrons from one part of the universe to another part. That's all there is. It's a flow of charge. For example,
The charge is charging?
the charge is being moved around.
What do you mean the charge is
Electric
being
charge
moved?
is a property. It's a
See,
property.
this is where it analytically breaks down. This is how ridiculous these doctrines are, dude. When I
That's why I
charge my
asked you if you
phone,
believed in
the charge isn't charging my phone. The source of the power is charging my phone.
Yeah,
The
that's just
battery
moving.
is charging my
Just-
phone. Charge is what is happening. It's the effect. Charge is the effect.
That's
See,
the
this is
way
the
you
problem.
talk about it. I'm trying to
This
meet
is
you
the
in the
error
middle.
of your analogy, dude.
Okay. So the charger that you have in the wall is moving electric charge into
Notice
your
you call
phone.
it a charger, right?
Mhm.
It's an
It's the
entity
thing that
doing the
moves
act
the
of
charge.
charging. The charger is charging, so that charge elapses. So, what is causing the charge?
It just exists. We don't know.
Exactly the problem. So, it's not analogous, right?
It is.
You didn't manipulate. You didn't manipulate the cause of charge.
No,
You're not
we
trying.
don't know
You
what it
didn't
is.
You're trying to ascertain what caused the charge, what caused
No,
the
we're not.
instance of charge to elapse.
No, we're not. Absolutely not.
Okay, what are you
Not in
trying
this
to
hypothesis.
ascertain then? What is the effect you're trying to figure out what the cause is?
Yes. We're trying. No, all we're trying to figure out is what effect does the presence of charge have?
That's what I just
We don't
asked
know where
you.
it came from.
So that's
We
what I
don't know
just
where it
asked
came
you. Listen, you're not listening. You just said no, and then you repeated the very question I just asked you. So again, what is the effect? What effect are you trying to ascertain is the cause of?
The presence of charge is the cause of a force between two pieces of matter.
That's vague.
But that's
the
what
presence
we're.
of the
That's
effect is
hypothesis
the
very
cause of the
modest.
effect.
Yeah, the hypothesis is
See,
extremely
this
modest.
is terrible. You don't have this straight. So let's try again. What is the effect you're trying to discern to be caused? What is the
That
effect?
the amount of the effect is that the amount of charge present causes force between two particles. That's the effect.
Causes force between two particles.
Yes. More
Okay.
charge.
So the
more
problem
force.
is
Less charge, less force.
analytically it's erroneous. The effect is not a cause. The effect isn't a
It's not
cause.
a cause. Yeah, the presence of charge is the cause. In this hypothesis, the presence
This is
of
terrible,
charge
dude. You haven't
is
ascertained what the cause
the
is.
cause.
You haven't ascertained what the cause is,
The
and you
presence
have
of
two
charge.
effects occupying both halves of the hypothesis.
The
This
presence
is
of the
ridiculous.
charge
You're trying
is the
to ascertain
cause
what
of the
caused the
force.
force to elapse. You're trying to ascertain what caused the force to elapse. Okay?
Gregory,
You're not listening to me.
Don't do
You're not
speed
listening to
talking.
me. You're
I'm
the one
gonna drop
ruining
off
this.
now. I'm gonna go earn some money, and when I come back, please be ready to discuss
Oh, shut the
electrostatic
fuck up,
force,
man.
if it's real or made up by the Jesuit. Okay? Talk to you later. Bye.
Fucking bullshit on top of bullshit with this guy every time.
So it was a god awful analogy where talking about electrostatics, he's trying to ascertain what is the cause of the effect, but he failed to actually identify a cause. He kept talking about the charge. That is an effect. That's an event that is caused by something to elapse. And then the effect is the force between the particles. So again, that's another effect. It's a terrible analogy. He hasn't even identified the cause. He doesn't know how to distinguish between the cause and the effect.
He said he doesn't know what the cause is.
Doesn't know what the cause is. So it's a terrible analogy. You're using you're talking about a type of phenomenon where you explicitly don't know what the cause is and or can't know what the cause is, and you can't distinguish between cause and effect. He fails to distinguish between cause and effect.
Yo, our president got shot, and you're talking about flat Earth. What is going on?
Who's president?
Are you even real? Are you even a
He's
real
not the
person?
president.
Are you
I
even
don't
a
even know who
real
the
person?
That garbage.
Are you even a real person right now?
Garbage.
You don't even know
Are
who
you
the
AI?
president
Is he even
Calm
your
down,
president,
Linda.
dude?
Holy
Hey, our
calm down,
president
Linda.
got shot, and you're talking about some.
Linda,
America,
calm
man,
the
America.
fuck
Down, Linda. You're in a flat Earth Discord. What did you
Yeah.
expect?
America.
This guy doesn't even know who the
1.5
president
inches to
is,
the right.
but he thinks we're out of touch. Okay, good, he's gone.
Our president.
Our president. So it was a verbose, terrible analogy. Now, of course, again, people who don't really want to think about this or struggle to comprehend these things. People like Peter, they make the situation worse because it sounds good. He sounds slow and with good diction and articulate and like he has it on lock, and he doesn't. It's a terrible analogy.
So, he's saying antimatter doesn't need to be contained, dude. Like, that's his argument.
You know, there goes all the other matter. There goes the world.
How the fuck can you even argue that?
So he's trying to make an analogy between trying to verify the hypothesis concerning electrostatics with gravity. They don't want to be analytical. They don't want to pay attention to their own doctrine, which is patently a concession to defeat. But as it concerns gravity, again, the hypothesis is matter being real, matter being matter, the sheer existence of matter is the cause of the effect being the pull of other matter to other matter, or the curvature of space-time, or with him, the curvature of ether. So the reason the analogy broke is because you couldn't even successfully convey a cause. Right? His supposed cause was not a cause; it's an effect itself.
Next baller up, please.
Please, please, please.
Please, please me. By the Beatles. Looks like Cooper was trying to get a word in.
I just said I'm excited for Peter to come back. That's all. I'm just waiting.
Cooper's just a dumbass cheerleader.
I love you.
One dumbass cheerleading another. Way she goes.
Love you, Eric. I'll always love you, okay? It's okay, bud.
What did I do to deserve this?
You didn't have to do anything to deserve it, man. You're just human. You deserve love just like everyone else.
Bro, you got any globe proof? Cooper?
That stuff I got tons of anti-flat Earth proof, but I don't have any globe proof, unfortunately.
Oh, what's
Sorry.
your anti-flat Earth proof then, man?
I guarantee no one here wants to hear it again, and I'm trying to work right now. But I'm happy to listen
again. So you guarantee it's falsified. So please say it again.
Gregory.
I was just asking to hear it, actually. I was.
So just another fucking baseless fucking bullshit fucking whatever.
I'll talk to you guys later, okay? I'm just listening right now. Chill.
So you came on to say you'll talk to us later. I get it.
You addressed me directly when I made a pithy comment, okay?
You were speaking up and fucking cheering on your cheerleader, dude. Fucking, you're all okay to talk about that, but fucking when we ask you to talk about something else, you won't fucking talk, will you?
About it, go for it, but I'm done. Bye.
Who remember what I said about crickets? Like they chirp from afar, but as soon as you're close, they're quiet.
Fucking cheerleader.
It's fun to ask guys like that, like, what is it that Peter said that you thought was just so compelling? Like, see if you get an answer. Like, that's the hard part.
I can answer that. He was making like a pretty reasonable argument, and it was churring the fuck out of Gregory, so it was entertaining to listen
what
to.
What was the reasonable argument?
I don't think that you have to understand like the complete cause of something to test the effects. You can learn something about the effects without knowing its underlying cause.
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
All right. Flagrantly missing the point.
You see, you can know something about an effect without. Okay. Well, I mean, I could sort of agree to that. Like, if something falls to the ground, for example, that's an effect. I don't really need to know the underlying cause.
Yeah, and I didn't hear the beginning of it. I just came in at that point, so I don't know much about what the
What Peter was saying
that.
is that the effect of gravity causes the effect of gravity, dude.
That's circular.
That's what it boils down to actually make the analogy analogous. So you missed the point. As true as that proposition may be that you said, that wasn't the point.
Okay, if you say so.
Yet the point was is that he was trying to make an analogy between verifying this hypothesis as it relates to the behavior of electrostatics and the verification of gravity. The analogy broke because he is appealing to a phenomenon where he does not and or cannot know the effect, the cause, and when supposing the very hypothesis, when you examine it, when you analyze it, it doesn't have a cause as the independent variable. It has an effect as the independent variable. It doesn't have the thing that's charging as charge. Charge is the effect, but it has the effect as the cause in the hypothesis. And then the effect, the independent variable in the hypothesis, is the resulting force. So he has an effect causing an effect rather than a cause causing an effect. So it's not at all analogous to gravity. And the second point of the analogy breaking is that you're not manipulating the independent variable as it concerns the cause. You can manipulate the matter, you can contact the matter and move it around. That's a manipulation of the independent variable. But you can't manipulate the distance itself. You can't contact distance. You can't contact charge. You can only contact the matter. So there's the point of analogy that breaks with as it concerns the gravity. You can contact the matter as it concerns gravity. But again, the manipulation of the independent variable is the sheer existence of matter. As much as these people don't want to acknowledge that's the independent variable, it is once you analyze the proposition.
And prior to that, he told me that gravity was caused by God.
And I don't disagree with that. Gravity was real.
If you're
As it concerns any and all matter, as it concerns any and all things, the God does sustain the uniformity of nature. The laws of physics are real because of the God. But the problem is you cannot use the God to protect any and all propositions. You can't do that. You can abuse the Lord's divine omnipotence to protect your ad hoc rescuing device.
And on the 12th day, God fucking made mass attract mass, right?
On the 12th day, exactly. Mick, were you about to say something? Was it Mick or was it? No, Mick is not in here. Someone else spoke up, but anyways, I hope they speak up again.
Well, I'm kind of a bit confused after having a little bit of a read about particle physics, right? The way they say it's all occurring out there in outer space. Like they say that these hydrogen atoms, right? They have a natural propensity to not want to be near each other. They actually repel each other, right? They just go every which way, but they don't want to be next to each other. They don't want to be joined together, right? But as soon as there's a large enough amount of them in a specific area, they suddenly just want to collapse in on each other and fuse together and become helium atoms. I don't. Why is it that there's a certain amount of them? Suddenly there's some sort of force that pushes them together against, like, for want of a better word, their will, their natural propensity to want to be apart, right? Like, you would just think that would just always apply no matter how many of them there are and in what sort of area they inhabit, right?
With that, T-Dub, this is where they also fail to recognize the distinction between causation and description. Now, in both cases, when you say the proposition as it concerns the cause, it is a description. And then when you say a description, you're saying a description. That's obviously tautological. But there's a difference between simply describing what happened, what elapsed, as opposed to describing what caused something to elapse. That's a whole different ballgame. And so
Hey,
as it
T-Dub.
concerns the cause... What was that?
I said, hey, T-Dub.
Oh. As it concerns a causation hypothesis, if you want to be rigorous, you need that causation hypothesis test, aka experiment.
T-Dub, to answer your question about electrons, why do they stop repelling each other? They don't. It's the positive charge at the nucleus that draws them in. It overweighs. It's bigger. It has a bigger charge, more effect. So that's why you have that.
Yeah, but they say that that's not that fusion of hydrogen atoms isn't happening until there's an immense amount of them in a particular space, right? And that's when gravity is invoked. But how would they ever get to the state of being in a particular dense space in the first place if they have a natural propensity to propel to be away from each other? I don't understand.
Well, the electrons repel each other, but the protons repel other protons, and the protons attract other electrons, right? So you have a balance of forces going on, and one is greater than the other. I don't know. I'm not a part of it. I can't really get in anymore. I'll be honest. I don't know it much more detail than that. We're stretching the my physics/chemistry high school knowledge.
They say that you'd need an immense amount of heat and or pressure, right, to force 4 hydrogen atoms together to form a helium atom, right? Something like that. I think it's 4.
Imagine the collision of the water during sonoluminescence. That would be their explanation, or what I feel would be a steel man of their explanation, saying that enough hydrogen around each other, forcing those who's in the middle of the pile to be forced into each other, and bam, fusion.
Yeah, and it's all theoretical anyway. I mean, it's not something that they've actually observed occurring. They think they see the results of that occurrence, but I mean, it's that nobody ever witnessed atoms fusing together. It's not on film.
Yeah, once they say that, they're just abandoning the burden of actually doing the causation hypothesis test. They just want to take it for granted that their hypothesis is a verified theory by just correlating it, by just by ipsy dixit correlating it to the phenomenon rather than doing the test. And they don't even give some sort of a priori argument. If they gave an a priori argument to demonstrate that it necessarily follows that the phenomenon is as they described it, then that would be fine. That would be okay. That would be sound. But they don't even give an argument. They just assert that it is true about the phenomenon without any rule of inference whatsoever, without any verification process whatsoever.
Yeah, that's right. It's interesting concept though. Like, I mean, like if that's how it works, that's pretty cool. That's if that's how we get elements, you know.
Yeah.
The Hydra, the many heads of the serpent, combine together to form the image of the sun god.
And that's the thing. So we talk about the globe, then we talk about gravity, then we talk about ontology, then we talk about cosmogony. It all relates. And so on the point that you just said, underlying their types of answers to these questions is their atheistic materialism. That's what's underlying all of it, usually, with the majority of these scientists of scientism. And so when they try to account for this or that being the cause of a given effect, underlying any and all their causation propositions is a a vacuum, wink wink, that is not filled but needs to be filled in order to account for any and all locomotion, any and all change whatsoever. They don't want to address that. This is one of the philosophical barriers that they run into once they actually rigorously examine their worldview. Too bad. Too bad.
Hello.
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 Welcome.
Y'all been crushing Globers today? How's it been going?
As with every other day before today. Mm-hmm.
Crushing them like Samson.
Yeah, I've been noticing a fair bit lately, like that. Like conversation gets into gravity, and then it's like the point is lost somehow. It's like just all into the minutia of like how gravity's operating and everything, and it doesn't seem to relate to anything about the nature of the surface of the earth.
Again, that's the folly of their doctrine. This is what happens when you make ad hoc rescuing devices. So as it
I think it's
happens in
probably just
history,
a necessary thing of talking about something complex like that, right? Like you get into the weeds on it, right? Details are important.
can I finish?
No.
Okay, anyways, before his rude interruption. When you, as it happened through history, right, you have the idea that the Earth is a ball floating in space, ever since Pythagoras. The obvious question needs to be answered to reconcile the discrepancy, because otherwise, if you don't have some mechanism to cause the objects on the face of the Earth to not fall off, then it's going to imply that everything will be the majority of everything, if not everything, will be falling off the Earth. That's not directly attached to the Earth. So, how do you reconcile? Well, it's very simple. You just fast forward several centuries all the way up to Isaac Newton. Even though the idea of there being this ubiquitous force that pulls everything together so that nothing falls off the Earth into oblivion predates Isaac Newton. I have to read more about it, but I read a little bit about it. But even the pre-Socratic Grecian philosophers, like Pythagoras, had some idea about that, because they had the same discrepancy they had to reconcile. They had to answer that question. And so then, in particular, you fast forward to Isaac Newton, and the answer is simple. The Earth, being the Earth, pulls everything to the Earth, except what it doesn't. Right? In parentheses, except what it doesn't. It's very simple. That's the remedial simplicity of this ad hoc rescuing device. The sheer existence of the thing is sufficient to cause the thing to pull the other thing. That's it. That's the hypothesis. And because they assert that, now you got to get into the error. Hence, like what you heard me do. The ontological category errors.
Yeah, I was kind of messing around with the idea in my mind, like as far as being on a planar surface goes. Like if you had a large enough area of matter underneath you, which is like distributed somewhat in a planar configuration, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't that necessarily work? I mean, like I've heard AI talk about it, and I think he understands it a little bit better. And funnily enough, he mentioned it just a couple of days ago after I'd been thinking about it, and I was like, "Oh, that sounds like what I was thinking about," right? So apparently, people have thought about this too, and there's math involved for it, and I don't, but, I don't understand the math that well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like if you could imagine, like, so you got your little stick figure on your planar surface with a lot of matter underneath him, right? And you've got lines from the top of his head and all the way down the center of his axis, right? At different points, right? Extending out from 1 degree to like, whatever degrees to meet the surface, right? So that the main area that's going to pull him down because of this matter attraction, right, is underneath him, right? Whereas extending out away from him is going to be an attraction, but less of it. So I mean, like, I can conceive conceptually in my mind of how that could potentially work, right? Like I said, I couldn't give you math for it, but just as a concept, like I don't see why it's not viable.
one of the other things that they say is
if
that.
it was true,
Go ahead.
if it was true, sorry, Gregory. If it was true,
No, you're right. Yeah. One of the other things that they say is, this is an additional point to the major premise. We already talked about the major premise already. So one of the other things that they say is that if there was gravity, let's say in the sense of mass attracting mass, if there was mass attracting mass and the surface of the Earth was horizontal, then the gravity would be stronger, or the gravity would be stronger the closer you get to the center of the horizontal face. That doesn't necessarily follow. It's not a valid deductive argument. The sheer reality, the reality of mass attracting mass does not necessarily entail that the pull would be strongest at the center of the face. Under the tacit presupposition in that invalid logic sequence is that mass attracting mass is a contraction to the center, right? Just because mass attracts mass doesn't necessarily entail that it's attracting to the center. Right? That doesn't follow.
It does follow that it would attract to the center of mass, though, right?
of an
If
area.
the mass is producing the force or whatever, or the force,
that does not follow.
byproduct of the mass.
No.
If you have more mass stacked up in one spot, doesn't it follow that you would have a stronger effect there?
No.
It's just proportional to you.
Follow. The premise, mass attracts mass, does not necessarily entail that it's attracting to the center. So that's just another bad, invalid modus ponens, or modus tollens. If mass attracts mass, then it pulls to the center. Mass attracts mass, therefore it pulls to the center. That does not follow. That conditional premise is false.
If we have 100 pounds of dirt, like let's just say there's 100 pounds of dirt under everyone's feet, and it kind of tapers down to a triangle in the middle, and in the middle we have 200 pounds of dirt under everyone's feet. You wouldn't expect to see a shift, like a higher shift in gravity where that higher center of mass is.
No, it doesn't necessarily entail that. No.
Well, that's that is via mass attracts mass. We're just granting that at this point. More mass would attract more, right? Maybe not necessarily, but that's what's being claimed, right?
That's a different premise, right? And that also doesn't entail that. There being a greater pull, the more mass you have, does not necessarily entail that it's pulling to the center.
Oh, you're just trying to say it's pulling to the surface?
No, I'm trying to say that it's an invalid modus ponens once you actually parse out the retort, right? When they try to supposedly give this reductio while they presuppose a mass attracting mass, let's just grant them the mass attracting mass. The premise mass attracts mass does not necessarily entail that it's pulling to the center, nor does the premise that the more mass you have, the greater the pull, and the inverse, the less mass you have, the weaker the pull. That neither necessarily entails that it's pulling to the center.
It does. Okay. All gravitational systems have a center of mass. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Just parroted, brother.
You can have mass attracts mass, and you can have a inverse relationship between the strength or weakness of the quantity of mass, and it not
in
necessarily
an n-body system. There's always a center of mass.
As you try to dominate me because you think you know better, you have the right to talk to people.
I absolutely know better.
Yeah, you don't. So
all you have to offer is irrelevant mumbo jumbo.
He's obviously not going to stop himself. He has to stop. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it has to stop.
It's spurting out like a zealot. How about you act like you have some home training? Stop talking to me.
I can't not talk to you.
He's still doing it.
Finish, dude. If he's wrong, then there's no harm in letting him finish, right? So you can then point out how he's wrong.
I just did.
You didn't.
I
You just
just did.
contradicted me with
All I get
now
in
stop
response
talking.
is
Now stop
nuh-uh.
talking, dude. He's obviously not going to stop. Stop. As I was saying before, so rudely interrupted. The premise, mass attracts mass, and or the other premise that the greater the mass, the stronger the pull, or the inverse of that, the less the mass, the weaker the pull, does not necessarily entail that it's pulling to the center. It is logically possible on the face of the proposition that you can have mass attracting mass and or the inverse relationship between the quantity of mass and the strength of the pull, and the pull to anywhere else except the center.
But that's what's being claimed, though, is it?
What do you want me to say to that? Good job.
They didn't want you to say anything.
You
I
want
wanted
me?
to
You
finish
want
what
me
I
to
wanted to say.
rebut it? You want me to
Notice how
explain
you asked the
my
question
knowledge?
and he interrupted that also.
It's
Interrupts
impossible.
everything and just did it again.
Just did it again. No, I'm literally just trying to have a rational dialogue with you. I'm genuinely not trying to interrupt you.
Bro, we get that you got 100% on the test, man, and it's hard for you to critically think. I understand that.
I got a 99.
So they don't have any deductive argument to prove that mass attracts mass or the inverse relationship between the quantity of mass and the strength of the pull necessarily entails that it's pulling to the center. It's just a invalid modus ponens or modus tollens.
Hold on. Did you just mass doesn't attract mass? Wait. So you just completely reject the physics concept of gravity, which every educated person understands?
Einstein did.
I just said to you.
Einstein did. He's
You
allowed to, but
said
we're not.
there
Okay.
is no evidence that mass attracts mass. Okay, that's basically
That's not what I just said to you.
rejecting. Yeah, yeah.
I'm pretty sure your paradigm, dude, it got superseded by the bending and warping of space-time.
So you're going to acknowledge that's not what I said to you? You're just going to continue being stubborn and talking as though that is what I said to you.
No.
Or didn't you get 100% on the test?
He didn't.
It's not what you said, Gregory. Not verbatim. Like maybe he's taking implication from it or something.
So how well did you do?
Thank you, Tito. I didn't say that to him. Right, since he's been in here.
How knowledgeable are you in physics?
What, in globe lore?
Why don't you
In
answer
your
that?
fairy tale, dude?
No, not a fairy tale.
Yeah, fairy tale, man.
My favorite anime.
So you can continue posturing in the voice channel like you haven't already been refuted and decimated on this point again. We can go through it again. I don't know why he's not talking now. I just gave him the offer to have me decimate him on the point of gravity again. I'm more than glad and willing to run their mouth with all the belligerent ignorance in the world when it concerns anything else except the point. But when it comes down to focusing on the point, they don't want to speak.
Can I just ask you a question, bro? Just an honest question.
You just did, dude.
Stop being autistic. Just and I'm not talking to you. All right, I'm just gonna ask it. So, how do you explain to yourself this? You believe the Earth is flat, right? How do you explain that every single school on the entire planet teaches that the Earth is round? Why does this mass deception exist? How can you explain this?
So why the lie?
What exactly is your question?
Why is the entire world lying about the shape of the Earth for no reason?
The same reason anyone lies about anything else. To manipulate the recipient
That's
of the
not
lie
an answer to
for
my
their
question.
selfish
That's
gain.
just a meaningless answer.
Yeah, so
It's
when
a
you ask
loaded
for an answer,
question.
then an answer is given to you.
Isn't that fucking weird?
Yeah, so
Like the
notice how I
whole
didn't
planet
finish the answer. You had to talk through the
is
answer.
engaging in a
Again, notice how every time I try to answer you, you talk through the answer. It's ridiculous.
Not
The same
giving
reason
it.
that anyone else lies about anything else whatsoever. Right? To who it applies to, whoever is lying, not just making a sincere error, right, while they believe the lie themselves. The same reason that anyone else lies about anything else, to manipulate the recipient of the lie for whatever unjust reason.
Really answered my question. Thank you very much.
I think Gregory just did.
That's the problem with these
I think that's
scientists.
fucking
They
pathetic.
think that
I'm
they're
answering you a sincere
of course
question,
you're going to
honest
begin
question. Your
speaking.
answer
Of
is
course.
the same
Again.
reason
Of course.
anything else. That's just fucking. Doesn't
Okay,
solve
spy
it.
agent. Spy
You
agent.
don't care about truth.
Spy agent. We're going to do this one at a time. You can have a back and forth. Every time Gregory has answered you, you've spoken over top of him, and we've had to put you on mute. Okay, so if you want to have a conversation, but let's have a back and forth. You can ask a question and then wait for the reply, and then you can put your rebuttal in, okay?
So again, these scientists of scientism are just so arrogant and full of hubris. It is just unfathomable to them that they could actually commit an error, and especially commit an error over generations. And as profound as this error is with their false geodesy and false cosmology and false metaphysic overall, that's their problem. Like, they just refuse to acknowledge the very possibility of that happening, let alone the reality of that happening, and has happened over the past several
Incredulity.
centuries.
So would you say it's
I
incredulity
find it hard
and
to
sunk
believe
cost
that
fallacy?
all these
It's worse
geniuses
than that. It's worse than
who
just
invent these
incredulity.
amazing
It's
technologies,
invincible
they're all
ignorance and
just
hubris and pride, and like
full
you
of
just said,
shit.
the
I
sunk
find
cost
that
fallacy.
Are we talking about religion now, or?
Yeah, scientism. Yeah, scientism. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, got it. Religion, got it.
yeah.
Let's
What is
reply
that? What is
to
scientism?
reply.
Scientism is like when you try and stretch science to where you can't to have it explain things it can't explain, like metaphysics or ethics or shit like that.
Or what does that have to do with the round flat Earth dilemma?
It's a part of scientism.
They claim it's scientism, yeah.
The Earth being round is part of scientism. I find that. Can you explain that a little bit?
I'm
I'm
sure
about to show you
Gregory
a
would love
citation.
to dive into it with you.
I don't want a citation. I just explain it to me. You made the claim. You explain it.
It doesn't matter what you want. Right? I wasn't trying to give you what you want. I wanted to show you what I wanted
Right.
to
It
show.
doesn't matter what I want. Truth matters, right? You care about truth, right?
Well, shut the fuck up and let him give it to you, dude.
I've been waiting for eternity, bro.
I'm looking at my clipboard. Just give me a moment.
ADD is real, eh?
You need a source to tell you that round Earth is scientism.
Do you need a 10-second TikTok?
No,
I don't use
you need a
TikTok.
source to understand. That's the difference. Because everything for you is copy paste. I was told X, therefore X is true.
$10 seconds. Let's finally get
9.
There we go.
7, 6, 5,
What happened
4,
to 8?
3, 2, 1. Post it.
It's very good timing, Gregory and Kosho. Thank you very much. So, scientism. The thing is with scientists of scientism, the vast majority of them don't even know that that's what they're a part of. They just think that it just is the truth, that they just have the facts. But no, we can coin a term to succinctly identify the distinctives, this worldview with its essential distinctives, right? So, scientism, which includes the idea that the geodesic doctrine that the Earth is a ball, including the cosmological doctrine that it's a ball flying around in a cosmic vacuum, which includes the metaphysical doctrine that any and all matter possesses the property of so-called gravitation, where its sheer materiality is pulling other matter to other matter. etc., etc. So there is a scientism for you there at the bottom of the open chat. That's the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, peer-reviewed encyclopedia. So this is known to
Gotcha.
people who
So
actually
can you
study the
explain
issue.
why round Earth is scientism, as I asked you?
It's one of the distinctives of the fucking worldview, like I just said. How about you pay attention?
Just because you claim it's that doesn't make it so.
That isn't
Thank
my
you for a
question.
truism that doesn't refute anything I said
Why
to you.
is round Earth scientism?
I'm pretty sure
You just
Gregory
saying it's
isn't
scientism doesn't
claiming that,
answer
right?
my
He just
question.
gave you a source, right, of somebody else claiming it.
He gave an internet
The
encyclopedia of
encyclopedia
philosophy
is
definition
claiming
of
it, right?
scientism. That wasn't my question. I
Hold
don't
on.
want your
The
definition. I want
encyclopedia is not
I just
claiming
explain
want
why
to
round
talk
Earth
if
is
you
why.
want
scientism,
talking
It's
now.
as you
giving a
said.
definition of scientism.
You're failing miserable here.
Yeah, this is just invincible ignorance and belligerent ignorance. So again, the worldview that has been taught, right?
So
It is
again, not
succinctly
my question.
identified as he talks to me again, because he cannot help himself, because he's a zealot. He's a belligerent zealot. He's a belligerent,
I don't
zealous
want to waste
scientist.
my
And
time.
he's still doing it, right? Because he's a belligerent, zealous scientist of scientism. So they can deny this all they want to, but it's very simple. It is a succinct, convenient moniker to identify their worldview. It is not just the facts. No, it's scientism, because the center of their discourse, which is one of the distinctives of a religion, the center of discourse, I'm going to give the citation for that also, is science. Science, science, science. You deny the science? You don't believe the science? How could you deny the science? You're a science denier, etc., etc. Science is the center of their discourse. So, hence, scientism.
Just because I don't believe that you're doing science or whatever doesn't mean that I'm a scientism or into scientism
Thank you for
necessarily,
another
right?
truism
That
as you
argument
misrepresent what I
doesn't.
said to you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what you just said. That's what we're
No, it's
doing.
not what I just
You
said to
put
you.
me
You
in with the
distorted what I
royal
said.
we, right? Us Glovers are all in the
Yeah, you
royal we.
distorted what I said to you.
I do, and I understand it, and I
Yeah,
disagree.
so you attacked a straw man.
Okay.
Yeah, so learn how to argue better. Stop talking so much.
No, I talk when I want.
So Cooper, you got any globe proof yet, or any fucking flat Earth fucking arguments or anything, dude?
Yeah. So when we look up at the sky and look at the stars rotating,
So we look up at the sky, and that's going to tell us about the Earth, right?
Interrupting him.
About the Earth.
Stop being a
Yeah.
fucking loser. Let him make his point. Shut the
Why
fuck up.
don't you just stop being a loser and let him answer?
This is, remember, this is why I didn't want to go over it again. You've all heard me do this spiel before.
Yeah, look up in the sky, it proves the ground. We've heard it 1,000,000 times, and probably you'll be the next one. So just say it again and get it over and done with.
No, I don't want to do it now. You're being rude. I'm not your monkey. Fuck you.
I thought you'd talk when you want. Monkeys?
But you are a
Come on.
monkey according to your own anthropological doctrine, right? You are a monkey according to your own cosmogony and biological doctrine, or at least you're a close relative of a monkey, right?
You think monkeys and people are the same thing, Gregory?
Of course not. You believe that.
No, neither do I, dipshit.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
So
you're
you
an
don't.
animal.
So let's just
You're a
be
monkey.
clear.
You're an
You don't
animal.
believe Darwinian macroevolutionism. You don't believe that.
Is evolution the same thing as being a monkey?
Do you believe that?
He's a
Do I
science
believe
denier,
that
Gregory.
evolution? Yeah, I believe in the general process of
Do you believe
evolution.
it? Yes or no?
Yeah, I just said yes.
Yeah. So you're a close relative to a monkey. You might as well just call yourself a monkey. It doesn't matter. You can be like Michelle Fowler and call yourself a fucking complicated rock, or you could
You're
be
not a
like
close relative.
PZ
You
Meyer
are
and
a
call
monkey.
yourself that you're still a fish. Doesn't fucking
I'm
matter.
way closer to being a complicated water balloon than anything, okay?
I'm a mushroom.
I am a mushroom. Eat me.
Let me show you this. Get a load of this. Give me 30 seconds. This is the shit that scientists produce.
Yeah, things are in the sky, therefore globe, right?
Well, I mean, if you want to cut me off in the first 10, or first 2
Dude,
seconds of
we
the
gave you a
argument.
chance
Sure.
to get your shit out, and you fucking said, "No, I won't dance. I'm not a monkey."
Yeah, well, I mean, if you guys are going to be cunts, I'm not going to perform for you.
Don't tell me about the globe. I don't want to hear about it from you. Monkey.
Yeah, look in the open chat. Right, this is what scientists produce. We already know about Michelle Thaler. Take a load of P.Z. Myers. Human beings are still fish.
What's the argument she makes for it in that article? Do you know?
Notice how you didn't pay attention.
Or did
What
you
did I
just
just say to you?
read the headline and skim along and
What
not
did I
read it?
just
You
say to
don't
you?
understand it.
What
I
did
think
I
you
just
said
say to you?
this article's headline says that people are fish, or the scientist says that in his
Yeah, it's
article.
not what I just said to you. Yeah, listen better. Stop talking so
No,
much.
that's a pretty fair summation of what you said.
No, it's not. Right, it's
How are
not
they
what I
different?
said to you. Yeah,
How is it different,
it's not
Gregory?
what I said to you.
How
Right?
is it
So you
different,
can't
Gregory?
pay attention. So you can't demonstrate that you're paying attention. Right? So
Oh
stop
man,
talking
you
so
talk a
much.
long time.
Yeah, stop
Tell me why
talking so
they're
much.
different.
You obviously failed to quote me.
Gregory,
That doesn't
no
mean
one
keep
talks
drawing
more than
on.
you, okay?
Stop talking while I correct you. Be quiet.
No
That's
one
all
has
like I was
ever
saying.
talked as much as you.
Yeah, stop talking so much. You're just trying to prevent me from completing the correction of your dumbass error because you just demonstrated
Okay, this
you
is
don't know how to
annoying.
listen.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
I'm taking my toys and I'm going home.
That's the
Fuck
problem
me.
with these people. It's just so arrogant. Well, it's okay. It's good enough. Like, just no matter what I do, yeah, it's correct. Like I just said earlier, couldn't possibly acknowledge, can't even acknowledge the possibility that they could be wrong and or are wrong. Ridiculous with these people. Human beings are still fish. That's a biologist. He's supposed to be an educated, enlightened man. Human beings are still fish. Or Michelle Thaler, I consider myself a complicated rock. These people gonna tell me what's what?
Okay, so I just tried to read that article, that thing you posted. It's just a list of meme quotes. It's not even an article about what the context was said.
Thank you for another truism, Cooper.
There's nothing
Your
in
point
it. There's
is?
no substance. Your source is fucking stupid.
So what? The fuck is the point? Did you
That's
miss
my
the point
question
again?
to you. What
Like
the
you
fuck
do as
is the point
usual?
of posting that?
Yeah, the point is, you people are fucking idiots. Scientists are fucking
Oh,
idiots.
I can post
Believing your
memes of
Darwinian
how stupid
macroevolution
flat Earth is
bullshit.
too. I
Yeah,
got. We're creating stupid
fucking
pictures. Okay, hold
morons.
on. Let me go get my
Human beings
stupid
are
pictures and I'll
fish.
post them.
Humans are rocks. So what's the difference between you saying that you're a monkey or anyone else saying that they're anything else except human? The fucking point. Goddamn
Well, I mean,
moron.
I think I could probably make a convincing argument for people are fish.
I'm sure you could, brother.
Oh, you're going to make an argument for proving that humans are fish. I'd love to hear this.
Yeah, so we our gas exchange medium comes through water. We ourselves do well in an aqueous environment. Yeah, we're fish.
We've got
Say
gills
again?
if we like fish.
Say
We
again?
survive well in fresh water. You know,
We've got
we do
gills
good.
like fish.
We're freshwater fish.
We have a completely different respiratory system.
I don't know. We skim a medium for oxygen, pull the oxygen out, separate out, use it, convert it to carbon dioxide, and kick it out. It's similar, close enough.
You get similar, but we don't have gills. Fish don't have
We
lungs.
don't. We have lungs instead.
Yeah, I know. We're different.
I think there are fish that have lungs, don't they? Aren't there?
No,
I don't think that's a necessary exclusion. They're different kinds and different animals, obviously, but
what happens to people when you leave them in water for a very long time?
Their skin falls off.
You're an idiot, Cooper.
no, the ocean that we swim through is the air. It's all the humidity. There's so much humidity in the air. It's basically the ocean, right?
No, is this? Are you trying to do this just because Gregory's pissed you off? It seems weird, dude.
I know it's
That's
a silly
nothing but
thing,
obfuscation.
but I bet if we found the context of that quote, it's going to be kind of like here are the ways that we are still similar to fish. Is basically the point. I bet I'm willing to. I would bet money. I would bet Gregory money that that's what's going on with that
That's
quote.
all prejudicial conjecture, no proof.
In that case, then we're all.
But I'm willing to stake something behind it. What are you willing to stake, Gregory?
All right, I won't get involved in your little argument. You can carry on.
Yeah, he's just ignoring you now.
I'm sorry. I was talking over you. I didn't hear you. Sorry.
No shit.
We know.
So your arguments were fish.
No, I'm not gonna. Obviously, I'm not gonna like grab onto that one super hard. But it's just a funny little thought experiment.
And it wasn't even funny.
I thought it was.
Gregory, how do you feel now that you know you're Aquaman because you're talking to fish?
Uh-huh. Yep. I'll be sitting on the throne of Atlantis soon enough. That was just an ancillary point. So you sit up here talking about monkeys. As in your worldview? That's not an insult. That's just a biological fact, supposedly.
I don't. No. So to be clear, the reason why I said I'm not your monkey is I was implying I'm not like an animal here to entertain you. I'm not like going to dance at your command. If you didn't pick up, I know you have trouble with the use of English, but that's what I meant.
Yeah,
Given
keep
the
condescending.
context, right?
Condescend harder.
Because context is important to the things
Keep
we
condescending.
say.
Keep
I
it
am
up.
condescending to you, Gregory. I am. Yes, that's accurate. I'm
keep it up.
insulting you. Yes.
It seems to be all everybody's got today is condescension.
That's all they have. Yeah, keep pretending like I didn't get that point.
You pretended like you didn't earlier.
Yeah, keep pretending like I pretended.
He's a goldfish.
According to his worldview, there is no distinction between human and fish and rock and monkey.
Oh, is
There's no
that
distinction
a
between human and
fact? There's
non-human.
no distinction?
Dude, you just sat here for 5 minutes and explained to us how there was no distinction, man.
First of all, that was like 2 minutes. And second of all, I have a work call coming in. Bye.
Well, because you were counting, right?
He dipped.
Good. Now you guys don't look crazy for talking to fish.
This is their worldview. This is the people talking to us. They're going to tell us what's what? What's the empirical facts? Well, they can't distinguish between human and non-human? Motherfucker, please.
Well, he had the IQ of a fish.
That's an insult to the fish.
For someone who claimed not to be a monkey, he was dancing all right.
Uh-huh. All over the place. With reckless abandon.
He didn't know he was playing chess.
Had him hip-hopping all over the place to my tune. Didn't even know it. Just like the scientists doing with him. To bring it around full circle, but don't. Let me read this citation in the Internet Encyclopedia on Scientism again. I've read it before, but for anyone who hasn't heard this before, this is just it's just too good. It's just too good. I hope you appreciate this as much as I do. So, science as ideology, scientism. Finally, it is worth noting a sense in which science itself can form a basis of an ideology. When science is credited as the one and only way we have to describe reality or to state truth, such restrictive epistemology might graduate into scientism. According to this view, the only rationality is scientific rationality. Poetry, literature, music, fine art, religion, or ethics could not be considered sources of knowledge, according to this view, because they are not generated by scientific methods. Such fealty to the deliverances of science, especially at the expense of other ways of knowing, can become ideological, and scientism is the preferred description of such a view. While enthusiasm for science has been part of its ethos since the Enlightenment, scientism goes beyond enthusiasm in its insistence that whatever falls outside the scope of science is not knowledge. Alternatively, scientism is sometimes used to refer to more specifically to the uses of science to inform policy. If political issues are framed as scientific, so that scientific evidence alone can adjudicate the right policies, it constitutes a strongly technocratic move to replace politics with science, and such replacement can also be a form of scientism. The use of the label scientism, like I was talking about earlier, they're trying to quibble with me about calling it scientism. It's scientism. It's a convenient label to identify your worldview, which includes your asinine geodesy. So, the use of the label scientism.
Gregory, I think we should destroy scientism. Let's do it together. Are you ready to resume our conversation about the electrostatic force?
What's there to resume? So let's just say this: you have a bad analogy which falls flat on 2 points. You're trying to make the analogy between verifying an hypothesis, a causation hypothesis, as it concerns electrostatic behavior, and gravity. Problem is, when you say the hypothesis, you have an effect as the cause, the independent variable, which is obviously a category error, and is kicking the can down the road as to what is the cause. So the effect is the cause of the effect, rather than a cause being the cause of the effect.
I would
And
like to
you're not
understand it
manipulating the
better.
independent variable with that either.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
So
as
help
you're
me
not manipulating
understand
the
that.
independent every time, just can't get to the
Walk me
end.
through it. Yeah, walk me through it.
Okay,
First, show
I'm
me
doing it
what I'm
now.
doing. Okay.
I'm doing it
Show
now.
me
Why do
what
you have to
I'm
tell me to do the thing I'm already doing?
because you're helping me. I'm telling you how to help me.
That's what I'm doing right
Obviously,
now.
what
I
you're
was
saying
already
is
doing the
not,
thing you instructed me to do.
but it's
I
not
was already
working
doing
for
the thing
me.
you asked me to do.
I don't think in words as well as you do. So help me be a good educator and help your students understand what you're trying to tell them. Walk
Okay, you
me
didn't have
through
to
the
interrupt me to say that.
electrostatic.
I was doing
Well,
that.
otherwise you're gonna go on forever
And
doing it.
you're still going on rather than not talking. Be a good student and stop talking. Do what you're
I
asking
will
for.
stop. Walk me through the electrostatic case and
That's the
tell me
third time
where
you
I'm
said
making
that.
a category error. Go.
All right, so stop talking now. You're just being disingenuous and disruptive. Every time with these people, dude. You're trying to make an analogy as though what you're doing with electrostatics is also valid with what you're doing with gravity. What you're doing with gravity, you're not doing with electrostatics. So on the first level, you're not manipulating the independent variable as it concerns gravity. Then as it concerns electrostatics, as you try to progress forward in the dialogue, you're also not manipulating the independent variable. You're moving matter from one place to another. You're not manipulating charge itself. That's it. And furthermore,
Okay, stop.
what you
This is
have
good. This is
also.
good. Just stop.
No,
Can you help me design an experiment that validates the electrostatic hypothesis?
the
Walk me
hypothesis
through what the
being what
correct
exactly
experiment
again?
would.
You
So,
need to say
yes,
the
I will
hypothesis.
repeat it. Yes.
You don't have to keep talking through me, dude. Stop doing that.
But you asked me a question. You said you have
You don't
to
have to
say the
talk through me,
hypothesis.
dude.
Let me say the hypothesis, and then you will help me design a valid experiment that's not scientism. Sounds good?
That's what I was trying to do. Now stop talking.
So I go first, right? Hypothesis. The hypothesis is as follows. There exists a property of matter called electric charge. When there is
Are you
more
on
of
fucking
it,
repeat, dude? Is that what the problem is?
no, I'm
Like,
just
didn't we
providing
just
my
hear you fucking say
hypothesis.
this like 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago?
He asked me to repeat it.
He did?
No, he didn't. He
I'm
told you to
pretty sure
stop
you're
talking.
fucking on repeat,
Man, you
dude.
guys get awfully ass
Will
mad
you
when you
help me
guys get
design an
interrupted, but have no
experiment or
problem
not?
doing it yourselves.
I apologize. Gregory, will you walk me through designing a correct experiment for the hypothesis if I provide you with the hypothesis? Gregory?
I'm tired of being talked through.
Will you help me design a valid experiment if I provide you with a hypothesis?
Only if you stop talking to me. You talk to me again, I'm done with you.
Yo, Gregory, do you like mud
Should I
sharks?
provide the hypothesis first?
Say the hypothesis.
Okay.
Yo, Gregory, do you like mud sharks?
Gosh.
Okay, here it comes, Gregory. There exists a property of matter called electric charge. When there's more electric charge, it creates a force on another particle with the opposite electric charge. And when the distance between the particles increases, the force drops off
That's entirely too
proportionally
long,
to
dude.
the square of the distance.
Yeah,
It's entirely too long.
I'm sorry,
yeah,
but that's
his
the
chimp
hypothesis.
brain is too low to listen to that.
The hypothesis is not that long, dude. If this happens, then that happens.
Okay. If there's more of
Yeah,
electric
speak in
charge,
monkey
the
terms
force
for him.
is stronger. If the distance is greater, then the
Someone needs
force
to
is
mute him
weaker
because I
by
cannot
the
hear
square of
Peter.
the
He needs to
distance.
say it again.
Shut your bitch ass up, fag.
Here's the hypothesis. There exists a property called electric charge.
No. Just if this happens, then that happens.
Okay. If there is more electric charge on two particles, then they attract each other stronger. If they are further away, the strength of that force drops off by the square of the distance.
Okay. So how are you manipulating the independent variable?
I don't know. Walk me through a correct experiment.
Well, that's your problem.
Yes,
This is not my burden. You
No,
don't
help
even
me.
know
You
how to
said I do
manipulate
it wrong.
There
Yes,
goes again.
no.
There he goes again.
I do it wrong. I'm unable to do it. I need your help.
No, it's your burden. It's your burden. I don't need to tell
is
you how
my
to do
burden.
your experiment. Yeah, it's your
It is.
burden. So stop
Yes, but I
repeating.
fail
Stop
at it.
repeating. Stop repeating. Stop repeating. Stop repeating. Thank you. So you don't know how to even do your experiment. You should know. You should be able to infer. You should be able to interpret your hypothesis and conceive of some logically possible, intelligible way to say the manipulation of the independent variable. You
Yeah, I
can't.
tried, but you told me I made an error. So
Yeah, so your analogy is broken. You don't even understand
there
your
is
own
no
analogy.
yet. There is no analogy now.
We know there was never an analogy. That's my point. Thank
There
you
was
for
never
echoing
an
me
analogy.
again.
Okay. Tell me how to perform an experiment to
Stop telling me to
validate the
carry your
hypothesis.
burden.
Well, teach me. You said I do it wrong.
Stop telling me to
All
carry
of
your
us do it
burden.
wrong.
Don't say it again. Stop telling me to carry your burden.
You said you would walk me through an experiment.
Yeah, I walked you through to exposing that you don't know your own position. You don't know your retort. So there is no analogy between your causation hypothesis, which you don't even know how to even conceive of a way to verify, and what's happening with gravity. You're done. Your analogy is broken.
There is no analogy yet. I backtracked on the analogy. There is no analogy.
I'm sick and tired of him repeating himself. He's just repeating
So then
himself.
what
This is
the
one of
fuck
the
are you
tactics.
talking about then?
If you help me
What are you talking
understand
about then
what
if there's no analogy, dude?
let me explain. If he helps me frame a valid experiment for the electrostatic hypotheses, then maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to use what I
I
learned
don't
from
need to
Gregory
help you carry your
create an
burden.
experiment for gravity. But
Right,
I
so
am
stop
now
repeating it.
doubting
For the
myself
last time, I'm going to
that
talk
I
through you
can
now
even
because you've been saying this
create an
repeatedly over and
experiment
over again.
for
I don't need to help
electrostatic
you
forces.
carry your burden. So stop asking me. Stop saying it again. Don't say it again. You don't
You
know
offered
how to
yourself
verify your
that if I
hypothesis
gave
as it
you the
concerns your broken
hypothesis,
analogy between
you would
gravity and
tell me how to
electrostatics. You're
construct
done.
a valid experiment that is not scientism. So help
You're
me,
done.
walk me through it,
You're
show
done.
me how to
Shut up!
manipulate the independent variable,
Peter,
and how
shut up!
not to
Stop
make a
talking!
category error.
Yeah, this is the antics that children get popped in the mouth for.
Hey,
He's just
Gregory,
continuing to talk.
how about we change his name to Repeater?
Thank you.
Oh,
Damn, that's hella clever. I should have thought of that.
I don't think you can change names on this VC.
Repeat.
Yeah, so you're done. Your analogy is broken.
There is no analogy.
I don't need to help you.
There is no analogy.
So then what the fuck's your
Thank you for
point,
your
dude?
concession. There is no analogy. So whatever
The
you
point
think
is,
you were
let's
doing with
agree on
electrostatics,
what
you're not doing with
real
gravity. You're
science
done.
looks like.
So
Let's
whatever you
agree
think
on
you were
what
doing as you talk to me again, whatever you think you were doing with electrostatics, you don't even know what you're doing with electrostatics. So you couldn't possibly know that you're doing the same thing with gravity. You're done.
Well, yes, that's why I backtracked, and now I would like you to walk me through what a valid scientific
He's repeating
experiment
himself
looks
again.
like. And we're not using gravity.
Peter, bro,
He's repeating
I
himself
love you,
past
but
the conclusion.
he's never going to engage with you like this. You're not going to get him to do that.
I know, I just want to embarrass him in front of the audience.
Fucking
How
came
he's
back again.
embarrassing
What the
me
fuck's up with
by
this guy,
conceding
man?
that he doesn't know how to,
That
he
guy
can't
is
even
an
conceive of a way
idiot
to
savant
verify his
who got a
hypothesis concerning
dictionary from his
electrostatic
mom,
behavior,
from his
and therefore
or
cannot make an analogy between his supposed his verification of electrostatic behavior and gravity, because that's such an embarrassment to me, even though it's not my position, nor do I have any obligation to help him prove his position. Yeah, such an embarrassment to me. Congratulations. Round of applause. You want a cookie?
Yes.
He's embarrassing me. See, this is the problem with these people. They don't know how to distinguish between things. He can't distinguish between himself and me. He thinks he's embarrassing me, but he must be confusing me with him.
It's the projection. He's projecting the wrong things at the wrong time.
Just like John McClane. You want to talk about Die Hard? You just heard it. Next page. So as I was saying about scientism, right? Scroll up, and there it is. The use of the label scientism typically implies a negative judgment about a problematic fidelity to science, but a few theorists have embraced the label as well. There is no simple relationship between science and scientism. Many scientists reject scientism, which of course is oxymoronic, while some humanities scholars promote it. When humanists, I said that wrong. Well, while some humanities scholars promote it, when humanists decide they ought to work within a metaphysics they imagine to be scientific, they may feel compelled to adopt a materialist or reductionist framework, rejecting traditional categories of humanistic inquiry such as person, will, freedom, judgment, or agency. It's very apropos, very on point. Insofar as natural sciences might not recognize those categories, some humanistic scholarship has been transformed, some would say attenuated by the loss of such concepts, which is also true. We can identify at least 4 challenges for scientism. First, an overwhelming loyalty to science and rejection of non-science may presuppose that such categories have discrete boundaries. As noted in Section 1, however, the long-standing attempt to characterize science through a definition or definitive methods has been largely unsuccessful. It has proven incredibly difficult to specify exactly what makes an approach to the world scientific, which obviously problematizes the derogation of non-science. Second, the appeal to science can obscure the question on which parts of science are being drawn upon. If science consists of a variety of distinctive practices, answering many different questions with many different methodological approaches, then appeals to science simpliciter can obfuscate important questions about which science is being included, which omitted, and how it is analyzed. This is important because different scientific studies and methods often do not align to provide straightforward results. Separate analysis, even of this very same data, can yield remarkably divergent conclusions. Third, proponents of scientism sometimes marshal their own scientific credentials to back their claims. In a society that grants so much cultural authority to scientists, those credentials can easily bestow rhetorical power. Nonetheless, scientific expertise does not automatically entail expertise in other areas, and it has proved all too easy for, say, some biologists to make philosophical and theological pronouncements without training in or even appreciation for those other fields of study. I really am fond of the third one, because you know exactly what he's talking about, the author. If no one knows, I'll tell you after. If someone doesn't know, I'll tell you after. A fourth challenge faces... Say again?
I think I know what you're getting at.
A fourth challenge faces scientism as a replacement for politics. The problem is that political debates are typically not exhausted by the scientific dimensions. Issues like climate change or race relations, for example, involve more than scientific results. They also include conceptions of justice, freedom, economics, and even religion, which are each infused with ethical concerns. Politics cannot be reduced to technical scientific problems, and so the attempt to convert essentially ideological debates into straightforward scientific hypotheses can misconstrue what is at stake and overlook important issues under debate. Very good article.
Have you seen the movie Instinct?
No.
I highly recommend it to absolutely
Instinct.
everyone, right? Instinct with Anthony Hopkins and Cuba Gooding Jr. It's the lead roles. It's a brilliant take on a biologist's experience in the African jungles, studying apes, and ultimately what leads him to be inside a mental health institution, where he's challenged and he's challenging the worldview of a psychologist.
And
it involves interrelationships between them and the biologist's daughter, estranged, and it's just a brilliant movie. Like, I mean, no matter what you think about, evolution and all that. I just highly recommend it to everyone. It's a beautiful movie, and it goes into what you've just been reading from.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, deals with it.
So yeah, regardless of the average scientist, like the folks who come in here not being aware of scientism, they are subscribing to it.
Counter that, would you give us a good example of proper science?
A good example of proper science.
Yeah, how to do science properly instead of engaging in scientism.
You gotta define science.
Well, let's take a simple phenomenon first, electrostatics. A simple hypothesis and what a proper scientific experiment would look like.
Are you kidding me?
I don't see a problem with engaging with this line of reason. Why are you guys like this is if you guys have these questions, why
Of course
not
you don't
try
see a
to
problem. Of course you don't see why we said that. Of course you don't.
Okay, Gregory.
If anyone needs a movie website, hit me in the DMs. I got you.
If you could teach a domesticated ape or monkey to talk, the first thing they'd probably say, not no, like in the movies. I think it'd be, what the fuck is this shit?
My shit is more valuable than this shit.
Yeah, that's why he's throwing it at you.
Yeah, funnily enough, according to their worldview, there already are monkeys in space, right? Because everything exists in the cosmic vacuum. Say it again.
Was the monkey the first astronaut?
You're robot and hard. Can't hear you.
Is it true that a monkey was the first astronaut?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
According to their
Wasn't it a
worldview.
dog? Wasn't it a Russian dog?
Woke confirmed,
Yeah.
okay? There's an astronaut.
Yep, exactly right, Kiko, according to their worldview.
Astronaut, as in zero. Astronaut.
No space. Astronaut.
Well, really, no stars. If you wanna play around with these word
Oh yeah.
elements.
So there's a lot that I've been looking into with regards to mainstream cosmology and how there may be a lot of truth to it, even though it's not being interpreted correctly. You know, so there may be elements of things that they describe that are happening in space. And it may be true if you assume a certain cosmological position, but it could have an equivalent meaning under a different cosmological paradigm. So, for example, what if there could be bending and warping of space-time? Not saying that it's been proven, but just, you know, what if there is? Then all of this is happening at a much smaller scale, a local scale, instead of these vast distances. Could we have a situation where you have a Pac-Man Earth, right? As silly as that sounds.
I posted the etymology of astronaut. Astronautes. Astronautes. Star sailor. The sailor of the stars.
Starboat.
Well, the starboat would be the aerospace vehicle that the astronaut is in.
I think not isn't that, doesn't that mean not is like boat in is it Greek? I don't know. I don't remember.
No, look in the website. It's the naut, N-A-U-T. That's the anglicization of nautes. A nautes, a sailor. So star sailor.
I like starboat better, but you're right.
I think the Russians got it better because you're not really sailing the stars; you're sailing the cosmos.
Yeah, I've thought about that too, Peter. Makes more sense to me.
Which is why they coined the term cosmonaut, a sailor of the cosmos.
Yeah, sailor of your imaginary cosmology. Cool.
Yeah.
You know, flat earthers could have all the fun of Einstein that globies get to have. It makes flat world much more believable, doesn't it, globies?
They would also enjoy the fact that, for what we can tell, the universe seems to be flat.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, what if the universe is this world and there is no embedding space for this world, this realm that we live on, to exist within? Would it be a 2S sphere? Would it be a 2-sphere, Peter? In manifold.
Look, as a flat earther, if you just elevate your thinking to the next level, you get everything you want. You have flat space, you have a container, for what we can tell, you have gas, pressure, must have a container, you have everything. You have ether, you have everything. You just need to step up from just the Earth into the cosmos, and you're golden.
So the question is the cosmos an embedding space for the Earth, or is the cosmos subject to the same embedding space as Earth is?
Exactly.
So we don't know.
We don't know, but for what we can tell, it's the latter.
And it's flat, yeah, because there's no embedding space for the higher dimensions.
Yes. As far as we can tell, we have all those things: containment, flatness.
We just don't know what the topology is of our world.
Yeah.
If the topology is a closed loop, or if it's got like infinity at the poles, like a pseudosphere, or if it's like a toroid, which is like a sphere with a hole punched through the middle of it, we don't know. Yeah. We don't know what this realm is.
Fancy name for an American donut. Yeah.
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 Or it could be something totally amorphous altogether. It could be an amorphous topology that's dynamic and always changing. Wouldn't that be wild?
Yeah, let's just
I don't think we observed that, though.
Sunday, guys.
I don't think we observed that.
Yeah, I know it's speculation, but I mean the point is to highlight how absurd it is. If we can have Einstein as flat earthers, then we can totally create a new cosmology that works, right? Because it works because the math works. Doesn't mean it's true.
But in a lot of ways, Einstein kind of came to the rescue for flat earthers.
Yeah, we reject it though. So sorry, Einstein.
Yeah, I know, but like Newton was hard to swallow for flat earthers, but or Copernicus, but Einstein should be much easier to reconcile with at least the mainstream flat Earth view that I am familiar with.
Yeah, well, the
Which
Flat
does
Earth
it
Society's
mean?
fully embraced Einstein's upward flying disk at 9.8 meters per second squared for infinity.
Ew,
Right.
nasty.
What exactly did Einstein save?
Well, he gave you a lot of things. Motionless Earth.
Yeah, motionless everything.
Ether. Not all flat earthers like ether, but some do. So a bonus ether. He gave you flatness in the universe.
Gave us a bunch of stolen equations from Ampere, Maxwell, Poincare, and so on.
Yeah, how does denying the objectivity of the motion of any and all bodies of matter at all help anyone at all?
Well, for someone who's a geocentrist, it's much better than the heliocentric model.
That doesn't
Because you
answer the
can
question at all.
reconcile. Well, here it comes. You can reconcile geocentrism with Einstein's theory much better than with the Copernican theory.
Yeah, it's true.
you
It's
can.
more like Jaron and Whitsitt and all the others are going geocentric ball globers with the ether crap. Because
Of course you can't. That's not possible. It's not reconcilable. If you affirm Einstein, you are necessarily denying centrism anything. You're denying
So
that
you can pick.
anything is really
That's not
moving
true.
in any
That's a
way. It's all just a
No.
perception.
No, not at all.
Yeah, that's what special relativity is.
No, not
It's
at all.
anti-realism. It's anti-objectivism.
Actually, Einsteinian theory requires that you specify what is at the center. So it just says you can have anything.
You can't do
So
that.
It
It
Yes,
doesn't
you
matter where you're located in space. It always appears to be that you're at the center, no matter where you
No,
are.
it just says that describing motion in an abstract way, absolute way, makes no sense. Therefore,
Right.
geocentrism is perfectly valid.
No. If it's
Yes.
geocentric, then there is no special relativity, right? It's not all just relative.
I know.
It's not all just subjective. It doesn't just seem that way. Either it is the case,
No, it
independent
doesn't
of the
seem that
perception, that you're at the center, that this or that, whatever the case is, that is at the center, or it's not the case. Either it really is
Einstein
the
says
case,
to
independent
you,
of perception, or not.
Albert Einstein says hi, and he says, you are at the center of the universe.
Right, as it merely appears. As it merely appears.
You are welcome. You are at the center of the universe.
Yeah, as it merely appears,
You
according to him.
specifically, Gregory, wherever
Yeah,
you
you're going to
may
keep
be,
repeating yourself because you know you're wrong on
wherever
this
you may
point.
be, buddy, you are at the center of the universe.
Right.
Yeah, and so is
Just
everything
as
else.
it
And it's
appears.
expanding isometrically.
No, you, Gregory.
Yeah, just as it appears.
No,
you
as
can
it
keep
is.
walking around this refutation if you want to. That's what
As
special
it
relativity is. You may not understand that, but it's a denial of the objectivity of the locale
It
and or
is
locomotion of
absolutely not.
anything. It all appears
Absolutely
to be
not.
moving this way or that way. It all
No, that's a
appears to
common
be located here or
misconception.
there, but it just merely appears that way.
That's a common
We
misconception
merely appear to be at the
resulting
center.
from just consuming your science from pop science articles in mediocre newspapers. Common misconception.
More deflected ridicule. So it just appears to be that way. It just appears that we're at the center.
No, it doesn't. You are at the center of the universe. Right now.
So it appears.
No, so it is.
Okay, that's not Einstein's point.
It is.
It isn't.
It is.
Cite the passage.
No, you 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 cite the passage.
You cite the passage.
Yeah, you cite it.
You
don't need to carry your burden for your premise.
Fuck's sake.
No, you said it was. It appears.
Guys.
Cite it.
He doesn't know what Einstein teaches. Einstein is anti-objectivist. It just appears. That's why it's called special relativity, not special objectivism.
It's not. No.
Not special objectivity, special relativity. It's just relative.
No. That's not why it's called special relativity.
If I keep Einstein's relativity in mind, I could be a who in Whoville on a piece of lint on my ceiling fan. And because my reference frame is the center, all of the objects in the sky, which would be my living room, as they spin around in the sky above me, I just appear to be at the center, even though I'm
At the
not.
center. You specifically are at the center.
And to invent a bunch of pseudo forces to explain the motions you see.
Yep.
Space gravity.
No pseudo forces are necessary. We all agree that everything needs to be in a medium, and medium has a certain shape. That shape determines how things move through it. Not a pseudo force, just the shape of the medium, a characteristic of that medium.
Okay, for the sake of continuing conversation. Sorry, what were you talking about, Peter? What medium?
The thing that fills space. What space consists of. A medium.
Oh, well, you're just talking about like length, width, and breadth.
No, like what? But yeah, but what is
Length, width,
that?
and depth. Sorry.
Yeah, but what is that? There's a certain medium through which things propagate, right? Many people point out that you cannot have things propagate through nothing, that there must exist a medium through which things like electromagnetic waves propagate and matter propagates. And yes, that's the case. There is a medium. It fills the space everywhere, and it has a certain shape. And its shape impacts the movement of
What
things
defines
through it.
its shape? What defines its shape?
Matter and energy.
Okay. What's the medium that you're talking about? Like, what's it called?
Some
Does it have a
people,
name?
some people call it ether. I like
What are some other
that
people called?
stuff.
What are some other
Some
people called?
people call it the Raumzeit.
Look in the open chat. Britannica citation. Special relativity is limited to objects that are moving with respect to internal reference, into inertial reference frames of reference.
Yeah, that's
Inertial
why it's
frames of
called
reference.
special.
I'll read it eventually. Special relativity is limited to objects that are moving with respect to inertial reference frames of reference, i.e., in a state of uniform motion with respect to one another, such that one cannot, by purely mechanical experiments, distinguish from one another. You can't
Right. So let's
distinguish its position as it is, independent of perception. You can't distinguish its motion as it is, independent of perception. So again,
Yeah,
you are wrong.
yeah, special relativity, no acceleration.
So
That's
there
what
is no
inertial.
centrism of any kind. There's no geocentrism. There's no centrism
Absolutely, there
anything
is.
when there's special relativity, supposedly. They're not
There's Gregory
compatible.
centrism.
If it is the case, independent of perception, that this is the center, then it's not the case as special relativity is. If the former is true, the latter is false. If the latter is true, the former is false.
Give me an example of a perception. What did you say? What kind of perception?
Okay. See if you can track with the dialogue.
Yeah.
If it is the case that special relativity is true, then there is no, or there cannot be any real objective situation, no real objective state of affairs.
There is an objective state
When
of
it
affairs.
seems to be at the center, it just seems to be at the center. You cannot know that it really is at the center, independent of perception. You have no method
It
of
is.
inference whatsoever.
Let me give you an example. You, Gregory, will always be in the center. Give me one example.
Again.
Give me one example of you not being in the center and
Distorting the
making an
point again.
observation. You're always in the center, Gregory.
Distorting
no
the
matter
point
where we
again.
move your ass,
Keep distorting
you're
the
always
point.
in the center.
Keep saying the distortion, because that'll make it true
You are
eventually.
incapable of making an observation or a measurement where you are not in the center.
Yeah, keep saying the
I
distortion.
rest my case.
Yeah, he's running. He's not engaging the refutation. Right? He's trying to sit up here and act like he's doing some sort of reductio. And he's not being consistent with what special relativity is. Right there in the citation. Special relativity is limited to objects that are moving with respect to inertial reference frames of reference. I keep reversing that. In a state of uniform motion with respect to one another, such that one cannot, by purely mechanical experiments, distinguish from one another. You can't distinguish the objective position of the thing. You can't distinguish the objective vector of the thing. You can't ascertain the facts about any motion whatsoever.
Yes. Because Gregory that's trying to do it is in the center of the universe.
Right, which is another distortion deflected from the point.
If Gregory moves relative to where he used to be, is he still in the center?
Why are you talking in the third person for, dude? Like, why can't you make your case without involving Gregory is fucking doing this or Gregory is doing that?
Because I'm debating him.
Because you're dishonest is the fact, right,
No,
Peter?
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You're disingenuous, man.
Not. I don't need to be disingenuous to have fun with you.
Yeah, you don't need to. You still are.
So if Gregory moves from A to B, is he still in the center, even though he moved away from where he used to be? That used to be the center.
No way.
Crickets.
So is all of existence moving in such a manner that puts Gregory at the center at all times?
When Gregory makes an observation, he's incapable of making an observation that would contradict that. Yes.
So when the Apollo astronauts lifted off on their Saturn V, for all intents and purposes, it was the Earth rushing away from them as fast as possible. Right?
What's Gregory on the rocket?
Yeah, put Gregory on a rocket. Saturn V, launch him up. Is Earth moving away from Gregory? 100%?
Here comes that honesty.
As far as he can tell, yes.
It conforms to the dynamic forces involved, the work requirements of the rocket. The rocket has enough force to move the mass of Earth away. Or can you falsify that claim by studying it like in a thermodynamic system? We study the exchange of energy.
No, Greg would know many things. He would know that he's accelerating, for example.
Away from the center?
Not the question.
He would. No, it doesn't matter where the center is.
Away from the center or not?
No, it's irrelevant. He would know he's accelerating.
Just deflect.
All right, hold on. 2 Gregorys on 2 Saturn rockets take off from Earth on opposite sides of the globe. Mm-hmm. Is the globe shrinking between them? Is that what's going on? The globe is shrinking between the 2 rockets? Yeah.
Is it shrinking between them?
Right, so people on the globe are seeing the rockets launch away, right? They're seeing Gregory 1 and Gregory 2 fire off in opposite directions from the globe.
Yeah.
But then Gregory 1 and Gregory 2 are going to see what? The globe shrink between them, right? That's what's happening?
You meaning as they move away from it, shrink?
Yeah.
Due to perspective?
No, in actuality, right? Because it's all relative, right? So you got one rocket taken off, you got another rocket taken off, Earth must be shrinking between the 2. Because nothing's moving. Nothing's moving, right?
This is your perspective to change.
Nothing's moving. It's Einstein.
No, they know they're accelerating. They feel acceleration.
How do they know that? I thought you said they can't tell if Earth is accelerating away from them or if they are accelerating.
No. You can feel acceleration.
I thought you said there's no way to tell. Well, what does Einstein say? Can you tell the difference between reference frames? Which one is true? Which one is absolute?
Yes, I can.
Which one is absolute in Einstein's paradigm?
The one you're in.
No.
Just your perception.
Philosophically speaking, we're to be on the same page
All
as
Peter is
Gregory.
doing, he's just trying to irritate, right? That's all he's doing at this rate. He's not trying to engage in good faith.
Right. So what Peter's showing is you have no way to scientifically validate how independent a variable something is.
Yeah, let's go back to the
you just said that you can't determine there even is an independent variable. The end.
When did I say that?
Well, I mean, this is what's implied. Because you can't scientifically test anything if all your reference frames are the same.
I can test many things.
No, you can't come up with a valid interpretation under Einstein. Try to interpret the results under relativity and see how far you get. Basic things like in chemistry. You know, did the oxygen molecule move to the hydrogen, or did the hydrogen, atom move away from the oxygen atom? Which one moved towards which? Are we going to develop a molecular theory of relativity now?
Whereas
is that where this is going? Like in chemistry, are we going to apply relativity physics to chemical bonding? See how absurd this is going to get?
Does chemistry tell you whether hydrogen is moving or oxygen is moving? Where does chemistry say that?
Well, if you introduce, if I introduce a pipette full of a substance to another substance, I am moving a substance onto it, Peter.
It's all relative, right, Peter?
It's all relative, yep.
No, it's not all relative. For example, rotation.
Okay, then special relativity is wrong then.
Relative.
Yeah, right? you can't determine it's even true. It's self-defeating.
You guys are advocating or arguing against like some sort of bastardized relativity of everything.
No, this is Einstein. This is pure. I mean, this is cracking.
What are you talking
any
about?
book.
But it is not.
Just go grab a book like Hyperspace by Michio Kaku.
So it's not bastardized.
It is not. You just bastardized the poor man's theory, and now
or you can read all about your own bastardized reference frames in Hyperspace by Michio Kaku. He explains it all. I'm basically just quoting loosely from that book right now.
Hey guys,
gave the citation.
Why are we in politics server and not 24/7 Discord server?
Because it's a new watering hole.
You're not located everywhere else. You're not located.
We're getting bigger. We're growing like herpes. We're global herpes.
Let's go back there if you're worried about it.
So imperialism.
You say imperialism?
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing's more patriarchal and oppressive than a cosmology invented by Jesuits.
That's all they have. Just pretend like they're not losing, pretend like they're winning, and just go in redundant circles, not engage in good faith.
Oh, he just becomes a disingenuous troll at some point, right?
When all else fails, troll.
Yeah, to the next Glober, just be better. Please.
Take his advice, globalists, scientists.
I just read an article about shooting stars, and they said that the stars weren't actually moving. It was the Earth that was spinning that made the stars look like they're moving. Shooting stars.
We send people back to 24/7 for information and content and special events. So it's not like us being here has abandoned 24/7. Us being here is creating a new vector for content and visitors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that shooting star article that you read debunks the Coriolis, or at least Earth-based Coriolis effect, because the atmosphere that's spinning lockstep with the Earth is the thing that's burning up the stationary rocks that the Earth comes across. So they just went ahead and
Yeah, it blew
threw
my mind
Coriolis down the
because
stairs.
I thought even if you believe the spin of the Earth, it's only 90 degrees per 15 minutes, very slowly, according to them. I don't say I can make a star shoot across the sky.
Yep.
So let's appreciate the theory of relativity, GR and SR. That is a reaction to their cosmogony and their cosmology and their geodesy being falsified. So when you can't establish the empirical credentials of your worldview, your geodesy, your cosmology, your cosmogony, why did I list those three specifically? I know that all rhymed. I'm not doing that deliberately. Because it's according to their worldview, it seems that all the stars are expanding from the Earth, as though the Earth is the central point from which all the stars expanded from. Seems that way. But they don't like geocentrism. That's repugnant to them. So it just seems like they're all expanding from the central point that is Earth. But we can't tolerate that. So it just seems that way. It just seems that way. Right? We empirically detect what we see, but it just merely appears that way. And it doesn't matter where you are located whatsoever at all in the cosmic vacuum, anywhere in free space whatsoever, wherever you are, it'll just seem like you're the center, which is a truism, right? Because you can only perceive from where you are, but that doesn't mean that you being the center of your field of view means you're at the center of the cosmos. So just like with gravitation, when you can't account for the flagrant discrepancy as to how shit stays to the Earth in the cosmic vacuum, just the Earth existing is the cause for why things stay with the Earth, and we don't all become dismayed into oblivion, falling into oblivion, and suffocating to death. So the same thing as it concerns the observations of the celestial bodies. It seems like geocentrism is true. Seems like Ptolemy was right. It seems like the ancients were right. It seems like we're wrong to be so flagrantly devout atheistic materialists. But no. We scratch all that. We can't accept that. So it just seems like we're at the center, but not really at the center.
Well, hang on. If we add enough dark matter, then gravity works again.
Right. Never empirically detected dark matter or dark energy whatsoever. We just have this dark matter, dark energy, which is basically like question mark energy, question mark matter, unidentified, unempirically verified matter and energy that just makes gravity work again.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the ether is a ridiculous concept, right, guys? The very thing that they're claiming needs to exist, they also reject by another name.
Yeah, this omnipresent substratum in which everything exists and or subsists is ridiculous if you call it if it's ether, if it's a luminiferous ether or ether, just in general. But if you coin some other term like space-time, which is just a neologism, a new coin term and a portmanteau, a combination of space and time, with no real distinction from space-time from space and time, then that's okay. Or we coin dark matter and dark energy, just prefix matter and energy with the word dark, then that's okay.
Right. So how did they know it's not the ether this whole time?
Yeah, that is
How did they rule that out?
actually. I agree. No,
Yep.
it is ether. That's the whole point.
Well, yeah. So how did they rule it out, though? I mean,
They
how did
didn't.
they
They
claim
just
to rule it out?
Yeah, so toss out dark matter and
used
energy.
a different
That's
word.
BS.
They just use a different word, but the idea is the same. We just understand it a little bit better than in the 19th century, right? We understand the characteristics of ether, its properties, the role it plays in the propagation of electromagnetic waves and other types of waves. We just understand it more deeply than in the 19th century. So that's it.
Yeah, I mean, you can read about like 120 years ago, they were like, hey, look, guys, we've got this north-south magnetic flux lines running generally north-south, right? And we've got along the z-axis up and down this electrostatic gravity thing, right? So what's this ether wind coming from the y-axis? Now we've got the left-hand rule, x, y, and z, 3 different dimensions orthogonal to each other.
Yeah, so they had a
Cartesian.
lot of open questions. They had a lot of open questions about ether. They proposed it because they felt like something had to exist to fill the space between things and through which things could propagate. But they didn't know what it was. And since then, for over 100 and whatever 50 years, we have come to understand the properties of it better. Although we still don't understand what, for example, what ether is made of and what constitutes ether, and why it,
120
for
ohms.
example, why it is affected by the presence of matter and energy. We don't know those things, so our knowledge of the ether is not complete.
Why in the most sparse vacuum environments we can create, there's a standing impedance of
Exactly.
120 ohms. Yep, nobody knows that. Why that is?
Yeah,
Is it
nobody
dark
knows
energy,
this.
right? Dark matter, or is it ether?
Who knows? That's why, those are the frontiers of science,
Yeah.
places that are not well understood. There are many hypotheses, some ridiculous, some less, some more conservative.
Can you say that again? In a
Again,
vacuum, there's 120 impedance of what?
Ohms, OHM. There's 120 ohms of voltage potential in a vacuum. Nobody knows why it's there because it's supposed to be a vacuum. There shouldn't be anything doing anything electrically or magnetically or anything. It's a vacuum. So what kind of dynamic process is happening to create that?
yeah,
It's a
lots of
rhetorical question. Nobody
unknowns.
knows.
Yeah, lots of unknowns. Yeah, you got it.
And they've been dealing with this all the time. Like old radio manuals, antenna handbooks talk about, making sure you do impedance matching correctly on your antenna to your line going out to it. Make sure that they're, for the same volts, that you don't have a lot of feedback going through that wire. And, just because you can work with something doesn't mean you understand it. And that's the big technological
That's
hubris
true.
of today. People today think they understand more because they're using technology. And they don't understand more at all. And they also don't understand the technology. It's given this false sense of confidence. And they're surrounded by the appearance of everything working right. And so they're like, well, science and technology must have made everything totally perfect, guys. So it has to be a globe.
Yeah, just
Yeah, lots
because
of
you can
people fall
see the
victim.
operation operating doesn't necessarily mean that you know how the causation machinations are operating. Right?
Yeah,
You
G.K.
can use a
Chesterton
toilet
wrote.
and not know how it works.
Yeah. An old book, I think, Orthodoxy by G.K. Chesterton, great author, 100 years ago. He was talking about this kind of thing. He was saying when it comes to airplanes, which are new back then, is the pilot in control of nature, commanding a new force of nature by taking to the skies in a man-made vehicle, or is the pilot actually enslaved by this device because he doesn't fully understand how it works as much as the engineers have put it together, and he's got this false sense of hubris of technological achievement over the elements, over the natural world.
Most of us are using our phones right now, and not a single one of us can explain exactly how the phone works.
Oh, hell
None of
no.
us here in this room can explain all the devices within this phone that are sending all the types of signals and doing all the types of processing that's necessary for us to talk over Discord. Not even the people who work at Samsung or iPhone or Google know this. Not a single person. So, yeah, but it does work, right?
Yeah.
So
just
there are
stop
things.
there. Everyone wants to move past that premise to we know how it works. Just because it works, just because you appeal to it works, does not at all get you to the conclusion that you know how it works. That's a pragmatic fallacy.
Best proof is that as far as we know, the way the universe functions has not changed since humans have been around, and humans had no idea about how it worked. Now they know a little bit more. It still works the same way. Doesn't matter. Electrostatic force works whether we can model it or not. It doesn't care. It doesn't care if Peter is making a category error trying to design an experiment for an electrostatic force. It functions regardless. So, of course, that's why we're alive. Chemistry in our bodies works, worked even before we knew
Did
what
that this or you're
carbon
just
was.
persevering to have the last word?
Yes, thank you. So that's how it is. Nothing to be ashamed
Scientific
of.
models often work without them being fully accurately representing reality. Like the Bohr model was used to develop nuclear energy, and it's wrong. So how did they develop nuclear energy using a completely a model that doesn't describe what we know today?
Because it was good enough. It was
For
good
people
enough.
who are not catching on, like I'm going to expose this because it's not okay. For people that are not catching on, Peter is disingenuously using this rhetorical cadence where he sounds like he's agreeing, but he sounds like he's also disagreeing.
That's
So
right.
this is just to irritate. That's all he's doing.
No, I'm actually telling you my honest thoughts on how it is.
I'm not irritated,
models,
at least not yet, but I understand Gregory's
Good,
point.
good.
I can see where he
Scientific
is.
models are always wrong. Some are less wrong than others. Some are more useful than others. The model of Adam that we had back then, which was already falling apart, but was the prevailing model, served really well for the development of nuclear weapons. That's it. It was just good enough. It's not good enough to do other things, but that's okay. It still has its function in other domains, right?
This
So
paragraph I'm going to read to because this guy
it's a
is just
very practical
annoying.
thing.
This paragraph I began speaking before him. So
you
this
did?
paragraph that I'm going to read from On the Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies from Einstein himself, June 30, 1905. And this is him. I'm going to cite it in the open chat in just a moment. But this passage all the more bolsters the refutation that we said earlier. This is what he is teaching. And like we just said, if this is true, then according to him, in his own words, and like we already just argued, you cannot know the the location, nor the locomotion of anything. It just seems that way. So examples of this sort, follow me, please. It's really, some technical language. Examples of this sort, together with the unsuccessful attempts to discover any motion of the Earth relatively to the light medium, quote unquote, suggest that the phenomenon of electrodynamics as well as of mechanics possess no properties corresponding to the idea of absolute rest. They suggest rather that, as has already been shown to the first order of small quantities, the same laws of electrodynamics and optics will be valid for all frames of reference for which the equations of mechanics hold good. We will raise this conjecture, the purport of which will hereafter be called the principle of relativity, quote unquote, to the status of a postulate, and also introduce another postulate, which is only apparently irreconcilable with the former, namely, that light is always propagated in empty space with a definite velocity, c, which is independent of the state of motion of the emitting body. These two postulates suffice for the attainment of a simple and consistent theory of the electrodynamics of moving bodies based on Maxwell's theory for stationary bodies. The introduction of a luminiferous ether, quote unquote, will prove to be superfluous inasmuch as the view here to be developed will not require an absolute stationary space, quote unquote, provided with special properties, nor assign a velocity vector to a point of the empty space in which electrodynamic processes take place.
Sounds like dark matter.
By the way, King Glober is currently deafened, so I don't think he's hearing you right now.
Are you concerned for him, Matt?
Yeah.
You know what you can do, right?
What can I do?
You can go join another channel and have a chat with him, dude.
Well, I'm just saying he's deafened, so he can't hear him, like in the VC.
Oh, I thought you said he was muted. I'm sorry. I thought you were concerned.
No, I was just like telling Gregory that like Peter's deafened right now, so can't hear him. I don't know what happened.
Irrelevant. It's all right.
Probably deafened himself. Didn't want to hear it.
Funny how he deafened himself when he thought he was teaching me about special relativity, but didn't want to hear
Maybe.
from me
I mean,
himself.
I don't think King Glober is running. You just got to give King Glober the benefit of the doubt.
No, you
Maybe
don't,
something's
man.
going on.
You didn't have to say that. I just said funny how when I read the citation from the man himself, he is occupied.
Matt, it's not trigger time. Please don't.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just saying like he did. That's funny that he said. You read the thing. It's occupied, right?
So there's the citation from the man himself on the electrodynamics of moving bodies. So that's what special relativity is.
On conventional methods alone. I rarely ever heard anything other than.
Is someone talking? I can barely hear them.
Yeah, someone in the back.
Today I'm asking you, whatever you're doing, hold.
So special relativity is just another highfalutin term for anti-objectivism. That's all it is. I know it seems that we're at the center. I know it seems that the stars are moving away, given their premise, even though they don't ever even know that the stars are moving away from the Earth at all. It seems like the Earth is at the center. It seems like the stars are moving away from us, and it seems like the Earth is the central point from which everything else is expanding from. But it just merely seems that way. And it'll seem that you're at the center wherever you are, which is just a truism. Of course, you're the center of your perspective. You can't observe anywhere else except from your eyes.
Moment of silence for all the people I've grilled in the VC. Real quick.
You must have self-esteem issues. Yeah, so nothing more than an asinine metaphysic dressed up in the invisible robe of mathematical prestidigitation.
No, I think Peter, are you back?
The king is naked.
Yeah, I'm back. What's up? Who's naked?
Gregory set a reputation to you, and I don't know if you heard him. I don't know.
No, I had to.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was it? Give me a summary, condensed version.
It's a
of
reiteration
what,
of the refutation that I already said. That's already been concluded. I just cited from On the Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies from Einstein himself, 1905, June 30th.
Yeah, just have a
Citations right
quick
there.
read,
Can't miss it.
Peter.
Oh, okay. Good. And what's the gist of it?
Yeah, it's a denial of the objectivity, the ability to discern the objective state of affairs, the location and or the locomotion of any bodies.
Yes.
That's what it is. It's anti-objectivism. So, according to him, it only seems that we're at the center. It only seems that the stars are moving away from the Earth as a central point from which they expanded. And that's it. And just saying the truism that you seem to be at the center, no matter where you're located in space, which is just a
but
truism.
you don't
Of course,
seem.
you can't
You are.
perceive
You are.
from anywhere else except your eyes.
Yes, but you are.
Thank you for
The whole
echoing me
point.
for no good reason.
The whole point of relativity is when you are standing on the Earth, you, Gregory, wherever you may be.
Yeah, it's anti-objectivism.
Every observation and every measurement you perform, objectively, you perform those measurements. You, Gregory, in that location, put you in the center of the universe.
Yeah, it's an anti-objectivist truism. Yeah.
No, it's not. You're objectively making these measurements.
Yeah, that's not the point.
And you are in the center of the universe.
Yeah, it's an anti-objectivist truism. It's anti-objectivism and a truism.
Not a truism.
It is a truism. You can't perceive from any other location except from your eyes. Everyone knows that. That's not profound. I'm looking from my eyes where I am. I can't have the perception except from where I am.
Yeah, and that frame of reference is not differentiated from any
Yeah,
other
I
one.
can't perceive from
That's
where I'm not.
equally
That's a
in the
truism.
center. Geocentrism.
Yeah, I can't perceive from where I'm not. That's a truism. I can only perceive from
Well,
where I
you're going to
am.
have to take that up with God, who created the world this way. But
They'll have an
that's the way
issue
it
with
is.
God, not an issue with God.
Good.
Yeah, good. So it's an anti-objectivism and a truism.
Have some
That's what
humility
the
that
theory of
God
special
may know
relativity is.
more about his creation than you
Yeah, that's
do.
what the theory of
Just be
special
a little bit
relativity
more
is.
humble.
It's anti-objectivism and a
Don't
truism.
accuse God of being anti anything. He just created it that
Didn't
way.
accuse God of anything. You don't know the difference
One
between
day you
Einstein and
may
God.
find out why if you're
Do you
lucky.
know the difference between Einstein and God?
Absolutely.
Evidently you don't, because I'm not accusing the God of anything. Not refuting the God, I'm not critiquing the God.
Okay. Good, good. That be
Right, I'm
last
refuting
one.
Einstein. Einstein just said an anti-objectivist view as an ad hoc retort to try and
I
rescue
think
his position.
Einstein will survive the onslaught from Gregory.
Yet he's dead now, just like his theory.
Yeah, but his books will withstand the
Yeah, and they're
intellectual
dead,
might of
teaching
Gregory and
falsehood,
discourse.
teaching metaphysical absurdities and truisms.
Yeah.
It did need a whole bunch of equations to tell me that I can't observe from where I'm not.
Mhm.
Anyone else besides redundant pseudo-intellectuals?
Persevering imposter, right?
Just, yep, that's exactly what they're doing. The introduction of a luminiferous ether will be proved to be superfluous. Yeah, right. I know it hurts to have your ad hoc rescuing devices be exposed to be insufficient to actually rescue your position. But just abandon this foolishness. Spare yourself.
Everything you've described, I completely abandon.
No, it stings your pride to hear someone critique your worldview because you thought you had all these things on lock, but you don't.
In a
Scientists
generic
of
case,
scientism.
yes. Yes. I had to really humble myself to ask you to walk me through a framing of a scientific experiment. But when you
There he goes
refused to
again.
do it,
Can't let her
that
go.
really hurt. That hurt more than the initial act of humility.
Yeah. So make space for some other people to actually engage, and not your
I will.
redundancies.
I will. This is your show, buddy.
No, it's not my show at all.
I thought you took over the VC from Heretic.
Of
That's
course
what it
not.
sounded like today.
Can't take over.
Oh, it's been a long time since I was here last time. Apologies.
Is there anyone in here? That's not English. Is there anyone in here who hasn't heard the falsification, the refutation of globe geodesy? I'll simplify the question. Is there anyone in here who hasn't heard the globe be refuted?
I just like to say, Gregory, it's been 8 years and nobody showed me curved, measured water.
I'm telling you. Yeah. I'm telling you. You better listen to Rob. When was the last time you saw a humongous body of water wrap around any ball and just stay there? Unless you're referring to the movies. I've seen Avatar: The Last Airbender. That was awesome, but that's not reality.
Yeah, surface of water always makes a straight line for some reason. It's great.
What's the topic? What's putting time in a bottle?
Imagine that Gregory thinks he can refute the globe.
No, I think fifth graders should be able to do that pretty easy. So I'm pretty sure Gregory could.
There's nothing really to refute, Brenda.
Sure there is. There's a claim that the Earth is a globe. It's a sphere, more or less. And then you would refute that, just like you can refute flat Earth.
I was talking. So what I was saying earlier, I was just last thing I left off, refuting the theory of relativity, GR and SR. But the last thing was exposing that the special relativity theory, so-called, is nothing more than anti-objectivism, reducing to a truism. The truism being that you can't perceive from what you're not; you can only perceive from what you are.
Yeah, that's just gibberish.
So all these people have just deflective ridicule, no argument.
It wasn't gibberish, it was just fact.
Well, truth is gibberish to those who don't want to interpret truth. So
No, truth is would be consistent and logically valid, which you're incapable of producing logically valid arguments because you don't have any idea what logic is.
yeah, your reason for your negation wasn't even logically relevant to your negation.
You're
You had no
just
reason
you're
to
just a
negate.
pretend. Well, what Quantum Racer calls a pretender clown.
Yeah, of course you had to begin talking to me.
Oh, cry.
Yeah. So how about you actually know how to say a comment that's logically relevant to the thing that you're unjustifiably trying to negate and ridicule?
Well, first, you'd have to steel man. You'd have to apply the principle of charity, which you've probably not heard of, but it's taught in all universities, which is that you are charitable to your opponent and present their argument in its best possible light. So if you're refuting relativity, which you can't do because you don't have the necessary background to even understand it, you need to present a non-straw man,
You'll get there
charitable,
eventually.
non-straw man, charitable presentation of the position that you're refuting.
Okay. So way to deflect from the actual point that I just last said. So it is not at all my burden to do a charitable summation for you to successfully say a retort that's logically relevant to what you presume and fail to actually negate and or refute.
Except it
Not taught
is.
in any
It is.
university,
It is your
hopefully.
burden. You have a moral or ethical burden to present your opponent charitably. You have to accurately or steelman relativity, because otherwise you're wasting your time.
Which is not relevant to my last retort.
So
Not tracking.
what is your refutation of relativity?
Which is not relevant to my last retort. You're not tracking.
Don't care.
Of course you don't.
Yeah.
So notice the irony how this person is trying to admonish me for not being charitable in my interpretation, and this person doesn't even care to actually pay attention to what's being said to them, which is a superlative of abandoning the principle of charitable interpretation. The irony and hypocrisy of this idiot.
Because what you said was
Thank you,
word.
Greg. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, and it all started with him lacking the capacity to comprehend and hold you at fault for it. While
Right. So the core problem was that what Gregory said about relativity wasn't relativity. It was just some word salad conglomeration of big words that he's heard and that he repeats without understanding.
It says this person not actually knowing what the argument is. Like, it's amazing. I have to be charitably interpreting. I have to steelman what is being said, but not him.
Yes.
He just gets to say whatever he wants to say.
Yeah.
He just gets to contradict me and refute me just by ipsy dixit, or what you said is nonsense, not actually saying any argument with any substance, any informative substance whatsoever, with specific objective true premises, and any logically valid argument, just running his mouth over and over again every time he comes into the channel. Just say, no, that's nonsense. I didn't understand that. No one understands that. That's nonsense. That's gibberish. That's word salad. Therefore, you're wrong. Not ever actually making an attempt to specify what the error is at all, ever.
Was he persevering to condescend, imposter? Gregory?
You got it. He indeed was trying to do that every time he comes in here.
Who's better, Gregory? You or Einstein?
Concerning what?
Concerning physics.
Concerning physics?
Yep.
Perhaps he'd be better on physics.
Einstein would be better at physics, you said?
Yeah, perhaps he'd be better at physics.
Oh, okay. Does that mean he understands it better than you too?
That's a redundant question.
I'm saying, does that mean he'd understand it better than you too?
That's a redundant question. It's already been answered.
Is Gregory incapable of understanding what Einstein writes down?
Maybe he is.
Again, it's yeah. The last two
Without
people just want to personally attack. Here's the next person who just wants to personally attack someone.
Well, I'm not even
without
personally.
with,
I'm just saying.
without the requisite background, nobody here has the prerequisites to understanding relativity. You're going to need a good education, like 4 years of calculus and 4 years of physics before you can even start.
And here
You can't
we've
even
been
begin to
for
understand these
7.5
doctrines.
years doing that, being autodidactics and doing that exact thing for 7 years.
Yeah,
What is
we've arrived to the same conclusion as the Yale physics department chair who said Einstein's relativity is incomprehensible, utterly. And
that's
he's right. He's right. It's so full of fallacious contradictions.
Yeah,
That's
but
your
another appeal to the sort of you can understand unless you go through our curricula of ordination and consecration and sanctification in order to be a competent catechumen of the esoteric mysteries of scientism yet again.
You cannot understand how water is boiling if you don't study 10 years of the heat.
What is scientism?
That's what it is when you deny reality, Brenda. When you imagine
That's
water
not
sticking to
what
ball.
scientism is. That's not what scientism is. Does anybody
Notice
know?
how this man had to talk
What's
to that gentleman again, even
demonstrationism?
though he began talking when he
Would
wasn't
you
talking.
stop misgendering me, please?
Misgendering.
Demonstrationism is fun. Why don't we try that, Brenda? How do you demonstrate water sticking to a spinning ball at 3 speeds?
I could show you a photograph. That would be a demonstration of water sticking to a ball.
No, you could show me a ball.
Isn't that be a demonstration? Photograph?
No, we need a video of
No.
water spinning on a ball,
What's
not a
wrong with
fucking still
photographs?
phone picture. A still picture is not going to show you movement.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry, Brenda. This is what you're trying to claim. That a still picture it has movement in it.
Nobody cares.
So now you don't care.
Yeah.
Well, just
Again,
let
Nobody
no
me
one
tell
cares.
cares.
you
Doesn't even
Nobody
care to
cares.
engage the
let
thing being
everybody
said to
do their
him.
filter,
Just
and
continues to
you
reply
say
with
Nobody.
invincible
Yeah.
ignorance while trying to
No,
admonish other people hypocritically to be charitably summarizing and interpreting and critically considerate.
that's correct. Nobody cares about flat
That's
earthers.
correct. I am a hypocrite.
Nobody cares about flat earthers. You're not on hardly anybody's radar.
Not even be ashamed of the vice.
Then
Just
why are you
brazenly
here?
so
proclaim
glad
that I am committing this vice.
Hold
You
on, Brenda.
came
I have a
here.
quick question.
You came
Do
here
you
to say that nobody cares.
hold on, Austin John. Can I just ask Brenda a quick question? I'm just curious, nothing against you. Have you studied relativity enough to, as well, like to be able to even take a review at it or anything?
Yeah.
And
Only
okay,
at a layperson's level, where I've read Einstein's book on relativity for popular press. Only that. I can't do the math. I don't know
okay,
the physics. I know the general concepts and ideas,
okay.
which is why I would defer to people who can understand that math.
Yeah.
And that's not anybody in flat Earth.
Yeah, but that's what Gregory did. And although that's not anybody in flat Earth, he did cite several professors, leads of universities.
Yeah,
So people that
that's called an
people that
argument from authority. That's called an
No,
argument from
no,
authority.
I cited Britannica and then I cited Einstein himself and on the electrodynamics of bodies in motion.
Yeah, that
which you
means
are not capable of understanding. So that doesn't help
He
yeah.
you.
says
Well,
here for
listen,
no good reason.
hold on. We got it right now, Brenda. We got you. You're going to demonstrate balls moving in motion, and you're going to
I don't
show how you
demonstrate.
know what the balls are going to do in a lab, real
I
balls.
don't have to. I don't have to.
So you don't understand anything, right? So you don't
No,
know
I
the
do understand. I understand, but I don't have to concede to your arbitrary whims about things I'm supposed to do.
Arbitrary whims.
That's just your arbitrary whims.
called matching your claim with reality, Goofy. Instead of
Yeah.
imagining you know what balls do and how the relative motion is between them, can you demonstrate with the ball called Earth spinning that amount, the three different ways or whatever in your lab, with the moon and a sun? Just give us three and how you can get them working and how that, and then reproduce what's happening outside. And then we'll
Yeah.
understand.
I don't have to. I don't have to.
So where'd you get the idea where's the math from then? What was your reference for math if
So
you
what?
don't have any physical balls doing anything?
Oh, other
The
people.
hilarious brazen irony of accusing DMOC of being irrationally arbitrary, while he just irrationally, with no good reason, just by sheer
DMOC,
fiat says I don't have to carry the
yeah.
burden that I need to carry in order to demonstrate that my premise is true.
DMOC is
Well
mentally
said,
disabled.
Gregory.
Right? I don't have to. The way you do science is
Not the
there
boss
are
of
people.
me. When?
It's
So
real
there are
science,
people.
Linda,
There are
not
people that.
You're
pseudoscience.
not my dad.
So there are people that do experiments, right?
With
And then
what?
they report.
With
They
what? Show us the ball you experimented with. Show us your
they
ball you had in
report
the lab.
they report those experiments to
They
like
who?
an institution like the Royal Society
Where are their
or
balls at?
Nature
Whose balls
or
did they use?
Physics
Surely they
Review.
had to record this stuff, Brenda, and it's science. They had to record all their stuff, their measurements, what they did, how they did it. So you can cough up the method they used and what ball they used and what size it was. How many millimeters was that ball they used in the lab, Brenda? Let us know.
Do you have some sort of problem, Democ?
With demonstrations, no. We're trying to get
No, I
what
mean with like.
ball your people used to get the physical attribute of balls doing stuff around balls. When in a lab and which size ball did they start with? Let us know.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. So
So they've
with
never touched any balls. So your idea of doing science with balls to figure out the mathematics and the attribute of balls is to never touch a ball and just go write some stuff on a flat
yeah,
chalkboard.
that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question, Democ. The question was, do you have a problem like relating to and communicating with other human beings? Right? Because you seem to be unable to do that here.
Yeah, I
This
can't
person is
relate.
going to give a psychoanalysis.
I can't
Well,
relate
well,
with your
Person. Katie is
imagination.
going to give a psychoanalysis to someone else.
no,
I'd
it's
like
not
to relate with the
psychoanalysis.
physical
It's not
attribute of the thing
psychoanalysis.
we're speaking of instead of you just imagining shit and just
I'm just
imaginarily
asking.
shitting all over the conversation with your imaginary hope. If you could get the physical attributes and the professor or fucking doctor or guru that you follow or preacher and show us what ball he did ball math with and what three balls he used, what lab he used, what was the address, what was the date. How did you get these mathematical attributes of balls?
Democ,
Show us.
Democ, I'm
Ball math.
asking, Democ, I'm asking that you learn how conversations work and be polite, right? And allow other people to speak and not start talking when they are already talking. That's what I'm asking. We can't have a
Now this
conversation.
person wants to presume to teach DMOC about pedagogy.
Yeah,
The same with you. Same with you, Gregory.
Brenda.
You need to
You
learn
won't be
how
able to talk.
conversations work, how relating to human beings as an adult and not as a child, right, works.
Boring, as you presumptuously try to lecture everyone else about rhetoric and pedagogy.
He's supposed to be
I'm
teaching us the
lecturing you. I'm not lecturing
physical
you.
attributes of a sphere. Is what he's supposed to be doing right now, but it's just like beyond him, I guess. He wouldn't know the first thing about
Gregory,
spheres and math.
yeah. Gregory doesn't even know what rhetoric is. I wasn't lecturing about rhetoric. I was lecturing about manners.
Boring pedantry.
Is it
Nobody,
rhetoric?
yeah,
Is it
yeah,
rhetoric?
if
This
you don't observe
rhetoric. This
manners, there's no reason
what,
for anybody to interact with you.
Brenda, what's rhetoric? Is that something that has physics?
I didn't understand you.
Is that math and
I,
physics we're
I don't know.
speaking of?
I'm not from England. I'm from other country. I don't know what rhetoric means. What is rhetoric?
I still didn't understand you. What? Can you speak a little more
I'm
clearly?
from. I'm. English is my third language. Can you tell me what is rhetoric?
Oh, rhetoric is things like argumentation and how to present speeches, talks, and discourse, and using rhetorical techniques to persuade your listeners. That's what it is.
Is it rhetoric sea level also?
What?
Is it rhetoric sea level also?
Did
It
did
doesn't
you
make
just use the word rhetoric to explain? Did you just use the word rhetorical to explain rhetoric?
Yeah.
No, I didn't speak the word.
Yes, you did.
Using the word to define the word, that's a fallacy.
Thank you, Brenda. I learned something about English. Thank you.
I said rhetoric is the art of speaking in such a way as to persuade your listeners. You use different rhetorical techniques.
Are you saying when you speak you can explain something?
Yes, you can explain things when you talk. Yes.
That's very profound. I thought and when you quiet, there, are you saying when you are not speaking that there is a silence then?
Right. So again, what I'm emphasizing is that before you can even have a conversation, both sides have to agree on certain.
Boring, redundant.
I know. Why are you letting this guy dictate to the fucking room, man? He said he's not interested in talking to you, Gregory. Like, why anybody should be interested in talking to Gregory. So why the fuck are you talking to him?
I am interested.
That's a good question, some dude.
Hey, why don't we steer this conversation around, back to the server topic, the channel topic? I'm tired of all these retorts.
Okay. What is the server topic?
There you go.
Do you have any evidence that the Earth is flat? Crickets.
Yeah, visual evidence for sure. You can go out and see and experience a flat, motionless world any time of day or night.
Yeah, that's not evidence.
And we have
Yeah, it
laser
is.
tests
It
too,
is.
dude.
To have a horizontal surface is not sufficient. Why is that?
Observations are absolutely evidence.
You said that giving you a
Crickets.
picture of, sorry, you said earlier that a picture of a globe Earth holding water to it was evidence. And now, at the other corner of your mouth, you're saying that picture is not evidence.
So just looking isn't evidence.
An observation. So looking is not evidence.
Just
looking. Sorry, I do apologise, but when you said earlier that you had a picture, is that not observing?
That would be so. Evidence is something that tends to either support.
It wasn't a question, dude.
Deflecting from the question.
It was literally a question. It was literally a question. So evidence.
Literally not the question he asked you, as you deflect from the question.
I'm explaining what evidence is. Evidence is that which tends to support or not support.
Only your argument. We get it.
A hypothesis, right? So if the hypothesis is that water can't stick to a ball, then a photograph of a water sticking to a ball would be evidence that would tend to support or deny the hypothesis.
You just refused that. You said
No,
observation. You just said observations weren't evidence.
Your observations are not. In science,
right.
You can't trust your eyes, folks. You cannot trust your eyes, but you can trust NASA space pictures. Got it.
It's observations simplicator are not scientific evidence. Evidence needs to be, yes, it's a word. I use big words because I know what they mean, and you use medium words and you don't know what they mean.
Personal attacks now. Can we stop with the personal attacks? The person who came in and asked us to be
try harder. I don't care about.
Fuck off.
I don't care.
See you later.
You people attack me all the time.
Fuck off.
Bye.
I'm smarter than you.
and he had the audacity to talk about cordial talking. Like, what the hell?
The audacity.
I am the most humblest.
If evidence is that which supports the claim, right? I mean, if the guy asked to show evidence of water sticking to a ball, then he asked for observational evidence, and that's what he got.
Yeah, no one's disputing that that is considered evidence. Now, the next step is verifiability.
Yep.
Well, hold on. Let me explain what evidence is. Fuck.
Is this evidence? Well, you see, evidence is. Hang on. Is this evidence? You see, evidence is. Okay.
Listen, Gregory, I think that Brenda might be your kryptonite, man.
I think Brenda might be everybody's kryptonite, dude.
Brenda just maybe you're late to the conversation, Matt, but she contradicted herself, which is why I jumped in. We asked her for evidence of water sticking to a ball. She was going to give us a picture, an observation. And then when we were going to give her an observation picture of the flat earth, she then turns around and says pictures are not evidence. Therefore contradicting her first fucking statement.
Is this rhetorical, that what you said now, Jedi?
Well, personally, I think I've went over this plenty of times in here, that I would hope that if we are on a ball, that we're not seeing water hills anywhere on the surface.
I know water's flat, dude. We get it, man.
That's what I hope. That wasn't Flatty, that was Jenna, man. What's up, Jenna?
Was it? Oh, god damn, y'all sound similar.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They do not sound anything like.
Don't contradict me. I'm right. That's how Brenda argues.
Yeah, you need four years of speech therapy training before you can know the difference between those two.
You know. You don't understand because you're not ordained. You're not ordained by the sacred institutions of scientism.
Just for future reference, gentlemen, you're skirting so close to server rules when you have a go at Brenda for agenda. And fuck no, that rhymed. So don't give anybody any reason. I know, that's pretty cool. But don't give her or the server any reason to either argue with you or remove you from the channel, guys. Just for future reference, just try and keep that down to an absolute zero if you can, because then she's got no retort.
Why don't we just keep her out and then we don't have to worry about it at all?
Or just call Brenda Brenda. You don't have to say anything. Just say Brenda, and then you won't have an issue.
Well, she gaslights everybody as soon as she comes in.
that was a contradiction there.
That was a contradiction. Don't speak. Speak.
Yeah.
Don't speak. Speak. I mean, didn't even bother to actually like inquire as to what my argument was refuting special relativity. Didn't even inquire once.
Gregory, I'm
Just,
gonna
oh,
post
you're
some
wrong.
things-
It's Dixon.
I'm gonna post some things in the chat, and I want to see what you think. Okay. 2 images. All right. Is this a curved line?
Really, Matt?
No, just let me ask him. Is this a curved line, Gregory?
Which one?
The one he's
The one
going to
that I'm
zoom
supposed
into here.
The blue one. The blue one.
That is curving.
Hey, I've had a question for Matt about this for like a long time, right? So that what appears to be a straight line, right, on your circle, how, like, let's say that your circle represents the circumference of Earth, okay? How much distance in that quote unquote line is represented, right? Like, can you figure that for us?
I probably could. Just gotta give me a second. But hold on. So now, Gregory, is this a straight line?
No. We know that it's not.
It looks pretty straight, though, right? I mean, it looks
just
pretty
like
straight.
previous experience.
Yeah. Hold on, though. I'm gonna try to plug in
This is what education gets you.
I mean, it is really that simple to understand. But Gregor, that looks pretty straight, right?
Can you now show the curved line?
It is. I mean, I did show you the curved line. The whole thing's
No,
curved.
but I don't like that one. Can you show that one? What is making like an 8 inch per mile squared?
I mean, you just gotta whatchamacallit. You got to go to Desmos. Anyone? I just posted the link for it.
No, he did not just say whatchamacallit.
That's drawings on the computer. That has nothing to do with the reality. For example, for me, that's only drawing. Yeah, you can.
All
All
I'm saying is, if the Earth is a globe, then
on the drawings, on the drawings, if I show you the basketball and I start to describe the basketball, of course that you will say, look, that is a sphere. You know, that's correct. If I take a ping pong ball, and then I describe the ping pong ball and I show you the ping pong ball, you will say this is the sphere. If I draw you the circle on this on the screen and then I show you the circle, then that is a circle. But if I show you, for example, the Santa Barbara beach, that's something different.
Yeah. So you're persevering to miss the point, as Gregory would say. So I'll try to.
Okay.
Oh no, Matt. We get the point, buddy.
Well, I mean, he's persevering to miss the point though, because the point is that if you are on a ball of that size, then on the surface it's going to be pretty horizontal looking, right?
So the boats go over the curve, or don't they?
Oh, they certainly are going over the apparent horizon curve. Yes.
And can we see that?
Yeah,
they're going over the apparent horizon?
Yeah.
That's impossible.
What? No, well, no, it's actually the case. Yeah.
How do you go over an optical?
How
do you go over an aspect? How do you go over an aspect of your optics?
You just gotta imagine it, man.
I define. See, people have different. I define the apparent horizon as the horizon which is obviously affected by Earth curvature, but also manipulated by Earth curvature, because you're always going to be looking. Yeah. So yeah,
the apparent horizon.
It's still, it's the apparent horizon. There you have it.
No, it's not. It's not the apparent horizon. You're conflating.
No, that is by my definition the apparent horizon.
Oh, just by it's a definite fallacy. The definite fallacy.
By definition, it's the apparent horizon.
Yeah, by your as you redefine the term, so your definite fallacy.
Nope, totally correct.
Another Ipsy Dixit while you still digging your heels for your definite fallacy.
If we're talking about a globe, right? You
concede my critique.
Hold on. Considering that you're looking out at the apparent horizon at all times, that apparent horizon is still going to be confined to the Earth curvature. Yeah,
the Earth is not flat.
Category error. It's ontologically erroneous.
Yeah, ontologically.
The aspect of your optics is not the surface of the Earth, dude.
Mm-hmm.
You'll catch on eventually, or you won't.
That would be the case, Gregory, if the optics was the only thing making things bottom up, right? But you have no evidence.
Right. Hence, by definition, the apparent horizon, right? The apparent horizon,
Yeah,
the
but
aspect
the apparent
of optics, how it appears
how do you
in your
define?
optics.
I don't define the apparent horizon.
Gregory, you are a pseudo intellectual.
Can you spell it now?
Yes.
Spell it.
Not your slave. You're my slave.
What the hell? He couldn't spell.
It goes to Darwinism again.
He couldn't spell that before or something.
Does that make you a pseudo speller?
A pseudo owner.
A pseudo speller. Anyway, someone was persevering.
Either you're going to abandon the definite fallacy or you won't, because if you don't, then you're still caught in this fallacy. Just defining a term in such a way that makes your position much easier to defend. And you don't even need to do this. You don't even need to complete these categories.
Yeah. Well, listen, dude. You're just defining the horizon. It's just simply the limit of your optics. I don't. Unless you can prove to me that's the case, I don't agree.
I'm not defining anything. I didn't define anything. You're conflating categories, and you really don't need to do it. There's another option you could take in this debate. You could easily take and wouldn't have a position, an issue for your position, but you're just not doing it for some reason.
So, the geometric horizon is simply the radius value. If the Earth were basically without an atmosphere, then the geometric horizon would always be completely on point. right?
Which is
That's
not
just a
the apparent
mathematical.
horizon, right?
Horizon atmosphere, then you're looking at the apparent horizon. That's still
Just a
under.
mathematical
That's not
equation.
the
It's
apparent
not in
horizon.
reality.
Well,
Just
it's
a
definitely not going
mathematical
to be.
equation.
It's not, yeah, you can't be conflating the apparent horizon with the geometric one. I thought we already
There
taught you guys
isn't.
that.
There isn't.
There you go.
The
Finally.
definition of horizon is apparent, so you can't conflate the two together.
Yeah. And what did I say the geometric
Or
horizon was?
you can't separate the two because it's fallacious distinction without a difference. Remember?
Timbo, what did I say the geometric horizon was? Do you remember?
Well, it's a mathematical equation.
Well, what is it though? Exactly. Where do
It's
we
a
get it from?
mathematical equation that no one's ever perceived.
Yeah, it's the radius, right? And if the Earth were basically without an atmosphere, then you being on any point of the surface, you should only be able to see so far. But there is refraction, so you're looking at an apparent horizon. That's still constrained to Earth
No,
curvature.
for that you'd need a geometric one, but there isn't one.
You're just conflating categories, brother. Yeah.
No. Distinction without a difference. You're going to keep talking past this critique. I'm going to keep saying it until you engage
that's wrong.
it. Right?
Distinction
You're talking
without a
past it
difference is
again.
simply
Right? I
wrong.
didn't finish the reply. You got to get some self-control, Matt. Right? So your false dichotomy of apparent horizon versus geometric horizon. Right? It's false dichotomy. It's a fallacious distinction without a difference.
Yeah.
But
So you just
can I ask you a question, Matt?
Hold on. Let me just reply. So
Okay.
Now he's locked in now.
You didn't even critique what I said. You simply just
But I
asserted
did.
your position. Yeah, you just asserted your position. So that's not even a real rebuttal. But to reply
No,
to your assertion,
I highlighted
reply to your
the
assertion,
specific premises.
you
that
said that it's a
refute
distinction without a difference. You didn't
Yeah, it's a
explain
distinction without a difference. Right. There is
Where's
no
the-
real
where's the
distinction. There's no meaningful distinction between apparent horizon and geometric horizon unless you make the distinction between the perception and the object being perceived, which is a real distinction, and a necessary distinction, I might add. So obviously what you really mean by geometric horizon is the water curve. Remember?
We get the
Some of
no,
those.
Here we go again.
That's not what I mean. So
Can I ask you now, Matt? Only shortly.
okay, go ahead.
You
Go
said,
ahead after Gregory.
you said if you don't have atmosphere, then we will see like that. Did you say like that?
Yep.
Okay, but we have atmosphere.
Yes.
You understand?
Exactly.
You said if we don't have atmosphere, we will have radius of 3,159 miles. But we have atmosphere.
No, the radius won't change regardless of the atmosphere.
Let the man finish. I mean, English is not his first language. Let him finish.
That means how we can see even more with atmosphere, and without atmosphere we see less now in this your logic.
That's not my logic. So light bending can change the apparent
No,
position.
not light bending. There is nothing.
Hold on.
Hold on, Sasha. Now let him finish.
You gotta stop. Like Gregory would say, you gotta stop talking through the reply. Okay, so the atmospheric conditions can cause refraction, which means things that should be obscured are still going to be apparently visible, right? So the geometric horizon,
rescuing device.
So the geometric horizon, as I'm
speaking, the ad hoc rescuing device.
As I'm speaking through the obvious,
you can't say it.
He got X-ray
the
vision.
geometric horizon is still the radius, so the radius is not changing. It's just that there's atmospheric conditions that you're trying to falsify the geometric horizon with, which is just not.
Yeah, the sum of the water curve you haven't verified yet. You have that?
Well, I actually have verified this.
No,
you want to know how?
Verification of the water curve summit.
You want to know how Matt Mooney knows
the verification of the summit of the water curve.
Yeah. Do you want to know how Matt Mooney knows that there are water hills out there?
I just asked you, so now do it now. Show us the verification of the summit of water curve. Go ahead.
Give me a second. I got you, buddy. No problem. Here,
all right. How does Matt Mooney know? How does he know?
How does he know? How does he know? How
Did
does
he
he?
change his
How
name
does he?
back
How
to
does
Matt
he?
Mooney?
My brain was right there on the same thing, Gregory.
So
that's what happens when folks got rhythm.
How does he? How does he?
Back to Matt Mooney. Nice.
So here it is, right here. Obviously, you can see that you can see that the bottom of the buildings are clearly obstructed by something, and you claim that the water is horizontal. So that is the water hill you're talking about, guys. So the fact
you see there's a lot of compression. It looks so squishy. It looks so squishy.
Is that the apparent water hill, or is that the real one, dude?
Yeah, so Matt, here we go again. You ready? You ready?
Apparent and
So this is a
constrained.
weak inductive argument and or an invalid modus ponens. If
Yep.
there is bottom-up obstruction, then it's caused by the summative water curve. There's bottom-up obstruction, therefore that's because of the summative water curve. But you don't actually observe the water curve there. So the instance of a bottom-up obstruction does not necessarily entail, nor even strongly entail, that it's because of the summative water curve. You can have bottom-up obstruction on a horizontal surface just with angular acuity. The further away, the more acute the angle, the more you cannot resolve it, bottom-up obstruction. So try again. This is not a verification
Give me a
of
second.
your summative water curve.
Yeah, just give me a second. So, just to refute your misconceptions, it is indeed the summative water curve. Now, this is exactly what we would expect on a globe. Is we would expect for something to be dropping off from you to be obstructed by the curvature of the Earth, and that's
So
exactly
Ipsy
what we're
Dixit
seeing.
and reiteration.
Hold on. So when you say that it doesn't even
Just
strongly
repeat
entail,
Ipsy Dixit.
That's
does
exactly
strongly
what I
entail.
would expect to see on a flat surface.
Oh yeah, based on what?
Based on light.
Based on light. Okay, so
Yeah.
can you tell me how
Yeah,
light causes
optics,
obstruction?
light.
Yeah, it
No,
bends down. Yeah.
go ahead, he's a big boy. Yeah, tell me how light
Same as
causes
what it
obstruction.
same as what it does on your ball. It bends down.
It bends down. Are there still photons hitting
Do you
the bottom of the
disagree?
boat?
Do you disagree that it bends? That light bends?
No. So the light is
The
hitting
light
the
bends?
boat, and then what is it doing when it hits the boat?
Matt, is it possible in
What?
reality
It
that you
bends down
see that's
before it
what
hits
you
the boat,
see?
Matt.
Matt,
Yeah,
is it
Oh,
and
possible?
therefore,
okay.
therefore the light. Wait. Therefore, the
Yeah,
light
yeah.
coming to your eyes goes down before it hits your eyes, therefore causing bottom-up obstruction. There
Oh,
you
the
go.
speed of light. The speed of light is pretty fast.
Yeah,
So
so Matt,
How do you know the
let's
speed of
use the
light?
hold on.
same
Let me just
assessment.
respond to the misconceptions real quick. Let
No,
me,
no,
as I'm
Matt, like he just said the very same argument I just said to you, right?
Yeah, let me
And
just
your
respond to
response to
him. Right?
me
Let me
was just
respond
to
to him.
repeat the argument that I just refuted. So
Yeah,
let
let me
me
just
let me help
respond
you
to him.
out.
No, I don't need
Let me
any
help
help.
you
I
out.
just want to
Like
respond to
spare
him.
everyone the redundancy, right? Spare everyone the irritation of redundancy, okay? So you just said your argument. I said the refutation to it, that it's a weak inductive argument and or invalid modus ponens, or even worse, if you want to reverse premise 2 and 3 to be an affirmative consequent, there's the refutation. You can have this while standing, you can observe this while standing on a horizontal surface, the angular acuity, the further away it goes. So that's the refutation to your
respond.
weak inductive argument and or invalid modus ponens. So from this point forward, don't repeat the thing I just refuted.
No. I'm just going to respond to Timbo now because he said so. He gave an explanation for why it happened. So
Well,
now I'm
what
going to
he said
respond.
is what I said. Like you're not paying.
No,
I
he
don't think
didn't.
you're paying attention.
You just said angular acuity and optics. Okay, he said something very specific. So just to refute your
Which is
misconceptions,
also what
here,
I
Timbo.
said. Like right,
Yeah.
Timbo.
So,
Like
so
what
the
you said
speed of
is
light.
basically what I
Hold
said.
on. No, it's not. It's not. You didn't say anything like that. So, Timbo,
Keep
you
asking
mentioned
yes,
that
fellas.
Yes.
light bends before it hits the boat.
Well, so in your model, light bends.
No,
Correct?
your model. You're flat. Just
Okay.
imagine a
So
flat Earth and explain how it works.
as the light gets reflected off the boat, in your model
Yeah.
it curves down. So on a flat surface, it curves down. So everything that doesn't get to your eye is in front of you. So what you only see is what your eye gets. So
So is the
therefore, if you don't see the light reflecting off the bottom of the boat, then you're only going to see the portion of the boat where the light is reflecting from. Therefore,
there
bottom
always
up obstruction.
Yeah, that's the most silliest thing a grown man can say.
Why?
But
That's
not an
is there
argument.
still
exactly the
no?
same as
It's
what
the
you
silly.
claim.
I'm going to tell you why it's silly. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you verbatim why.
Argument.
I'm
That's
going
not
to
an
tell you
argument.
why
What
it's
you
the
just said.
silliest thing that's ever been uttered by a human being. So
It's
is there
exactly
still?
the same as
that's
what
a
you
trigger,
said.
Exactly
Matt.
the same pattern
No
of
worries.
argumentation you
See,
just said,
they
Matt.
can't let me
As you
respond to this.
continue talking past it, dude, that's exactly the
Okay,
same
so
pattern
is there,
of
hold
argumentation you
on,
just
Timbo. Let
used.
me reply to you. Thank you. So, is there still light hitting that bottom of the boat, Timbo, at all times? Yes. No. Yes. Maybe so. Is there always light? Is there always photons hitting the bottom of the boat?
Photons, I don't know, light, yeah.
So is light always hitting the bottom of the boat?
And?
I'm asking you a question. Is light always hitting the bottom of the boat?
I'm not a light expert, but maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it always is. Because the person on the boat would be able to record. If the person on the boat can resolve the bottom of his boat, that means that
Yes.
that there's light hitting it constantly. So yeah, you're
And?
disproving. Yeah, you're
And?
disproving that. Yeah, you're
No,
disproving
you
it.
haven't done anything.
No.
All as you've done,
Yeah,
all
I
as you've
have.
done is
If
move
light is always
the
hitting
light.
the boat, that means
Okay,
that it's
Matt,
not.
stop.
All right,
All
all right. There's
All
another
as you've
part.
done.
There's another part to this though, really quick. Is the light from the bottom of the boat always reaching your eye?
See,
Yeah, actually, on a
That's a
horizontal flat
claim.
surface,
That's a claim. That's a
on a
claim.
horizontal.
That's a claim that you yourself have already refuted because you said earlier obstruction, which would mean that it's not.
Yeah, that's for the globe Earth. Yeah, there's only obstruction for the globe
yeah.
Earth.
So you contradicted yourself
No, I
again.
didn't.
Yeah,
No.
here's
So
how.
what's
Like he
analogous
just
to a
explained to
globe
you,
Earth is not
if you
analogous.
affirm there's
Hold on.
obstruction,
I'm going to
then the
give you the
light doesn't
reply.
always reach
What's
your eye.
analogous to
If
a
the
flat
light
Earth is
always
not
reaches your
analogous
eye,
to a
then there
globe.
isn't any obstruction.
Yeah.
So you
So
contradicted
what's
yourself.
analogous
Go
to a
on.
flat Earth is not analogous to a globe. It's that simple. So
Yeah, you're
obstruction. I
deflecting.
already
You're not
said that
engaging the
obstruction.
critique, Matt. Like you need to stop. Like you're just talking to every reply I said to you. So, like
You're talking
Heretic
to the
just told you, if there is obstruction, then it's false that the light always touches your eye. If it's true that the light always touches your eye, then there's no obstruction. But obviously, this is a dilemma for you, and the latter is patently false.
I refuted that light causes an obstruction on a flat Earth already. So the fact that anyone
so you're
would say
refuting a
that,
straw man.
so the fact that anyone would take that obstruction
You're
thing
refuting
that
a
I
straw
said
man.
would go to the globe is
Yeah,
just
you're
not
refuting a
false.
straw
It's
man.
false. That's
Yeah,
all
you
it is.
refuted something no one said to you.
What are you forgetting about refraction, which was your first argument, dude?
Well, we are talking about refraction. This is exactly
Okay.
why. This is exactly why
Sorry.
that there is no. Can I just finish?
Sorry. We're talking about the path of light.
Yeah, bending.
Which is
right?
passing through the atmosphere.
Yeah, so it's bending, right?
Why?
Yeah, so we're talking about refraction.
Okay, so why? Why is it bending?
Yeah, great, because it's passing through a different medium. That's what.
Okay,
That's what
both those mediums exist on both conceptions, whether the globe is flat or whether the Earth is whether the Earth is flat or a globe. Then the path of light is still going to bend.
Yes, of course.
So the reason why we can't see the bottoms of objects on a flat surface is because.
Yeah, because of no reason. It wouldn't exist. Okay, so Jedi, you merely asserted what refraction is. You didn't explain how it would cause bottom-up obstruction.
Exactly. No, you did, Matt.
Hold on, Gregory. Everyone calm down.
The light takes a path where it never reaches your eye. Done.
Okay. Well, you just refuted yourself there, because on a flat horizontal surface, it can't take a path where it's hitting your eye if the water is horizontal.
You're not listening, Matt.
God, you're grasping.
You're not listening, Matt, are you? You've got an emotional attachment to your argument because you think you came up with something that's unrefutable, but it's just been refuted.
And you already blew it out of the water yourself. You said obstruction, then you said, no, the light is reaching your eye. Well,
always reaches your eye.
It can't be. I mean, you tied yourself in knots, and you're trying to get out of it, but it's not going to happen.
Self-destructed.
Well, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt here, because when I said obstruction, I said that's only analogous to a globe. So you might have misheard me there.
Yeah, we get it. You got X-ray vision.
Analogous to a globe. That doesn't make any
Only
sense.
analogous to a globe.
Refraction. That doesn't make any sense. What's the analogy?
Yeah, either it's a globe or not something analogous to it. What, are you talking
what the fuck is the analogy?
So when you said obstruction, one of the first things I actually came in here and said here, Tick, was that light
obstruction
doesn't
is your
cause.
claim. I never said obstruction. You did, and I was just pointing out the incoherency of you saying that, and then saying also the light reaches your eye.
But you said I said obstruction, right?
You did.
Yeah, that's only going to work on a globe with refraction. I mean, it's only going to work on a globe.
That's your claim. I never said obstruction. You did. So you just said that your claim is only going to work with your claim. That's great. But you're the one saying obstruction. I'm just pointing out the inconsistency of saying that and then saying the light reaches your eye.
Yeah, look, this is Matt's problem right now. It's
I'm just saying that the light would
He's
always
trying to define obstruction.
Let me just
as
clarify. Can I clarify
a solid
for here,
or non-transparent object obstructing the light.
Yeah,
right?
let me just
clarify. So when I
told
him that you can have bottom-up obstruction on a horizontal surface, he's conveniently trying to interpret obstruction as only being, for instance, a mound of water obstructing the boat bottom up, or whatever else in the distance bottom up. When that's not the only sense of obstruction. Obstruction can simply be said in the sense. Obstruction can simply be said in the sense of not visible. So you can see bottom up obstruction. It seems that the boat, that the towers, etc., are obstructed bottom up on a horizontal surface, just with angular acuity alone. You don't need an object to be in between the You don't need an object to be in between you and the boat, for instance, in order for to see it obstruct bottom up, in order to see it disappear bottom up. So really, the more apropos term is you can have bottom up disappearance on a horizontal surface with angular acuity. The further away it goes, the more acute the angle between the lower portion that's not visible and the surface becomes to where it's not resolvable.
Dude, stop teaching false things. Anyway, just to respond to Heretic, when I said obstruction, the obstruction would be the curvature of the Earth for the globe, and I said that there would be no obstruction given that the Earth is horizontal. So that's just a clarification there.
Yeah, so I already refuted that. So stop talking past the refutations being said to you. This is why we never come to a conclusion.
There's no
with you, and the only way
refutation.
to end the dialogue with you is if you get muted. So stop talking past the refutations being said to you. You don't engage.
I was
Half the time, you don't even
responding to
engage
someone else.
the rebuttals being said to you. So again, this is a weak inductive argument. I already settled the matter in the first instance. You appealing to this photo, you appealing to any instances of bottom-up disappearance, to be more apropos, is not at all strongly indicative, nor even necessarily, let alone less necessarily indicative of it being obstructed by a mound of water that is the summit of water curve. It's a weak inductive argument or an invalid modus ponens, or even worse, and affirming the consequent if you reverse premise 2 and 3. So again, stop appealing to this. It's already been refuted. You can have bottom-up disappearance on a horizontal surface just with angular acuity as the object or as the distance increases between you and the thing you're trying to observe while upon the surface. Period.
Stop doing meta commentary and stop posturing. So just to respond to what you said, which was basically just a baseless assertion that you have no academic paper backing up, that is indeed the curvature of the Earth that is obstructing the bottom of those things. And it's totally indicative of a globe because that's exactly what you'd expect on a globe. So for you to say that it's not even strongly indicative of a globe, it totally is. Now I'm going to ask you for this.
You need to prove that there's water in front blocking. You need to show us this wall of water. Show us the wall of water, please.
No,
it hasn't verified the summit of water curve yet.
I don't need to show you amount of water.
I don't need to. I don't need to. Ipsy Dixit. Just shifted word into verb.
That's not what I expect. That's not what I expect.
Never put a water level in his hand.
Oh, you don't even expect to see the water actually curve around the ball. So you just forfeited your position.
Not on the surface of the Earth. Not on the surface of the Earth.
You don't see the surface of the Earth. You don't expect to see the surface of the Earth curving into a ball, even though your position is that the Earth is a ball wrapped in water.
Yeah. You don't expect, with the mathematics, you don't expect the Earth to be curving on the surface of the Earth. You don't expect to see that. Yep.
Yeah, you do.
So the Earth curve calculators are useless then.
I don't know what ball you're looking at. You expect.
Yeah, so he does. Regardless of him not expecting the obvious implication of his premise that if the Earth is a ball wrapped in water, then you would see it, right? Regardless of him not expecting that, that is the implication, and he can't verify the implication.
Would that be the mathematical implication on the surface of that ball, though?
Yes.
Gregory?
Hold on a second.
Size to scale, your little bitty feet would be the smallest horizontal focal point dot, which isn't a horizontal at all. Just your 2 fucking feet. And you'd be the horizontal line on that sphere, the only one, except for one that could be protruding out of the bottom.
Well, if you actually clicked on the link that I sent you, which is
do
actually
you understand the size of the Earth?
Hold on, Denmark, please be charitable here a little bit, okay?
Yeah,
if you clicked on the link,
focal point.
It's okay. It's okay. So when you
about size and scale, but you don't want to go in the for it.
So if you clicked on the link that I sent you, it has a math equation. It's a very simple equation for a sphere or a circle.
We're doing how big are you on the Earth, and where's the horizontal at?
Does he get muted when he's interrupting, or are we not going to be honest here?
Well, you haven't shut the fuck up yet. You're running your mouth.
It's because I'm still talking. It was my turn to speak. Okay. So if you go to Desmos and you put in the equation x squared plus y squared equals 25, you get a circle.
I'm not putting in A, B, C,
and it's a curved, and it looks really curved when you zoom out, but when you zoom in, right, it looks completely horizontal. Almost completely horizontal. So this is what we expect on a globe. This is what we expect on a curved surface.
You're retarded. Don't be retarded.
You can't tell me I'm retarded when you don't understand basic things.
Clearly retarded. You don't know your shape.
There's no refutation.
You're just talking about numbers on a fucking chalkboard and acting like you know something about
the definition of an ad hom right there.
No, my definition is go get a sphere and show me the horizontal part of a crystal ball or a cue ball. Show me where it's horizontal at.
Do you have a microscope? you have an expensive microscope?
You have a cue ball or a crystal ball as big as your globe, and would you happen to have a ruler in hand?
Well,
oh my God, he doesn't know. Holy shit!
It's certainly not as a cue ball is certainly not as big as the Earth. But I don't know where you got that from. You seem to have a lot of common misconceptions here that I'm trying to clear up
No,
for you.
you seem to get the scale wrong, Littlefoot. Your microscopic nothing ass is the only focal point that
I mean,
can be
this
on
is
that
what you
globe.
expect. I mean, like Brenda said, I think this guy is like he has some sort of a deficit in
Oh no,
something.
I think you're real big for the globe now. You just got real big, small guy, small fry, nanobot.
Well, I mean, how can
I
you
think
be?
Says
How can
Who
you
was
not
trying
be?
to get in here a minute ago. If you want to go ahead with that, Says Who.
Oh yeah, let's talk to someone that might actually respond and is not silly or stupid as Demo. Go ahead, Says Who. If he's here.
So the Earth curve calculators are totally useless then? Is that kind of what you're telling me?
It's not necessarily that it's totally useless, but refraction is going to be at play. Yeah.
Well, that's the globe math. So are you telling me that the Earth curve calculators are not applicable, even though they've been out since, this whole thing started?
Well, it's not that it's not applicable, right? It's just the simple fact that the geometric horizon is the radius of the Earth, and when you're on the surface,
What geometric horizon?
Yeah, the geometric horizon would be the radius of the Earth. That's
Where's that at? Where's that at? Where can we measure that?
That's the 1.225 is derived from the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, but nobody's ever measured that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, unless you can provide for somebody that has. Who's measured this geometric horizon?
Are you supposed to be? Well, you take it. Why don't you falsify the geometric?
Matt, I just asked you who measured this geometric horizon, and you don't seem to want to talk about it.
Oh, who measured the radius of the Earth or the circumference of the Earth?
No, who measured to this geometric horizon that you're talking about?
What do you mean measure to the geometric horizon? What are you talking about?
Well, it has to be geometric to be measurable, right?
Yeah, I thought I already explained this to you. So the geometric horizon is derived from the radius of the Earth. That's where the 1.2.
Oh, and so the radius is derived from what?
Yeah, the radius is derived from other measurements that we've done.
And what is that? What would those measurements be?
I have them.
What would those measurements be?
Mathematics for Eratosthenes. I converted it to miles.
Oh, that's a flat. That's a flat baseline there. That's an angle measurement, son.
Oh, you can call it a flat baseline, just like I explained to you guys before that the Earth is supposed to look pretty horizontal on the surface. That's just how the mathematical plays out.
Right. Yeah. So where's the curve then?
Well, the curve, you can see when you're looking at things dropping away from you in the distance.
Oh, so you can see it. So you can measure to the geometric horizon.
Well, you call observing the boat disappearing from you bottom up a measurement? If so, then take it as that. Yeah.
No, that's not a measurement. That's the claim of the globe, and it's supposed to happen in a geometric location. So that's not the case.
So no, actually, I love this misconception. I want to clear this up real quick. So the apparent horizon, the geometric Earth curve is always there, right? But then you have refraction. So you're always
where is it so I can measure to it, Matt?
But the apparent horizon,
where is it so I can measure to it?
Strained to the curvature of the Earth.
Where's this geometric horizon that I can measure to? Because when you say the geometric, that means I can measure to it. So how do I measure to it?
You're talking about looking at C? How do you measure it from C?
No, I'm asking you where the geometric horizon is so I can measure to it. It's called a geometric horizon, which means I can measure to it.
Yeah, that's the radius of the Earth.
So you can't measure to it is what you're telling me. It's not geometric then.
You can get the radius of the Earth, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so then if I measure to the horizon, that's going to be geometric then.
Again, I clarified that for you, right? That the geometric horizon is simply the radius value. So when you keep saying geometric horizon, you're...
Oh, so there is no horizon then that we can measure to for geometric purposes as far as the Earth being a globe is concerned.
When it comes to falsifying the geometric horizon with the apparent one, when both can exist simultaneously, that's not going to work out for you. You can't falsify.
Yeah, so it's not falsifiable. So then I guess we're done here.
Yeah, you can't falsify the geometric horizon with the apparent one at sea.
Right, you can't, which is kind of a shitty thing for you guys to, kind of a shitty trick for you guys to pull, isn't it? It exists, but you can't falsify it.
Well, the black swan's a pretty shitty one too.
Why is that? Because it debunks the idea of a geometric horizon?
I mean, if you want to post it, I can, just expose it, but
and how would you expose that, Matt? How would you expose it? You've seen it enough time. Why don't we talk about it real quick? Expose it. What's the problem with the black swan?
Post it.
Why do we need to post it? You've seen it. Let's talk about it.
Actually, let me post it for you since you're scared. Hold on. I got you.
Yeah, it's a pretty shitty retort when you appeal to refraction because you haven't verified the Earth to be a ball in the first place. You haven't verified the premise that the horizon is the summit of water curve, nor have you verified the radius. So when you appeal to refraction as to why you cannot verify, like Sesu was telling you, the premise that the horizon is the summit of water curve and your supposed radius of 3959 miles, then it's just an ad hoc retort and you haven't proven your premise.
So just to clarify for every glober, the black swan is a what's it called? A misconception, ignorant retort that they use. That's a straw man. Now, so the reason why it's a straw man, it says if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which the radius is where they get the 1.225 from. So they're falsifying the radius of the Earth with the apparent horizon, which they can't do because we have an atmosphere. So it's just a straw man. The position.
Yeah, so continue to make the fallacious distinction without a difference between apparent horizon and his summit of water curve. This is a concession that he cannot actually verify that the horizon is the summit of water curve, nor can he verify the radius.
Yeah, you said a distinction without a difference, yet I showed you the distinction.
Yeah, you didn't show any distinction. The horizon in the photo is not at all the summit of water curve. You haven't verified that there is water curving around the ball, nor the supposed radius. You haven't verified. I'll say again, since you keep missing it, you haven't verified it. So the fact that you haven't verified the premise that the horizon is the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball, nor verified the premise that the Earth has a particular radius, such as 3959 miles, proves that you don't know the Earth is a ball with that particular radius, and so you appeal to refraction as though that accounts for why we can't see nor measure to the geometric horizon, so-called, which is your summit of water curve, is nothing more than an ad hoc retort that is failing to protect your position from the critique and the black swan, which is a refutation and falsification of your globe.
It's funny that you can clear up misconceptions and he's still like ignorant to this. I don't know.
I can do this better than you, Matt. I can talk aggressively
no,
at 1,000 miles per minute.
I'm a lot better than you.
I'm a lot better than you at this, Matt. A lot better. I can be obnoxiously persistent also. So you haven't verified your summit of water curve, nor your radius.
Matt, we get it. You're young. Your mind hasn't quite developed yet. It'll be all right, brother.
Matt.
Anyway, anyone else has any misconceptions? What's up, Jenna?
Matt, did you see what I tagged you in the chat? The mother of all black swans, right here.
Is there a video?
The fact that you can see Anacapa Arch at 31.82 miles away from a 1.5 observation height, 1.5 foot observation height. Ew, dude.
Well,
where's the geometry?
But refraction still apply.
No. That means you can't have a geometric horizon. Oh my God.
So let's give that this image is right. You're falsifying the geometric horizon with the apparent one. All the geometric horizon is the radius of the Earth. You can't falsify that with the manipulated atmosphere
There's only one horizon, Matt. Only one horizon exists. It's the one that you see. It's the apparent place where the sky meets the ground. Okay? That's the horizon. There isn't two or three or five. Stop this shit.
Is that apparent?
So he's just going in circles now. Like we've been going in the circles for like a dozen times now. Like it needs to be over. Like he obviously has not verified the premise that the horizon is a summit of water curve. He hasn't empirically detected nor measured the Earth to be a ball, especially verifying his radius and trying to reply to the refutation and falsification of his radius and the premise that this horizon is the summit of water curve, rather than only being an optical phenomenon. An aspect of your optics is nothing more than an ad hoc retort trying to rescue his position from the refutation of his position, and he's failed miserably every time. He's done.
Well, I've been demolished. I've been cooking here pretty.
He needs his little refraction blanket.
You've been cooking yourself, Matt.
I've been cooking, man. I'm proud of my performance. Yep. I'm proud of.
No, you be cooking yourself. You're toasting yourself. You're
fried, dude.
Yourself in the corners, dude.
With no seasoning.
For real, dude. You are. You can't eat. No seasoning.
Bland, bitter.
Barbecuing yourself.
Spit that out. Throw it away. Burn it.
I've had enough of this apparent horizon and the geometric horizon. It's in the definition. It's the apparent location. It's the apparent location where the sky meets the ground. That's apparent. It's not, if you're going to say that it's an apparent, a geometric horizon or an apparent horizon, you're saying that it's an apparent horizon. Just stop it. There's only one.
Yep. Ad hoc rescuing devices for the loss.
Hey, I'd like to know who just said that, because I've been waiting and waiting for an hour and a half now for you guys to make that clarification.
About the apparent horizon?
Yeah. Who was that?
That was me.
I want to commend you, whoever you are. Thank you for clarifying that the Globers don't understand that every horizon is apparent and every horizon is geometric.
By the power invested in me,
Horizontal.
by the power invested in me by nothing whatsoever and no one at all, I commence that Plumbob is the knight of highlighting analytical truths and redundancies.
Thank you, Plumbob.
Okay, let's move on with this now. Any
So is there
other
objective
voices
proof
on
space agencies are lying?
Well, given that
intentionally
you
lying.
don't, so given that the ad hoc rescuing device of gravitation is not only unverifiable but also falsified, and I'll demonstrate that it is, then that implies that your cosmological paradigm would become completely dismayed into oblivion, and no body of matter would exist whatsoever, and includes the fact that the gas around the Earth would expand to fill the space and suffocate us all to death.
Yeah, so where's the proof that they agree with you on that?
Right? It doesn't need, right? My refutation doesn't need their agreement at all.
Oh, but then they're not intentionally lying. I'm asking about proof for intentional lies.
Well, it is the case that if someone, right, if someone is promulgating this doctrine for no good reason whatsoever in the first place, right, there was never a reason to believe the Earth was a ball in a cosmic vacuum. There was never a good reason to believe that we exist in a cosmic vacuum, right, in the first place. So whoever is the originator of this patent falsehood that they had no good reason to believe, they're obviously lying. It's obviously a premise that flies in the face and blatantly contradicts our everyday experience.
I'm
Even at
asking
the
about
highest
space
heights,
agencies.
I'll finish eventually. Even at the highest heights that we have traversed to, that we have elevated to, there was never a good reason to believe it. So someone is lying.
Yeah, I'm asking about space agencies. Is there proof they're intentionally lying?
So you have a space agency, so-called, that professes to be doing operations in a cosmic vacuum, which is not real and obviously is not real, with a whole bunch of discrepancies within their cosmology. How are they not lying?
Do you have proof they agree with you on that?
Yeah, they're lying. Secret ingredients in your donuts and your snack cakes and your French
Gregory, do
fries
you
and
have
your
proof they agree with what you just said?
yeah, all the secrets. Every company has a secret ingredient, a secret blueprint, a secret they protect.
I mean, the answer to
Why
my
would
question
your
is just no,
government?
right?
Why would your government liars that you can't prove anything they say be different when you clearly can't prove a fucking thing they say?
Yeah, we can just grant the government lies, but why is this one thing a lie, right? I'm asking for
No,
proof that
every
this
bit of it's a
particular thing
lie.
is a lie.
No, every bit of
You're
it's a lie.
asking
You're
the
the one that
question,
said
do I have proof that they agree with me, as though I need them to say, yes, we are lying in order to prove that they are lying. Usually when liars lie, they're
Someone's
not
got to drive.
going to be leaping at
He
the
wants to drive.
opportunity to expose themselves.
Scoot the
Well, no,
seat up.
if somebody's lying, then right, they believe one
I just
thing,
want
but
you to
they're
kind
saying
of
another.
like
I'm
we'll go
asking
straight
for
up this
proof
row,
that they believe the thing
go
you
in
say
between
they
them,
believe.
stack them on each side. Who wants to?
Like, is there proof they believe the thing you say they believe?
Sorry, you were talking while you're being interrupted. Say again.
Is there proof they believe the thing you say they believe?
That they believe what?
That they believe that they actually believe the Earth is flat, but they're saying otherwise,
I
or
didn't
that
say
they
that they
don't
believe
have
the
good
Earth is
reason to
flat.
say the world is a globe,
I didn't say that they believe the Earth is flat.
or that they believe they don't have good reason to say the Earth is a globe.
It said that they believe that.
Okay, so what are they lying about?
Right? When you lie, you're deliberately saying a false proposition without any justification.
Right.
So
So
they deliberately say whoever is responsible at the highest echelons of the hierarchy, right? They are promulgating the idea that we live on a ball in a cosmic vacuum with a bunch of gravity pulling everything together, or space pushing everything down, to quote Michio Kaku. Right? So it just obviously follows, it trivially follows that someone lied, right? And as you operate these institutions with all the resources at their disposal, someone really honestly believes that they're doing these operations in a cosmic vacuum that is not real.
yeah, is there proof they don't believe that?
Yeah, you're just repeating yourself over and over again. You're not
I mean, the
engaging.
answer to my question is no, right? Like, there is no proof of any conspiracy. The answer to the question is no.
Yeah, so you want to say.
So if you already
Not
knew the
engaging
answer,
this
why'd
very.
you ask the fucking question?
Because if there's no objective proof of it, then claiming there's a conspiracy does not live up to your own standards of evidence.
How about this? Show me water at rest curving.
Yeah, to say the space agencies are lying,
argumentation is
not
where
live
the
up to your
police
own
are
standard of
doing an
evidence.
investigation of a crime
All right,
scene.
I'll go. Sorry, Gregory. Do apologise. You're asking for evidence that the space agencies are lying, as Gregory's trying to point out. The place where they're going can't exist because it breaks fundamental laws of nature.
Yeah, do they agree with that?
What the thing that they're lying about? Are they going to turn around to us and?
I'm saying, do they
in
agree
one
with
way
you?
they do. Yes, because the second law of thermodynamics exists, and they agree with.
They agree with your reading of that. How do you know?
What, you can't have gas pressure without a container, and if you do so, gas and entropy will increase. Thus, the atmosphere here will fill the vacuum of space.
I'm asking for you to prove that they think you're correct about physics.
Dude, like I just told you, stop telling us.
Huh?
We lost Gregory there for a second.
To expose a liar to be a liar. This is fucking retarded.
Yeah, I'm asking you to prove that they believe the stuff you're saying.
Dude, just because you can't quote them saying that I'm a liar, I'm lying about the cosmology, I'm lying about the artificial operations in a cosmic vacuum, does not mean that you haven't proved them to be liars. That is so fucking retarded, dude.
It just means you haven't lived up to your own standards of
crime
evidence.
scenes the way you do, when the evidence patently indicates that they committed the crime, they're just going to neglect that and not make the verdict based on that sufficient evidence after the forensic analysis, just because the suspect didn't explicitly say at the witness stand, "Yes, I lied."
Yeah,
Fucking retard.
You're not living up to your own standards of evidence.
Sorry, what are our standards of evidence?
Objective proof. I asked if there was objective proof, and the answer is no.
Yeah, I told you.
No, I've given you.
water
Sorry,
level.
I gave you the objective proof. I gave you that.
You gave the objective proof that they believe what you said about physics?
The second law of thermodynamics, whether people agree with it or not, is a true law of nature.
Yeah, but I'm asking, do they agree with you?
What, that the second law of thermodynamics exists? Yes.
No, that it ruins the globe Earth.
Are they going to turn around to us and admit that they're lying?
Yeah, I'm asking, do you have proof like they agree with you?
Dude. Sorry, it sounds like a malformed question. It sounds like you're not
not.
going with this.
I'm asking if you have proof that they agree with you about physics.
About
physics? Yeah, of course they do. NASA defines gas pressure as the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas particles. So yes, they agree.
Okay, so you think NASA agrees with you that the globe Earth is impossible?
Yeah, of course. They went ahead and defined gas pressure for us.
Yeah, so do you have objective proof that
I got another.
No,
I haven't. Hang on. Can I say something, please? I have a NASA document that tells the pilots of their aerospace people to treat the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Yeah, do you want to post that in chat?
Give me a sec. Yeah, I will. 100%.
So from this point forward, are you going to continue to deflect and distort what's being said to you?
Well,
So
I
you're going to
asked a
keep
yes/no
asking
question.
us.
And nobody has
So you're
said
going to
yes
keep
or no.
asking us, right? So you're going to keep asking us, can you show us a primary source of them being quoted as saying, we believe the Earth's surface is horizontal. We believe we don't live in a cosmic vacuum. We
Yes.
believe that we have not done any artificial operations in the cosmic vacuum. That's what
Mhm.
you're asking for?
Yes, and the answer is no,
Why?
right? The answer to that question is
It's
no.
weird.
Why
Wait,
are you
it's
asking for
weird
that?
because you're asking us for evidence of someone who disagrees with us to agree with us, and that's your evidence.
No, I'm
Yeah,
asking
why
for
are you
proof that I'm
asking
lying.
that? Yeah,
In the
just tell
chat,
me,
if
why are you
Say
asking the
your
question?
say your question again.
everybody stop.
Can you
I
say
mean,
your
the answer to
question
my
again?
question is
Look in the
no,
live
right?
chat.
No, can
It's
you
just a
say your
straightforward
Live
question
no.
chat.
again?
Or am I
Can you
just
say your
confused?
question again?
Do you have objective proof that space agencies are intentionally lying? And the answer is no.
Lying about what?
Lying about going to space, lying about whatever is necessary for this discussion.
Have you got objective proof that they've been to space?
So I've posted my answers several times. Look in side chat. I'll do it again. There. I asked 3 questions and I included my answers, right? No, no, yes.
Okay. Do you have objective proof that you're intentionally lying? Standard physics well enough to pass first year physics exam? Can you draw a toy model that simultaneously shows day, night, season, and eclipse?
Yeah, this is his
So
tactic. I've
what
debated him
the
on another
first
issue
question?
before.
The first question's irrelevant.
Well, the answer to the first question is no, right?
So when we tell
Yeah, fair
you,
enough. Yep. Go ahead.
yeah, so
Yeah,
when we
the
tell you
answer to the
concerning
first
the
question
first
is no.
question,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
can you hear my voice? So as it
Yeah, the
concerns
answer
the
to the
first
question is no,
question,
right?
you
Yeah,
keep
and
talking
that
to the answer you're
proves.
asking for. So concerning the first question, right? When we tell you, given that we don't live in a cosmic vacuum, right? Given that we don't live in a cosmic vacuum, given that we don't live on a ball flying in a cosmic vacuum, and the people, such as space agencies, are asserting that we do, and they have no good reason to assert that they do, and they know full and well that they don't live on a ball, like Rob is trying to point out to you with their own documents, and that given the second law of thermodynamics, we would be suffocating to death, which is a patently false implication, and given the refutation to the ad hoc rescuing device of gravitation, they are lying.
Yeah, maybe you're just wrong about physics, though, right? Like, that's a possibility, yeah?
Which is a truism, which is
And I'm
deflecting from
asking
the
you if there's
issue.
proof
So are you
they
going to
agree with
debate
you.
about those issues now?
I'm
Can we
asking if
just?
there's proof they agree with you. The
You know,
answer
you're
is
deflecting
no.
from the question I just asked you. So since that's your opinion about our position about these physics issues, are you going to debate those issues now?
No, I'm not a physics guy.
Of course not. So you don't actually know that our position about these physics issues is wrong. You just want to assert that we're wrong. You just
Yeah,
want
so
to assert the
see question
truism
2,
that we
Gregory?
could be wrong about these issues, and
See
then leap to
question
the
2?
non sequitur conclusion that the argument that I just said to prove that they are lying is not sound. That's
Yeah,
your
see question
problem.
2?
So
See
either you're
question
going
2 and
to
my answer to
debate
it?
the issues about the physics issues or not.
Yeah, do you see question 2 and my answer to it? What's your answer?
Do you know standard physics well enough to pass a first year physics exam?
My answer is
Even if
no.
I didn't, I'm gonna answer it this way and don't interrupt me. Stop talking.
Well, it's
Don't
a yes
speak.
no question.
Don't speak. Don't speak. Even if I didn't, the arguments concerning the
No.
distinctives of this geodesy and this cosmology and this metaphysic still stand. Geodesy, sphere geodesy, still refuted. No verification for the horizon being the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball. No verification for the horizon. No verification that we live in a cosmic vacuum with other humongous solid liquid and or gas balls flying around in it. No verification for the ad hoc rescuing device of gravitation.
So your answer to the question is no.
Yeah, can I just simplify this? So even if we answer yes and no to your questions, like where do we go from there?
Well, it's been 20 minutes and nobody said yes, no, because you guys
Yeah,
don't want to answer yes, no.
I'm saying
I mean,
no,
I
no,
gave
yes.
yes, no answers.
Okay,
Yeah, he just wants to
I'm
get the
going
answer
the
he
same.
wants to hear.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, go ahead now. Now that we've answered yes,
So,
no, no, yes, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, so
Then
you
go
heard the
ahead.
answers
your
that
answers are
you
no,
wanted
no,
to hear.
yes.
So this is over.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
you
even
heard
looking
your
at
Your
it.
answers.
answers are the same as
You're done.
mine.
Okay, no, no, no. Go ahead.
No, no, no. Okay. So number one, if the answer is no, then to claim they are lying, you fail to live up to your own standards of evidence.
Okay, we can't. Okay, I'll answer that. So we can't know. We can't define why they lie or who is lying or what they're lying about. Go ahead.
No, no,
Yep.
that's not what the question's about. It's do you have proof they
Well,
are
no,
lying?
I'm adding to the
Loaded
question now because I already said no. Yeah. So
Yeah.
now I'm adding
Loaded.
to it.
So then you can't
It's
say they're
a loaded
lying by
question.
your own
It's
standards of
loaded
evidence.
question because you're already begging the question that he's saying that they're lying. You haven't even established that to begin with.
Oh, look, if somebody's not saying they're lying, that's fine, right? If somebody's not saying they're lying, the question isn't for them.
Yeah, and he's engaging in bad faith
Okay,
now.
so
He already heard the
so
answers that he wanted to hear, and now he's just still drawing on as though they were
yeah.
really
So
answers.
But I
once
explained the
Instead of
you
engaging in the
consequence.
just
honest
stop
answers
for
that
a
he said.
If
second.
the answer
Just
to
stop for
number
a second.
one is no,
So
if the answer to number
okay,
one is
so
no, then to say they are
okay,
lying, you don't live up to your own
okay,
standards of evidence.
okay. So are we allowed to elaborate on an answer of a question?
Oh, I was just you asked me why the questions matter, and I was just going to explain.
No, I
But
didn't say
Yeah,
that.
notice
I
how
didn't
you
say
didn't
that at
say it,
all.
but
fine.
I'm just so how this generally works is you've asked a question,
Yeah,
I've
okay.
answered
If
it,
you want to
and
say something, go ahead.
now what we do? No, I didn't finish. And now what we do is we elaborate on the questions and the answers. Is that okay? Or
Yeah,
not?
okay. You don't want to go through the other two first? Okay, go
No,
ahead.
we've got to go. We've got to go through them one by one.
Okay, I've got 10 minutes just so we know. I'd like to
All right,
get through all
cool.
three, but go for it.
So what's the first question again? Go repeat it.
Do you have objective proof space agencies around the world are intentionally lying?
Okay, so my answer
that's
was
redundant.
no, right? But we can go into evidence, right? So when they claim they're up in the space station, they're using things called harnesses, green screens, blue screens, things like that. Now, for me, I'm not saying that's an objective truth, but it's pretty curious that if they were up there floating around, why would they have to use deceptive tactics to do it? So I would say that yes, they are being deceptive.
But your answer to the question is no.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Now we've gone past the question and we're talking about the subject at hand.
Okay, fine. Then
So you just want to know. You just want to know, and then you just want to stop at no, and you don't want to understand
That's what
why.
he wants.
Well, I heard what you had to say. You think there's evidence that something fishy is going on. That's fine.
Yeah. Would you agree with that or not?
I don't know. Maybe.
Why would they use? Why would they use deceptive tactics when they can just show you a video of them floating around in space, but they show you harnesses and green screens and things appearing on the screen like teleportation? Like, why would they do that?
Yeah, I just don't really take your analyses of this stuff to be very seriously.
It's not my
but-
analysis. It's
He
not my
asked you a
analysis.
question, dude.
Yeah, the question assumes they are doing that. I don't know if they are or not.
Maybe you need to do some investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So question two, if the answer to question two is no.
So do you agree with? I don't think we've finished yet, though. Would you agree that it's a bit fishy that they're
Yeah, sure.
using
Look, I'll grant
deceptive
it's fishy.
tactics?
Okay.
Okay, so that's a better conversation, isn't it, than just getting a no and then stopping at no.
Well, yeah. So question two, if you don't know standard physics well enough to pass a first-year physics exam, then why do you think you understand it well enough to do an internal criticism of it? Or
Well,
are you attempting to do an internal
standard
criticism?
physics exam, they just talk about motion and things like that. So I think anyone's well inept to pass a standard physics exam.
Oh, wait, your answer to question two is yes?
Yeah, I did physics. Yes, I did. I've got a structural engineering degree.
Okay, so you can pass a first-year university physics exam.
I didn't say university. But
Oh, sorry,
if
that's what
it's
I meant to ask.
if it's involved in my
In Canada, first year means university.
Sorry, I passed physics in engineering. Yes, I did.
So a first year physics exam.
How about you just give us the
I don't.
Why don't we
I
talk
don't
about
know.
physics of
Notice how you
water?
keep neglecting his
All right.
answer and just repeating your
So
question.
now, so what we do is then we go, okay.
I'm
So
confused about what the answer is.
Okay, so what physics are you relating it to?
Yeah, what specifically are we missing in physics? Like, what relevant to the topic is it that we should be aware of that we're not?
The question is a way of like quantifying just how well you know basic
Okay,
physics.
so nothing. You're just talking about us, not the topic. Well, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Why don't you move on from that?
No, I'm talking about do you
Yeah,
know
you're
the
talking
subject
about
well enough
us,
to do an
not the
internal
topic. So
criticism?
it's not. It's an
Okay, so-
obfuscation from what's going on in this room. So why don't you address the actual topic instead of the people that are in the room? Please.
So,
Thank you.
So
all right, then let's
if
move on
I
to question two.
understand a little bit of physics, right? What are we getting wrong that we should know about?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm just asking if you know.
no idea.
Okay. Well,
Well,
great.
problem.
You throw that question
By
out
your
then.
own
What's the
standards,
next
you
one?
couldn't possibly do an internal critique of us, let alone them.
But I'm not doing an internal criticism of your physics.
Which is a deflection of what I just said to you.
Yeah, no, I agree. I could not do an internal criticism of your physics. I don't know shit about physics.
Right, so you're done.
Yeah, that's not my point. So number
that's
three,
my
can you
point. Yeah, thank you for the
build or
truism.
draw a
That's my
toy
point.
model that
Well, hang
simultaneously
on.
shows
Thank you for the truism.
seasons
Yeah,
and eclipses?
hang on. Just so you don't get confused. That was my point. Obviously, it wasn't your point. So thank you for the truism. Then my point was my point, and my point was not your point. Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, I am not doing an internal criticism of your physics. That's true.
Right,
So
nor them.
So
nor
question
anyone
three,
else.
can you build or draw a toy model that simultaneously shows day, night, seasons, and eclipses?
Draw a toy model.
That's
You know, like I
reification.
could use a flashlight and
We don't fuck
a
with
ping pong ball
reification.
and a tennis ball.
It's a waste of time for what ultimately amounts to a fallacy.
He's
So
not even doing that,
answer's
heretic,
no.
even though that's what some people do. He's just
Yeah,
asking trivial questions, interrogating us. That's what he's
He
doing.
just wanted. He just
So the
wanted to
answer's
get
no.
a no. He just wanted to get a no, and then leave.
Okay, so
Well, so is the answer to number three no?
I would say I wouldn't attempt to draw a model of reality, so it would be a no.
It's going to be no for you too. I think that you answered incorrectly. I'd like to see you model all the claimed motions of the heliocentric system, all of them,
You
all
can
the
do it with a
tilts and the
flashlight, a
wobbles,
tennis ball, and a ping
and
pong ball.
everything, and get the time cycles exact to what they are in reality. I'd like to see that.
Well, me personally, no, I couldn't do that. That would take some
Okay, so
math.
change your answer to no, and then stop
No, look at
asking me
number
stupid
three.
questions.
Day, night,
once and for all.
seasons, and eclipses. You can do that easily.
Yeah, go ahead and change your answer to
That's
no.
an elementary school student
Stop
job.
your 3 questions that you had to answer no to yourself.
10-year-old
And,
can do number three.
You've got 3 no's. We've
I don't
got
really
3
care.
no's. So where do we go from here?
A 10-year-old can do number three.
okay, here's where we go, right? So
You
this
can't get the time cycles or anything exact to what they are in reality. You wouldn't be able to replicate a Selenelian eclipse. There's all kinds of things that you, let alone a 10-year-old, couldn't do. Nice try. Let's get back to reality. Any evidence for your worldview that you're on a spinning ball?
yes, I have the evidence. So this is what you do, right?
Yeah,
You go on
continue
Google.
chat speaking in the open chat.
You go on Google,
you
right?
can do that. Very easy.
You go on
we're
Google,
done.
right?
We're done with that. Just cook that.
Very
so we're
easy.
Move on from
First grade.
Yeah, no, we just cooked all that. So we're going to move on from all that. You're not going to rehash it indefinitely. We've already put a pin on it. I'm sorry that you don't accept the outcome, but it's done. If you want to continue engaging, I'll take some globe evidence. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, another scientist BTFO'd.
Oh no, I made my point.
Yeah, you made the point that you don't have one. Okay, you're good. See you later.
Yeah, another scientist BTFO'd.
Okay, so here, this is how you figure it out, right? You go on Google, right? And then you type in a real picture of the Earth, SpaceX, and then you go to images, and it shows you.
Right, and so the problem with that, like I told you, and he left, or are you still there? Hello? Whoever said that?
Yeah.
Right, so the problem with that is that idea that you're appealing to supposed photographic evidence from the cosmic vacuum while humans are traversing around in the cosmic vacuum all hinges upon the idea that there's this universal gravitation so that everything stays intact rather than disintegrated, including why the gas around the ball in the cosmic vacuum with no solid barrier to contain the gas is staying near the Earth so that we don't suffocate to death. Problem is, gravitation, be it mass attracting mass or mass curving space-time, are both unverifiable because you cannot manipulate the independent variable in the hypothesis test to see whether it's true or false. And when you go with mass attracting mass, it boils down to nothing more than a category error, where supposedly the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to be pulled to other matter, or matter being matter causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. Being matter is not causal, so it's a category error, so it's patently false. Same thing with mass curving space-time. Space-time is a term that is not actually meaningfully distinct from space and time, and so that's a fallacious distinction without a difference, and it's treating space and time, which are immaterial entities, as though they are material entities that can be contacted by other matter, when that's false. So it's a fallacy of reification. So given that you don't have the ad hoc rescuing device of gravitation so that everything remains intact and so that we don't suffocate to death, then we don't live on a ball in a cosmic vacuum for humans to fly away from and then take a snapshot of the Earth and then return and show and tell the world.
So, yeah, just go on Google and then go to images and then real
Dude, you
picture of
already
the
said
Earth.
that part. We don't need to hear you echo it.
I mean, it's you can't really disprove the pictures. It's pretty
But
clear
I just
cut. You know?
did, deductively.
No, you didn't.
Well, that's just an ipsy dixit. You have to say an argument in order to prove it
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah. Go on Google and type in real pictures
Yeah,
of
you
Earth,
just said that part,
SpaceX.
or I just refuted
That's
that.
my argument.
Yeah, I just refuted that. It's just an ipsy
Can't
dixit
prove the photos
dovetail
are fake.
repetition fallacy.
They'll have to assume that the photos are fake. Can't prove that. So
No, it's not assuming the photos are fake. It's proving the photos are fake. If the cosmos that they supposedly took those photos in is not real and cannot be real, and that is the case, that it is not real and cannot be real, then they are not authentic photos. So if there's no gravitation, then there's no authentic photos from the supposed cosmic vacuum. There is no gravitation. Therefore, there are no authentic photos from the supposed cosmic vacuum. Very simple deductive modus ponens.
Yeah, you don't have to like it.
You ain't gotta like it, but you sure as hell can't refute it.
that's how I feel about photos. You know, taken with $1 billion equipment.
Yeah, I feel the same way about authentic photos taken with any equipment whatsoever. It doesn't have to be $1 billion. Could be 1 penny.
Yeah, space equipment that was meant. That was his whole
Yeah,
purpose.
at this rate, you're just
for
repeating
everybody
yourself,
working
dude.
on it.
The channel isn't meant for redundant, inane repetition. All right, so if you're not going to engage in a debate, and you're just going to repeat yourself over and over again, and not engage the deductive argument I just said to refute gravitation, which is the ground which the entire cosmic paradigm you believe must stand upon, or else it all falls apart, literally, then you don't have an argument. You don't have a leg to stand on.
Greg's just setting them up and knocking them down ever since I got here. Good job, Greg.
I mean, if you don't want to use Google, I mean, that's up to you. I don't know what to tell you.
Of course, it's up to us. Thank you for another truism.
I could just start like saying things aren't real either. Oh,
Thank you for
nothing's
another
real.
truism.
We're all dreaming right now. I can't prove that we're not.
Thank you
Oh,
for
look,
another
we're all
truism.
like what?
Got a lot of truisms for us. Thanks.
You go on Google, right? Type in real picture of Earth, SpaceX. You see the Earth. You lay back and you
Dude,
realize
stop
you're
repeating
alone.
that.
You
It's
just
just
go, just
annoying now.
order
It's
some
not even
McDonald's,
funny.
brother. Like
Yeah,
order, like
Stop
I'm gonna
repeating
go
that.
on the
It's not even
Google.
funny now.
Yeah, I'm gonna Google real picture of Godzilla, and I bet you it'll give me one. You're a fucking
No,
idiot.
real picture of Earth, SpaceX. $1 billion equipment made to actually go out. Rockets that
Yeah,
you
you already
seen on.
said that. Stop repeating yourself.
Real live streams. Like real
Yeah,
scientists.
like you already said that. Like already refuted that. You can stop repeating that now.
Yeah.
Have you got anything for us? Do you have any proof of the globe that you think you live on?
You have pictures. You have any proof that you had a great grandmother?
Yeah, that's already been refuted. That they're not authentic photos. They're just images.
Oh, yeah, so he doesn't have a great grandmother. The pictures that they took of his great grandmother are fake. That's what we're.
Have you
That's what
got
we're just.
anything else? Because this isn't going anywhere real quick. Like,
It's a terrible analogy.
It's really not, because they're literally taking pictures.
Yeah, I have pictures of my great grandmother or my grandmother and my mother, so it's not at all analogous.
Yeah, every scientist in the world agrees. You're not that special, buddy. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yeah.
so
Well, that's another appeal to majority fallacy and an appeal to authority fallacy.
Do you believe that trees produce oxygen?
That's a hard segue from my refutation of your
No,
appeal to
because most
majority and
scientists
appeal
believe
to
that.
authority fallacy.
Most scientists believe that.
Yeah,
You
you're
know
still
that
doing that.
because they can prove
Yeah,
it.
you're still appealing to majority and
They
appealing to
can't
authority. That's
disprove it.
fallacious. Yeah, you're still appealing to majority and appealing to authority fallaciously.
Yeah, so you don't believe that air comes from trees. You don't believe that
Yeah, so
trees
you're
produce
continuing
oxygen.
to repeat the same fallacy rather than not repeat the fallacy.
Okay, I see where this is going. This is the ego. This is not
Well, it's
actually
already
real.
gone to it. I mean, of course, at least you
This
can
is not.
see
This
where
is
it's
not like
gone
a
now.
real
It's already
life
gone
argument.
there.
This is just like, let
Like
me just use my
where you
ego to
think you
feel
saw
like
it's
the earth.
going, we already got there. So
It's okay. Let me just use my ego and ignore all these scientists that work 10 times harder than I ever work in my life. Let me just do that. That's basically
okay, you
what
can
this
go ahead and
is.
do that if you want to.
That's basically what this is. That shit is crazy.
You can go ahead and do that if you want to.
So you said gas comes from trees, is that right? Is that what you said?
I said oxygen. Does oxygen not come from trees?
Oxygen comes from trees, correct. So when that oxygen comes out of the tree, does it go in all directions? Does it go up and out in all directions into the atmosphere, in inverted commas? Is that right?
Sure.
Yeah. So the gas goes up. So why doesn't it fill the vacuum of space? Because if the sky was a vacuum, that air that's coming out, the gas that's coming out of the tree, would go up and just fill the vacuum of space.
Yeah. But
So,
how did you know? But wait,
do
my
you have a
question is, how
picture
did
of
you
your?
know?
Do
How
you
did you
have
know
a
that
picture of
oxygen
your
comes from trees?
grandmother?
How
Do
do
you
you
have
know
a
that
picture of your
oxygen?
grandmother?
Can you answer I answered your question. Can you answer my question? How do you know that oxygen comes from trees? Who told you?
So oxygen doesn't come from trees
No,
now.
I'm asking you. Who told you? Who told you that oxygen comes from trees? Just answer the
So
question. Don't answer the question with another question. Answer the question.
Friend, what in the world is your point with all this
Because
harassment?
he's
Like,
gonna
what are you
say
doing?
when he thinks about it, he's gonna say a scientist.
Hold
And then
on a
he's gonna say
second.
a
Hold
scientist.
on a second.
can I answer?
He's literally gonna say a
Answer?
scientist. So you believe them then, but you don't believe them for
Can
anything
I
else.
answer?
Oh,
Can't remember who my grade 3 teacher was, bro. Okay, I don't remember her name. I think it was
all you have
Mrs.
to say is a
Ryan.
scientist.
So
Hold
I think
on a
Mrs.
second. I got to take control of this for half a second.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Oh, he left. As soon as I muted him, he bounced. Sorry, but he was just not going to listen to you. Oh, he's back. He thinks coming back is going to unmute him somehow. No, you're still muted, bro. So you're going to, be civil and talk and wait your turn when it's time for your turn. Otherwise, you'll just stay on mute. Sound good?
I mean, I was waiting my turn. You got his question off.
No, you weren't.
You just couldn't handle that I'm telling the truth, and you don't like.
So what was his question then? What was his question?
He said, "Does oxygen move in all directions?" And I answered the question. Then I answered him. So I asked him another question.
And how did you answer him?
I said yes.
Okay, so welcome to Flat Earth then.
Yeah, remember when I was refuting the doctrine of gravity, and you kept repeating the very same invalid, insufficient appeal to the supposed photos that are not authentic photos, given that they depend on the doctrine of gravity being true, even though it's not true? Remember that?
But you're just
Yeah, so we're
speaking.
waiting for you to actually refute my refutation of
You're just
gravity
speaking
if you
English. I
actually
have
want
photos
to
of
defend
science.
your appeal to these supposed photos.
You're just speaking English. I have actual photos. Yeah,
we've got photos of mermaids and Bigfoot and Godzilla. We've got photos too. Are all those things real?
Yeah, so you're ignoring the
I can just speak
argument
English
that I
too. I can just
said
speak
and just
English
treating it
too.
as though my argument is a non-argument. So you're not engaging my argument. We're waiting for you to engage my argument with an argument. Replying with
You can't show the
non-arguments to my
photos.
refutation can't refute anything.
I'm showing you actual photos on Google. You're not. Are you showing me any source, any like anything that's
Yeah, you're
based?
still not engaging my refutation, right? So we're waiting
You're
for you to
just
actually
talking. You're
say an
just saying.
argument. You're still talking to the refutation, right? So at this
I
point,
pour
we're
apple
waiting for
juice out of
you
my hand,
to
bro.
actually begin saying. We're waiting for you to actually begin the task of saying an argument to refute my argument, not just ipsy dixit assert that my argument is not an argument and just whistle past it.
Yeah, don't be
But
a
I
bitch,
actually have
bro.
sources. You have no source.
I have
Okay,
sources.
so you're still not saying an argument.
I
You
have
haven't disproved
photos.
the. You haven't disproved the photos are real. So it's not
I
Okay,
really
have
so
a
you're
source.
still saying
photos.
an
Speaking
argument.
English. Apple juice isn't real. It's really blood from the apple. I just said that. Disprove. Like that's basically what you're doing, bro. Like
Okay, that's a terrible analogy.
That didn't even make
Is
no
there
sense.
somebody else? Is there somebody else? Because this guy's useless. I mean, he has no idea what he's even talking about
I'm
here.
always available, you guys, especially if
Yeah, this
Gregory
is
is
the
available.
level of
I might just ban
you're
you
gonna
right
get.
now.
Yeah, amazing.
God awful.
Let's all
Scientists.
worship Prometheus.
I got pictures of no vacuums in nature. I got pictures of a lot of stuff. I got
That's right.
pictures of water dripping off of a ball. You wouldn't believe it.
Yeah. Good picture, bro.
Look at my CGI, therefore ball and vacuum.
Yeah, one time I saw a planet and there was a bunch of apes on it and they were talking and shit. I was fucking pissed. And like, I think it's called the Planet of the Apes or some shit like this. That fucking blew my mind,
You know what?
To think that there's
Charlton
like
Heston
another
was there.
planet,
I remember.
monkeys. Yeah. It's like, right. And then you realize that it's actually the same planet, but like in the fucking like future and shit. And then you just saw the future. But you didn't know it. But then what I'm saying is life is always full of surprise like this. I think it's great.
that's real funny. That is pretty funny. But pictures I have actually have, like sources that verify them.
Dude, you got CGI pictures, man.
There's nothing verifying the English that he just spoke. Like he just spoke words.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
you're in the refutation of my refutation. You're dead in the
Every
water.
time somebody speaks English, they speak words. You are,
Yeah, you spoke
That's what
English,
you want to
therefore
engage
you're
with, but you
wrong.
don't want to engage with the photos. You don't want to
But
engage with anything.
everything you said right
Yeah,
now is
you
just
spoke
words.
English, Gregory, therefore you're wrong.
He won't
Yeah, you
engage with
spoke
my
words.
photos.
Why does he keep calling them?
That's how his argument sounds.
I've got
He's
a
just talking.
photo of no vacuum. I've got a photo of no orbits. I got a photo of no water on a ball. It won't hold it. I've got a lot of photos, brother. Are you ready? I've got
How
a
many
photo of
sources? How many
Santa
sources say
Claus.
that? Blue?
I
How
got a
many
photo of
sources?
Santa Claus when you were a kid and you were on his lap.
How many sources prove
Santa Claus.
that
Number
correlates to the
one,
Earth being
you and
flat?
Santa together.
Okay, so
You
we're not worried.
literally
This is not an
sitting
evidence
in
base. This
Santa's
is just
lap.
ego, bro.
Did you
There's no
feel the
evidence.
warmth of Santa's lap?
Yeah, no, but I think that's a good point.
Hold
See,
on,
I
you
got a
trying to say
picture of
Santa's not?
myself on Santa Claus'
There's
knees,
a
right?
picture of
But
him
then
with
it
Santa.
turns out it was my uncle. Like the picture was lying
No,
to me because I
no, it
thought
couldn't be
We're
your uncle. It's
ignoring
gotta be
the
Santa.
thousands
There's a
of.
picture. No, there's a
We're gonna
picture
move
of
on
Santa.
past this eventually.
We're
This is not
ignoring
even
all.
funny anymore.
yeah, like the picture was actually lying to me. Like even
How
after
could that
like
be
the fact
true?
I was looking at the picture, but then it was my fucking uncle, and then I felt
You
fucking
couldn't
stupid because
possibly
like I
lie to
believed in
somebody
like
with a
all that
picture.
Can we move
fucking
on past this? It's
shit.
not even funny anymore.
Nobody
What,
can
bro?
possibly lie with a picture. You know what I mean? It's not
Find me
it.
two sources showing the photos are fake, bro. I'll wait.
Yeah.
Santa Claus is real. It's not a fake photo.
I can find you
Stop.
millions of sources that say Santa Claus is fake, bro.
Actually, I can make
That's
a
a
case
terrible
for
No,
that
Santa
analogy.
if
Claus
he's
is
living in
followed
the
by
North Pole.
Doppler radar every year by your ISS station. The same government shows it on the TV, tracks where Santa's at live. You
Those are
don't believe it?
biased station that puts
How did you
sources
get the
of
technology? How
countries.
are you talking to me with
There's
technology
countries
if
all
you don't
over the
believe they
earth
track
that
Santa?
agree.
This
You
dude doesn't
realize
believe they can track Santa Claus. He doesn't believe in technology. What the fuck?
there's countries all
Yeah,
over the earth that agree on
technology
these photos
denier.
being real. It's countries all over the earth that agree on these photos being real.
But by the way,
countries that don't like each other will still agree that these photos are real.
This is such
You can't find me
uninformative
any
redundancy.
scientist that
This
will,
is just annoying now.
because it's too much evidence, bro. You can't refute it. So it's annoying because it's challenging your belief. It's
Easter
challenging
Bunny
your
hurts
ego,
your
bro. Your
feelings.
ego
No,
can't handle
it's not a matter of refuting.
Your
It's
ego
a burden of
can't
proof reversal fallacy. So what you need to do is not tell us about the photos that you have, which you don't have, by the way. You need to show us the 8 inches per mile squared curvature that's supposed to be here in reality. Can you show that, please?
disprove the photos.
Yeah, I know the photos right there have a globe in them, right? And that's supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared curvature that we can measure in reality. Can you show me where in reality we measure this 8
Everything you're
inches
saying
per
is
mile
true.
squared?
Find me a source that disproves the photos.
Bro, I'm asking you if you can find me. It's not for me to go ahead and prove your claim. I need you to show me 8 inches per mile
Yeah, you can't
squared
show me
in
photos.
reality.
You're gonna bring up other things.
So you don't have any actual evidence to back your photos. That's the point I'm trying to make. You don't have any evidence backing your photos. You have photos, and then you're elephant hurling them into this discussion. The sources that you're talking about, you don't have any of that either. They're not validating anything. They're just making claims like you are, which we've debunked because there's no earth curve in reality. So all I need from you from this point forward is some kind of physical evidence like earth curve that we can measure in reality to verify that photo or supposed photo that you have. I will let you off mute and you will show me where you have 8 inches per mile squared in reality, because that's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, you won't have to mute me if you're winning, buddy.
Go ahead. Just go ahead and show me the 8 inches per mile squared because I'm winning. I know that you don't have it. I know that it's not there. I can crush you all day. I don't have to deal with your reversing of the burden. You don't have any 8 inches per mile squared in reality, do you?
Can't disprove any of the countries that say it's real.
So there it is. I've just went ahead and proved that this fool right here doesn't have 8 inches per mile squared in reality. He went back to appealing on a chant that he was on about all the countries that don't get along, all agree. Like that matters. All that matters is 8 inches per mile squared in reality, friend. And can you show it to me? I doubt it.
Well, I won with my photos. I won with the photos that you can't prove are fake.
You just got crushed because I won with reality. Your photos are fake, and my reality wins. Is that fun?
What do you think?
Never be able to take a picture of a flat Earth because it doesn't exist.
What do you think is better? What do you think is better evidence? Someone else's anecdotal evidence or actual empirical evidence?
Evidence that a bunch of institutions agree on is factual based on photos that they agree on actually were taken.
Someone else's anecdotal evidence is better than
someone else's
empirical evidence.
It's literally people that spend their whole life researching and doing these things.
Can you name one?
Who they spent their whole life sucking cause fallacy.
Can you name one?
They spent their whole life becoming smarter than you'll ever be, bro.
Oh, boo-hoo.
With more money
fallacy
than you'll ever have, bro.
It couldn't possibly be wrong
Can you
because they
name one?
spent their whole life
Yeah, can you name
in
one?
this lie.
It's like going to
Name
the doctor.
All of you guys have a low IQ.
Just one of them. That should survive.
Says the guy that's drunk and stoned all the time.
Yes.
So he's obviously invincibly ignorant. Next.
Yeah, he's done.
There, I gave you a couple pictures of flat Earth, brother.
I'm gonna use your logic. Those pictures are CGI. They don't exist. It's all a lie. You know, you didn't take it. How do I know that phone is real? How do I know that camera is real?
Bro.
Like I'm literally using your logic, bro. That's how you
No,
sound, bro.
you're not using my logic, man.
That's literally your logic, bro.
I didn't have to go to space to take these pictures, bro.
Because you didn't have to, but you're unable to. You'll never be
That's
able to
right.
find
I'm
something.
unable to go to
able
space, and so are you, man. You can't go to space either, dude.
Yeah, but I can research people that have studied.
Good for you, man. So fucking hearsay then, right?
It's not a hearsay.
Yeah, it's hearsay, man. Fuck, you can't see it. You can't fucking go there. Fucking none of us can go there.
When
So
you
what
go
is it?
for a surgery, is it all hearsay? When they know that they can successfully...
Dude, how is that the fucking same, man?
Because these people that study these things...
Are you
be
fucking
able
brain dead or what?
It's people that study these things to be able to enact these things.
You're making a
you're sitting here
fantastical
saying,
claim, and you're comparing it to a fucking operation in a doctor's office, dude.
You're just using your ego to pick and choose what you
You're
don't
fucking
want to do.
brain dead. I get it.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
and
this
every
guy's
other
straight
fucking
retarded.
scientist institution is fucking brain dead, bro.
I agree, man.
Every single country that fucking agrees that those photos are real are fucking
Yeah, I
brain
think
dead,
we
bro.
should just mute this guy because he's not offering anything genuine to the conversation.
You just can't refute that the photos are real, so you're just yapping, bro.
Dude, I can show you
You
pictures
have
from
no proof
fucking
that the
Star
photos are
Trek,
real.
and you're gonna tell me those aren't real or what?
Show me sources to say they're real. Obviously, you can find none. So make it like the
No curving
choose a
water
better
on the
argument.
ground. Those alleged photographs are showing curving water all over what would be the surface. We don't see that in reality. So your photos are junk. Throw them out. Try something else. Thanks.
That's right.
Thank you.
You just destroyed every institute. Oh my god. You know what? You should go tell like every scientist that.
Yeah. What's next?
Your
Would you like?
ship is
Wow.
attacked, bro.
Would you like to float photographs of unicorns, Bigfoot? What's next? We took care of the globe once. Next fantasy photographs, please.
There's something beating in my heart, but I don't
Let's
believe
keep it
it's
moving.
in my heart because I haven't seen it. Stupid.
Yeah, we've already dealt with one of your
Like,
fantasies.
bro,
Let's move on to the next. Let's
Dude,
try to
we
be
know you
productive.
can't fucking think for yourself. We get it. You need to
why do you
rely on
believe?
other
Why do you believe
people, right?
oxygen comes out of a tree?
What?
Why do you believe that oxygen comes out of a tree?
Out of a tree?
It comes
Oh
out of
my
a
god, this guy's still on.
Because you
Relevant.
fucking learned it from somebody who actually studied it. What the fuck?
Relevant. Who cares? Doesn't matter.
Kill him,
Off
Greg.
topic.
We can
Get him,
prove
Greg.
this shit too, though, right, bro?
Rod.
Oh,
I
dude.
can't think for myself,
Don't
but I
bite on
believe
that.
a bunch of stuff
Nothing to
scientists
do.
tell
All
me.
right, I'm
This,
sorry. I
Nothing
won't
to do.
fucking feed the troll, man.
how is it a troll, bro? There's literally photos.
I told you already. It's irrelevant. It's off topic.
It's irrelevant because
Yeah, try something else. Go ahead.
it's irrelevant because of this.
No, it's irrelevant because it's not the topic for like the 5th time. So try something else. Go ahead. Try to be on topic with
Yeah, it
this.
destroys your logic, bro.
Yeah, right. It destroys my logic. This off-topic,
Bro,
non-sequitur.
is water flat?
Like forcing on the chat. Yeah, it completely destroys my logic. You don't even know what logic is, though. So that would be a problem with your logic. So can you bring something relevant to the topic?
Is water flat, man? Hey, I'm talking to you.
We just want something on topic to discuss. That's all.
You think water's flat?
Flat as fuck, bro.
Do you need a scientist? Do you need one of the scientist clerics of academia to tell you whether water is flat or not?
You learn this shit in school,
Yeah.
right?
Don't need to make fun of scientists until you need medical help. Then you're on your knees at the hospital, like, please. Shit is fucking crazy.
Holy
Yeah,
fuck,
okay, that's
dude.
the water curves. I'm not seeing
Shit
the
is
logic.
fucking insane, bro.
So a minute ago you were talking
Yeah,
about
it's
my
in
logic being
motion.
punk, right? But what you just said didn't seem to have any logical coherency at all. So doctors at the hospital, you take their advice, therefore what? Beaches, oceans, they all curve, wrap around the ball. Is that it?
Yeah.
Such a hard
No,
segue
you're
from what was
picking and
asked.
choosing what you want to believe, bro. You're picking and choosing.
Do you know how
You want to discredit scientists in
logically
one area,
concentrate
but
your
don't.
answers to what was said to
You want
you?
to
Do you know how
discredit
to do that?
scientists in one area, but don't do it in
Do you know
No,
another.
how
it's
to
real simple,
concentrate your
man.
answers
You know
to be
that's
logically
that's
relevant
weird,
to what
bro.
was asked to you? Do you know how to do that? Yes or no? Why are you silent all of a sudden? You were talking all the time. Do you know how to say an answer that's logically relevant to the question that was asked to you? Yes or no?
Can you disprove the photos? Yes or no?
Yeah, I was gonna steal that one, Daz, man. I seen that earlier. I was just about to fucking post that shit. There you go, brother. Read up.
Yes, you're obviously bricked. You can't even answer straightforward, closed-ended yes or no questions. You can't even affirm that you can say a reply that's logically relevant to what was said to you in the first place.
Did you just say that you're picking and choosing what you want to believe? I mean, isn't that what everyone does every day?
Right. Is that not a truism?
Picking and choosing which you want to discredit. You want to discredit scientists in one area, but then won't do it in the next when you need medical fucking attention.
Yeah, of course. Well, yeah, of course you do that because what you do is you do it based on evidence, right? So
yeah, and there's a bunch of evidence and
let's
sources
just yeah.
agreeing that the photos
I
are
didn't
real.
finish. Okay, so you go to say 3 car dealers, and they're all car dealers, right? And one of them goes, "Oh yeah, this is a Porsche, and it's got like 20,000 miles on the clock, and blah blah blah." So you have a look, it's a Porsche. Okay, cool. It's got 20,000 miles on the clock. Yeah, that guy's cool. And the next guy you go to, he goes, "Oh yeah, this is a Porsche. It's got 20,000 miles." And you're looking at it and it's like, that's not a Porsche badge. That's a Fiat badge or whatever. And it's actually got 80,000 miles. Oh well, I don't believe that guy because he's lying. And then you come along and say, "Well, if you believe the first guy, you have to believe the second guy."
No, that doesn't. Bro, these fucking analogies. Oh my god. No, because when everybody agrees,
analogies, yeah.
it's just like when people agree that
Yeah,
trees
that's what
produce
you're doing.
oxygen.
Just keep crying about it, but
what's wrong with the analogy?
Okay?
No, unmute him. What's wrong with
You
the
gotta keep muting
analogy?
me because, bro, you
What's wrong with
realize
the analogy? Yeah, stop crying about that. What's wrong with the analogy?
because these are millions of scientists. You're talking about me just coming along and talking to three
millions of
people.
car
That's a
dealers.
shitty analogy, bro. The fuck?
Okay, but why?
Because millions of people, billions of dollars into infrastructure.
That's not a reason.
No, why is his
is all over
analogy
the
no
earth.
good,
It's
dude?
all over the globe.
Explain why his analogy is no good, man.
Because it's me and two other people. That's not what I'm doing right now. I'm
What
talking
do you
about
mean it's you
millions
and
of
two other
people.
people? He's asking you.
Literally
One guy says
millions.
it's a Porsche, the other guy says it's a Porsche, right? Like what? You can't understand what he said to you?
That has
What's
nothing to
wrong
do
with the
with what I'm
analogy?
talking
Dude, come on. I need to know specifically what's wrong with the analogy.
I've already said it like 3 times. If you don't accept it, it's like how you don't want to accept the Earth is round. I mean,
reply you
I
said
don't
was
think
not
you
at all
guys are
relevant
pretty
to his
accepting
analogy.
people of the truth.
Yeah, what was it? Go on.
So I think
Tell
you're just
me
going
again.
like fucking say shit every
Tell me
time I
again,
say
go on.
something.
I'm waiting for you to give me something relevant to what I said.
I've already said it. You just don't want to accept it.
What was
It's
it?
not. It has nothing
Repeat
to do.
it.
Something you got to deal with.
So nothing. You've got nothing.
I've literally already said it. You just don't want to
Well,
accept
what was
it.
it?
That's not my fault. It's literally not my
What
fault.
was it
I'm
then,
not
bro?
repeating myself
What was
3
it then,
times.
bro? You haven't repeated it once, so it wouldn't be a third time, would it?
Me just yapping. Like you yapping doesn't make it reality.
I'm
You know that,
waiting
right?
for you to yap.
Like, just because
to
you're
tell
talking
me.
doesn't make what you're saying reality. You understand that, right?
You looking at a
that's
picture
Have you
from
learned that?
space doesn't make it reality either, brother.
Yeah. Let's not move off this point though. What's wrong with my analogy?
I've already said it. You don't want to
What
accept
is wrong with it?
You can keep talking to yourself, bro.
No, I'm talking to you.
Pathological
What's wrong
pretender,
with
this
it?
guy.
What's wrong
You've
with
heard
it?
me the first 2 times.
I didn't hear shit. Well, I heard you say that there's millions of scientists. I don't know why that's relevant.
I said more than that, but
What else did you say?
that's not my fault. I'm not answering this dumbass shit, bro.
Oh,
What the
shut
fuck?
up then. Go away. If you're not going to talk to me, go away.
Scientists thugging out here now.
Does this guy want to learn, or is he just here to tell us some BS?
I got a question for him, though. He said that there are millions of scientists, even though this isn't a scientific category. But could you name, just start with one of these scientists, and let's look at the claim specifically for the Earth being a globe and see where we get with that. Start with a name, just name
Names
one
that the photos are
individual.
real. And they say
Go with
millions
their
of scientists.
Yeah, no,
Millions of verified.
I asked to start with a name. You said there's millions of these individuals. Just give me one.
Institutions, and obviously million of institutions.
Institutions aren't people. Institutions aren't people.
Obviously,
Try again.
bro.
Let's
Obviously,
start
it's a
again.
hyperbole, bro.
Let's start again.
Like,
I don't
bro.
know. I don't know if you know what an
Identify who?
institution is, but
Institutions.
it's not a person. So I just need the name of an individual. Okay, try again. Can give you another shot.
Show me 2 institutions.
Okay, yeah. So show me institutions. Yeah, this isn't about me showing you things. I just need to hear from one of these individuals that you said there are millions of. Try again.
Institutions.
Are you really this brain dead?
He's thoroughly trolling.
Are you gonna keep muting?
Do you think? Yeah, I'm going to keep muting you because you just don't merit mic time being that stupid. You think that institutions are individuals?
I never said that. You can't understand.
Okay, well, I asked you for the name of a person. You said there's millions of these people, and every single time you answered with institutions. Just name somebody. There's millions
You
of them.
understand
Name
what
one. There's millions of them. Just name one.
You understand what hyperbole
Dave
is, bro?
Smith, for instance, Ian
hyperbole.
You don't know
Neil
one organization
deGrasse
that said the
Tyson?
photos are
You
fake.
can't name one single person.
Show me one organization that said the photos are fake.
Okay, yeah, if there's whole organizations of them, then there should be plenty of individuals within those organizations to name. So go ahead.
You can't name me one organization that says it's fake, but you want me to answer you.
Just
That
say you
shit is
don't
funny.
know, bro.
That
Just
shit
say you
is
don't know
fucking
anybody.
hilarious. You couldn't answer my first question, but you want me to
Burn
answer you.
rehearsal there. You're the one that said that there's millions of these people. I'm asking for a name of even one of them. You're putting it back on me to name something? Why?
Gandalf.
Because you can't name anybody to disprove the photos.
Fuck, that's what you're doing. You're not naming anybody. You said that there's all these scientists lining up with all this evidence and proof for a globe. You haven't even provided one.
I never said evidence and proof. See, that's how you know you weren't listening.
No, you said there's millions of people.
That's that what?
that affirm a globe with scientific evidence, allegedly.
No, that affirm that the full.
Yeah, you said there's scientists. Yeah, there's all these scientists that have all this health advice, doctors, etc. And then there's these other scientists which affirm that it's a globe, and we just pick and choose one over the other. Well, just name one of the scientists that have evidence for it being a globe.
Well, you have to let me talk because you keep cutting me off and not actually.
I'm not going to
making
let you
sense.
talk if you don't respond to what I'm saying. I just don't have
Because
time.
that's not what I said, though.
I just don't care. I don't have time for it. Okay,
I
what'd you
said to
say?
verify the photos. So every scientist agree that the photos are real. Find me 3 that don't. Go.
Okay,
I'll
they
wait.
agree. Okay, no, just find me one that does, and then we'll see if they have any verification for them being real, if it's just a mere belief. And if it's just a mere belief, it doesn't really matter what their credentials are. We can just ham wave it.
I know 3 scientists who say that they're fake.
No, the photos. Okay, that say the SpaceX photos taken in 2024.
Yeah, I know 3 scientists who say that they're fake. So there's a guy called Heretic. He's a scientist. There's also another guy called Gregory. He's definitely a scientist.
Yeah, Gregory. Hey, yo, I know
then-
some dude named Jamal, right? And he just
there's
bro,
a
come
guy
on
called
now.
Cryptostomy
What's his
as
last
well.
name, bro?
He's a scientist. Oh yeah, so he's called Gregory Jones, and Heretic. I think he's Jones as well, actually. So they're 3 scientists that think that the photos are fake. So what now?
So show me where. Where do they say that they think the SpaceX photos are fake?
Oh yeah, you're talking to him now.
This is painful.
How much funding does your institution have? How much funding do you put in your research? I'm talking to you. How much funding do you put in your research?
You haven't answered any of my questions.
No, I'm asking you. You said I'm talking to the scientist, so I'm asking how much funding.
Cool. That's
how much
cool,
funding did you put in? Okay, $0 because you're broke and shit. All right, now move on. Like what the fuck, bro? What the fuck?
Why do you expect anyone to answer your question?
Bro has no funding in his research, but he wants to call himself a scientist. Hey, I'm a scientist.
Why do you
comparable
think
to a homeless nigga on the street?
I'm just gonna mute this twit so that you can get your word out. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he hasn't answered any questions. I don't know why anyone thinks he's owed an answer to any of his.
Wow. That was
Because
quite a
of the photos.
mouthful that you just couldn't stay silent long enough to listen to, huh? Long sentence to get through.
Can't disprove the photos. How much funding do you have, though? You said you're a scientist. You brought yourself up, but you can't answer how much funding you have. I could look up any.
We already did that. Completely irrelevant. We already did disprove them anyway. We showed you the horizontal flat nature of water at rest, which goes against those alleged photos that you claimed. We didn't even have a burden to do that, though, because your claim is the photos, so it'd be on you to actually validate them. But we were generous, and we went ahead and debunked them anyway, in spite of all that. And you're still spurging out. What's your problem?
And the Earth is measured flat, so it can't be a damn globe.
Show me one business with at least $1 billion in funding that agrees with you. Well, at least $2 in funding. Actually, at least $10 in funding.
What
$10
color
in
is
funding.
your Bugatti?
Oh my god!
Can't
This
even
is
make up his
cringe.
You guys
mind.
have no money backing your research. Have nothing going on. Like, bro, the fuck.
We've got
No
flat Earth
verifiable
elevation. There's
sources.
no globe elevation.
Not one
There's flat
verifiable
Earth
source.
elevation. Yeah, listen.
$10 in funding, dude. I can do that right now.
You
I can set up a business
Not
right
one
now.
verifiable source.
$10.
You're a scientist with no
Yes,
funding,
it
bro.
is. The elevation is the verifiable thing. Elevation only works on flat Earth. It's a horizontal line, the same for everybody, the same height off the ground. You put one at 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot. It's all the same, right? You'll have to be able to go up to that wall and say, here's the globe elevation against flat Earth elevation. And no one's done that. As soon as you can do that, we can all measure, compare your elevation, and see what a globe elevation looks like. Up close and touchable, right on the wall, next to our horizontal 5 foot mark, to show us where your globe starts, what it looks like. Elevation on a ball. So until you can figure out how to put your elevation on the fucking wall, I guess all we got's flat Earth elevation, that horizontal line. You're gonna try to claim as a fucking curve. Don't think so.
But not by my CGI. But you ain't got no
Well, he
funding.
draw a
Not by my
picture.
CGI.
Well, look at that picture that Dad sent me, bro. He drew a picture. But wow. You know what? I believe in a flat Earth now, bro. That's all I needed. A few black lines and a few red lines, bro. Oh yeah, bro. I believe in a flat Earth now.
You couldn't put one
Yeah, I'm
line
one of
on the
you. I'm one
wall
of you
that
guys now, bro.
represented
Literally,
That's
what
more.
got you believe
That's
it?
more
Yeah,
worthy
yeah,
than
yeah.
billions of dollars in
Why is it
funding
every
and
time I start
actual
talking, you immediately start talking over me? Just shut up while I'm talking.
Ooh, big bad on Discord.
Yeah.
If you're not going to engage, man, I'll stick you back on mute. If you want to engage, then let the gentleman speak. Crypto, disguise all yours. You're going to act like an adult, or do I have to treat you like a child? Crypto is all yours, too.
Oh, now, you told him off and he listened. Yeah. So what you've got here is just an image, right? So that's exactly the reason why you believe what you believe, and now you're criticizing us for what
Image
having
with
an image.
billions of funding,
And
billions
I'm
of
still
research.
talking, dude. I'm still talking.
You're talking bullshit.
Yeah. Can you repeat what I said?
Can you repeat
What
what
did
you
I
said?
say? What did I say?
Can you repeat what you said?
No. Can you repeat what I said to prove you were listening?
I mean, I heard it, but then bullshit like flies
What
off my
did
brain.
I
I don't want to get
say?
attached. I don't want that bullshit to get
What
attached to
did
me.
I
So it
say?
like went away pretty fast. You can repeat yourself.
Yeah. What did I say?
You know, like when you flush the toilet, all the shit goes away. I basically.
Yeah. You weren't listening, dude. I think you can stay on mute because you're not listening.
IDK, that's his username. He is really living up to his account and his username.
Yeah, when you flush toilets, all the poop doesn't go away. Hence poop stains. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we understand now why he wasn't able to respond to any points anyone made because he wasn't listening to them.
This is the worst performance today. Like, that was terrible. It's like, do better, scientists.
Yeah, they need to demonstrate the Coriolis in the toilet before they flush. That's all.
But not
Trying
with the
to
CGI.
attribute.
But my CGI.
Well, they didn't know that Coriolis was just a plug that they had in the tub, or the on the handle on the toilet. You know what I mean? The push button. You push the button in the back, a little silver button. Push it down on the toilet.
But nah,
That
bro,
was.
you ain't got no funding. You ain't got no funding.
I gave him a tenner earlier, so he's now officially got $10 worth of funding.
That's such a good argument. The whole funding thing, that's going to be my new thing now. That's how I'm going to debunk
Yeah,
the flat
there's the
earth.
ball now. I believe him. Yeah, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a fundy zealot scientist with funding. Therefore, the earth is a ball. Logically sound argument.
I went to a coffee shop earlier. I gave them £5, and they said that the coffee was the best in London. So, because I funded them for a fiver, that proves that it is the best coffee in London.
Yep.
Logically
Isn't that
sound
how it
argument.
works?
I found
Not
$20.
just London, but the entire empire upon which the sun never sets.
Right.
Somebody funded me by losing money, and I found it, and I was like, "Huh, thanks." And then stuff was proven, and everything was known because
Exactly.
I found $20. You know what I mean? It's just weird. Somebody paid that forward. I didn't know handing money over or losing money or somebody scamming you just like meant proof of something.
I know that my refutation against gravity flew right over his head. Oh, you spoke English, therefore you're wrong.
Can we unmute Peter?
Self-defeating.
Since there's no other Globers, I think, in here.
What are we going to unmute him for? He hasn't had the ability to physically demonstrate curve of Earth and where it's
He
at.
calls himself the Globe Prover. I already had my run, so I mean, might as well.
I was speaking to Peter loads of times.
Peter the Globe Prover. I mean, if you want globe proof, he's probably
Yeah,
the
Peter is bricked.
I'll take a Sharpie.
I never understood that terminology, brick. It always sounded like sus to me.
Hard-headed. Hard-head make a soft ass.
I get it now, but it's like when I first heard it, because I never really heard it until I came into the flat Earth room, where people call each other brick, and I'm like, that sounds a little sus, man. Something about that.
What the hell's suspicious about that?
Really? So another man saying you're bricked isn't a little weird?
No, it's weird because you're a pervert. Anything that has solidity or rigidity is immediately a sexual innuendo.
I mean, maybe I'm just I was raised in the wrong generation. You know
Maybe
what I mean?
you're just weird so hard. You know what I mean?
That's not me being weird. I mean, maybe it's just the generation I
It's
was born
definitely
in.
you being weird. Now you said it out loud.
I mean, I don't know, man. I never saw that to seem right logically when I first heard it.
I got it from Crit anyway, so.
You got it from who?
Crit.
Oh yeah, Crit always says it. Yeah, see, Crit always says it.
Because people is always bricked. So
if you, for example, take a PlayStation Portable and you make the firmware in such a way that you can run any software on it, but you do it the wrong way, piece of equipment becomes bricked.
Useless.
I can't take that word seriously.
Yeah, it becomes a brick now. You can't do nothing but use it as a paperweight or throw it at somebody or,
Exactly.
build a house.
No input, no output. It's
Brickified.
just sitting there, bricked.
I think in that term, I mean, in the definition of that term, I think the one that the person put in the chat works for both Globers and flat earthers. I think everyone is
Bricks
stubborn
don't
in
work
their
on
own
flat
belief,
earth.
right?
You don't got no round bricks, do
That's
you?
projection.
Bricks?
AC generalization.
Oh, man.
You don't build buildings with spheres. Don't try it.
I never heard that one before.
No, they got square flat earth bricks and they want to keep blaming it on the brick. Listen, man, flat earth horizontal bricks don't have no problem coming together. Now, if you can build a wall with sphere bricks, we'll be in there. It'll have
You
some
don't
holes
build
in it.
buildings with spheres. It's fucking true.
It'll have a lot of holes in it. Wonder why we don't use spherical bricks. Those little red things in every building that's brick.
Why would you need to use spherical bricks?
Well, because if you lived on a globe, I think you'd have to. Gravity would force that material, the mass, into a sphere, wouldn't it?
What do you, dude? Whoa! I mean, the amount of like misconceptions here. You gotta educate yourself, man. A little
So
bit more
when
on
does
this.
gravity make spheres?
Gravity turns already massive things into
Show
it
me.
crushes them into spheres.
Where?
Yeah.
How much?
Turns massive objects into
Show
spheres.
me. Massive?
A long period of
How can
time.
an
Yeah.
object get massive if it wasn't small first? So something's going to have to happen, Linda. So
Yeah.
if you have nothing but little stuff out there, how's it coming together if
planets,
gravity won't touch anything that's
yeah.
small? That means you can just jump to space.
In
'cause gravity
protoplanetary
won't touch you
systems,
microscopic.
a bunch of gas and other
No,
things come
you're
together
smaller than the gas.
with gravity that
No, you're less than the gas. Why are
crushes
you
things
not
into the
floating
center,
away?
which is exactly why you see
No,
spheres
no, no,
around.
no, no, no. No, you said you got to be Earth size for gravity to affect you. I agree, and you are not Earth size. So why are you being held down, stupid?
Maybe because the mass is a lot greater. The
Now
mass
the
of the Earth
mass
is a lot
doesn't
greater
matter.
than
Now it's microscopic grains of sand can be held to
why am I
everything,
being
right?
attracted to the greater mass? Right?
So show
Isn't
me
that a good
something
question?
the size of you
Because you're a chubby
on a
chaser.
tree. Stick to the
That
side of a
makes sense.
tree. Go get
I'm
a
not that
mouse.
chubby though.
Scale the stuff down you want to put on the side of the cliff. Get the cliff size, and then stick
You
your
know
stuff
how
to the side of it according to math.
Newton's
No, you
law of
don't. But you
universal
show us.
gravitation.
You'd have to show
Yeah.
us, right?
Also, yeah, you
Where'd
got to
you get the
also
claim?
mention the size, and then you have r
Size of
squared,
what?
which is the distance as well. So gravity drops
Size of
off
what?
with distance as well. So the effect of gravity is
Size
different.
of what in the lab, brother? Hold
That's why
on.
the
Get out
moon.
too
That's why
fast.
the moon is essentially tidally locked with us,
You
right?
don't know what the moon is. You don't have any moon rocks. You have no moon material. Shut up.
Wait, let me
We're
ask
gonna
you. Let me just
start.
ask you this real quick. Oh, they
No,
finally unmuted you,
we're
Peter.
asking you how gravity makes a sphere. How does
Well, I just
nothing that's
explained it
not
to
a
you.
sphere yet get to a sphere? No, you didn't.
Yeah,
You
I
clearly
literally
didn't.
explained it to you.
Now demonstrate it.
Well, I don't have to demonstrate it.
You don't have to demonstrate. So gravity
Yeah.
doesn't work.
I mean, you just got to do a little bit of research
So
online.
you stop gravity. I'm doing
I
research right
stop
now.
gravity, dude.
I'm
Dima,
seeing how
it's
you
crazy how
stop
you're
gravity from
incapable
ever
of having a
working.
conversation. It's
So as
honestly
soon as
sad.
you get involved, gravity doesn't work, right?
When does
As soon
gravity
as you
not work
start
again?
talking
Can you
and
tell
not
me?
doing
Can you tell
nothing,
me when gravity doesn't work?
forever, because you can't help it
Oh,
alone. You can't even help it.
really?
Hold on. So,
Yeah, you got a
according
lab,
to
you got dirt.
scientists and stuff, according to scientists in South Korea, Einstein's and Newton's gravitational models don't work when we're talking about binary stars.
When they talk, what are they talking about? Quantum gravity or what else?
Binary
What are they talking?
stars.
Can you post it?
Yeah, I can post the literature if you want.
That's fine.
But it doesn't work, dude. Just
Doesn't work for what?
I just fucking hell 3 times binary stars.
Okay. Well, you can't just say, "Well, it doesn't work, dude." It's just one
I
thing.
said
Just
it 3
mention it, and we'll take
times.
a look
I
at
said
it.
it 3 times.
Yeah, but I just didn't like the fact that you're saying, "Well, it doesn't work, dude." Like, shut up, man. Just post it in the chat.
Okay.
I mean, it's not selective. It doesn't just work sometimes. It either works or it doesn't work, right?
That's what I don't understand. It just will never work in the lab, never works anywhere making spheres for us on Earth. It never crushes grapes for us. We never get a gravity drill bit to go to the core. Gravity does fucking nothing, and you couldn't even help it with machines make a ball of gas.
I
So you
wonder.
and gravity have to be slightly fucking retarded to believe in each other. So you're broke and
That's kind of what
gravity's
you
broke.
are. You are retarded.
So
But
does gravity believe in you, or do you believe in gravity? Which one's the gravity here?
given
You
that
or it?
gravity is not a mind, it doesn't believe in
Can
anything.
you show us gravity do something without you lying?
Without me lying.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
without
Here,
you making shit up. Just show us
There
what
was an
gravity does.
acceleration down according to Newton's
No,
first law
that's not
because
what gravity does.
I lifted
No,
my
gravity
mouse up.
makes
Let's
spheres.
see what's gonna happen when I drop it.
No, I
Oh, it fell down.
want gravity to make a sphere out of gas. I told you from the beginning of this. Don't get retarded on us now, buddy.
Oh yeah, I
We
mean,
need a
do you
water
wanna?
in
Do
a
you have a time
vacuum.
travel machine so we can look at something
No,
happening over
you don't
billions of
have a
years? No,
gravity
you don't.
machine.
Well, that's
Apparently,
unfortunate.
you
You
don't
don't
have
either.
gravity. That's all, brother. It's really simple. You
Yeah,
can't.
no one has one of those, Matt. You know that.
Well, crypto, do you agree or disagree that there's an acceleration down?
Yeah, of course there is, but that's not what's under discussion here, is it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Your mic was low for me there. What'd you say?
Yeah, well, actually, no, I don't actually agree, but that's a much more complicated answer. There's a. I mean, we talked about this loads of times. I don't know why you're asking me again.
Okay.
When something goes down, then it displaces something else which goes up relatively, right? So
That's fine. Yeah, buoyancy and stuff like that. Okay, so this is one of the questions I posed yesterday to some people, and they really couldn't answer it. This is like the big slam dunk, I would say. So if I have, let's say I have an apple in the center, like in the middle of a vacuum, right? A vacuum is essentially removing all the external forces as much as it possibly can. Why down? Why when I release it, down and not up?
yeah, I mean that's the question that answers itself, right? So the direction of down is arbitrarily set by us. There is an up and down, but if say denser things went upwards, then we would be 180 degrees the other way, and we would call down up and up down. So what you're calling down is just an arbitrary philosophical category, and has no real meaning.
Yeah, no. I mean, we make a meaning. We make meanings as human beings. All I'm saying is that why it's down and not up, if we're accounting Newton's first law. Do you agree with Newton's first law?
No, because
no. The reason it's down and not up is because humans decided to agree that down is that direction.
But he's asking why is it always in the same direction, whatever you call it.
It's not
Call it, you know.
Because that's. I mean, there's. It's not moving. So if it's moving, it's moving in a direction.
But why does it consistently go there?
Because
the alternative is not moving.
No, it could go up.
Let me ask Peter. Let me ask you a question.
No, it wouldn't do that, Peter. Because that's the nature already. It doesn't just randomly move. There's a scale.
Peter, let me ask him something.
There's only two options here. There's either an up and down or there is no movement. They are your options.
Yeah.
No movement.
I'm gonna ask you. Hold on, Democ. Let me just reply to Peter. If I can just respond to you. So Newton's first law states that an object at rest remains at rest, or if in motion remains in motion at a constant velocity unless acted upon by a net external force. Right.
They
so
both
do you
are
agree?
the opposite of each other. They cannot be true.
Hold on, crypto dude. You got to stop being so rude.
They cannot be true. You got to stop being retarded, motherfucker.
Can you respond?
Shut up, idiot. They are not true. They are the opposite.
Just because you're unintelligent doesn't mean you got to start.
You can't comprehend what you're reading, motherfucker.
Great. So crypto, you got to mute that guy, man. I mean, he's seriously very stupid.
I find it quite amusing, actually. Up to you.
Yeah, but do you agree with that or no?
I didn't hear what you said.
Oh,
you read the opposite.
Okay, let me just read it for you again. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't interrupt you. Dude, he wants to hear it, so why are you interrupting him? That's what he wants to do, okay? So an object at rest remains at rest, or if in motion remains in motion at a constant velocity unless acted upon by an external force. Do you agree with that?
Right, this is all down a rabbit hole that's got completely nothing to do with what Jedi was talking about.
Well, it does, though.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. So the reason why this is
have
important.
you referenced what Jedi? Because we've had this conversation loads of times.
Yeah,
So
no. Hold on though. I just want
why are
to
we
get to
doing
the
it
nitty
again?
gritty.
No, this
Because
we've done this before. I know this doesn't end anywhere. Like,
yeah, but you see how you don't like it now? Huh?
No, we've talked about this before, dude, loads of times.
I really miss this place, you guys.
At this
mean, this is the crazy
at this
part,
point,
though.
it's sea lining, dude.
Yeah, but
So,
I just asked you
did
if
you
you
wanna
agreed, and
address-
you want to be diversionary now.
No, because we've had this discussion many times. It's boring.
Okay, so
for me.
you don't want to have the discussion anymore. Then.
No, it's because it's boring. I've said that many times.
I know you said it's boring. Do you not want to have it?
Oh God, I'm going to mute you in a sec. Jedi, did you want to address something? Do you guys want to go off in a new direction that's actually interesting? Because I haven't read this article.
Sorry, I'm just getting the article as well. The first two I've got behind.
Thank you.
The first two I've got behind paywalls, so I'm trying to find another one a little bit further back. I think I've got it though. Not going to like the way it starts off.
Yeah, I'd love to see the article.
I'm sure you would read it too.
Okay.
Yeah, Matt, if you accuse me of running from a conversation we've had at least 5 different times,
I swear I never had that conversation with you.
I'm going to ban you. So you're either going to remove that comment or you're gone. It's your choice.
Well, I don't ever recall having that conversation with you.
4.
I don't recall having that
3,
conversation with you. That's just the honest
2,
truth.
1. Okay, bye.
I never had the conversation with you. Yeah.
If you're going to be dishonest, I'm just going to remove you.
Well, I never had the conversation with you though. I never did.
We've had
You
this
must be confusing me with someone else.
many times.
Jedi, did you ever hear me
Remember
have a
Fallen
conversation?
Glover?
Did anyone ever
Many
hear me have a
times.
conversation with him? I've talked about gas pressure with you. I've never had this conversation with you ever.
I've had this conversation with you so many times.
Dude, you
And
must be
accusing me of
confusing me with
running.
someone else.
Accusing me of running is wild.
I mean, let me be the
You must be
Come on,
conflating me with someone else.
It's actually gaslighting,
Guys,
and
guys,
yeah, it's very No, shut up, Peter. Shut up, Peter. No one asked you to
this
interject.
VC is
Shut up, Peter. No one asked you to interject. So, Matt, you're going to remove that comment, or I'm banning you. That's your choice.
Well, I'm being intellectually
No,
honest.
I'm not
never
asking
had
for a reply. I'm not asking for a reply. You remove that comment, or you're banned.
Then you're just lying because I never had this discussion with you.
Bye. Fucking dishonest prick.
Einstein and Newton could have been wrong about gravity.
Why wouldn't you just delete the stupid comment?
Because it's about his ego. That's why. He wants to be allowed to do whatever he wants to do and have absolutely no consequences.
Does anybody want to laugh? Shall I mute this guy at the top? Seems to be spazzing out in chat. Still going on about money and how people agree. There we go. Right, guy who brought up toilets last time. You're unmuted.
No, Jed, I'm not going to ban Matt, so you can have the conversation about the article with him. But if he accuses me of anything again, he'll be gone.
That's fine, buddy. I've posted the article anyway. Quite a few studies out there are kind of saying that Einstein and Newton were wrong about gravity. It's just interesting. I'm not using it as proof or anything, but these people are said to be doing experiments and observations and mathematical calculations say that the math don't work.
Maybe they're just Koreans and they can't add properly, Jedi.
Now, you know as well as everybody else that our Asian friends are very good at maths.
What type of gravity are they talking about? Were you saying binary stars?
Yeah, according to wide field binary stars, they don't fit any predictions when we talk about Newtonian or Einsteinian mechanics. So
is that what they look like they're doing doesn't match what the maths says?
Yeah, pretty much. In a nutshell, mate.
What does it look like they're doing though?
I think they're just
They
looking.
just sit there, don't they?
What binary stars? No, they orbit
Yeah.
around a Lagrange point or something. The centre of mass between those two binary stars.
They see these orbits, or they measure the light changing.
I think they measure the light change.
Light change equals gravity.
They are using the Gaia telescope to make these observations of a few binary stars, and the way that they move, or the way that they move doesn't fit any predictive model apparently. It's only something I came across a couple of days ago, guys, so I'm still pretty new to it.
Wow, they got something wrong.
Shh, don't tell anyone. It's not clickbait, Pete. Sorry, I'm going to have to unmute Peter. It's not clickbait, mate. I read this in the Independent newspaper. I found it online. There's several articles about this, so I definitely wouldn't put it as clickbait. You're going to be a prick, I'll just fucking remove you.
Click on it, Peter, and read it.
You got quiet all of a sudden.
It's clickbait.
Did you guys get tired of talking about Trump? They got quiet.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about
Who's that? Who's he?
I guess it's yesterday's news now.
It's not the right server panel for it.
So I just read a little bit of the article so far, Jedi.
You have to
but
read
I do
it
say,
all.
Yeah, go on.
Huh? Well, can I respond, Timbo?
Yeah, go on.
If you want.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, apparently a new study from the Gaia. How do I say that?
Gaia.
The gay guy?
Whatever that hell is.
Gaia.
Space telescope. Gaia. Oh, there you go. Gaia space telescope discovered a gravitational anomaly where binary stars move in ways that defy Newton's and Einstein's model at very low acceleration. So apparently the accelerations are low, but this is not the rebuttal, really. So apparently this finding does challenge the needs for dark matter and supports the modified Newtonian dynamics (MOND) model proposed by this other guy that I can't spell his name. So while the results are significant, they obviously need like more confirmation, obviously, and it might, also need dark matter and stuff, which I don't think Einstein was ever really against. So I mean that's all it is. I think that I would agree with you only on the point that it's something that we need further confirmation of, and maybe dark matter is also in it.
If this needs dark matter, then everything needs dark matter, right? Any
yeah,
observation
a
of
lot
any
of things.
stellar body? Well, that's going to play around with your predictions that don't use dark matter in it. We'd
Yeah, dark
respond.
matter is something that they're researching.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, I mean, I will agree with you. I mean, this is interesting. I'm glad that you actually brought this up. It's something very interesting. But I will say that Einstein never really contradicted dark matter or dark energy, really. So, I mean, it's very interesting. Hopefully, they get more confirmation on it and do more research and find more stuff out.
Yeah, we'll leave that one for another day.
All right.
Pop science is done by South Koreans, apparently. Leave the South Koreans alone, Peter. They're doing fine observations.
Yeah, they're just as smart as Polish people, Peter. They're better with electronics because they're shorter. So they can get closer to the electronics board.
Their fingers are smaller, right?
Yeah. That's why Japanese people were always best at making electronics and cars. It's a cause and effect relationship.
I feel like hobbits might have an unfair advantage, though.
No, their hands are too big, I think.
Oh.
Or is that their feet?
I don't know.
I'm confused here.
That's shave their feet.
No, that's Mike's girlfriend.
Are you calling my wife a hobbit?
She got hairy feet.
Hairy something.
Very 1970s.
Yeah, I'm retro. I like it that way. Sorry, Flatsy, I didn't know you were here. I know you're going to tell us off for being disgusting.
Can you blame her?
Quiet all of a sudden. Does that mean they're out of globe proof?
Can I hear that we've got pictures from space one more time?
Hell yeah.
Well, Matt's got a new circular argument too.
What's that?
The horizon is the apparent one, and the physical one is the radius of the Earth. And then when you ask him how you got those, you just keep on going around in circles.
Magic.
Very nice.
He says there's two horizons, but I always thought the definition of horizon was an apparent place. So how do you have an apparent place that's a physical place? You've got to call it something else. You have to call it Earth curve instead of horizon. Geometric Earth curve, not geometric horizon, because that would be a geometric apparent place. That would be weird.
What do you guys think about that?
What?
So, what do you guys think about that?
About what I just said?
No, I'm just curious. So, if the people who are on the globe side, if they have it all wrong, and NASA and the rest of the scientific community are all lying about everything. Do you think anyone knows what the shape of the Earth is?
The surface?
Well, just the shape of the Earth in general. Do you think anyone knows?
Well, I don't know. We're just talking about the surface.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just wondering what you thought about that. Do you think anyone knows what the shape of the Earth is?
Well, for it to be a shape, it would have to have length, width, and height.
Well, you agree that the Earth is an object, right?
Oh, I didn't agree to that. It's something.
You think the Earth is an object?
What do you mean by object?
Dirt, you mean?
What's that?
What do you mean by object?
Well, let's look up the Google definition of object.
The dirt?
I can't hear you, like, breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Well, Google says an object is a material thing.
The dirt? Earth? The dirt? The dirt is an object? Is that what you're saying?
You're talking about the planet. It's a material thing, right?
Well, you're presupposing planet
Well,
there, though.
planet's begging the question, for one.
Okay, well, if we can't agree with what we
Isn't
live
that
on,
what you're trying to prove?
so what are we living, like the ether or something? Or
Well, no, we
What?
live
Who said that?
on the dirt, right?
okay, you can call it that. Is dirt a
I don't know.
material thing?
It seems like you keep talking every time I start talking to answer your question, and that makes it really hard for us to have a conversation. So I'm gonna back off.
Okay, so
Someone else is
Fred,
talking.
would you agree that an object, you could measure an object, for its size?
I guess, sure. We should be able to.
So can you measure the Earth?
I don't know. I can't measure it.
Well, we're going to be stuck on this object term then, aren't we?
No, we shouldn't be stuck on the word object. It's a material thing, correct? Unless you don't think the Earth is material.
Well, does an object have boundaries?
Well, do you think the Earth is a material thing?
Well, of course, we're on it.
Okay, so it is an object.
Ooh.
By
Does an
definition.
object have... When I say object, what do you think?
I'm thinking of a material thing. That's what I'm thinking of. Something that's extended in space.
Oh, in space. So it has to be in space.
Extended in space, sure. It's a material thing.
Does it have boundaries?
I don't know. It could.
Where's the Earth's boundaries?
I guess depending on what you mean by boundaries.
Like an end?
I don't know. If it's a sphere, it has no end. If it's going around it, I guess.
Well, the
if it's a
outside
flat
of the
plane, I
sphere...
would imagine it has boundaries.
The outside of the sphere would be the boundary, wouldn't it?
I don't know. Maybe that could extend into infinity.
An infinity sphere?
No, you said outside of the sphere. You said that's a boundary. I said I don't know if that's a boundary. It could be endless. I don't know.
So the surface of the globe could be a boundary, yeah?
I don't know.
That would be the outer edge of the sphere.
I don't see a sphere having a boundary. I see a flat plane as having a boundary.
You don't see a sphere having a boundary. That's weird.
No,
How'd you
not
get
in
a
a
size of
traditional sense, no.
How'd you get a size of it then?
I don't know. I can't measure. It's too big for me to measure. But back to what I was saying earlier, if we both agree that it's
So
an object,
far we've got a sphere without a boundary. What else we got?
no, we both agree now that it's an object. So objects
Everybody in this server is
right?
gay.
An object. So what the flat Earth object? What's the flat Earth object?
Oh, I don't know. You guys are saying the word flat. I'm just wondering what you mean by it.
Yeah, I told you the surface is
flat.
You mean the
That's just
measurable
simply not
surface?
true.
Okay, explain.
Folks, here's the bottom line. The Earth is round. The end.
Hey, got any evidence for that?
That's cool, bro. Did you know that pies are round and that coins are round and that clocks are round and that the compass in my gear is round? Did you mean to say spherical? Gosh, why do we always have to help you guys with your own claims? Weird.
Y'all see when Trump almost got shot the other day? That shit was crazy.
No, didn't
Oh,
see
yeah,
anything.
quick subject change. Quick subject change. Now, back
To
to
be
the earth.
fair,
Thank you.
if he adjusted his head a little bit more, he would have been dead right now. We would have even
To
be
be
seeing
fair,
him on the news, folks.
nobody cares. To be fair,
See you, dude.
to be fair.
I'll unmute
You
you
just
if you
said
go
that,
back on topic.
yeah,
You're
to
going
be
to go
fair,
back on topic?
you said the earth is round, right? Coins round, clocks round, compasses round. Yeah. If you're gonna make your claim, fucking make it right. That's all I'm saying.
Cream pies are round.
That's nice. So did you mean to say that the earth is spherical, period?
About as spherical as your mindset.
Okay, whatever that's supposed to mean. So is a globe is a globe scientific?
The only thing that's scientific is your voice. Sound like Hillary Clinton.
That's nice. I don't care about your opinions. Is a globe scientific? Yes or no?
Here's the bottom line, folks. The Earth.
Here's the bottom line, sir. I just need an answer from you. Is the globe scientific? Yes or no?
Here's the bottom line. The Earth.
Here's the bottom line. You're not answering the question. Globe scientific? Yes or no?
Folks, this is why she will not be president of the
Folks,
United
this is
States.
why this man cannot answer the question.
You can't.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know
Let's
if a
go back
globe
to
is
the other
scientific
guy.
or not. Sir, why can't you answer? Is a globe scientific? Yes or no?
He's muted.
Appreciate that. It's a really, really simple thing, and they can't bring themselves to answer it. Like they feel like it's a trap or something. Like it's not a trap. It's just a basic fucking question.
Did we mute Stone Cold Steve Austin?
Not which one was that? No, we muted Brian, but
The guy who kept saying, "Here's the bottom line." What? Because
yeah, that
Stone
was
Cold
him.
said so.
Oh,
Go ahead, unmute Brian. Brian said, "What happened, folks?"
I'm
Let's
going
see
back
if
to
he can
work.
answer this. He'll go back on
About
mute.
the
Just put him back
conclusional
on mute.
factors,
Can't
that's
answer.
going to be the bottom line, folks.
Brian, folks, is a globe scientific? Yes or no?
Having some good coffee right now. I don't know about you guys, but
That's nice. I've got good coffee too. Cheers to good coffee. Is a globe scientific?
cheers.
Yes or no?
Let me swish around my coffee for a couple seconds. Let me think about that.
Oh, okay. It doesn't need much thought.
You know, good coffee is like good sex. You only get it once.
Sir, why can't you answer this question? Is a globe scientific? Yes or no?
Jenna, do you want to get raw dogged? Is that what you want?
And that was his
Yeah, I
Brian,
last
why
think
one.
it's
can't you
time to
answer the
mute that guy, man.
question?
Yeah, he's gone.
Man, what's with all the retards today? Holy crap.
I don't
What
know.
was that,
Maybe my
Matt?
voice was doing something for him. Maybe that's why he asked that really weird
Hey,
question.
who was that? Was that Matt?
No, that was Brian. It wasn't Matt.
What the hell, dude?
Alright, he's been removed. Yeah, this chance.
It was weird. That was really weird.
We've had nothing but R's today. Repeaters and retards.
Some of them are permatarded. They're just set. They're set with a speech. They're set on a loop. This is how their brain works. They can't do anything beyond this mental loop that they're in. That's why Brian couldn't answer the question, is a globe scientific? Anybody with any amount of logic would logically answer no, right? The globe is a shape. So it seems that lately we've had a lot of globe on this. We've had a lot of people lately, and I want to address it, the fact that they're calling a globe scientific, but a globe is a shape. Shapes are geometric, you guys. Knock it off. If a globe is a shape and a shape is geometric, then the globe is geometric. It's got these geometric dimensions, allegedly, right? A radius value. It's got a diameter and a circumference value. However, nobody can seem to find it anywhere in physical reality. So if anybody can present that, please be my guest.
I want to see it on a brick wall. I want to see the bricks follow the curve of the earth instead of following horizontal lines. Surely a globe surveyor could do that, huh? Surely.
You have to use the special bricks for that.
Oh, special bricks.
Yeah, the curving ones.
Yeah, the arced bricks. Well, they won't use spheres. They won't use spherical bricks. That's out of the question. So, what are we left with? Flat earth bricks? Huh.
Yeah, that's what we're left with. Flat earth bricks, and they're all called globers.
So no, can any glober build a globe wall that actually matches the curve of fucking earth? A brick wall? So we can all touch it and feel it and compare it to stuff?
Yeah, you gotta use the bendy lasers for that as well.
For bricks?
Yeah, to get your line of sight right, you need bendy lasers.
Yeah, you need your curved level, don't you know?
And what would we compare our curving wall to? Just looking forward down it from 10 miles away and saying, yep, we know it's got a curve when every line's horizontal in it? Or would we have a side view to compare to a horizontal line as reference? What would be
I
the
don't know,
best?
but don't you think it's kind of weird that there's no surveyors that shoot for grade? There's no surveyors that shoot for grade over the surface of lakes and seas and oceans, isn't it? Why wouldn't they do that if they really want to find the curve? That'd be
Well,
the number one way to find it is across the water.
right. But in order to make sure or to prove it, you'd have to have a side view and a horizontal reference, frame of reference to compare it.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, you can't say the brick wall curves down that way, I promise you, but then when we look at it, it's horizontal. That would make no sense.
Is it just me, or does it seem like defeating Globers just gets easier every day? It's like their arguments get weaker and weaker. They have less and less in the tank.
Well, Left Lane said a couple millimeters, but I don't think he was talking about reality. He said in about 600 meters, there will be 3 millimeters of drop. That's what he said you should be able to account for, but I don't I don't know
Well,
in what inference. I don't know if he meant in a vacuum at LIGO. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
well, I've taken observations around 500 meters, and I should have about 1.9 millimeters of curvature, and yet entire vehicles disappear.
No, yeah, I don't agree. I'm just saying, at 3 millimeters, they're trying to tell you they can't show us a 3 millimeter drop from horizontal. Like, what? Why would you not? I'm just saying, they measure bee wings and shit, and the flicker rate of candles and the the vibration of the bumblebee and the bee's movement, how fast the bee's wings move. You know what I mean? And we can watch a hummingbird in slow motion. Dakota just got smoked the fuck out.
You guys quiet again. You guys tired? Usually people are screaming at each other.
Ah, that better?
If it makes you feel better, sure.
You're welcome.
It's always good to release tension whenever possible.
Just.
I need attention. I don't care who it's from.
Quiet, I'm trying to listen to Radiohead. Just kidding. Thank you.
Oh, by the way, Crit, if you're there, I'm glad you chose the shrimp with papa. That's one of my personal favorites in the creamy garlic sauce.
Hey, maybe Superman, Raiden. Is the globe scientific? I'm asking all the globers, is the globe scientific?
Is the globe scientific?
Yes. Is a globe scientific?
Yeah, that's kind of an odd question. It's a material
It's a
object. I
thought.
know that.
It's a thought-provoking question. So, is a globe scientific? It's just yes or no.
I don't know how to answer that. I can tell you that it's a material object, and you can use science to evaluate it.
Not that hard to answer.
Science is. I'm sorry. No. Science is not the thing we would be using to evaluate a globe. Is a globe scientific, or is a globe a shape?
Well, you're just talking about the word itself.
Yeah, is a globe a shape?
Well, I guess so.
Let me
Yeah,
get.
I thought you were talking about the
Okay.
planet.
So that means that a globe, right? The globe, the Earth globe that we all have in our brains, is not scientific. It's a shape, so therefore, it's geometric. Yes.
I guess for intents and purposes, you could say it is. I mean, I don't. It's kind of a confusing question.
It's a thought-provoking question. It shouldn't be a confusing question. I can
I don't know.
ask the question a few different ways, right? So I can ask, is a globe a shape, right? And of course, the logical answer is yes, a globe be a shape, right? And shapes are geometric, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So we have this globe with a 3959-mile radius, right? That's geometry,
Okay.
right?
Sure.
Right. So the problem is we're not seeing uh we're our limitation of vision doesn't just stop at 3.1 miles, right? So like on a globe from a 6-foot observation height at the beach, you should only be able to see about 3.1 miles to your geometric globe horizon before the curvature starts, right? The answer is yes. Okay, that's what it is. And the thing is, we are lowering the observation height, right? We have lowered it to 1 foot, even less than that, right? So at like 1.5 feet, right? There's a distance resolvable of 31 miles from 1.5 feet. So that's the whole thing. Is on a globe, right, with a 3959-mile radius, from a 6-foot observation height on the beach, you should not be able to see more than 3 miles, about 3.1 miles to the horizon, and that's with or without a camera. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Let's
there's
assume
no
that your
science.
math.
There's no science involved in trying to determine whether or not the Earth is a globe or not, whether or not it is a shape or not, right? So that's the only point I'm trying to making. If anybody would like to interject, I'm going to go on mute, but I'm
I'll
listening to you.
indulge that. I'll indulge that. Let's just say you're correct. Let's say you didn't do any math wrong. Let's say everything that you just said is correct. Then what's the shape of the Earth in your view? If it's not a globe, what is it?
Can you draw me a flat?
I'm asking you, what do you think it is? Just forget about the globe thing. What do you think the Earth looks like?
I don't know what it would look like
Okay,
from
no,
an
that's enough.
outsider from an outside vantage point, right? I don't think that anybody can get away from the Earth far enough to view it in its entirety.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, I'm not going to go down there with you because I already had that conversation with you. But yeah, okay. Fair enough. Sometimes I don't know what's the best answer.
Is she referring to that 37-mile like observation where the idiot was looking at the wrong mountain?
No. It's an observation and a Kappa arch.
So the guy that was looking at the wrong like island or mountain, whatever the fuck he was trying to identify.
No, it wasn't an island or a mountain.
So
Nations
irrelevant.
out of the
So
water.
no observation.
It was an observation from 1.5 feet off of the surface of the water with a distance of 31.82 miles. Thank you very much.
What was he looking at?
He was looking at platform Grace at 19.8 miles away, and about 11 miles beyond platform Grace is the Anacapa Arch, making the total distance from the observer to Anacapa Arch 31.82 miles. Thank you very much.
Yeah, can you show that, please? No, didn't think so. Also, I love how these retards keep on bringing up like above the water as if that means.
Don't even start your shit, dude. I'm about to post it right now.
Next bullshitter up.
All right, so I've got it there posted in the chat. Before you start running your mouth, So you've got a camera.
I DC him because he's just being basically unreasonable. So
You sounded like you were roboting, but I understood the gist of that.
yeah, I'm spotty where I'm at. He was DC'd because he's being unreasonable.
So did he get booted or something?
No, just disconnected. When he says the word "these retards," that's the end of it.
I got you. Yeah, that's why I was like, knock it off before you go running here. He's like, didn't think so, and I thought he heard me when I said yes, I've got that. I'm gonna post it in the chat, but he wanted to just start off with his diatribe about y'all retards, and I was like, no, knock it off. So it's in the chat. Yeah, from a 1.5 observation height, you can see platform Grace at 19.8 miles away, and some 11 plus miles beyond that, you see Anacapa Arch. That's a total of what, 31.82 miles away from a 1.5 foot observation height. Holy shit. Where's the geometry?
Refraction.
But
Then you don't have a geometric horizon.
That's all I have to say.
Heretic just cooked you just like that. That's all he needed to say. One word and you're done.
See, this is where you guys fail. You think that you can shout out this one word answer and it solves the issue, and it doesn't.
I added the seasoning, and I mean,
It's you added. What did you add? A seasoning? This is drier than a fucking biscotti.
dude, from like barbecue seasoning is what I added, man. The real seasoning.
Wrong answer.
Yeah, I added the real seasoning in.
So you guys are like, okay, you can see Anacapa Arch from 31.82 miles away from a 1.5 foot observation height. You want to tell me that's refraction? Holy shit, you got like what, 300% fucking refraction, and you got a fucking radius value of like 50,000 fucking miles. That's what that would give you. Crazy shit like that. So you either have to concede that the water's flat or Earth is a bigger globe that you can't prove. That's like literally where this has come to.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Refraction.
You're roboting. Oh, that's me, sir.
You get to keep your stay here if you can tell me what kind of refraction, and then you can show me how it actually extends or holograms things that are beyond the geometric horizon to your eyesight. Just go ahead.
There's only one refraction, and it happens in just different ways, right?
Oh, so there's only one refraction. So this is not radius based. This is not like what you would see in Walter Bislin's calculator. Then
Are you still conflating the geometric horizon with the apparent one? Is that where we're still going?
Are there two horizons that we can see and measure to, Matt?
No, not necessarily.
No, so there's only one horizon. Shit for brains.
Well, you have the shit for brains, since I explained this earlier too. But
is there only one horizon, Matt?
You're always looking at the apparent.
Matt, is there only one horizon, or is there two?
There's the apparent horizon, and there's a geometric horizon.
Okay, so how do we see the geometric horizon? Since it's physical and measurable and geometric, how do we see it?
What do you mean? How do you see it? The geometric horizon is.
Can you see the geometric horizon?
When you're looking at seeing, or you're looking at the apparent horizon?
It's the apparent. So only one horizon then.
Yeah. So then you have the radius of the Earth.
Two horizons, not an apparent horizon and a geometric one, then, right?
Oh, right. The radius of the Earth is where you get the 1.225. That's the geometric horizon.
The radius of the Earth, where's that at?
Oh, that's on Google. Do you want to know the methodology of how we get that, or are you gonna deny the radius now?
Go ahead, post it. Post how we measure this in physical reality.
Let me actually go get it because I have all the maths for it.
No, this is your claim. Go ahead and post how we find the radius of the Earth in physical reality.
No worries, I got it actually. Just give me. What? Who's in the background?
One of your White knight.
Well, I don't need any white knights since I'm capable of
Quick mic
seeing.
check. Can you guys actually hear me on this microphone?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Or is it off?
There it is.
Okay,
It's
cool.
not
All right, thank
terrible.
you.
I've heard worse.
Okay. Do you need just an article of Eratosthenes and what he did?
Oh, that's a flat Earth, so you need an angle.
Oh, dude, are you in 5th grade or something? You still saying that dumb argument?
Oh, so you're going to ad hoc me. So the flat Earth example that you brought up, sticks and shadows and angles of shadows off of a flat baseline, is a curved Earth, is it?
Oh, I mean, the baseline surely is going to look pretty flat on its surface. That's what the globe predicts.
Look flat or is flat? How do you get the angle if you don't have an actual flat, straight line?
So, do you know why the
so it only looks flat, so it is curved. So how much is it curving by, Matt?
You know why the Eratosthenes experiment works?
Matt, I didn't ask you to ask me another question. I'm asking, is it flat or does it just look that way?
No, it's going to look that way on the surface of the Earth.
It looks that way. So how much is it curving?
8 inches per mile squared.
Great. So you can demonstrate that for me in physical reality, yes?
A drop over the distance?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just look at a boat disappearing. It's dropping over the
Go
distance.
ahead and just, so behind the horizon. So the horizon is geometric then?
No, you're still conflating them. So
No, the horizon's not geometric all of a sudden. So I just went ahead and backed you into your own claim and you failed miserably. So the horizon's not geometric again, right?
You're just conflating the two. Let me explain. So the apparent horizon.
I'm asking you which one. So it's now geometric, right? The horizon's geometric. Yes, Matt?
You're too easy for me, man. So you don't.
Yeah,
you're still
you're getting crushed and you don't like it. So is the horizon geometric or not?
Have fun with
Is it
people like you.
dropping over the distance or not, Matt? Which one is it?
It being a drop over the distance doesn't change the apparent one. Yeah.
So the apparent horizon and the geometric horizon. Can you see one or two horizons? Which one is it, Matt?
You're looking at the apparent horizon.
The apparent horizon. So that's not geometric.
It's basically manipulating the geometric horizon, but you're still having.
It's manipulating the geometric, and how do we measure to this geometric horizon, Matt?
You mean how did we get the geometric horizon?
No, how do you measure to it? Because it's geometric, and the geometric function requires it be something we can measure to, Matt. It's geometric, so how do we measure to the geometric horizon, Matt? I'm asking you a very specific question. You call it a geometric horizon. That means we can measure to it. How do we do that?
Yeah, at sea? Where do you want to measure it? Where?
You tell me. This is your claim.
I don't know what the geometric horizon is.
You tell me. This is your claim.
Well, it depends on what you want to do. Do you want to falsify the geometric horizon?
Earlier, I asked you about Earth curve, so why don't you tell me how we measure to the geometric horizon to determine Earth curve?
Well, that's like a malformed question. You're asking me how do we measure to the radius? You want the measurement
was
of
your
the radius?
claim just moments earlier, right, Matt? That was a malformed question, even though you told me that boats go over the horizon, and that's how we can determine the 8 inches per mile squared by the horizon, which now is apparent and not geometric, but it's also geometric. Which one is it, Matt?
Well, I mean, you're still conflating the two. Can I explain to you how it works?
I'm not conflating the two at all. You told me that the boats go over the geometric horizon, and now it's not.
Then I should be able to tell you how it works then? You want to give me that time?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the geometric horizon is simply the radius value of the Earth, right? We got the radius value of the Earth, so then you go out and you try to falsify it at sea. Now
Matt, you're bullshitting. Everybody knows that you're bullshitting. So the geometric horizon is the radius of the Earth. Can you just go ahead and give me the citation that the geometric horizon is the radius of the Earth? Because that's what you keep saying. Cooper, maybe you go find me the citation. Hey, Cooper, maybe you help him out since you're white knighting for him. Can you go find me the citation that says the geometric horizon is the radius of the Earth? Can you do that, Cooper? Cooper, help out your homie.
I'm white knighting today.
The citation. Do you not want to get the citation?
You should unmute him and let him talk.
Yeah, you're going to be muted as well. So, can one of you guys or both of you get me the citation, and I need it right now, that the geometric horizon is the radius of the Earth. That was the claim. You got that for me, Matt?
Wait, you didn't know that the geometric horizon is from the radius?
So you can get me the citation. Go ahead and post it in chat. I'll give you 3 minutes. Cooper, you got that citation for me?
I already told you what I'm doing.
Okay, so then you have a citation, just like Matt said, that the radius of the Earth is the geometric horizon. That's the claim on the table right now.
Is that what I said?
Oh, do you not agree with Matt? You were white knighting for him for a second ago. Like, do you not agree with that claim?
Oh, I'm just criticizing you, your argument, and your moderation.
Oh, that's great. You can criticize me all day, but I'm asking for citations and evidence. Is that a problem for you?
No, it sounds like Matt's got it. You should let him go.
Oh, so he's got it. So he's going to provide me the citation that the geometric horizon is the radius of the Earth.
I think you stun locked him in the leaving, but yeah.
Say that again. You kind of mumbled and muttered.
I said you stun locked him in the leaving, but yeah, I think that's what he was going to do.
Stone locked him? Is that a term? What?
It's stun locked. Sorry, I forget how old people are.
Stun locked? What does that mean?
Stun lock? It's a term
What are you
from video
saying?
games. I'm not going to explain the whole
Oh,
gaming context.
dude, are you serious? Stun lock? The fuck?
Yeah, it's a common term online.
It's a gamer term. How come you don't know our gamer terms? It's dumb as fuck.
Well, you don't even. Okay,
You don't know what stun lock means. Hey, you got any citations, Cooper?
For the meaning of
Didn't think
stun
so.
lock?
No, I want the citation that the radius of the Earth is the geometric horizon. And then as soon as that happens, I'll drop the black swan. Then what happens, Cooper?
If you drop the black swan?
Yeah, what happens? Do you know the black swan yet? Do you understand the black swan yet?
Yeah, I disagree with it on a very fundamental level.
Why do you disagree with it? What do you disagree with, especially since you understand it completely?
Because So the black swan is like if all swans are white, then I can show you one black swan. All white swan. All swans are not white, right? That's the idea. But this is retarded because when you cherry pick scientific data and only use one specific example on one specific day to make your point, you're not really making a point. You're just cherry picking, and it's
who cherry picks scientific data?
Flat earthers mostly.
Really? So what scientific data did they cherry pick?
The black swan, the observations there.
The black swan.
You should keep doing that same.
What is the black swan? Is it claimed to be scientific data, Cooper?
It's measurements, right?
Is that scientific data?
Are measurements used in science? Yes.
Are measurements using science? Okay, so measurements are using science. Give me that citation real quick.
Measurements are used in science.
Okay, so this isn't science. These are measurements that sometimes are used in science. But in this case, is anybody claiming science, or is that your straw man fallacy?
I don't even agree with your definition.
You don't even agree with my. I'm asking you a question about the claim. Now you're going to walk away from it and not talk about the thing that I asked you point blank about, right?
What did you ask me?
I asked you. So measurements are used in science sometimes, but in this case, is anybody claiming that any of the data on the black swan image is scientific data? Is anybody claiming that besides you?
I would.
Why would you claim it as scientific data?
You record, measure things in effort to discover truths about the world that communicate those terms, that is
Yeah.
science.
Right. So you measure things sometimes, but in science, this is an empirical inquiry about cause and effect relationships. Is anybody making a cause and effect relationship claim in the Black Swan?
And this is why I said I don't agree with your definition of science.
Yeah, you don't agree because I didn't mention
like
science
high
at all.
school
You
level
would, and
chemistry
you
and
tried to
physics, so
conflate
I'm
it in
science.
the old Black
Let
Swan
me put it this way.
argument.
I'm
Nobody
gonna
claims
make my
it's
point very
science ever.
clear.
Isn't that right,
So,
Cooper? Yeah. So since you are not paying attention and nobody's claiming that the measurements or anything in the Black Swan is scientific, you've decided to strawman everybody and talk about science while you're talking about the Black Swan, and nobody else is doing that besides you. So apparently you think you are wrong in this scenario. Isn't that right, Cooper?
you have a citation for that?
Citation for what?
That claim you just made about me.
Oh, so you don't think that there's any scientific claims being made in the Black Swan, right, Cooper?
I think science can be measurements. There's two can be.
Oh, you think it can? Oh, nobody gives a shit, Cooper, about what you think about science. What you think about science is guaranteed to be wrong, and the things that you think don't matter in this discussion. So keep your subjective ideas about this discussion out of the conversation. We're going to talk about things that are empirical and provable and citable. Deal? All right, Matt. You had a citation that says the geometric horizon, or wait a minute, is it Earth curve is the geometric horizon, or the radius is the geometric horizon? Where's your citation?
There you go. So yeah, you wanted the citation that the geometric horizon is essentially the radius of the Earth. I gave you the citation.
No, not essentially. You said it is.
Well, that's what it is. Yeah, the radius of the Earth.
Okay, so the geometric horizon is the radius of the Earth.
You're really easy.
So the citation says exactly what you said, right?
Yep. Assuming no atmospheric conditions or refraction and a spherical
Oh,
Earth
shit, you're pretty screwed because we have atmospheric conditions, Matt.
Yeah, that's why that's the geometric horizon. That it's the Earth.
Radius of the Earth. It's not the geometric horizon then, right, man? So because we have atmospheric conditions, it's not the geometric horizon.
No, false, because the geometric horizon is just the radius of the Earth. Atmospheric conditions aren't going to change the radius of the Earth.
Okay, so right here it says, assuming no atmospheric refraction and a spherical Earth with radius 6,000...
It's okay, you can read. You got it.
371 kilometers for an observer standing on the ground with 1.7. Great, there okay, perfect. So I'm going to post
assuming
Swan,
refraction. Yep.
Right. So when does that happen? When does that happen, Matt? I want to know which day, Matt. Yeah. Which day is there no atmospheric refraction?
There is no day where there isn't any atmospheric refraction.
Oh, so then this citation is
always looking at the apparent horizon. Yeah.
So where's the radius derived from?
The radius is derived from the measurements that we have.
What measurements are you talking about?
Data, I can give you citations for that.
Satellite data, terrific. Give me the satellite data. Give me the satellite data.
All the way back around.
No problem. I'm just going to keep frying you today.
Frying me?
Yep.
How so?
You couldn't fry an egg for breakfast.
You know what you're talking about, dude. You're ignorant to this subject.
Yeah, so far you haven't provided a geometric horizon or a radius yet.
You're a flat earther for years, and I just showed you what a geometric horizon even is.
What is it? Is it on the no atmo day? So I said there's no atmo day. You said yes, so we still don't have a geometric horizon, right, Matt?
Does the atmo day change the radius of the Earth?
What radius of the Earth? You haven't shown me how that's measured yet.
Oh, exactly.
You
But I got
haven't
you
shown the radius of the Earth yet. Oh, yeah. You forgot to do that part, right?
Oh, do you want me to do that too? I have the math for that too. Do you want to take a look?
So where do we find this geometric horizon in reality?
Where are you looking at? Where are we looking?
Well, this is your claim. Where do I find it?
Well, if you want to know how to find something, you got to tell me where you're looking first.
I'm asking you where to find it since it's your claim and you're not telling me.
Are you going to find
Matt,
a lion?
you're not telling me where the geometric horizon is, and I'm asking you for it. And why is it that you're not giving it to me?
Are you going to find a lion in the ocean?
Matt, I'm asking you for the evidence for your claim. You said it's a geometric horizon. I'm asking you where to find it.
Yeah.
You won't answer the question. I'm asking you very point blank, Matt. I'm asking you point blank. Where do I find the geometric? No, you don't ask me where I'm looking. You tell me where I can find the geometric horizon so I can measure to it because it's geometric, right? So you tell me point blank. Don't ask me where I'm looking. Just tell me where I should look to find it.
Nah. Where are you looking?
Nah. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes to tell me where to find the geometric horizon so I can measure to it and confirm that we live on geometry. 2 minutes starting now.
Depends on where you're looking.
Okay, you got 2 minutes, bro. I would get after it.
Well, you want to answer the question? You're gonna. Well, I mean, let me clarify.
Post it in chat.
Cooper's turn again.
Cooper, can you tell me where I can find this geometric horizon?
Yeah, look out over the water and you'll see it. It's where you can
over a body of water. Okay, so we've got apparently you call it cherry picking, but we've got this observation called the black swan image. Can you tell me if that is the geometric horizon or not?
I can't really see the image right now. Did you post it somewhere? Or?
You can't see the image. You've been here enough. I know that you've seen the black swan already, so you can stop playing dumb, right?
Well, I mean, there's so many different ones.
I mean, there's so many. There's only the one black swan that's been thrown around here since 2020, and you're going to play dumb. I'm not talking about the oil rigs or where the horizon is at in relationship to those particular cranes, right? Or those oil rigs.
Look, we already talked about this. We don't have to go back to it because
we don't have to talk about the horizon. That would be inconvenient for the globe believers, right?
Like, it's not like a good methodology. Like, just because you have one day where you can see it doesn't mean that's always true. Maybe you should do this in black swan experiment.
That's not the only day. What are you talking about? That's not the one day.
And see what you see. If you
Cooper, why are you spiraling?
If you took that photo 100 times,
Cooper, you're spiraling. So that's just this only happened one time, even though we only need one time, right? So.
I want to know how many days a year where you have the exact same conditions. Because I've seen conditions change in a matter of 10 minutes.
Yeah. Cooper, I posted 3 images where the horizon is not where it's supposed to be geometrically. So are you going to keep with this 1 day thing?
I'm not going to engage with you anymore. You just keep muting me. It's
You're not going to engage with me anymore. Why? Because you don't have
yes,
any way
because
to
you keep
prove
muting me.
the
Because you keep
geometric
muting me.
horizon is not where it's supposed to be, Cooper? So 2 minutes have gone by. So Matt was supposed to do what?
Well, you didn't tell me what I was supposed to do. So, yeah.
So you don't have the day where it's supposed to be the geometric horizon? Where's that at? Where am I supposed to look?
You read the citation. It said that the
What
geometric
citation did
horizon
I read?
was assuming no atmospheric conditions. So the geometric
So
horizon.
the day that there's no air on Earth, the day that there's no air on Earth, we're supposed to see the geometric.
Yep.
What day was that?
There is no day where there's no air on Earth, so you're always seeing the apparent.
So that doesn't exist. Oh, by your admission, Matt Mooney, this day to. So, in conclusion, Matt got destroyed. Cooper just decided to run away. I'm not going to engage with you anymore. Asking simple questions, and y'all run away. Pathetic.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly confused. Is it the geometric horizon or isn't it? Like, it's like he goes back and forth. It is. It's not. It's 2. It's. I don't know. I'm confused.
Are there any Globers here misrepresenting the truth about the horizon? Some Globers are shy to talk about the horizon. That's why I ask.
Ask your boy Matt and Cooper. Oh, they're muted.
Yeah. I don't know. What did they say?
Ask them.
Well, they're mute.
They're mute or muted? Because that's
Yeah, I'd
2
like to
different
see
things.
some globe on globe violence here. That'd be great.
There we go. Yeah, so Peter, I was telling him that the geometric horizon is derived from the radius value, and he didn't even know that. So I told him he's trying to falsify the radius value of the Earth by always looking at the apparent horizon, because the apparent horizon is what's always basically.
Wait, he didn't say that. Can you stop misrepresenting him?
Yeah, that's a straw man. So I asked you where I could see this geometric horizon, and you said it was on No Atmo Day. Then I asked when No Atmo Day was, and if we could experience it, and you said no.
Yeah, you can't see. Yeah, you're not going to falsify the geometric horizon with the apparent one. Yep.
You can't falsify, so it's an unfalsifiable claim. It's just this mathematic imagination that nobody can falsify. Isn't that about right?
Not true. Like, that's why I specified that when you're at sea, you're not going to falsify the geometric horizon with the apparent one. It's silly.
That's why I asked you Flurfs what they said, because I know that there's always this tension, so I wanted to hear it explained by the Flurfs, not by a Glober, because I know what the Glober's going to say.
Yeah.
So there's a simpler way to explain it that creates less tension, I think, which is to say everything that's physical on Earth, when observed using electromagnetic waves, is an apparent observation, right? Anything.
Yep.
And but that does not put it into question its physical existence.
Yep, exactly.
That debunks the
So if I can just say one more sentence and I'll shut up. And it would be fair to say that we observe the horizon fluctuate based on depending on atmospheric conditions, and therefore the radius, the apparent corresponding radius, also fluctuates. But over time, we can average those things out, knowing how the atmosphere behaves and knowing atmospheric refraction, over time, surprisingly, all of these observations converge onto a very specific value. That would be
Wait, so you're saying, are you saying that the geometric horizon is an average of observed apparent horizons?
If the only way to measure that would be based on
That's not a measurement.
apparent,
That's an average.
no, let me explain. Let me answer your question. Like, just try to listen for 1 minute. I promise that I'm being genuine. If the only way of finding out the geometric radius was via observations made from within the atmosphere, then yes, our observations would have to average out, and our approximation of the geometric radius would be based on an average from numerous observations under
That's not
different
how they claim
atmospheric
it.
conditions.
That's not how they claim
I
to get
know.
it, though.
Well, depends, because we have many ways of estimating the geometric radius.
So
If we constrain those ways,
if you take an average of distances to the apparent horizon, are you ever going to get this so-called geometric horizon?
you're approximating it, yes.
Yeah, but that would mean that there would have to be just as many instances of it being closer than further away.
It's like measuring any value. You're always approximating.
Otherwise, it's always going to be further away.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so, all right. So from a 1 foot observer height, you get 1.22 miles to your so-called geometric horizon. Do you ever see it at 600 feet?
Do I ever see it at 600? Like me, you mean extremely close?
Yeah.
No.
No, so your average would be pushed out past the geometric horizon because it's always observed to be further.
But the atmosphere does not behave in random ways.
So you're not getting it from the average. Your average is going to end up being... So your geometric horizon is supposed to be at 1.22, and then you get these observations of it being around about 10, or in between that. So your average of your observation is going to be in between 1.22 and 10.
So what we're saying here, we're in agreement that this phenomenon is not statistically random. It doesn't follow like a normal distribution. You don't have crazy readings of a horizon 5 centimeters away from your face, right? Because if it were purely random, you would get stuff like that. It's not. Right, because the atmosphere behaves in certain ways. It's not random.
Yes, but you're missing. So your average would never be anywhere near the geometric.
No, so it's not average in that sense. There are deviations. There will be deviations. They will probably be skewed in a certain direction. Yeah, correct. You're correct. Yes.
Yeah. So why are you saying that you can take averages and work out the globe?
No, they're not mathematically averages. You're right.
Okay, so you can take your subject, you can take your comment back before that we were just arguing about for 3 minutes.
I do take it back. Yes, it's not a mathematical average. Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
I like
now,
this guy.
if you took numerous observations under atmospheric conditions, you're going to notice a pattern, and you're going to notice a very strong correlation between the values you get for the radius and the particular atmospheric conditions on that day, which are well studied, and you can study them, and you can further understand when you
post your
citations. Then
I have absolutely zero citations to post.
Okay,
I'm just talking to a friend.
Right. Yeah, just talking shit.
Because I'm just talking to a group of friends. I'm not trying to convince them. I'm just having an intellectual conversation with a friend.
Baseless assertions aren't intellectual.
Well, he's not providing any citations. I'm not providing any citations. We're just
shooting the shit. It's just a casual conversation.
Yeah, casual conversation between two truthers trying to find out what's going on.
No.
Yeah.
That's what a bullshitter would call themselves.
Nah, One of the truthers is looking for a parking spot at Costco, so he's a little bit distracted.
A true earther.
A truther, seeker of the truth.
Oh, I thought you were David Weiss.
Keep seeking it. Truth is out there.
The world is a big steroid.
I know. Let's all just say things that we can't back up.
Well, I wasn't trying to prove anything. I was trying to explain the position of Globers who talk about the horizon. This is what we mean when we say that it's an apparent horizon, but there is a geometric radius behind it.
We knew what you meant before you even got into this conversation.
I absolutely meant it, yeah.
When we make simulations that comport with reality, doesn't that mean that the simulation is accurate?
Accurate to what?
Well, the variables that are used to create the simulation are accurate.
Okay, can you present that?
Oh, I use Universe Sandbox 2.
Yep. So present that, and then we'll relate it to reality. Go ahead.
I can't. Well, I can't present it. It's on my computer. I can't. I don't know.
Aren't you on your computer?
No, I'm on my phone.
Okay. Awesome. So let's all make claims again with no evidence to back it up. Cool. We're in the same position we were about a minute ago.
There's a false symmetry being introduced here.
What?
You believe that me, for example, that I am in search of some kind of proof or evidence, and you demand that of me. I'm merely presenting to you my viewpoint. I don't. You can reject it. I'm perfectly fine with you rejecting it forever.
You can make our point too, Peter, if you want, buddy.
Wait, are there really rovers on Mars or no? Is that not a thing?
I don't know. It's your claim.
Explaining to somebody why something makes sense to me is not a claim.
Yeah, well, I can explain why it makes sense to me too, right?
No, I was answering him. He said, "Are there rovers on Mars?" And I said, "I don't know. It's your claim."
Yeah, the answer is there are.
No, it's not my claim though. It's a claim made by a variety of NASA engineers.
All right. So how are we going to prove that there's rovers on Mars?
You cannot.
You can't, can you?
You cannot prove it. No, there's no way. There's always someone can undermine whatever evidence you're going to provide and introduce a factor of doubt. It's unprovable.
So we will never know if there's rovers on Mars.
Yeah, like no in the sense of like have absolute certainty. No.
Where does the video come from that they present?
Who cares? Are you saying that videos? Are you saying that they can't doctor videos? Like, you saying that?
Yeah, your claim is that it's CGI or what?
No, I didn't claim that. I just asked you a question. I said, are you saying that they can't manipulate videos?
Of course they can.
Well, no, I'm not saying they can't. I'm not saying they can't do that. But,
okay, so why would... So that's not proving that there's rovers on Mars by videos then, is
right. It's even better. The videos could be authentic and they could be shot somewhere else.
Or they could not be authentic and they could be shot somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's infinite number of explanations, basically. They could be even shot on a different planet, but not Mars.
So we can agree that video evidence on other planets that they claim to go to is not really good evidence.
And not proof.
It's not even good evidence.
But what benefit would they get by
presenting? You can't falsify it.
But what benefit would they get by presenting this video evidence?
No, stop with this line of question. Evidence is not falsifiable. Evidence is evidence. Measurements are evidence,
Okay, so
even if they're
that evidence is unfalsifiable.
well, evidence is you don't falsify evidence.
Why not? I want to.
Well, if I make a measurement, let's say of your living room,
Yep.
how do you falsify it? You can provide a
Measure
different
it.
measurement.
Yeah, just measure it.
Yeah, and yours is off and mine is off. The question is, which one is more off?
Well, and then you take a measuring tape and you agree that, okay, let's use the same measuring tape, and you come up with the same measurements.
But you know that both are off, right? Like there were different conditions. No measuring tape is perfect.
Yeah, but that's not talking about a measure. That's an error in a measuring instrument.
Correct.
Oh, the measurement, the actual measurement is not any different. You're just using a different tool to measure something different.
No,
But if we use the same tool, then we'll end up with the same measurement.
But I've measured the same thing with the same tool, and I got different numbers every time.
What numbers did you get?
Listen, if we were to
when you make precision measurements, the reason why you take multiple measurements is because same tool, same object, measure differently.
What number did you get, Peter? Though
different number.
You got a different number. What number was that?
Yeah. Well, I measured the temperature of a chemical solution, and I got different numbers.
I'm talking about my living room. What number did you get in my living room? To know that it was different.
You never invited me into your living room.
Wait, look.
Yeah, but we measured it. You said we got a different measurement.
Sure. Anyway, the point is you don't falsify evidence. You can just conclude.
But that's not evidence. That's measurement.
Yeah, of course.
It's not evidence. That's measurement.
I'm giving, but don't get so upset. I'm giving you the point.
I'm not getting upset. It's just someone trying to talk in the background and I can't fucking hear.
A video from Mars does not prove that Mars exists.
Great.
And it could be evidence if you trust its source, and it could be
Peter,
the opposite of evidence.
I know you've just come back, but can you let the other guy talk? He's really trying to get through, and he's got a hard to hear microphone. Yeah.
I'll do that. I'm sure he's going to do it with you guys.
If we were to search the entire Earth, like if it were possible, if we could search the entire Earth for those rovers, and we couldn't find even the part, even if they were burned, we couldn't find.
They could be in a studio, dude. It doesn't matter.
Look, no. If we were able to search the entire planet, and we could not find those fucking rovers anywhere, we could not even find the ashes that might have been those rovers. Could it be concluded that they were no longer on this Earth?
That's a hypothetical question, and you're going to get a hypothetical answer back.
So that's fine. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. So the hypothetical answer you're going to get back is, what if you haven't searched the whole Earth?
That kind of contradicts my hypothetical. My hypothetical was that if it were possible.
I contradicted your hypothetical with a hypothetical. Who would have known?
No, but it
did it to us again, boys.
It ruined my hypothetical, though. You can't do that.
That's the problem with hypotheticals.
No, you're not allowed to change.
What if they never existed in the first place? What if they never existed in the first place?
What if I'm a chronic Coomer, dude?
If you're going to use a hypothetical, use a better one. What if you sent all human beings to Mars physically and had them witness Mars and die there out of lack of oxygen? That's even better.
What if they were all under a spell?
Hey, bro, do you see the videos I put in there? They're from 1969. From the moon landing in 1969. You see those videos? How come we don't have anything like that now? It's 2024.
I know, right? That's awesome.
That's the Jews.
Yeah, those videos were just a recreation of what
Oh, they're not real?
Well, they are a recreation of what happened. They represent a real event, but they themselves are not the actual.
Are you serious, dude?
They're just recreations of what happened when we went to the moon.
How do you know that?
I mean, I don't know that.
This man is not ready for this.
That's what I was told.
Oh man!
They just wanted to make videos that represented the actual events that happened, and so they recreated it in a studio. But they recreated exact the exact event that happened.
Know? How do you know?
I don't know that. I was told that. I was just told that.
Stop saying it then.
But is it possible? It's possible. It's
I mean,
possible
you're
that could be the
saying
case.
it like it's 100%.
Hello,
You're
friends.
saying it like you've reviewed.
I need
It's
help.
possible that could be the case, though.
All right,
I am
this is the no curved water helpline. We're here to help you.
So let me get this straight: the rover
I am
pictures
of
on Mars
curved
are real,
descent.
and those pictures on the moon are fake.
Like it's possible that the Earth is round.
Fuck
It is
me for
possible.
wanting
But
to
the
talk.
rover pictures from Mars are real, but those pictures there from the moon landing are fake, right?
Yeah, but the moon landing happened fucking like what 60 years ago or some 50 years
Yeah.
ago. So that's we have better technology now, so we're able to we're able to
better movie recreations. There you go.
I thought we lost all of the technology.
We did, and it's a real pain to get it back. You guys are coming in with some really strange arguments today.
Can I have some help? I am of globe descent, and I am a retard.
Tell me your problems.
I believe in
Okay.
globage.
All right. Now, Mr. Retard, tell us your problems.
My eyes are round and the world is round. Please help me.
Oh my god.
My balls are also round.
I'm actually neutral in this conversation. I don't really know if it's flat or round.
Well, that's a good start.
It's definitely round. We've known that it was round for 500 years.
There is no neutral.
Oh, I guess I'd be halfway to the globe team then. How about that?
We've been aware
like
of
a semicircle or something.
Yeah, it's more like an oval to me.
We've been aware of globular Earth theory for like 500 years.
Oh wait,
Cylinder,
what?
bro. Cylinder.
You've been aware of globular Earth theory for 500 years? Who's the? Cool. Who did that?
Wasn't it fucking what's his name? That fucker that got
I don't know.
That got sentenced to house arrest for the rest of his life. Or some shit. What's his name? What's the dude's
Oh, he
name?
must have been important.
Yeah, Galileo. Wasn't it fucking Galileo who figured that?
500 years ago. What the fuck?
I think so. Yeah, I don't know. It might have been that long ago. It was a long
So
time
you
ago.
don't
though.
know. All right. So your
I don't know
answer to the
I don't know the
question
exact
is
fucking number.
I don't know.
I don't know the exact fucking number, but I know it was a long time ago.
So just
So
one
what
more
did
question
he
about the
do?
moon, bro.
Sorry, go ahead.
If those videos are fake, do you believe in the moon landing?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Right,
so we can
so
get
your
onto
answer is
the
I
base
don't know.
boomer.
They just didn't have the technology to make the videos on the moon, but they made them on the Earth, but they represent what happened on the moon. It's just a
Oh,
recreation.
so they had to use deception to convince people that we actually went to the moon. Wow. Okay, cool.
No. They wanted
No,
to
they
create
didn't
a
use
video
deception.
that represented what happened. It's just a recreation. That's all.
Oh, like a movie.
Yeah, like a movie,
Yeah,
but a non-fiction movie based on a true story.
Like when is that when like at the start of the movie they say this is a recreation. Some of the things in this recreation may not have happened, but here
This
is
is
the
more like a
recreation.
document, like a non-fiction documentary or something.
So do you think that Nixon was
Like
talking to them
Balto.
on the moon? Like, you ever seen that video where Nixon's talking to those guys on the moon? You think that was fake too?
That sounds fake as fuck.
Where he says one small step for
I'm
man.
talking to you guys from the White House.
That one?
That one?
Yeah, you know the one, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that transmission is real, but I don't know. Because they did have that technology. They did have the technology to communicate.
Telephones, of course. They've had telephones for ages.
I wonder what the lag would be if that actually was a connected signal.
So you think they just shot this in the desert, right? And it's all fake?
I don't know where they shot it.
Or on a movie set somewhere.
Yeah, probably.
Bro, I live between two hills, and I get no cell phone reception. I don't know how they're getting reception to the moon.
Yeah, this is fake as fuck, dude. There's no way they called them in, dude.
No, they have
Distance
satellites.
is way too long.
I mean, they still have satellites.
There's no hills and no way on the moon, right?
This guy is a claim stacker.
Sure they have satellites. Wait, did they not have satellites back then?
I don't know, man. Did
They
they?
just beam the signal to the fucking satellite, and then from the satellite to the moon. Not
That's
that big
not
of a
how
deal.
they claim to do
Can
it,
any of
though.
you
They
please give
do
an
it.
argument? Please just
Beam
give a
me up,
deductive
Scotty.
argument
I
that
just make
establishes
shit up
the
as he
conclusion.
goes, man.
I'll give you a deductive argument. You're an asshole. Prove me wrong.
Your
There you
mum.
go.
Base, dude. What a Chad. What you
So,
knew
base
about that?
boomer, do you
Yeah,
think?
what's up?
Hey, this makes sense. I drove 500 miles. I ran out of fuel. I don't know how they got to the moon. It's way farther than that, right? Doesn't have like what's your car? If you have a
Dude,
really
that
good
is some
car,
solid
your
logic,
range is
dude.
like 700
They
miles,
left.
600 miles, maybe.
You
So
are,
basically,
you
none of you
are,
flat Earth retards can give an actual deductive argument, right?
Hey,
So
don't call me
here's
retard, dude.
Yeah,
here's an
I
argument.
fine.
identify
I'll
as.
just wait for that argument. If you can't do it, then you.
Here, I'll give you
you
one
don't
right
have
now,
to
right,
burn
brother?
fuel the whole way. You
You
don't have to
ready?
burn fuel the whole way to the moon, though.
Please don't call me
Inductive.
retard. It makes me sensitive.
I
Reductive.
refuel my
Reductive.
car once a week, and I don't go anywhere near as far as the moon.
I can give you a
But you
water
don't.
ductive
Yeah,
argument.
yeah, I'll
They
give
don't
one
have to
right now,
burn
man. Do you
fuel.
think water's flat or not? Do you think
But they
water
don't have to
wraps around the
burn
ball?
fuel the whole time, though. They don't have to burn fuel the whole time. They just get up to speed and then they coast the whole thing.
Can you go and fix your mic, dude? Please? Not being rude or anything, but
Yeah, my mic sucks balls.
it does.
It's not my fault.
That's why everyone's talking over the top of you.
So
Because
how
they
many
can't
of you
hear
guys
you.
think the water wraps around the globe, and how many think that water's flat?
I think it's flat.
What do you think, Based?
Unless it's in space.
Waters are little tiny mark thingies and shit. I don't know, flat.
It's flat, eh? Like we learned this shit in second grade, right?
I know for a fact that water is curved.
Cannot prove that to be a fact.
Isn't water just like little
Oh,
tiny
fuck,
droplets
Brenda's
though?
here. Be careful, guys. We don't want to get
Cannot
canceled.
prove
Be
that to
careful
be
what
a
you say
fact.
around Brenda, all right? Everybody be
Show
careful.
us the center I don't point. want to cancel you. I
Nobody
can't.
speak,
Hey,
guys. Nobody
hey
speak.
Brenda.
I'm not going to cancel you. I have no
Brenda,
power.
Prove that to be a fact.
Wait, water falling through the atmosphere at terminal velocity is round. It's globular.
Dude, we're talking about
It's
on the surface here, okay? I'm not talking about raindrops, all right, brother?
Hey Brenda, can you prove 100% that water is curved?
Wait, are
Sorry, dude.
raindrops water? I'm just wondering. Are raindrops water?
Shut the
Your
fuck
name
up.
is your name Brenda?
yeah.
No, he can't
No,
answer anymore because he won't be
no,
speaking from here on.
no self-control. Yeah, water conforms to the curved portions of the earth.
Like you said 100% you can prove that water is curved. Go ahead.
She's going to show us a picture from space.
No, water is
You're just
influenced.
making a statement. You're just making a statement.
You
I can
asked
make
me.
statements as well. You said 100% water is curved. Go ahead.
You asked me to give an argument, right?
No, we asked for proof.
You made a claim that water is 100% curved.
Yeah, but yeah, you asked me to back that up, right?
Go ahead.
Right. So water conforms to the forces that are put onto it in the presence of the earth.
You're just making a statement again.
Yeah, that's what arguments are.
So it's trust
Yeah,
me.
you're not. Okay, so can you give me some evidence to back that up?
You haven't heard it yet. You haven't heard the argument yet.
Yeah, you say water conforms to the shape of a ball. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not the argument.
Okay, go ahead then.
Do you know what an argument is?
Hey, just get on with the fucking argument.
We don't need a lesson, Brenda. Let's hear it.
An argument is a series.
No, we don't need the lesson. Just give us your explanation there.
Right. Water conforms to the forces that act on it in the presence of the earth. That water conforms, therefore, the forces move water to be in equilibrium with the force of gravity, to be in equilibrium with the force of gravity, thus conforming to the surface of the earth, which is curved.
Cool. So
story,
that's a
Brenda.
statement. So
it's an argument.
Where's the evidence to back up your claim? Go ahead.
Measurements and observations.
That's another statement and claim with no evidence.
Yeah.
Yes. So you're just going to make claims with no evidence. Great. That's awesome.
What evidence would you accept?
Well, show us the measurements and show us a picture.
Whatever you've got, man.
The evidence is ships go over the horizon, right?
Okay, so is that geometric or what? What position is that?
Ships go over the horizon.
At
The
what
horizon
distance,
is a
Brenda?
fixed point,
No,
not
Like
a
at
fixed
20
point.
miles away.
it
Please let
depends.
Timbo just have his line of questioning. Thank you.
It depends. It depends on the amount of refraction.
Refraction, based on what?
Yeah. Based on what? What do you mean? The weather conditions.
Based on
Yeah,
but
weather
have you
conditions.
measured? Have you measured refraction?
Well, people have, yes. So refraction
So
varies.
what have they measured?
Refraction varies depending on the environmental conditions of the day.
Cool. So you've made 4 claims and you haven't shown anything. I can make those
What do you
claims
mean?
too.
What do you mean you want?
Okay,
What do you mean
so
show you? What do you mean show you?
the Earth is flat and represents its way flat. There you go.
Yeah, that's not an argument.
Why not?
Well, you don't know what an argument is. I'd have to teach you.
Well, I don't really care. We're just having a conversation at the moment, aren't we?
You asked me to back up.
Yeah, back up your claims. That's fine.
I did with an argument.
Yeah, but that's not okay. Can you show me some evidence that the claim that you're making is so?
What evidence would you accept?
Whatever you've got.
Ships disappear over the horizon. That is evidence.
Okay, all right.
That's
So that would be
evidence for the globe. That's evidence for the globe.
That would be a geometric claim, correct?
It's a claim that they are obstructed. Something gets in the way.
Okay, so something gets in the way. So is that position where they disappear at the same position all the time?
No, it varies due to weather conditions and the refraction.
Awesome. So you would have a geometric horizon that would be in a position at all times, correct?
I didn't say anything about a geometric horizon.
Well, you would need one of them.
You would have one, but that's not what you see.
Well, in order for you to know that it's refracting over the geometric horizon, you'd have to have that fixed position in the first place.
I didn't say it refracts over the geometric horizon. I said it refracts over.
What does it refract over then?
It's what you see. What you see is the ship being obstructed.
What you see. Your argument is what you see is what you see, and ships go over what you see.
No, that's not what I said. You interrupted me as soon as you thought you had a gotcha.
I'm not out here for a gotcha.
I think you are. I think you are.
I'm not.
So what happens is
I'm just trying to show you that you need a geometric horizon in order for you to say that things are being projected over the geometric horizon. That's why the position of the horizon changes, because you claim that the horizon is Earth curve.
So that's not the claim.
Okay, what did I say that was wrong then?
The fact that we need. It's not a we need situation. It's
okay. So what are they going over then?
The curve, the horizon.
Yeah. So would that be a tangent to the point where it starts curving?
The horizon is a circle 360 degrees all the way around you, where the curve of the Earth starts to disappear, right?
Thank
because
you. So a geometric position where it would start curving from your position downwards.
Except that you could only see the geometric horizon if there was no atmosphere on Earth, and there is an atmosphere on Earth.
Okay, so can you prove that the geometric horizon should be in a position at 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observer height?
Yeah, you can't prove forward or left and right curvature, like down below your feet curvature
It's
or
like,
left and right.
So again, the 1.22 is based on assuming a geometric horizon, which I just told you we don't see.
Okay. Yeah, I know. That's great.
So Nathan Oakley takes that from the Green Flashes website.
I don't know anything about a Nathan Oakley.
I know you just
about him.
I know you just parrot whatever he says.
I don't watch Nathan Oakley. I've got nothing to do with Nathan Oakley.
It just gets distributed, but I know where he gets it from, and he gets it from.
I don't. I have no idea what you're talking about, Brendan. All right.
Too bad. So the point is that we don't have. I mean, we do have an atmosphere, right? So that formula 1.22 only works if there's no atmosphere. So do we have an
Yeah,
atmosphere?
but how do you know that it is in that position if there were no atmosphere?
What? It's based on the geometry. It's based on the geometry of a sphere.
Awesome. So things would go over the geometry of the sphere. That's what you're claiming.
Right. No, they go over the geometry regardless. The 1.22 only works if there's no atmosphere.
All right. So in order for you to have a refracted horizon where things show up when they shouldn't, you would need a geometric horizon to position so you can compare it to it.
No, there's always a geometric horizon.
Okay, so you don't need a position to compare it to. So what are you comparing it to?
Because you, like, for instance, if you're standing on a basketball, you can't see the other side of the basketball.
I'm not standing on a basketball.
I know, but it's an example. Use your imagination.
I'm not standing on a basketball. I'm standing on the earth.
I know, but use your imagination. Use your imagination. Right? So
I'm standing on a basketball. Go ahead.
Right, and you're very tiny, right? You can't see the other side of it.
So there would be a geometric horizon on a basketball.
Yeah? Absolutely. However,
there would be a geometric horizon on the earth.
Yes.
So how do you know where that position is?
That position, without an atmosphere, you can know it simply by doing geometry.
How did you get that in the first place?
How did I get what? Geometry? Or the measurement?
Stop being obtuse. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, actually I don't, because flat earthers understand things in a basic way. Flat earthers misunderstand things in such a basic way. It's sometimes
the only misunderstanding here is you're claiming boats go over a geometric position.
That's what we observe.
That geometric position is never in the same place. And I'm asking you, how do you know that geometric place? How do you know that geometric position should be in the place where you claim it is?
The geometric position is always in the same place for a given.
How do you know it's there?
Let me finish my sentences. The geometric position is always in the same place for a given observer at a given height above the surface. By doing geometry. It must be there.
Based on what?
Geometry, pure math. We can know exactly.
On what?
Geometry.
Based on what?
I just told you. That's how we can.
Geometry. You're doing geometry based on geometry.
No, I'm saying that we can know where the geometric horizon is simply by doing basic geometry. Now,
okay, where do your values come from then?
Values? What do you mean?
Well, you need some numbers for your geometry, don't you?
Sure, you can measure them.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Oh, it's been done.
What are you measuring?
Yeah. I don't have to measure it, other people have.
Okay, so we're talking about a geometric horizon. So you said you can measure them.
So do you understand that the geometric horizon...
that wasn't the question.
I want to review...
To understand. I'm asking you a question and you're not answering it.
I want to review so that we are on the same page.
No, we're not reviewing. We're still on the question that I'm asking you.
No,
what are the values for your geometry?
You measure it.
Okay, you measure what?
You measure the curvature.
Go ahead.
Yeah, people have done it. Other people have done it.
Okay, so you're measuring to it. You're trying to get a geometric horizon. So where are your measurements for the geometric horizon? It has to be in this place, you said.
Yeah,
so you're claiming. So you're just going to do it again. You're just going to make.
I'm going to appeal.
Then you're not going to back it up, and you're just going to.
I am backing it up. You're interrupting me.
You're just going to keep saying, yeah, I know, because you're not providing anything. All you're doing, you're just getting a claim, and then you're putting a claim on another claim. It's called claim stacking.
No, you're interrupting me and not allowing
I'm
me to.
interrupting you because you're not doing anything.
That's what you think, but you don't know that because you interrupt me.
Okay, that's my opinion is you're not doing anything.
Yeah. So the thing that is, the geometric horizon is always in the same place for the same observer.
I'll do the same as you. The geometric horizon is never in that place.
Yeah, that's false.
Okay. How do you know that?
I can prove it using geometry.
Geometry based on what measurements?
Based on any sphere.
See, you're doing it again.
Yes, I am. Based on any sphere. For any
so your geometry has no
let me
values
complete
plugged into it, so you can't come up with a geometric horizon because you've got no values.
For any observer on any sphere,
Yes,
there will
any
be
observer with any value.
For any observer on any sphere, there will be a horizon that is a circle 360 degrees around them,
Yep.
and
So where is that position, and how did you get that position?
It's going to depend on the observer and the sphere.
Okay, so what are your values that you're plugging into your geometry?
It's going to depend on the sphere, right?
So you just argue for the sake of arguing without backing anything
No,
up.
I'm giving
Everyone can see what you're doing, Brendan.
Can they?
Yes.
So where
can anyone see what he's doing at the moment? Absolutely nothing.
It's making a load of claims.
It's a merry-go-round. That's all it is.
He's saying he knows that math is math. He has the circle, the geometry of a fucking 360-degree circle, which isn't a sphere. And he's using a circle, and he's telling you it's always there because a circle is always a mathematical concept of a circle of itself, 360. That's all he's doing, you guys.
The horizon is a circle. It's on the sphere. It's not.
We're not talking about math. We're talking about dirt or water.
It's like a useless conversation, you know. You're like a useless conversationalist. You never get anywhere.
Right. Never get anywhere with this gentleman who doesn't know where the dirt and water start to curve before they get refracted. Where is that, Brenda? Show us the
They're
location.
refracted all the time.
From
I'm
where?
not sure why we would listen to you about reality anyway.
Yeah, nobody cares what you think.
Well, I do.
Yeah, you're the only one. So the point is that refraction
I still don't know
will
why
change.
we would listen to you about reality, though.
So refraction is why the apparent curve or the apparent horizon moves
So
around.
you're going around in a circle again because for you to claim that refraction is doing what it's doing, you need a concrete position of a horizon that it's refracting around.
No, that's not how refraction works. So there's always a horizon on a sphere for any observer.
That's your goofy claim.
No, it's pure math.
It's pure ignorance.
Yeah, I know. Flat earthers are science deniers, math deniers. It's just a religious. It's just a religion.
Well, you haven't given us any maths to deny.
How come you only talk shit about flat earthers, Brenda?
No, you haven't. What math did you give us?
Geometry. The geometry of a sphere.
That's a word.
Yeah.
Where to put the flag at?
Can an observer on a sphere see every point on that sphere?
Don't know.
Why are we on a sphere all of, sorry, why are we on a sphere all of a sudden? We're trying to prove that we're on a sphere.
Yeah. Can an observer, can an observer see every point on a sphere?
No, but we're trying to prove that we're on a sphere. So would you stop begging the question and say that we're on a sphere?
And what would...
Why are you talking through me? Try not to talk through you. Try not to talk for anybody else. In actual fact, I've muted everybody else that has tried to derail the conversation. I'm asking you how you know we're on the sphere in the first place, which is the fucking point of the conversation.
Oh, because ships disappear over the horizon.
Have you proven that the horizon is Earth curvature?
It's definitionally what it is. It's defined as that.
No, it's the apparent location where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky. We're trying to
It's
prove
not
that
an apparent.
so let's
The
go back to
geometric.
remedial class, and let's try and follow what Timbo was trying to get you to, which is somehow managed to sidestep, and prove that we're going to be using geometry associated with the Earth that is a sphere. How is the Earth a sphere to use as geometry?
The Earth is a sphere because ships disappear over the horizon.
But the horizon is not Earth curvature.
It literally
it's a
is.
refracted location at best. So the reason why things disappear from the bottom up is because of optics. You're not demonstrating that the surface of the Earth is curved. You're just making a claim that it is because you can't see the bottom of an object. Now, how do you substantiate that claim with Earth curvature measurements?
The horizon that we see is caused by the geometry of the Earth.
I mean, Timbo, if you want to take this back, I'll try to get it back on
track. Did you get that? Did you at least understand my position?
I understand your position very, very well, but you don't seem to want to listen to what Timbo's saying, which is why I've jumped in.
I don't agree with it, so no. So
yeah, I'm getting dizzy going around in circles with him.
The apparent horizon, the horizon that we see, is caused by the geometry of the Earth, which is generally spherical.
How do you know that?
Geometry necessitates that it be that way.
Sorry, what? Geometry necessitates that the horizon's in a refracted location?
Not refracted. I didn't say anything about fracted. I said I'm talking about
the horizon in your conversation with Timbo is not in its true location because the atmosphere is always in the way.
No, the atmosphere doesn't get in the way. The atmosphere bends the light and distorts.
So refraction then.
It distorts the geometric horizon into the apparent horizon. But I'm talking about the geometric horizon, right? It's always the geometric horizon is always in the same place for the same observer. Always.
If the atmosphere wasn't in the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Could I present the same argument in a less controversial way?
No.
No.
Okay.
Right. So, and then the geometric horizon changes its where it appears to be based on refraction.
Oh, like I just said, that you said that was wrong. Thanks. This is like the second time we've caught you in your own bullshit today. You're saying that I'm wrong, and then you go to say what I just fucking said.
That's because you just don't understand these things because you weren't exposed to them earlier. It's new concepts to you. That's okay. It's okay.
Why have you got to attack? Why have you got to say you don't understand this because you're a flat earther? Why have you got to do that? Why can't you have?
Why don't you fucking cry? Why the fuck should I give a shit what you cry?
Shut up. Yeah, Pete, you can jump in now.
Can you repeat that?
What a fucking dumb cunt.
I don't want to get banned, so do I have a permission to present a similar argument?
Did I just ask you to come in? I said, here, go, Pete.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't hear that.
Just don't act like and you'll be fine.
Yeah, sure. So, first of all, let's forget about the horizon. The horizon is very controversial because it's too abstract. And to discuss its geometric position versus apparent position adds to that confusion. So, my argument would be exactly the same as Branda's, just simplified and less controversial. And it would go like this. Let's pick two places on Earth that are visible, with a line of sight between the two. We then all agree they have a geometric position because they're physical things we can touch. One can be a landmark, two landmarks, let's say. So there's no question about are they geometric? Yes, they're geometric. We also agree that when they are being observed, they're apparent, right? Because we're looking through an atmosphere. Then we can measure their exact elevation of a very known common reference point, such as mean sea level. We can measure the distance over the surface between the two points very precisely. So there's no abstraction, no confusion, no ball introduced, no assumption. Then what we do is we measure those 4 parameters very carefully, and then we compare those measurements against flat Earth with 0 curvature and a spherical Earth with a known curvature.
Do you have a
Okay?
side view? Yeah, I want to know
But
about the
wait,
side view,
yes,
and then
I will
why?
get there.
Hold on, and then why'd you say the word apparent, and then continue for
Absolutely.
5 minutes to tell us we're going to be measuring or comparing something? We don't care about fake. If you think, hope, imagine, you right? We
Yes.
want to know for
Yeah, I
real.
will address all your concerns. Yes.
Hold on, we don't
So,
want apparent. We want the
mhm,
actual location. Go ahead.
yes, yes, we will measure the actual elevation and actual. 1 second, guys. Sorry. So we will measure. Can you guys hear me? I just switched to my car.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So we will measure the actual elevation, the geometric elevation, the geometric distance on the surface between the 2 points. We will
How?
very carefully measure that. Using numerous methods. We
Well,
will
tell me
measure
how.
this using different methods.
Well, how? The word method isn't going
Well,
to help us.
no. First, I'm describing the methodology. Then we're going to describe the actual experiment. There are numerous
Let's
measurements.
do a
Sorry,
side view.
measurement.
Please add a
Yeah,
side view
yeah, yes. We will add a side view even. Yes,
and a
definitely.
horizontal line from point A to point
Yes,
B. Yes,
yes, yes. All of those things.
I'm
So
down.
the first, yes. First, let's discuss the methodology. And I know this is not controversial because Alpha Veritas, one of the elders around here, outlined this 2 days ago or 3 days ago, outlined exactly the same methodology. So I'm just doing it my way, right? Not to put words in his mouth. So we will perform these measurements. We will know the geometric elevation and the distance on surface. Hallelujah. Then we will measure the relationship between those two points expressed as an angle. This will be apparent, unfortunately, because it's done over distance and through an atmospheric medium. So this one measurement will absolutely be apparent and subject to atmospheric refraction. Now, we can discuss, and we should, for hours or days, the different practical implementations of this. I will just say this. I personally know a person who did one type of such measurement that I looked into very carefully.
What is apparent
And
going to help you with? You keep saying
yeah,
apparent.
we will get
Oh,
there.
hold
No,
on,
it
hold on,
doesn't
hold on.
help. It doesn't help.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
know.
being
So let me
honest with you.
finish this
It
real
is
quick.
apparent.
Let me finish this.
Yes, awesome.
So if you got buoys, you can put buoys out, floaties, little
There
lots.
will be no buoys.
There's going to be
I
no
promise no
physical thing.
buoys.
So you have
I
no
promise there
physical
will
thing
be
to
no
prove.
buoys.
Are you listening? You'll need to
Yes,
have buoys. You'll need to have something that fits, like the
I have
oil
no
rig or
buoys.
something. You'll need to
Buoys.
have actual objects demonstrating the actual damn distance. And then we go measure, see, compare from what we know, guaranteed, right? Where it's supposed to be marked by buoys. And then we get
Why
the
buoys?
side view, and then we make
I
sure,
refuse.
right, we got the measurements of Earth, right?
I
So you
refuse to
put the
use
buoys.
buoys.
Yeah, buoys that float on water. Yeah.
I protest. No, no water. I don't want to have any water.
Oh, when you don't know what the hell you're doing, you're out. Sorry, you're done.
Okay. So for the others in the audience, the one measurement that I looked into very carefully, after the measurement was taken, the values that were obtained matched the globe model 82 times better than they matched the flat model.
Show us on a real ball.
82 times. 82 times.
Show us on a ball versus flat table.
82 times.
I,
Nine times in a
I
real.
know.
And I think that's solid evidence
I know
for
you're
curvature.
driving. I know you're
Yeah.
driving, but you're not going to be able to post at the moment, are you?
Oh, I can post it.
Oh, if you could, if we could start getting down to the nitty gritty of it, because how was this even done, dude? You're just saying. So we're going to need some literature at a point.
Yes, the literature is very limited because I describe it myself using my own words.
I thought you said that somebody else had done it.
Yes, many people, thousands of people.
Oh, okay. So is there any
Equivalent
literature?
of this. Equivalent. But there's no point. I wouldn't point you to any literature. I would encourage you to recognize that the methodology is sound.
What's the
And
method?
now
I need to hear that.
the methodology is take 4 values and compare geometries.
You're going to have
Now,
to be a lot more specific, dude.
okay, so I'm going to be very specific. You take 2 points on the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
You measure their elevations and the
How?
distance on surface between them, in whichever
How?
method you want.
Well, how?
The best way would be to use many methods to cross-check the measurements. So
Okay.
all the methods you're familiar with for measuring elevation, use those, all of them.
How? Don't get upset just because I'm asking you, dude. I just want.
You guys are experts. Ask Indio. He's an expert on
From what to what?
on surveying, right? You guys have plenty of experts, masters of surveying, right? Use those guys. Use even Bev. He got a certificate in surveying.
I don't really care. I wanted you to do this, dude. I gave you the opportunity. Now you're talking about India and Bev. Not interested in India and Bev. I just want to know, as you pointed out, methodology.
Okay.
I just asked you. My first question was how, and then you started on this fucking rant.
Well, no, sorry. So I took known elevation values from geodetic surveys, but I would never suggest you do that because you don't trust those sources.
No, that's not true. Again, can you just stick to your argument? Because all I did was ask you how.
Okay, I can tell you how I did it, but that's not the way you have to do it.
Are you always like this?
No, because this is not my first time here, so I know what to expect, and I'm being very careful
I'm
not to
literally
impose on
giving
you.
you the opportunity, and I'm just asking you one question, like how. If you're gonna
Here's
be
how.
a cunt, I'll treat you like a cunt, and I will ban you.
Fair enough. Here is how.
Fair enough.
I will answer your question. You have 4 values. Take 3 of them from known geodetic sources, and measure the 4th one yourself using a theodolite.
You said something about angles earlier, didn't you?
Yes.
Do you mean the elevation angle from the surface to the top of the object at altitude?
Not precisely. From the observer point to the target point, the elevation angle, yes.
So I was correct then. So the elevation, because you spoke about 3 other measurements of things at known altitudes. So we're going to be using angles to measure the altitude. Angles.
Let me be very precise right now.
Please.
We have 2 elevation values that we know that other people measured, in my case. Professionals measured them.
From 0?
Elevation of mean sea level.
Okay.
Sounds good?
Yep.
The 3rd value that we have is the distance on surface between the 2 points. Sounds good? Other people measured it. The 4th value, measured by us in this case, is the zenith angle between the observer and the target.
Okay.
That's it. And now you have 4 values, and you compare these values against the flat model geometry, what Brenda was saying, and a spherical model geometry with a given radius. And you see how close these measurements are to those geometries. In the case that I studied very carefully, the measurements were 82 times further away from the flat Earth model than they were from the globe Earth model, which is pretty discriminating for
You
flat
talking
Earth.
about spherical axis?
No, absolutely not. I would never use a spherical triangle in my evidence in this VC.
Okay.
I've learned.
It's just because you mentioned zenith angles, dude, of the above the observer, which is above the observer or above the object in question. So, for example, can we use a lighthouse to make this measurement? It's at a known altitude above mean sea level. Can I use an elevation angle to that lighthouse?
Can you repeat that? Sorry, my Bluetooth disconnected.
Yeah, no worries at all. Can we use something like a lighthouse that is at a known altitude above mean sea level? Can I measure the elevation angle to that lighthouse?
Absolutely. That's kind of what we did with a building. Yes.
Yeah, that's the
Same thing.
that's so I just want to know that I'm tracking you. So we're measuring angles then.
One of the things that we're measuring is one of the four is an angle. Yes.
Okay. And that requires
Whatever tool you want to use. I would use a theodolite.
straight lines. Straight lines, right?
Requires what?
Straight lines to measure an angle. Like if I'm using terrestrial navigation, using a theodolite or a sextant, then I can use the elevation angle to the top of a lighthouse to denote how far away I am from that lighthouse.
You can, if you see it, you can measure that angle that I'm talking about. Yes.
Yeah, of course, yeah. If you can see it, yeah, of course. But this would be a triangle.
It would not be a triangle. It would be an angle between two lines.
Okay, it would be an angle between two lines, and we use the third line as the height of the lighthouse. So in essence,
not to measure this angle. We're going to use it later to compare the geometries.
Okay, but we're still measuring angles.
Yes, so to measure an angle, you just need two lines, right?
Yeah, two straight lines, yeah.
Yeah. So one line is the vertical line, and the other one is the line of sight between your tool and the point on the target object that you're pointing at, right?
Or the line between myself and the object along the surface and the elevation angle up to the top of that object.
Yes, but that assumes the shape of the Earth, and we want to avoid that. That's the geometry we're going to compare later. That's the whole point.
Oh, we're comparing.
First, we're pretending. Of course, we're taking a measurement. We cannot pre-assume the shape of the Earth. Well, after we take the measurements, we're going to draw the prediction, the geometry of a flat Earth, exactly like you just described, and the geometry of a globe Earth with a known radius, and we're going to see which one our measurements are closer to.
Okay. When we're doing,
and by how much?
When we're doing these site observations and measurements, are we taking refraction into account?
So first, we're not going to take refraction into account, right? We're going to just do pure geometry with no atmosphere. Then we're going to present the results here. Then Heretic is going to yell at us that we didn't use refraction. Then we're going to add in refraction, and then we're going to win 10 times more than we won before.
Okay, I didn't follow you.
That's exactly what happened. Okay, so first we're not going to use refraction. Yes? On purpose. We're going to get grilled by a flat earther saying, you didn't use refraction, you're lying, Glober.
You didn't need that.
After that,
I don't need the commentary, dude. I just need you to be fucking salient and explain what you're saying instead of these fucking straw men bringing Heretic into it. Act like a decent...
That actually happened. That actually happened.
I don't care what happened before. I'm trying to understand what you're saying now.
Okay. So, yes, we will do both, to be very serious. We will first compare the measurements against the geometries while ignoring refraction. We will see what happens. And then we're going to introduce refraction. We can use different values, and we're going to see what happens.
Can you use different values of refraction?
Yes, you can use standard refraction. You could use some exaggerated refraction. Yeah. Okay, why not? Why not have a whole matrix of results, right? And see how they evolve with different values of refraction.
Okay, well, this sounds like something we can do in the future then.
Yeah, I did it already. I presented it to you guys.
And what refraction model?
But you should. I use standard refraction.
Okay.
But you guys should do it differently so we can compare our results.
Okay, well, thank you for your time explaining that, Peter. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh, brother.
Yo, Peter, do you have a video or a link for those measurements and the description of the measurements?
Yeah, why don't y'all go join a chat and, maybe give them a private call and y'all guys can discuss it. How about that, Bacon? Sounds great.
I'm not trying to discuss it. I'm just asking for a link. That's like a 10 seconds request.
Yeah, you could do it in a private call. We don't give a
We
shit
wasted
about it.
more time talking about a private call than we wasted by me asking him.
No, I think it's essential. That way the message gets across to you to not ask him about that dumb shit on this call. Yeah. Everything has a point. You just wanted to announce that shit as if he has some kind of point to prove. He ain't got shit. He knows it.
What up,
I just
Alpha?
want to see it so I can present
What's
it
up,
too.
Matt? Huh? Yeah. Well, like I said, you could have just DM'd him. That shit could have gotten taken care of in the DM.
Everything we're saying to him could be DM to him. That's just a stupid argument.
No, you think that the Earth is a globe. If you want to talk to your comrades, your buddies, you can do so in a DM. Just ask them.
I wasn't trying to talk to him. I just asked for the link.
Well, you did,
That's all.
didn't you? I wasn't trying to.
I
You
just
did.
asked for the link, as you guys do it all the time here with us when we bring
but
stuff.
it's cross referencing the idea that the Earth is not a globe. So we're not doing it just so we can be chummies with you. Give a fuck
What
about
the
a
hell are
globe.
you talking about? Just ask for a link. That's all.
Well, next time ask him in a DM, right? Give a shit about no imaginary curve that you can't prove. So, yeah, that's a wasted time. Fucking waste of breath.
That was crazy last night with that guy that was fake streaming on Kick with 100 views.
Hope he comes back again. Was he banned when I left? I left, dude.
I don't know if he. I think he left because Elijah fucking ruined it, man.
Well, we had him against the ropes, but he was eating crow for 30 minutes.
Yeah. He didn't even know what a radius was, and he was. It was just embarrassing, man.
I call fucking cap on that. He said he's got 120 viewers.
Yeah, and I looked. So he. I looked up just flat Earth right on Kick then, since he said he was live streaming, and he didn't want to give me the name of his stream. Because it had his first and last name on it. Although he's already giving it out, and I'm like, dude, you're full of shit, man. Seriously. But it's the fact that he was probably lying about being a pilot and all the other shit that he was saying too. Then, right? If he's just lying like that for no reason,
he sounds very incompetent. So I don't know if he could hold any position. Who knows? Fucking.
There's nothing quite like.
Jedi.
Yeah.
There was a guy who said he was live streaming on Kick and had 120 viewers. He's a pilot. He fucking. It was madness, dude. Yeah. Oh, he said that the radius is getting smaller of the Earth. That's his fucking claim, dude. What? Yeah. The radius is malleable because of mountains. So from the center of the Earth to a mountain is different than.
He mentioned the mountain as well, dude. He was like, "Oh, it changes." He didn't know what he was talking about, and he just couldn't admit it.
That may actually be true due to erosion.
Oh shit!
Well, yeah, I mean the radius does change. I'm pretty sure it says 0.004 or something like that, but it's not anything that would be something that I think you would ever be looking for. You know?
Only nerds talk about it. But if you think about it, you guys just hear me out. In the globe model, which the globe model, the theory says that the Earth has its current shape because it kind of coalesced, right, or clumped together due to gravity. So initially, this cloud of matter had a way bigger radius than it has now. And it was the clumping, gravitational clumping, that actually shrunk the radius of this cloud of rock into Earth, right? And, we can laugh about it, but that's what the model said.
You don't have to laugh about it. You could just keep going with the story and say that afterwards you went into a wardrobe and went to go talk to, the talking lion, and everything worked out. I
like the way you think. I like the way you think, but the model itself predicts a shrinking radius.
Multiple. You don't know what the.
But the annoying part about it was, Peter, is the guy was he was just lying about all sorts of shit, didn't know what a radius was, and mentioned it as if it was gonna be something we'd have to account for. That's the annoying part.
Yeah, maybe a troll. Yeah.
Mr. Pilot.
So I mean, we got that on record that you said that the radius value is not consistent, right, Peter?
Well, yeah, of course. Historically, it's never been consistent. Nothing is static in this universe.
So yeah. All right. Well, then, why do we have a specific radius value that they use? Why?
Because it's the current estimation, right?
It's current estimation, but it's getting smaller, right?
Sure, let's say I'm driving in a car and I'm slowing down. You can ask me about my speed at any given point in time, and I'll tell you what my speed is, but it's changing.
Yeah, well, why don't they caveat and tell them people that radius value is inconsistent, but this is the current
They always
value?
say that.
No, they don't. When
If you
I don't
study
ever
the
see
real
that shit.
cosmology.
Study the
Well,
real
but-
cosmology. That sounds
Yeah.
like a mouthful. What's a real cosmology?
Right,
If we're
but it
not
was-
getting to, well, here's a, you know,
Wait,
wait a
hang on a
minute.
minute.
No,
If it was all
no,
fake-
some bullshit. Wait
If
a
it
minute.
was all fake, why would they bother updating it, dumbass?
Lala,
But
button
can I
up.
answer?
Button up, Lala.
Can I
Here's
answer?
the thing. Here's the thing that I want you to realize.
Low IQ individual.
If you say that the value is changing, how come they haven't told people the real cosmology? They're giving people this impression that it's static.
Well,
Go on.
no.
Really?
Okay, here it is. Yes.
What's the impression?
There was a time when there was no Earth, right? So the radius was non-existent.
What?
Now there is a certain radius, 6,371 kilometers, give or take. So the cosmology tells you radius is changing.
You know what's weird? Is that matter draws in matter. So like with the current gravitational theory, there's a gravity well around the Earth. It's bringing all matter particles. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But here's the thing that's antithetical to what's being said. You got matter clumping to the fucking thing, right? So actually,
But
it's
you
getting
also have matter leaving.
space dust. Yeah, but you don't understand the ratio between leaving and staying and being
Yes.
clumped together. So what you fail to realize is that at some point everything was just a bunch of space dust, and all of a sudden, for no apparent reason, gas started to break its own law and started to clump together, coalesce. And then not only that, but it started to get bigger and bigger. But at some point, that bigger and bigger increasement of that ball started to decrease. Now it's in reverse. Now it's going to get less and less.
Yeah.
How fucking weird is this, dude? That your paradigm is so full. It's riddled with contradictions, and you are buying it like it's the best shit ever, right? So I'm just pointing out the fact that no, I don't need fucking more stories. I don't think so. We've already had enough. The story of gas particles coalescing, which they never do. But now we're listening to you tell us how, at some point, gas was coalescing and it started to become a bigger ball. And all of a sudden, over millions of years, it started to clump and clump and clump. Next thing you know, we got an Earth-sized ball. But guess what? That Earth-sized ball, so that Earth-sized ball starts to lose its radius and it starts to get smaller. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We have an inconsistency, but still, it doesn't matter. It's just fine. It's the globe. Anything is possible, right? That's the globe for you. You can say whatever bullshit you want, and everybody's gonna buy into it because you think you're smart and you figured it out with some math, right?
I mean,
Isn't that true?
but you're talking about a property of gas spread out within the atmosphere. Right?
Yeah, you don't know properties of gas. If you think that's true, if you think what I said about the cosmology of the Earth being a globe is true, then you don't know what gas is.
What was that, Sir Yappington? I
Can I ask
couldn't
you
hear
a question?
Go on.
If you have the same mass, but you increase the density, will the radius grow or shrink?
I don't know. The thing you're talking about is imaginary. So
that's a major move, sir. That's a major move.
I'm not talking about the Earth.
Let's talk in general. Hold on, Peter.
In general, I'm talking not about the Earth.
I'm not talking to you right now, Peter. Mr. Lala, you think that the paradigm in which the Earth was before it was conceived, this kind of gravitational field was pulling matter into itself from God knows where, right? Because this is all imaginary. So gas particles started to clump the fucking dust together. Then dust particles started to make this dust ball, which became the Earth. Then all of a sudden, for no apparent reason, everything started to clump and clump and clump. Next thing you know, we have an Earth-sized ball full of clumpy matter. And, you know, things as it is, gravitational fields, gravitational wells start to become real. Things start getting pushed into the Earth. And after some time, it seems as if things went into reverse. Like you're backing out your car, instead of going to drive, you're backing out. So what happens is
almost got it off. Almost.
I'm almost
wrong.
So yeah, but just hold on. So then when the Earth feels like the need to lose some weight, because it went on a diet, so it starts to lose matter into the ether, out into this vacuum of space, the void. For no apparent reason, it starts to reverse. Now it's losing its matter. Now it's decreasing its size, and everything's just fine. But before, the paradigm was everything's clumping to the Earth. We got gravity wells being formed because the Earth is so big and stuff is getting stuck to it. We got all kinds of gravity stuff happening.
Radius.
Yeah. So now, can you make up your mind in this paradigm? Is the Earth clumping with gas, gravitational wells sticking to the Earth kind of idea, or is it losing some fucking? Oh, really? It's clumping, but it's not clumping. So is it clumping, or is it letting go of its mass? Yeah. So why is it decreasing its radius value if it's clumping? Why?
Because density increases.
So now we have density increases as the ad hoc rescue for the idea that the clumping that it increases is not really increasing. Oh yeah. So
but clumping is increasing of density.
So is the mass of the Earth getting bigger?
Not in any significant way.
So is it losing more mass than it is gaining?
I don't know.
Well, you just said you did. Well, hold on a second. No, that's inconsistent.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, you don't know. So that we should end it there with you, Peter, because you don't know. But if there's somebody else that might think that they know, let them chime in. Because
cosmology. In the cosmology you're criticizing.
Yeah, you're cutting it in and out. So
you literally, you literally just heard the answer to your question, right? So it's like
I said the answer to the question. Quiet, silence. All right. So what I'm telling you is the fact that you don't understand that this is not the paradigm in which we all experience. There is this idea that this fake cosmology, the Earth being a globe with matter clumping to itself, and then all of a sudden there's this new paradigm that comes out and everybody's on board like it's the next best thing, right? Where all of the matter or the mass of the Earth starts to decrease. Well, we got radiuses shrinking now. Well, the radius value is not static, apparently, to all you guys in here. And Matt Nuclear, who was saying that, no, that's not the case, yesterday is now agreeing that that is the case with Peter. Wow. Because it's easy to jump through hoops when you don't have a solid foundation, meaning you can just make shit up as you go along. So easy. Anyone can do it, right? Just make shit up and just agree with everybody. Peter just agreed that he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. So now what? We're going to listen to more people jumping through hoops as to like how it's possible that the Earth causing gravitational wells is actually decreasing when matter should be clumping to the damn thing and making it bigger.
Why do you insist on interrupting everyone? Is it because you have a weak argument?
Well, no. It's because the inconsistencies and the contradictions are...
the inconsistencies and the contradictions and the...
Shut up. Yeah, you just want to overtalk and just keep muddling through, but I just pointed out the inconsistencies logically that you guys have, and you want to rectify it with just jumping on it and yelling insults. No, you haven't done any kind of way to value or put in any estimation that the Earth is doing such a thing. You just believe whatever the next best thing somebody else proposes, and it must be true because somebody else smarter than you apparently said so. That's it. Yeah.
I mean, no, I think it's true because literally he's giving you the argument. I mean,
what's the argument? What's the argument?
I can't tell it if you keep it.
No, I need you to go ahead and tell it. Go on.